My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker Chapter 1 to Chapter 158. Arbor hid behind a tree and looked at Wu Yanjun, who was holding her stomach as she ran out from behind the slope. Her face was green from diarrhea, and he smiled. He had put something good in this auntie's cup just now, and it seemed like it was just starting to take effect. Arbor was like a nimble cat as he quietly scurried behind Wu Yanjun. He pursed his lips and tilted his head. He used the moderately sized hard rock in his hand and smashed it at the back of Wu Yanjun's head without any explanation. He smashed it 3 times in a row. Blood immediately flowed down from the back of her head. Wu Yanjun's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't even say a word before she fell to the ground with a thud. The place she fell happened to be a slope, so Arbor didn't have to do anything. She slid down by herself and rolled to the side of a man-made channel that was half dug. Half of her face was immersed in the dirty mud, and she didn't move at all. Arbor slowly followed down the slope. He came to Wu Yanjun's side and squatted down. He grabbed her hair with both hands and suddenly pressed it down, pressing it firmly into the mud. He still remembered that in his previous life, when this woman took his sister Jolin away from their family, she spoke highly of the rich family that adopted her, saying that they were kind and virtuous, as if they were living immortals that came down from the heavens to save the poor. But in the end? When they met again, Jolin was lying in the cold rain, her clothes barely covering her body. She had been abused from head to toe, and there wasn't a piece of good flesh on her body. She was thrown into the wilderness like a pile of trash, and wild dogs were gnawing on her ragged doll-like corpse. Little Linner was only 12 at that time. 12 years old, such a young life should have been very lively, but it turned into a cold corpse. It was this woman, this human trafficker who deserved to go to the 18th level of hell, who went against her conscience to earn money and pushed her sister into hell. At the same time, she also harmed countless children from poor families in the village. At this moment, the woman under Arbor's hand woke up in a daze, probably because her breathing was so rapid that she was almost suffocating. She subconsciously struggled. Arbor's dark eyes flashed with a cold light. Without thinking, he increased the strength of his hand and pressed the woman's head down into the water. The sudden pressure caused Wu Yanjun's entire face to be deeply buried in the mud. The sticky feeling poured into her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, making her want to scream in fear. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, several large mouthfuls of muddy water were poured into her mouth, causing her breathing to become more rapid and her head to swell painfully. Arbor's eyes were cold as he stared expressionlessly at the woman who was on the verge of death. In the 3 days since his rebirth, Arbor had been carefully pondering over the experiences of his previous life. It could be said that the appearance of this Wu Yanjun was the fuse that led to the tragic fate of himself and his family in his previous life. Whether it was her mother's depression and death, her father's forced marriage, her stepmother's deliberate indulgence, her younger brother's rebellious hedonism, or her and her younger sister's miserable ending, they were all related to this woman who was struggling bitterly in the mud in front of her. Therefore, he told himself in his heart that this two-faced and extremely vicious Wu Yanjun deserved to die. If you don't die, how can you change my future? If you don't die, how can you reverse the fate of my family? So, you'd better listen to me obediently. Just like this, obediently and straightforwardly, go. Die. Go, Why do I feel like I'm being targeted? Arbor subconsciously shrunk his shoulders. Any reprinting or broadcasting without the author's authorization is an infringement. This book is only for authorized reading. Thank you for liking it, I refuse to hurt it. Love you all. Arbor felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Arbor's body tensed up, and he raised his head abruptly. His gaze turned slightly, and a wisp of cold murderous intent leaped in his dark pupils. Unexpectedly, he bumped into a pair of calm, solemn, and leisurely ink-colored phoenix eyes. Xiaomu's heart instantly sank with a thump. This was the first time he committed a crime after his rebirth, and he was caught on the spot just like that. Arbor was a little speechless, but he was not frightened. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the other side quietly and motionlessly. Across the half-abandoned artificial channel, the 2 pairs of eyes met and stared at each other. On this side of the channel, there was a barren muddy road, and there was a shallow pit with every step. On the other side, under the feet of the young man, there was a thick layer of yellow soil, and a place filled with smoke and sand from the horse's hooves. He was about 13 or 14 years old, the age when he was dressed in fine clothes and riding a horse. He wore a thin spring white robe, spacious and not tight at the waist. His black hair hung down like a waterfall, fluttering along with his clothes. The young man's sleeves were lightly rolled up to his elbows, revealing his slightly bronzed skin under the scorching sun. When Xiamu looked over, she only saw a light breeze gently caressing his slightly disheveled forehead hair. His phoenix eyes, which were as resplendent and deep as pitch-black gemstones, radiated a serene and dazzling luster like a deep pool as he glanced around. But he did not know how long he had been riding the horse there. His face was extremely handsome, like the scorching sun, shining with vigor and high spirits. Behind him, there was a young man in black with a short lapel following him. Under the thick yellow sand, in the billowing smoke and dust, the handsome and slender young man in white, untainted by the wind and sand, naturally formed a scenery that could not be ignored. It was as if as long as he stood there, everything in the world, in an instant, seemed to lose many colors, completely becoming a background that decorated his excellence and beauty. What was under his feet was just a piece of wasteland in the village, but in the eyes of others, it was as if he was standing in the main hall of the 3 states and 6 prefectures, overlooking the world, exuding an incomparable noble aura. Xiamu could tell that this youth's seemingly tranquil eyes concealed a sharpness that almost made people unable to look straight at him. It instantly made people associate him with the sharp and cunning leopards of the grasslands, who could pounce forward and ferociously bite your throat if you were caught off guard, causing people to feel an uncontrollable danger. Of course, if you looked at people's appearance, you would completely lose. After living 2 lives, if Xiamu still could not grasp this principle of being a human, then she really had lived in vain. Xiaomu followed her animal instincts and intuitively sensed a dangerous scent from the unknown youth in front of her. She immediately retracted her hands and released Wu Yanjun from her death grip. She expressionlessly looked at the other side again. Then, he stretched out his hand and slowly straightened his clothes, smoothed his slightly messy hair, turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly left. Behind the young man in white, there were more than 10 young men of the same age in black. After a long time, they tried to find their breathing again. One of them urged his horse forward and looked at Arbor's disappearing figure with a startled expression. "Master, that little girl just now, was she killing people?" This question was obviously nonsense. Didn't people with discerning eyes see it just now? The young man in white turned his head, and a trace of a sneer appeared on his incomparably beautiful face under the spring moon. The young man in black with a straight posture and eyes as sharp as an eagle's raised his hand and touched his nose with an embarrassed expression. This subordinate was just saying. That little girl grabbed a hard rock and smashed the back of the fat woman's head. Then, when the fat woman rolled down the slope, she indifferently pressed her into the mud and tried to suffocate her. The whole set of killing actions was very skillful. Her expression was also abnormally calm, so calm that it was almost creepy. Although in the end, she did not succeed because she found out that they were present, but looking at her age, she was at most 5 or 6 years old. She could be so ruthless. That's right, her movements, the power she controlled, seemed to be a little strange. Most importantly, later on, when she found out that they had witnessed the whole process of her killing, she could still act as if nothing had happened. She just straightened her clothes and calmly walked away. What kind of rotten child was this? Was she not a demon? She was expressionless the whole time. Her personality was so calm that it was numb. Another young man in black came forward and said. It must be because they opened their eyes in the wrong way. That's why they saw a 5 or 6-year-old murderer in this ordinary little mountain village. At the Quoto village market, on a small patch of bare dirt. Under the dusk, the 100 families of the village gathered here. They stood in a deathly stillness for nearly an hour, their bodies and faces covered with dust and sand from the wind. The crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all held their breaths and suppressed some fear in their eyes as they looked at a green-robed man who was walking a hyena that was as tall as a man. The man leisurely smiled as he slowly walked in front of the crowd. The hyena's nose kept sniffing around the crowd's legs, shocking everyone to the point that they froze on the spot and didn't dare to move at all. Suddenly, the hyena bared its sharp teeth and let out a low whimper before abruptly pouncing toward a figure in the crowd. The ferocious speed and explosive force caused the crowd to let out terrified screams and instinctively spread out to the left and right. Immediately, a middle-aged man was trampled to the ground by the hyena's four thick hooves. With a boom, his back hit the ground, causing dust to scatter everywhere. The crowd around the middle-aged man retreated like a receding tide. Every single one of them had a trace of bewilderment, uneasiness, and fear in their eyes. Crack! A whip fiercely landed on the middle-aged man's body. Everyone clearly saw the middle-aged man's body curl up slightly, and his limbs twitched fiercely. Lowly unruly commoner. The green-robed man who had released the hyena to bite the person stood in front of the crowd with his arms crossed. He looked at the person under the hyena's foot with disdain and curled his cold lips. He mocked, as everyone knows, the magnetite mine belongs to Tiandao sect. Anyone who privately mines it in any form is illegally occupying it, committing the unforgivable crime of theft. Tell me, how do you want to die? Liuzi. A woman with messy hair and an 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed out from the crowd. The two of them scrambled forward. But, they were whipped several times by the green-robed man. They screamed in fear and retreated with a panicked expression on their faces. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Xiaolu shouted in fear when he saw his wife and daughter rushing out. The hyena straightened its body. It was at least 1.8 meters tall, and it suddenly pounced in front of the girl. It bit the hem of her skirt and tore at it. The girl was so shocked that she fell backward. Her legs went soft, and she sat on the ground. She supported herself on the ground with both hands and screamed in fear. On the other side, Arbor was standing in the crowd with his father, Qiao Zhongbang, in his arms. His face was filled with displeasure. After all, her mental age was already so old. How could she like being hugged by her father? Moreover, she was still suppressing a trace of anger and dissatisfaction towards this father of hers. Wei Ziqin looked at Xiao Lu's family of 3 worriedly. She lowered her head and looked at her 3-year-old daughter, Xiao Lin, who was hugging her calf and hiding behind her. She patted her daughter's head and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, child. It'll be fine. This was only his mother's feeble consolation. How could he be fine? In the center of the crowd, the hyena, which was as tall as a person, chased after the panic-stricken Xiao Lu's daughter. It tore at her skirt like it was playing with a toy. Although the onlookers were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Meanwhile, the green-robed man who allowed the hyena to bully the girl stood to the side with a chuckle. He looked at this good show with a mocking gaze. The girl's clothes and skirt were torn off piece by piece, falling down like snowflakes. The tattered clothes could cover less and less skin. The village chief of Quoto village stood there with his walking stick. His face was filled with anger as he looked up at the luxuriously dressed patrolling officials beside him. However, the officials turned a blind eye to the bullying of Qiao Lu's daughter. They stood beside a young noble and fawned over him with flattering smiles. However, the young noble did not have a good expression. He even ignored the officials who were nodding and bowing. His gaze followed the green-robed man uneasily, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Tell me, where is the magnetite mine that you privately mined? The green-robed man grabbed the hyena's leash and stepped on Xiao Lu's chest. He used so much strength that Xiao Lu's face flushed red. His chest was so stifled that he could not speak. Sirs, please forgive us. How could we dare to privately mine the magnetite mine? Our family has lived in Quoto village for generations, and we're all dutiful and good citizens. Xiao Lu's aunt crawled to the green-robed man's side and begged for mercy with tears and snot streaming down her face. She reached out to tug at his sleeve, but the latter kicked her to the ground with a look of disdain. Lies. You have the smell of magnetite on you, so you can't fool my hyenas, that person shouted angrily. 2 other Heavenly Tao sect disciples wearing the same style of green robes quickly walked forward. One of them picked up the 11 or 12-year-old girl from the ground, leaving the girl's torn clothes to fall to the ground. The girl struggled, but she was smashed to the ground by a heavy slap and couldn't get up for a long time. Xiao Lu's aunt screamed and abandoned her husband, crying as she crawled toward the girl. She shakily took off her coat and draped it over the girl's shoulders, repeatedly calling out, Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Mother, mother. Xiaoya tightly clutched her mother's coat, her knuckles turning white. Her small face was filled with confusion and dizziness. 4 or 5 cold glinting swords were pointed at the chests of Xiao Lu's family of 3. I'll ask you one more time, where is the magnetite mine? Tell us the truth, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, don't blame Heavenly Dao sect for being ruthless. Suddenly, the sound of a dozen or so horses galloping came from the distance, stirring up clouds of dust and choking everyone to the side, quickly opening up a wide path for the group of horses to pass through. Arbor took advantage of the chaos to struggle, quickly breaking free from his father's embrace. He nimbly jumped to the ground and ran toward Xiao Lu's family of 3. Jojo, Mother Wei Ziqing cried out in alarm. The sound of the horses' hooves stopped, and the group of black-robed youths nimbly dismounted. They led the horses to the side, opening up a wide path. The curtain of night fell slightly and the sun set below the western mountains. A young man in a spotless white robe with his black hair fluttering in the wind urged his horse forward slowly. There was a smile on his lips, like a spring breeze. Everywhere he passed, everyone stared at him, unable to move their gazes away. While everyone's gazes were glued to his body, only his gaze landed on the expressionless little girl. The arc on his lips gradually deepened, and even the depths of his eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. The summer night breeze blew gently, and the air was filled with an unpredictable feeling of stuffiness. Everyone kept their mouths shut and their eyes fixed on the beautiful young man in white who rode his horse forward. Arbor coldly glanced at them, then calmly retracted his gaze. His little hand impolitely stretched out and heavily pushed away the hands that were holding the swords. His little arm pointed backwards, and his cold eyes did not contain any warmth as he stared fixedly at the green-robed man in the lead. The green-robed men glared at him. What are you doing? How dare you? Audacious! Audacious! How can you make a racket in front of His Highness? Several pot-bellied officials trembled as they ran forward and hurriedly knelt down to salute. This humble official greets His Highness Crown Prince Lien. This humble official did not know His Highness Crown Prince Lien had arrived, so this humble official did not welcome you. Please forgive us, Your Highness. As the official spoke, they did not forget to wave their hands to have the people around them kneel down. Kneel down, all of you kneel down. A group of fools. They have no sense of propriety. How dare they look directly at His Highness the Crown Prince's sacred face? How audacious! All the villagers, who seemed to have their acupoints pressed, knelt down in fear and trepidation. They lowered their heads and kowtowed, not daring to look up. The green-robed men from the Tiandao sect, who were leading hyenas, did not dare to make a ruckus. Although they did not bow like the villagers, they still knelt on one knee, one hand across their chest, and respectfully called out in unison, "Disciples of the Tiandao sect greet His Highness Crown Prince Lien." Mo Lien wasn't willing to look at the others at all. His gaze had been on the little girl with the wooden and indifferent eyes from beginning to end. Dismounting from the horse, he quickly walked a few steps closer to Arbor. Mo Lien followed the little girl's arm and looked up. It was a mountain covered in weeds and withered trees. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited for many years. From afar, it was a deathly still expanse of withered, yellow, and gray. But the little girl's arm had been swinging until now without saying a word. She only coldly pointed at the mountain, her gaze cold as she looked at the azure-robed man leading the Tiandao sect group. Mo Lien didn't like that pair of beautiful, clear, and cold eyes staring blankly at other people. His brows furrowed slightly. He suddenly turned around and fiercely glared at the azure-robed man. The latter was stared at to the point his hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but take a step back to avoid this terrifying gaze. Mo Lien suddenly broke into a smile like the spring wind and rain, as if that sharp and icy glance from before was just an illusory glance. He turned to look at the silent Arbor and seemed to instantly understand the little fellow's gesture. He softly asked, "Magnetite mine? On that mountain?" As soon as he said this, the gazes of the azure-robed men from the Tiandao sect all changed. The young nobleman who was being flattered and fawned over by the officials trembled slightly. Cold sweat once again seeped out of his forehead. It was as if Mo Lien had only noticed that noble young sir who was sweating profusely at this moment, and his handsome face was tinged with a hint of a smile. He turned around and nodded at that person. "So my dear third royal brother is also here." The young nobleman Mo Ting drew back the corners of his mouth. He seemed to want to pull out a friendly smile, but that smile seemed to have been carved out by a knife. He only managed to draw a stiff arc. Mo Lian was just casually greeting him. When she saw the stiff and unnatural expression on her dear third brother's face, the smile in her eyes deepened. She walked towards Arbor and naturally held her little hand. Let's go. Take us there. Xiaomu retreated a step with wariness in her eyes, avoiding Mo Lian's finger. She then stretched her small arm across old Sixth Xiao and his family of 3. You'll only bring us over if you release them? Mo Lian really wanted to praise herself for being so quick-witted. Although the little girl didn't say anything, she always understood what she meant. How dare you? You dare to negotiate with our Tiandao sect? Let them go. Mo Lian said indifferently, causing the disciples of the Tiandao sect to choke. Your Highness. The Heavenly Dao sect disciples were dissatisfied. The Heavenly Dao sect had a transcendent status in the entire Seacombe planet. These disciples had always been revered and flattered by others. The Crown Prince's tone was a bit too much. This Crown Prince said, let them go. Crown Prince Lian's voice was neither loud nor soft, and his tone wasn't even strict. He repeated his words. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen youths in black behind him unsheathed their swords at the same time and gathered murderous intent in their eyes. The disciples of the Tiandao sect looked at Mo Lian angrily but didn't dare to say anything. They opened their mouths but didn't dare to refute. They knew very well that if they dared to refute, the outcome would be death. Those familiar with Crown Prince Lian generally knew that the Crown Prince, who was as calm and tranquil as a banished immortal, was only elegant and refined on the surface. In reality, this Crown Prince was full of schemes and was used to acting arbitrarily. Even the 2 deputy sect masters of the Tiandao sect were extremely courteous to Crown Prince Lian and didn't dare to casually offend him. Once Crown Prince Lian was enraged, those who offended him would most likely be annihilated and die. What Crown Prince Lian disliked the most was repeating the same sentence over and over again. Generally, what he said was equivalent to the final decision, so those close to him wouldn't foolishly repeat the same question. Murderous intent had already condensed in his nonchalant tone. The disciples of the Tiandao sect could only hold their anger and step back. They waved their hands and let old Xiao and his family go. Jojo. Wei Ziqing covered her mouth as she gazed at her eldest daughter, who had been left alone. She couldn't hide the worry and fear in her eyes. You can lead the way now, right? Crown Prince Lian looked at the little girl with a smile. From the moment he met her by the canal until now, the little girl's face had always been expressionless. That apathetic and cold face really wasn't cute. Just like now. That pair of eyes that were clearly filled with autumn ripples and sweet and soft now sparkled with the luster of a clear and cold moon. The depths of her eyes were cold and solemn, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Her small face was expressionless, and there was no reflection of anyone in her eyes. There was only coldness, and only indifference and disregard alternated. Chaotic mountain arbor, green moss, and fragrant sunshine. That day, that person, as time passed, slowly entered her eyes, her heart, and her bones. Many years later, when she recalled it from the beginning, Mo Lian couldn't help but sigh. This was destined to be bewitched, a fate that she couldn't break free from. Even if she were to choose again, the ending would probably not change. Crown Prince Lian reflexively reached out, but Arbor dodged in a flash. Arbor cast a glance at his parents from afar and nodded slightly to show his reassurance. He turned and walked toward the back of the mountain. Hulun Mountain surrounded the entire Quoto village in the center and was extremely large. Arbor moved very quickly. He found a path at the foot of the mountain and climbed up the mountain with all his might. Mo Lian and a group of black-clothed youths followed closely behind, followed by the several Heavenly Dao sect disciples who were leashing hyenas and their attendants. Third Prince Mo Ting gritted his teeth and followed at the back, sweating profusely. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at Arbor's figure. As the mountain path narrowed and the path became more difficult to walk on, Mo Ting's expression also became more and more unsightly. It was inconceivable and frightening. Mo Ting's eyes shone with an evil light as countless thoughts churned in his mind. Who exactly was this little girl? How did she know about the secret path? This Hulun Mountain had been deserted for many years. Why did the little girl feel like she was walking in her own home when she walked in this mountain? It was so familiar that it made people feel a chill run down their backs. This section of the mountain road was very steep. There were no man-made mountain paths at all. Walking on the muddy mountain road was like climbing. There were withered branches everywhere. If one was not careful, one's clothes would be pierced by the sharp branches. After climbing for about an hour, Arbor stopped in front of a hidden cave. For an ordinary child, this was simply an arduous journey that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the heavenly Tao sect's disciples were panicking. Their faces were pale and their clothes were torn. However, this little fellow's expression didn't change at all. The Tiandao sect disciples looked at each other in surprise. Arbor, however, stood still and stared at the cave with emotionless eyes. She remembered that in her previous life, around this time, the Mo Kingdom's third prince Mo Ting had privately mined a magnetite mine and caused a huge commotion. The Tiandao sect's disciples also brought people to search the mountain. After spending 5 days and 4 nights, they finally found this hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was hidden very well. It was on the edge of a cliff and the entrance was filled with withered grass and wood. If it weren't for Arbor pointing it out, a normal person wouldn't have discovered this cave even if they walked around. It was even more impossible for them to run to the edge of the cliff to look around. Arbor remembered that Xiao Laolu had broken his leg when he went up the mountain and almost lost his life. Not long after he was carried down the mountain, there was a rumor that a mountain ghost had appeared in Hulun Mountain. The mountain ghost came and went mysteriously, lurking during the day and appearing at night. It liked to attack people and eat their hearts and lungs. After the rumor of a ghost had spread, Hulun Mountain, which was originally deserted, became even more despised. Normally, no one would go up the mountain. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Laolu, this unlucky guy, must have unknowingly approached the magnetite mine when he went up the mountain and was secretly attacked by someone who wanted to take his life. However, by chance and coincidence, he managed to escape. Although he came back with his life intact, there was a trace of magnetite smell on his body, which was why he was bitten out by the hyenas, who had a special sense of smell. After half a month, the hyenas were actually able to bite out Xiao Laolu with this faintly discernible smell. It could be considered a skill. As for the rumor that Hulun Mountain was haunted, needless to say, it was definitely the work of that third Prince Mo Ting. He just wanted to scare away the ignorant villagers. The Tiandao sect disciple ordered a dozen or so attendants to enter the cave. After a series of ding-ding-dong-dong-dong sounds, they carried out about 5 or 6 large baskets made of rattan back and forth. They also found more than 20 corpses that were still warm. It seems that these people retreated in a hurry. The newly mined magnetite and these tools were all abandoned. They only had time to silence the miners. The green-robed man from Tiandao sect sneered. He glanced sideways at the gorgeously dressed youth and suddenly said with a smile, "What does Third Prince Ting think about this matter?" The noble-looking youth's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Hearing this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said with an apologetic smile, "Senior Marshal Brother G must be joking. Since we found out that someone violated the rules and secretly mined the magnetite mine, we naturally have to deal with this matter seriously. We have to ferret out the daring person as soon as possible and deal with him later." The green-robed man from Tiandao sect looked deeply at Third Prince Mo Ting with a smile and nodded, saying, "Third Prince is right. Tiandao sect won't wrongly accuse anyone and naturally won't let go of anyone who dares to challenge Tiandao sect's dignity." The noble-looking young man was sweating profusely. His lips twitched stiffly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Every one of the heavenly Tao sect's attendants who were moving back and forth in the cave had a joyous expression on their faces. In such a joyous atmosphere, the little girl's wooden face appeared especially cold and indifferent. "You're Jojo." His phoenix eyes rippled with moist light, and a naturally handsome face suddenly appeared in front of her. Arbor, who was hugging his knees and sitting on a mound, subconsciously tilted his head back. A trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He turned his head and saw the young man's spotless white clothes piled up like snow at his feet. He supported his chin with one hand, and his dark hair fell gently on the side of his cheek. His thin lips were slightly curved as he looked at her with a smile. The wind brushed past his face, and his phoenix eyes glowed with a glass-like luster. In that instant, all the colors in the boundless world seemed to be taken away by him. Apart from him, everything else paled in comparison. Arbor unwillingly moved to the side, very consciously distancing himself from this dangerous person. Just a little bit more. Crown Prince Lian's alluring phoenix eyes suddenly widened. He stared incredulously at the little Arbor who kept distancing himself from him. How was this possible? Was he that shameless? What was the meaning of this little girl's disdainful and distant gaze? Was he that bad? The moment Crown Prince Lian received a blow, Arbor had already stood up and ran to that senior brother Ji from Tiandao sect. He stretched out his small arm in front of him and very impolitely waved his small hand. Everyone from Tiandao sect stared at her with their mouths agape. They had probably never seen a child who was so straightforward in asking for money and was even unwilling to talk to them. Their eyes were filled with shock. Seeing that senior brother Ji from the Tiandao sect didn't react and just stood there in a daze, Arbor first looked at him with disdain. Then, she poked her hand in front of him again and weighed him heavily a few more times. Pfff, Crown Prince Lian really laughed, his eyebrows curving into crescents. The Tiandao sect elders dumbfoundedly put down the magnetite in their hands and stared blankly at the child who led the way. The child's expression had changed from disdain to extreme disdain. Her eyes were filled with anger, and her almond-shaped eyes were round as she glared at senior brother Ji from the Tiandao sect as if she was looking at an absolutely irreconcilable enemy. You bunch of country bumpkins, don't tell me you don't have money? The great Tiandao sect can't even fork out a trifling guide fee. Crown Prince Lian once again understood the child's gaze and kindly translated for her. Senior brother Ji's mouth twitched. He stiffly reached into his clothes and took out a small silver pouch, throwing it into Arbor's open hand. Take it. The child unceremoniously opened the silver pouch in front of him and flipped through it. There were more than 10 taels of silver in the pouch. In this small mountain village, this could be considered a considerable amount of wealth. However, the child didn't seem to be satisfied with this small silver pouch. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the silver pouch onto senior brother Ji's face. The disdain and contempt that overflowed from his eyes almost flowed out of his wooden face. The way she looked at the people from the Tiandao sect really made them anxious. Crown Prince Lian laughed again and translated, "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Too little." Pfff, this time, the dozen youths in black behind Crown Prince Lian couldn't hold back their laughter. Arbor abruptly turned her head and coldly stared at Mo Lian with her dark eyes that were as deep as a dry well. Then, she turned her head to look at senior brother Ji again. She took a step forward and raised her hand high. Her slender fingers once again poked senior brother Ji's body. Although that crown prince looked annoying, he was the smartest person in this group and could understand her meaning. Senior Marshal Brother Ji couldn't tell whether he was amused or angry. He flipped his hand and took out 2 more bags embroidered with gold thread from his bosom, stuffing them both into the little fellow's hands. Arbor flipped through the bags and saw that there were 50 taels of gold in each bag. Putting the bag away, Arbor turned around and walked down the mountain without looking back. Jojo. Mo Lian chuckled as he watched the little fellow briskly leave after taking the money. His footsteps drifted as he caught up with her small figure. You really are heartless. You see, I helped you commentate a game and gave you a generous reward. Shouldn't we become good friends? What he got in response was the child turning her head back to glare icily at him. Afterwards, the little fellow took to her heels and sprinted down the mountain. Her instantaneous burst of speed stunned even Mo Lian. Hee, you're shy. Mo Lian chuckled. Her figure flashed and swept through the forest like a wisp of smoke, chasing after the little fellow. The group of black-clothed followers behind the young crown prince were all dumbstruck. What was going on? His Highness the Crown Prince actually chased after such a ferocious little girl. Your Highness, where's your cold and noble demeanor? The crowd in the plaza hadn't dispersed yet. The people of Tiandao sect hadn't told them to disperse, so naturally, no one dared to leave. At this time, the sky was already drizzling down on everyone's heavy hearts. Everyone stood in the plaza with their families, and the sound of their breathing slowed down. When Arbor's slender figure ran down from the mountain, everyone's eyes immediately fell on her. Jojo. Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqin were full of joy. Just as they were about to go forward, they suddenly heard several villagers cry out in alarm, "Careful!" Arbor only saw a huge shadow flash in front of her eyes, and something heavily pressed down from above her head. At this critical moment, Arbor rolled on the ground and quickly escaped from under the huge thing. However, the back of her left hand was still scratched by that thing, and a sharp pain instantly assaulted her. Arbor's right hand supported her body on the ground, and her body was half squatting. She looked down indifferently at the 3 bloody marks on the back of her left hand. She slightly raised her injured hand, revealing a section of her tongue, and lightly licked the drops of blood that slid down the back of her hand. The tip of her tongue was filled with a salty, wet, and fishy taste. In other people's eyes, Xiao Mu's unruffled, joyful, and contented appearance was frightening. It was as if she wasn't licking her own blood, but leftover food. Her cold gaze fell on the 3 feet in front of her, and her eyes were calm without the slightest trace of human life. The atmosphere in the plaza became even more oppressive. Everyone huddled together, constantly suppressing their breathing, and nervously watching the 2 young girls, one tall and one short, on the plaza. Compared to the short and petite Xiao Mu, who was dressed in a dusty cotton robe, the girl in front of her was about 12 years old. She was adorned with pearls and jade, and she wore a camellia yellow flower-patterned dress, which made her delicate and pretty appearance even more gorgeous. The girl was leading a huge hyena and was sizing up Arbor from the corner of her eyes. When she saw the other party's disdainful and indifferent glance, she suddenly became angry. It's just as the disciple said. You stinky girl, you're very arrogant. Xiao Mu's soft and warm tongue carefully licked the blood on the back of her hand, and there was also a faint red stain on the corner of her lips. Mo Lian, who had followed her down the mountain, caught sight of the little girl's expressionless action with a glance, and his gaze instantly paused. What a wooden baby. Eat her. The 12-year-old girl suddenly let go of the hyena's leash, raised her chin arrogantly, and looked at Arbor as if she was looking at a dead man. The giant hyena stomped its 2 hind legs and bared its teeth as it whimpered. Sticky liquid dripped from its mouth as it assumed an attacking posture. Stop. Mo Lian coldly rebuked and threw a fierce glare at the hyena. As if it felt a great threat, the hyena subconsciously shrank back. The girl turned her head, and her eyes instantly shone brightly. She dashed toward Mo Lian like a butterfly through flowers. Brother Lian. With a flick of his sleeve, Mo Lian sidestepped to avoid contact with her. A severe glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and a slender jet-black sword appeared in his hand, almost slicing off the girl's 5 fingers. Fortunately, the girl retracted her hand quickly. The moment she saw Mo Lian's fierce expression, she immediately remembered the rumors that Crown Prince Lian was a clean freak who didn't like people close to him. The moment she retracted her hand, the long nail on her middle finger was cleanly cut off. If she had been a second later, her fingers would have been gone. The girl trembled all over as if her bones had been pulled out. Her whole body went limp, and she fell to the ground. Her bright eyes were filled with pitiful tears. She bit her lip and looked at the high and mighty crown prince, who seemed like an unapproachable god. There was a faint smile in his eyes, and his appearance was as gentle as the spring breeze caressing the moon. However, his merciless attack was so fast that it made people despair. If it weren't for the suffocating coldness of the sword, she might have drowned in that faint smile and gentle gaze. At this time, the crowd gasped in unison again. The hyena that was stopped by Crown Prince Lian's shout did not move again, but the person who moved was our dear Xiao Mu. When Crown Prince Lian attacked the girl, Xiao Mu hastily rolled forward and reached the giant hyena's belly in a few steps. Friends, it's a new article. Come and bookmark, recommend, and review the one-stop service. Moi carrot before the crowd could finish gasping, they saw the little figure suddenly pull out the dagger tied to her calf. Her movements were nimble and swift as she drew 6 long bloody lines on the hyena's abdomen. It wasn't until the hyena's painful howls that the crowd's expression changed from dumbfounded to extreme shock. They all felt that they couldn't immediately adapt to the situation. The hyena's skin was thick and its body was huge. How could Xiao Qiao's little dagger cut open the big guy's abdomen in an instant? In this world, although hyenas were not as strong as mystical beasts and were only ordinary wild beasts in the forest, they were huge in size, astonishingly fast, and powerful in attack. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them, but why did it look like they were killed so easily in the hands of this little girl? Looking at the hyena that was rolling back and forth on the ground with its internal organs and blood dripping down, most people could not help but turn around and vomit as well. They felt that this scarlet visual conflict was too shocking, The little girl stood beside the giant hyena that was slowly curling up into a ball and gradually dying. A few drops of the hyena's blood sprayed on her wooden little face, staining the corner of her eyebrows and the left side of her face, adding a bit of scarlet coldness to her. The 12-year-old girl hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the cold-blooded and terrifying Crown Prince Lien wanting to kill her. When she saw the scene in front of her, she lost control of her emotions for a moment. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed. Aha! Monster, the damned girl in front of her was a monster. How could such a small child act so quickly and decisively, killing a giant hyena in front of everyone? Xiao Mu's figure flitted in front of the girl at an incredible speed, and the instant she spread her fingers, she grabbed the other party's neck and flung her to the ground. She then fiercely tightened her grip, successfully extinguishing the girl's unpleasant screams. There was an extremely strange silence in the assembly hall. Everyone felt that the scene in front of them was particularly strange. Little Arbor's height didn't even reach the girl's shoulder. His arms and legs were as thin as beans, but he had such terrifying strength. He instantly grabbed the girl's throat and grabbed her lifeline. The people of the Tiandao sect were dumbfounded. They were stunned for half a minute before one of the young disciples woke up and shouted, "Stupid girl, you dare to lay your hands on Miss Lu?" A fist smashed towards Arbor's back. Arbor nimbly turned around and quickly blocked Miss Lu's fist. Seeing that the huge fist was about to hit Miss Lu's pale face, the disciple was so scared that he hurriedly pulled back his fist. However, because he couldn't control his strength freely, he was injured by the backlash of his own strength. He staggered back a few steps and sat on the ground. Arbor grabbed Miss Lu's neck and dragged her forward. He raised his leg and kicked the disciple's jaw. The sound of the disciple's jaw shattering was especially shocking in the silent meeting hall. Everyone looked at her with a petrified expression, only to see Arbor kick the back of Miss Lu's knee, making her kneel on the ground. Arbor grabbed the back of Miss Lu's neck with one hand and slammed her head on the ground with all his strength. With a loud bang, Miss Lu was forced to kneel. Her forehead heavily hit the yellow sand, making a muffled sound. It was like a heavy hammer smashing into everyone's heart. Senior Marshal Brother Ji and a group of Tiandao sect disciples came down from the mountain carrying 5 or 6 baskets. When they saw this cruel scene, they instantly howled and rushed towards Arbor. "What are you doing? How dare you be so cruel to Junior Marshal Sister Lu?" Without waiting for Senior Brother Ji and his group to angrily launch an attack, Xiaomu had already grabbed Miss Lu's messy hair and dragged her to her side like a marionette. In the next second, a snow-white dagger was placed horizontally across Miss Lu's neck, successfully stopping Senior Brother Ji and his group in their tracks. Their eyes all carried traces of fear and anger. "Let Junior Sister Lu go. We can still spare your life." 2 Tiandao sect disciples glared at Arbor with murderous intent. Arbor coldly glanced at the 2 people and ignored them. He pulled the dagger in his hand and cut Miss Lu's snow-white forehead. Ah! Miss Lu seemed to have just recovered from the shock of being beaten. The sharp pain on her forehead and the terrifying feeling of sticky blood dripping down made her tremble uncontrollably. She screamed out in a high-pitched voice. But very quickly, a cold sensation on her neck caused her to completely shut up, leaving only her body trembling uncontrollably. The Tiandao sect disciples were so angry that they raised their fists and were about to charge forward. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Lien's mocking voice came from the side. "I advise you to take a good look before making a move." Senior Brother Ji also reflexively reached out to block that impulsive disciple. When he heard Crown Prince Lien's words, he couldn't help but be startled and turned to carefully size up Arbor. His gaze actually changed slightly, and it immediately stopped on the little girl's small hand holding the dagger. That small hand looked soft and weak, but a faint white light covered it, making the dagger in her hand lustrous and ghastly white. "Mystic energy." Senior Brother Ji's expression was startled, but it soon turned to joy. He really didn't expect that such a precious mystic cultivator would appear in such an insignificant and shabby village. Looking at the girl's appearance, it seemed like her mystic meridians had just awakened. He didn't know how she muddle-headedly activated her mystic meridians and activated her mystic energy. Although everyone could attempt to activate their mystic meridians at the age of 7, under normal circumstances, they could only do so under the guidance of their seniors and teachers and after using their own mystic energy as a guide. Moreover, it was very rare to succeed in activating mystic meridians on the first try. On the entire Seacone planet, the number of mystic cultivators only accounted for 1 in 10,000 of the total population. In other words, in the entire Seacone planet, ordinary people without mystic veins occupied the vast majority. From this, it could be seen how precious Xian masters were. Every appearance of a mystic cultivator was bound to be a grand event that caused a sensation. It could be seen that the girl's current profound energy aura was still very weak, so much so that her control over it wasn't very good. It was faintly discernible from time to time, but she was able to successfully open her own profound veins without the guidance of a teacher. This kind of talent was worthy of being said to be shocking. At this time, senior brother Ji still hadn't expected that his junior sister Lu, who was a level 2 mystic cultivator, wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the savage little girl. She didn't even have the strength to resist. Senior brother Ji's expression clearly relaxed. Little girl, you're a mystic cultivator, and so are we. The Heavenly Tao sect had always welcomed all mystic cultivators with the greatest enthusiasm. One had to know that all the Xian masters in the world were kindred spirits. If you have anything to say, we can talk it out. Release junior sister Lu first. Arbor flipped his hand, revealing 3 glaring bloodstains on the back of his left hand. His eyes were emotionless as he stared at his opponent coldly. Senior brother Ji's outstretched hand suddenly trembled. For some reason, his mind went blank on the spot, and he shouted, "Compensation, compensation! We're willing to compensate. Everyone, senior brother Ji." The Heavenly Tao sect disciples around him all felt their faces flush. Wasn't the senior brother Ji too quick to change sides? This dramatic scene simply left everyone at a loss for what to do. Senior martial brother Ji swiped through the air and took out a rectangular treasure chest inlaid with a dozen small red gems. He beamed as he handed it over to Arbor. When the treasure chest was opened, the light of pearls and jades inside nearly blinded everyone's eyes. The villagers of Kwoto village had never seen so much jewelry in their lives. The women and girls of Kwoto village usually only used a fishbone hairpin or an ordinary, low-quality wooden hairpin to tie up their hair. Even jade hairpins were rarely seen, so when had they ever used such expensive jewelry? A trace of envy appeared in their eyes, and their gazes gradually became fervent as they looked at the treasure chest. Who wouldn't like jewelry surrounded by pearls and jades? Senior martial brother Ji was full of confidence, but who would have thought that he would encounter such an oddity? Arbor glanced at the chest and then retracted his gaze, clearly showing his lack of interest. What was even more amazing was that this child even forcefully patted the gold-embroidered pouch that he had stuffed into his chest. Others didn't understand what Arbor meant, but how could senior martial brother Ji and some Tiandao sect people not understand? This little fellow clearly said that he wanted gold. He only wanted gold. He didn't like jewelry. He didn't want it. Everyone from Tiandao sect twitched their mouths. Senior martial brother Ji helplessly put away the treasure chest and handed it to Arbor with a box of small gold ingots. He opened the lid of the chest for her to take a look, and a dazzling golden and orange light once again blinded the villagers of Kwoto village. "Here are 300 taels of gold as compensation for you, little miss." Senior martial brother Ji said with a chuckle, "That dead hyena was the main culprit who scratched you, little miss. Now, it only has itself to blame for its death. Our Tiandao sect very sincerely compensates you, so please let go of our junior martial sister Lu first." Arbor glanced over and exerted force in his hand, abruptly pushing Lu Yexin forward without even looking to see if she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, senior martial brother Ji quickly reached out to support her, and Arbor took the opportunity to take the gold chest. He closed the lid with a bang and turned to leave without looking back. Senior martial brother Ji, who was used to the little girl taking the money and leaving without saying a word, couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. He hurriedly said, "Please wait. Little miss, on the 15th day of the 10th month every year, all the sects, schools, and aristocratic families will gather in the imperial capital, Guanlon City, and recruit mystic cultivators from all over the country. If you're interested, you can come to our Heavenly Tao sect on that day and register for the profound strength test. At that time, there will be a specialized teacher to teach you how to accurately use mystic conscious and open the inner world unique to us mystic cultivators." Senior brother Ji's eyes curved into crescents as he watched the girl stop in her tracks, anticipating that she would turn around. The surrounding villagers were also envious. They looked at Arbor, who had stopped in his tracks, and thought, old Xiao's family is really amazing this time. How great of an honor was it to have a mystic cultivator appear in the family without anyone noticing. Inner world. It was an unusual treasure that normal people didn't even dare to think about. It was said that mystic cultivators who opened their inner world could immediately possess 3 to 5 cubic meters of storage space and could carry many personal items with them, especially those precious treasures that they didn't feel safe leaving outside. Compared to the storage cabinets made by artificers and placed in various cities, the inner world was clearly more convenient, faster, and had more privacy. Thus, tens of thousands of normal people were endlessly envious. Arbor's footsteps only paused for a moment before he returned to his parents' side without looking back. Senior Marshal Brother G was dumbfounded, and a disciple beside him angrily roared, "What's with that attitude? Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you've become a mystic cultivator. The path of a mystic cultivator is very long. Without the earnest guidance of seniors and teachers, you can't even display 1% of your mystic energy's effectiveness. Senior Marshal Brother G kindly invited you to join our Heavenly Tao sect. Don't be so ignorant and blindly arrogant and conceited." Not interested. Arbor finally turned around and glanced at the Heavenly Tao sect crowd as if he was being charitable. In front of the petrified crowd, his voice was cold, heartless, and terrifyingly clear as he spat out 3 words. "WH what?" That Heavenly Tao sect disciple's chest felt stuffy, and he stammered, almost unable to recover his wits. This girl actually said she wasn't interested? Not interested? She said she wasn't interested. Not only did this dazed Heavenly Tao sect disciple think that he had misheard, but all the surrounding Quoto village villagers also thought that they were hallucinating. It couldn't be. How could Xiao Mu, this little girl, flatly refuse the Heavenly Tao sect's invitation? Eh? So you're not a mute? Crown Prince Lien, who suddenly turned in front of Arbor, was so fast that even Arbor's parents felt their vision blur. Before Qiao Zhongbang could react, he found that his daughter had been grabbed by the temperamental Crown Prince Lien, and he retreated a few steps to the side of the crowd. Arbor, who had just returned to her parents' side and hadn't had time to speak with them, was instantly very displeased. She glared at Crown Prince Lien, and her entire body automatically emitted a cold aura that kept people away. However, this lord actually completely ignored her. Not only was he not afraid of being frostbitten by the cold aura, he even openly left the crowd with the child in his arms. The dozen or so black-clothed youths all looked at each other for a long time, and the same question appeared in their eyes at the same time. They had just discovered that the Lord's order to not let unrelated people get close to him seemed to have no effect on this little girl, sitting on a withered tree trunk as thick as an arm. All she could see was the withered trees of Hulun Mountain. The scene of decline was just like this chaotic world, making one unable to see the slightest bit of hope. However, the world didn't know that under this withered land, there was a paradise with abundant resources hidden in the depths of Hulun Mountain. The baskets of magnetite that they dug out today were nothing. There was a large magnetite mine mountain in the paradise, and it was undulating with countless magnetite. In her previous life, this paradise was excavated when she was 10 years old, and it caused a commotion among various factions. People were greedy, and several major factions fiercely fought over it, resulting in countless casualties. At that time, the zombie disaster had already erupted, and the world was hard for people to survive. This resource-rich mystic realm became the holy land that almost everyone yearned for. Unfortunately, after continuous excavations and looting, as well as the constant destruction of the flames of war, the entire Peach Garden secret realm was destroyed in less than 3 months. You're not a mute. The feeling of his fingers pinching her cheeks pulled her thoughts back from a faraway place. Glaring angrily at the smiling handsome face, Arbor couldn't help but roar in his heart, "You're the mute, your whole family is mute." "My whole family isn't mute." Crown Prince Lien instantly understood the little girl's gaze. His sudden remark made Arbor roll his eyes. The young man smiled and didn't get angry. He just pulled Arbor's small hand, opened her curled palm, and turned it over. His gaze fell on the 3 red marks. Arbor tried to pull his hand back but failed. He glared angrily but did not say anything. He was unhappy. "Alright, stop messing around. I'm helping you bandage your wounds. If the wound isn't treated properly, your hand will become ugly." The young man reached out and grabbed a cup of clean water out of thin air. He carefully washed Arbor's left hand and wiped it clean with a white handkerchief. A bottle of ointment concocted with a secret recipe appeared out of thin air in her hand. When she opened the lid, a faint fragrance assailed her nostrils. Xiaomu's emotionless eyes suddenly twitched, and her beady black eyeballs rolled. "You like it? I'll give it to you when I'm done." The young man was applying the ointment for Arbor. His hands didn't stop moving, and he didn't even raise his head as he spoke with a smile. Xiaomu did not refuse when she heard this. It was already the middle of the 6th lunar month. If the pattern from her previous life did not reverse and the timing matched, then a terrifying calamity would erupt on the first day of the 7th lunar month 15 days later, the calamity of zombies. At that time, surviving in this chaotic world would be even more difficult than it was now. Medicine was something that everyone would use. When this ointment was applied, the wound would no longer feel pain. It had an excellent hemostatic effect, and the color of the wound would immediately lighten. There was a heaven and earth difference between the efficacy of this ointment and the low-grade medicine circulating in the world. It must be an excellent medicine. Since someone was so generous as to give it to her, she would accept it. Alright, the wound will basically scab over at night. After you wake up, your hand will be as good as new. The youth held her thin wrist and gently blew on it. It doesn't hurt anymore. Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Did he think he was an apothecary? Blowing on air. She did know that after the zombie outbreak in her previous life, a group of people with special abilities appeared in addition to mystic cultivators, including apothecaries with medicinal properties all over their bodies. A high-level apothecary could indeed heal a person's wound with just a few breaths, but the prerequisite was that you were an apothecary. And you had to be a high-level apothecary or above. Your every breath carried medicinal properties, and you could heal a group of people by just casually blowing a few breaths containing medicinal properties. But youth, you're not an apothecary. Arbor tried to pull her hand back but couldn't, so she glared at him angrily. That's enough. I've already applied medicine and bandaged your wound. Why aren't you letting go? Crown Prince Lian ignored the little girl's glare and even pinched her puffy cheeks. Why aren't you talking? I'm not in the mood. You have to talk even if you're not in the mood. People need to communicate with each other to understand each other. Who the hell wants to understand you? A certain child glared at him with her round eyes, almost wanting to curse. Mo Lian burst into laughter and poked her fleshy cheeks. We're friends. Friends? Arbor's pitch-black eyes gradually cooled, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over those beautiful eyes, chilling them to the bone. I don't need it. She didn't need things like friends? Friends? What are friends? Friends were meant to be sold, it was just that the price was high and the price was low. The friend she had trusted had sent her into an experimental cage, broke her limbs, and made her crawl in the dark forever. He used some strange little hammers and nails to hit her body, looking for clues to expand her inner world. In the past, she naively believed that there was such a thing as true love in this world. And then? Other than her mother, who had passed away early due to depression, it seemed that no one had ever given her such a luxurious gift. Later on, she didn't need it anymore. She didn't need anything. Now? I don't need such a tacky thing. Friends? True feelings? She didn't have it, and she didn't need anyone to give it to her, because it was nice to be alone. It was clearly a pair of watery, round, and beautiful eyes, but they contained such a cold light. This was really too incongruous. Jojo, we will be friends. The young man tilted his head slightly, with a hint of interest and expectation in his eyes. Look, even if you don't open your mouth to speak, I can instantly understand your thoughts. What does this mean? This is the so-called fate, isn't it? Arbor's eyes flashed with vigilance. She snatched the ointment from the young man's hand and jumped down from the tree. As Xiaomu fled, the youth's lustrous phoenix eyes filled with interest and anticipation flashed past her eyes from time to time. This kind of interested gaze was like looking at a little pet. It reminded her of her previous life, the man who doted on her like she was a kitten or a puppy. He treated her like a small animal and locked her up in an iron cage. He fed her 5 or 6 meals a day and served her well. Every time there was a festival or when he attended a banquet, He would dress her up beautifully and carry her out for others to see. She would receive the praise of others against her will. Every time he heard others praise her beauty and uniqueness, the man's eyes would curve into crescents and emit a gentle light. That pair of dark green eyes that were as deep as emerald seemed to have magical powers that could suck a person's soul bit by bit into a boundless emerald vortex. He would look at you with a smile like that, making you unable to reject him. She had had enough of those terrifying days. In the depths of her heart, this man who was as powerful and perverted as the devil had become her lifelong nightmare. Every time she thought of her previous life, she would wake up from her nightmares again and again. Then, she told herself, "Arbor, you've been reborn. Your life has started all over again." In this life, she must turn everything around and not let herself suffer any more grievances or pain, don't have any interest in her. Her heart was already a pool of stagnant water that had been sealed in ice for thousands of years. No one could penetrate it. Unless you want to completely understand what it meant to be heartbroken, and what it meant to be covered in cuts and bruises, anyone who was interested in her would die in her hands sooner or later. There was no exception. In his cold eyes, a poisonous light shot out like a sharp arrow. When it landed on his mother, who was looking forward to it, it instantly turned into a spring drizzle. It was so docile that there was no longer a trace of bone-chilling coldness. Mo Lian, who was silently following behind Xiao Mu, slowly halted his footsteps and creased his brows imperceptibly. A black figure appeared beside him. The short-haired young man looked in Arbor's direction with his eagle-like eyes. His tone was hesitant. "Master, what happened?" Mo Lian shook her head slightly and retracted the trace of melancholy in her eyes. Without turning her head, she asked, "How is Mo Ting now?" "The third prince was taken away by the Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect has said that if you want to get the third prince back, you must take out 100 mid-grade magnetite in exchange." What a bunch of whimsical lunatics. Mo Lian laughed mockingly. "Is Mo Ting worth 100 mid-grade magnetite?" "It's not worth it, Grandpa." The black-clothed youth also chuckled. "Well, it's obviously not worth it." Just now, the people from the Heavenly Dao sect had carried 5 to 6 baskets down the mountain. How many magnetite could the artificers refine from them? "Do you have 50 pieces of low-grade magnetite?" "Not necessarily, Grandpa," the black-clothed youth added. Mo Lian scoffed. "That's why I say they're a bunch of idiots with wild imaginations. The people from the Tiandao sect said that if they can't gather 100 mid-grade magnetite within 3 days, they'll punish His Highness the Third Prince." "Tsk," Mo Lian chuckled and shook her head. "If that's the case, then he died a worthy death. Who told my dear older brother to steal magnetite mines out of all the things he could do?" Nominally, all the magnetite mines on planet Seacombe are mined and collected by the Tiandao sect, and then the resources are uniformly allocated. This rule has been in place for a long time. Although many people have tried to break it, at least they haven't broken it yet, right? However, in private, there were also many countries' higher-ups who secretly found mines to mine. This was something that everyone was well aware of. So many people were privately mining mines, but why didn't the Tiandao sect find anyone else but his older brother, Mo Ting? It could only mean that Mo Ting, this child, didn't have enough intelligence but still wanted to show off. Now, he could only bear the consequences himself. If that's the case, noble Consort Lin probably won't let the matter rest, the black-clothed youth muttered softly. Mo Lian snorted. Then let her gather 100 mid-grade magnetite herself and redeem him from the Heavenly Dao sect. We don't need to care. Yes, sir. Mo Lian turned around and glanced at Arbor's small courtyard, a faint light swirling in her eyes. Sir, shouldn't we have a good chat with that mystic cultivator girl and see if we can recruit her into the Dragon Saliva Guard? The black-clothed youth continued, she's a good seedling that's hard to come by. We can't let the Heavenly Dao sect benefit from her. Mo Lian glanced at him and said with a spurious smile, this ice-cold little girl isn't as easy to fool and approach as you imagine. From what I see, this little thing's heart is forged from 1,000-year-old cold stone at such a young age. However, when he thought of that little girl's expressionless face, he wanted to tear it open and dig out the little thing inside. It really did seem very interesting. Arbor was carried to sit on a stool, her hand still hugging that box of ointment. Her mother sized her up from head to toe for a moment, and her wooden little face almost collapsed. She truly felt a bit helpless. She was no longer a child. Disregarding those days of wandering aimlessly in the void, she had lived for at least 26 years in her previous life. "Jojo, you scared Mama to death." Wei Ziqing hugged her daughter and said half grumpily and half anxiously, "You can't be so inconsiderate in the future, okay?" Arbor nodded. When she looked up and saw that her father's eyes were filled with abnormal joy, she couldn't help but raise her brows and snicker inwardly. She was very familiar with her father's gaze. It was a gaze filled with anticipation, gratification, and pride. Did he think that she had won honor for the Qiao family? Pfft, she remembered that her father was also a mystic cultivator in the past. He activated his mystic meridians at the age of 11 and was taken away by the Qiao family in Guanlan City at the age of 12 for intensive grooming. At the age of 13, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat in the clan competition and was taken away by Daybreak Sect, one of the 3 sects that came to select talents. Everyone thought that Qiao Zhongbang would have a meteoric rise and that his future would be limitless. But unexpectedly, at the age of 15, he was sent back to Quoto village and was no longer able to regain his former glory. His profound veins were damaged and his profound strength was lost, causing him to be looked down upon by everyone in the clan. But it was this foolishly filial man who, after receiving so much unfair treatment, was still extremely loyal to his family and still had deep expectations and thoughts for his clansmen. Naive? Kind? What's the use of this thing? When life is in despair, these beautiful fairy tales can only be found in fairy tales. They can't pull people out of the abyss. They can't, Qiao family? What was the Qiao clan? She had opened her mystic meridians at the age of 7 in Arbor and entered the ranks of mystic cultivators. She didn't care for this so-called glory at all. Whether it was now or in the future, her achievements and everything she could control in the future would have nothing to do with the Qiao family. She had climbed up bit by bit from hell where the void was shattered and from the yellow springs of infinite despair. Her heart had long turned into a deep, icy spring. She couldn't summon the slightest bit of warmth or tenderness toward those hypocritical clansmen. "Jojo." Her mother's call caused her expression to relax slightly. Her eyes were no longer as cold as before as she calmly looked over. Wei Ziqing dazedly glanced at her daughter. She felt that ever since her daughter accidentally rolled down the hill in front of the school 3 days ago and woke up from her coma, her temperament seemed to have undergone a great change. Something seemed to be different from before. "Jojo, can you tell father how you activated your mystic meridians?" Qiao Zhongbang looked into his daughter's pitch-black eyes and was momentarily stunned. His daughter's eyes were so deep that it made one's heart sink. It was an indescribable feeling. In theory, everyone could activate their mystic meridians at the age of 7 under the guidance of the Mystic Cultivator Association's guidance. However, in reality, not everyone could successfully activate their mystic meridians at the age of 7. In fact, during the 7th month of every year, there would be guidance teachers overseeing the major cities and towns. They would wait for the children from the nearby villages to head to the designated location to help them activate their mystic meridians and test their mystic strength. Every year, there would be children who would attempt to activate their mystic meridians, but most of them came with hope and returned with disappointment. Those who could become mystic cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Some children would attempt to activate their mystic meridians year after year with hope, but they would return with disappointment and even despair. When they reached the age of 15, the guidance teacher would solemnly announce that they had failed to activate their mystic meridians and had no hope of becoming a mystic cultivator in this lifetime. In theory, boys and girls over the age of 15 had no hope of activating their mystic meridians and becoming a mystic cultivator. However, Arbor was an exception in her previous life. She remembered that she activated her mystic meridians on her own at the age of 16 in her previous life. Thus, Senior Brother G's words about a specialized teacher teaching her how to use mystic energy accurately and how to activate the inner world unique to mystic cultivators were not attractive to her. With the memories of her previous life, Arbor knew the basic techniques of controlling mystic energy. As for her inner world, she did not need anyone to teach her. She could just find a free time to return to her room and activate it on her own. Speaking of which, even after living 2 lives, she still did not understand what was going on with her mystic meridians. Whenever she wasn't paying attention, her profound veins would mysteriously open on their own. For example, when she was fighting Lu Yixin this time, she had naturally covered her weapon with a layer of profound energy. She didn't even realize when she had opened her profound veins until Crown Prince Lian gave her the signal. If things were to develop according to the trajectory of her previous life, wasn't it a little too early for her to activate her mystic meridians at the age of 7? What did it mean that it was early by a full 9 years? Perhaps, many things had changed with her rebirth. Everything was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Arbor's eyes deepened as he fell into deep thought. Jojo. Seeing their daughter in a daze, her parents felt a little helpless. Why do I feel that my daughter's mind is wandering more and more these days? Jojo. Thump 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 thump. Rapid knocks on the door shook the door. Wei Ziqin hastily turned around to open the door. Just as she opened the door, a hoarse voice shouted, "Eldest sister-in-law, the moment I entered the village, I heard the villagers say that our old Qiao's family produced a 7-year-old mystic cultivator." Ha ha ha, is that our Jojo? Where's Jojo? Second uncle, you're back. Wei Ziqin hurriedly stepped aside with a smile and invited Xiao Zhongxing in. The two hadn't taken more than 2 steps, one in front and one behind, when they heard a commotion outside the door. Young Aunt Su Jiao pinched her throat and quickly walked in, shouting, "Yo, it's eldest brother and sister-in-law." It hasn't even been half a day, but our little Qiao's glorious deeds have spread throughout the village. Mother especially had me come over to tell eldest brother and sister-in-law to bring little Qiao to the main family. When second uncle was invited in by mother, Arbor had already retreated from his mental wandering. When he saw young aunt calling out with a fake smile, he instinctively knitted his brows in displeasure. It was within Arbor's expectations that elderly Lady Qiao would summon their family in the middle of the night. Arbor was well aware of this elderly lady's personality. She was a selfish, suspicious, jealous, and prideful person. In her previous life, her mother had died of depression partly because of elderly Lady Qiao's sneaky actions. Elderly Lady Qiao was a hypocrite who secretly pranked her mother to death while bragging about how good she was to her eldest daughter-in-law. If elderly Lady Qiao didn't ascertain her identity overnight, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Of course, Arbor believed that after elderly Lady Qiao ascertained her identity as a mystic cultivator, she would probably be burned by the flames of jealousy and be unable to sleep for an entire night. When Wei Ziqin held Arbor's hand as they walked through the door, she glanced around and saw an elderly lady sitting at the head of the table. Her appearance matched that of the mean and thin elderly lady in her memory. She had a dark and thin face, sharp cheeks, and a pair of gloomy old eyes. No matter how much she dressed up like an elderly lady from a wealthy family, it couldn't conceal the pettiness in her bones. Mother. Father Qiao Zhongbang, Mother Wei Ziqin, second uncle Qiao Zhongxing, and youngest aunt Su Jiao all bowed respectfully to elderly Lady Qiao. After youngest aunt bowed, she walked to her husband Qiao Zhongheng's side and chuckled as she held on to her 4-year-old son, little chubby Qiao Long. The small hall was filled with people. Other than eldest aunt Qiao Wenqiu, who was married off to Lu City's city district, second uncle, youngest uncle's family, and youngest aunt Qiao Wenwan, who was about to get married this September, were all present. Arbor couldn't help but snicker inwardly. It really was a tripartite hearing. This old one was actually present at the gathering just now, but this old one was rather far away from the crowd, so I didn't see clearly what happened. It's just that I heard from the villagers that our old Qiao family produced the youngest mystic cultivator in the village, so this old one wanted to ask you clearly whether this matter is true or not. As elderly Lady Qiao spoke, her gloomy eyes stared unwaveringly at Qiao Mu. The funny thing was that his foolish father thought that old madam was as happy and proud as he was that her daughter had become a mystic cultivator, so he impatiently summoned them overnight to clarify things. Qiao Zhongbang nodded and said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. This is definitely true. We saw it with our own eyes. Also, the experts from Tiandao sect have confirmed that our Qiao is a mystic cultivator." The old lady's eyebrows and lips drooped as she grunted in agreement. Then, she asked coldly, "I heard that in Arbor, she sternly rejected the invitation of senior brother Ji from Tiandao sect? He even dared to injure a young miss of the heavenly Dao sect? Is this true?" Qiao Zhongbang's heart sank. He hurriedly lowered his head and answered respectfully, "It's like this, mother. That miss from Tiandao sect made the first move. I'm asking you if this matter is true." Elderly Lady Qiao angrily shouted with a frown as she heavily slammed the black wooden table. Qiao Zhongbang immediately knelt on the floor and nodded in fear and trepidation. Yes, it's true. Mom, don't be angry. His mother was a widow with 3 sons and 2 daughters. She had painstakingly raised them to adulthood and started a family after so many years. All the children in the family had absolute respect for this widow, including Qiao Zhongbang. Seeing that his mother was angry, Qiao Zhongbang immediately gave in. Foolish. Elderly Lady Qiao fiercely reprimanded, the children are insensible, but are you 2 adults also insensible? What kind of place is Tiandao sect? Is it something you can offend? Is Tiandao sect's young miss someone a village girl like her can hit or scold? Elderly Lady Qiao slammed the table and chair loudly as she angrily reprimanded, you're pushing old Qiao's family into a frying pan and roasting it. Old Madame Qiao scowled and her father, Qiao Zhongbang, immediately felt ashamed and apologized profusely. Qiao Mu averted her gaze, and a frigid smile spread across her lips. She had long given up hope for her father, so she wasn't disappointed when she saw him immediately concede to old Madame Qiao. Arbor. Old Madame Qiao coldly called out her name. While the guests from Tiandao sect haven't left yet, go apologize to Miss Lu from Tiandao sect tomorrow. Even if you have to kowtow 9 times for every 3 steps, go through fire and water, you have to do it. In any case, you must obtain Miss Lu's forgiveness and don't cause trouble for our Qiao family. I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude is that? Old Madame Qiao couldn't help but become furious when she saw that the child tilted her head and refused to look at her. After talking for so long, he didn't react at all. Old Madame Qiao had never liked this cowardly child who hid from everyone. She could tell that the child was petty and unpresentable. Whenever she saw the child's evasive gaze, she would get angry. But today, the situation was a little strange. This child wasn't like before, hiding behind her mother, Wei Ziqin, whenever she was scolded and counting her fingers pitifully. Instead, the gaze she occasionally shot over was as dark as a pool of stagnant water in an old well, making old Madame Qiao feel very uncomfortable. Jojo. Father, Qiao Zhongbang, also frowned and turned to look at Arbor, who was tilting her head. Grandmother is talking to you. When Qiaomu heard this, she turned her head and stared straight at elderly Lady Qiao, who was sitting at the head of the table. Elderly Lady Qiao's entire body shuddered from this bone-chilling gaze, and she reflexively leaned back. Jojo didn't do anything wrong. Mother, Wei Ziqin, was eager to protect her daughter and hurriedly argued, Miss Lu made the first move. If Jojo didn't dodge, he would have, shut up. The old lady was frightened by Arbor and felt a trace of fear in her heart. Now that she saw her daughter-in-law, who was usually submissive, actually dared to refute her, she couldn't help but feel angry. She angrily scolded and interrupted Wei Ziqin's words, who is Miss Lu? Who was Arbor? So what if she was scolded and beaten by Miss Lu? Was it worth it for her to retaliate so heavily? Don't think that just because this child has entered the ranks of mystic cultivators now, she thinks she's invincible and can look down on everyone. Tiandao sect's strength is right there. Are you trying to hit a rock with an egg and seek your own destruction? Mother, please calm down. Qiao Zhongbang hurriedly comforted her and turned to give Wei Ziqin a look, telling her to shut up and stop talking. I'll leave this matter to you guys. The old lady harumphed coldly and stood up. Zhongbang, if you still see me as your mother and are still willing to listen to your mother, then you will personally escort your good daughter to Tiandao sect's camp tomorrow and solemnly apologize to Miss Lu. Arbor curled his lips and stood to the side without saying a word. That was fine. She would wait until tomorrow to see if her father would really escort her to Tiandao sect to apologize. She would see if this man she called father would further disappoint her and her mother. Arbor's eyes contained a smile, but that smile was gloomy and cold. The moment they met, the old lady's entire body trembled, and her teeth chattered as she involuntarily shivered. When she looked again, the old lady's eyes were so calm that there wasn't the slightest ripple. How could anyone tell that the girl was smiling? She stood there, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to be a black gate to hell. Countless bony hands burrowed out of the ground and roared soundlessly. A cold snort that resembled a wooden sculpture appeared at the corner of the little girl's mouth, inexplicably raising goosebumps. Ziqin, wait, Ziqin. After exiting the main door, Wei Ziqing picked up Arbor without a word and hurried on her way. She didn't even bother to look at Xiao Zhongbang. Ziqing. Xiao Zhongbang caught up with the mother and daughter in 3 steps and reached out to take Arbor from Wei Ziqing's arms. Ziqing, calm down and listen to me. Wei Ziqing suddenly turned sideways and avoided Xiao Zhongbang's arm. I don't want to listen to anything. My Jojo didn't do anything wrong. If she didn't resist at that time, would she have waited to be killed? Your mother is unreasonable. My Jojo won't apologize to anyone. If you want to do it yourself. Go and do what you promised your mother. Ziqing, how can you say that to mother? It's not easy for mother, shut up. Wei Ziqing's sudden outburst shocked Arbor. One must know that in her previous life, Wei Ziqing's personality was so soft that even when old lady Qiao bullied her, she would always swallow her anger. This time, her mother went against the mother and son of the Qiao family for her. Although Arbor didn't say anything, her heart was filled with gratitude. This was her mother. So in your mother's eyes, that Miss Lu is high and mighty and incomparably honorable. My daughter isn't human? What's wrong with beating and scolding her? If she's not good, why doesn't she send herself to be beaten and scolded? Miss Lu is the daughter of a sect and a noble family. My daughter is also the apple of my eye. No one can bully her. Wei Ziqing's voice choked as she spoke. She glared at Xiao Zhongbang with red eyes and said, Xiao Zhongbang, let me tell you, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to live anymore. Xiao Zhongbang was dumbfounded. He watched as his wife hugged their daughter and left in a huff. He sighed bitterly and hurried after them. When they reached home, Wei Ziqing turned around to close the door. Xiao Zhongbang hurriedly blocked the door with his body and tried his best to squeeze himself in. Looking at her father's disheveled appearance, Qiaomu inwardly pursed her lips. Ziqing, tell me, why are you so impulsive? You're pregnant, so careless. Xiao Zhongbang went forward to help Wei Ziqing. The latter didn't appreciate his kindness at all. She flung him off and went into the house. With a bang, she slammed the door in Xiao Zhongbang's face. Let me tell you, Xiao Zhongbang, Jojo, will not apologize to that spoiled and arrogant young lady tomorrow. Xiao Zhongbang stared dumbfounded at the tightly shut door. His head drooped dejectedly. She heard her mother's even breathing. Wei Ziqing was frightened and tired today. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. 3-year-old Jolin's chubby little body was next to her mother. She was also sleeping very soundly. Arbor's little hand gently stroked her little sister's chubby little face. The image of a child lying in the rain with bruises all over his body and his cheeks so thin that they were almost sunken and flashed before her eyes. She shook her head violently and subconsciously held Jolin's little hand tightly. In this life, the 3 of them would never walk the same path as before. Jolin groaned in pain from being pinched. Arbor hurriedly let go of her hand. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. She had a myriad of thoughts. At one moment, she remembered that the zombie outbreak was about to happen. She had to hurry and prepare to buy some necessities. At the next moment, she thought about buying a large amount of goods. Why don't I discuss it with second uncle Qiao Zhongxing? Second uncle was the owner of the bun shop in town. It should be fine to ask him to buy things. As she pondered, Qiaomu sank into dreamland. In her dream, the little girl walked barefoot with a confused look on her face. When she stepped on something, the soles of her feet hurt a little. In reality, Arbor was snuggling up to her mother. She wasn't sleeping very well, and her delicate little eyebrows were furrowed. How could she step on something that hurt her feet when she was sleeping on the bed? It really made her speechless. Little Arbor forcefully lifted one of her little feet. When she looked up, she was completely stunned. The child subconsciously reached out and pinched her thin cheeks. Yes, it doesn't hurt. She must be dreaming, hee. No wonder she saw a mountain of jewelry that was more than 10 meters high when she looked up. Because her little feet were stepping on red, blue, and green gems that were so dazzling that they blinded her eyes, the soles of her feet hurt a little. Our dear Qiaomu reflexively moved her big toe that was sticking up. Why can her toes move? She opened her small mouth and pinched her arm again. She really didn't feel any pain. Yes, she must be dreaming. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but find it funny. It seemed that what she thought about during the day, she dreamed about it at night. She had been thinking about how to get some money to replenish her supplies before the zombie disaster broke out. In the middle of the night, she dreamed of a mountain of wealth filled with jewelry. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny, the child supported her chin with her hand and squatted down with a smile. She tilted her head and looked around. This place really wasn't big. It was only about 15 cubic meters, like a square box. The four sides and the sky were covered by a huge purple crystal screen. Purple crystal screen? Eh? That's not right. Why did she feel that it was getting more and more familiar? The child moved his rolling eyes and fixed his gaze on a pair of human-shaped stone sculptures that were as tall as a 3-story building beside the Golden Jewel Mountain. The stone statues were about the same height as the mountain of jewelry. She couldn't see their faces, but for some reason, Arbor felt that they were inexplicably familiar. She felt a sense of dependence and fondness. She picked up an emerald from the ground and held it in her hand, unconsciously rubbing it. Her little head turned left and right. Suddenly, she jumped 2 steps forward. Her little hands dug around in the pile of jewelry for a while and pulled out a delicately carved food box made of red sandalwood. Hee hee, Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. This dream was too funny. She saw gold, silver, and jewelry, and then she saw a food box. She used force with her 2 little hands and opened the lid of the food box. Haha, there were indeed 2 rows of 10 cute white and chubby meat buns. There were also a few round lollipops stuck in the gaps between the meat buns. How much of a money grubber was she to be able to dream of a mountain of gold and silver and dig out a food box filled with meat buns and lollipops from the mountain of gold? Ha! 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 Xianxia laughed 3 times. Suddenly, she felt her body being shaken. Arbor opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the 2 faces in front of her, one big and one small. Sister, what kind of sweet dream are you having? You just said. Ha. 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 I see meat buns. Xiaomu's head. Xiaomu, chow chow mu, chow, 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 chow chow, chow chow, chow chow, chow chow chow, chow chow chow, chow chow chow, chi chow chow, chow espt. On the side, Wei Ziqing could not hold back her laughter. She picked up her chubby youngest daughter and held Xiaomu's hand to pull her up. Chow Chow is having a sweet dream, right? Come on, we have to get up. Mother will go out to prepare breakfast. Jojo, take Xiaolin to wash up. After Wei Ziqing finished speaking, she got up, pushed the door open and left, leaving the little fatty Jolin behind. He shook her hand with all his might, trying to pull her off the bed. Sister. Wait. Xiaomu sat cross-legged on the bed, motionless. She closed her eyes and breathed in silence, shutting off her 5 senses as she guided a weak mystic energy to slowly circulate through her newly opened mystic meridians. This profound vein was extremely small and weak. Among the various tendons in the body, it was so weak that it was negligible. However, this was a necessary path to embark on the path of a mystic cultivator. Many people stopped before the mystic veins and were unable to step through the threshold of a mystic cultivator for the rest of their lives. Arbor held his breath and concentrated. He gathered this weak Xian energy into a strand and rushed it to the space between his eyebrows, turning it into a thin strand of Xian sense. Arbor was a bit excited. She didn't expect that she would be able to condense mystic energy between her brows and transform it into mystic conscious in an instant. In her previous life, she remembered that she had spent a total of 7 days, day and night, before she finally condensed her profound energy into profound consciousness. The teacher who guided her even said that this kind of aptitude was considered not bad, and that her speed of condensing profound consciousness was more than 3 times faster than ordinary people. Only those who could condense mystic conscious could be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of mystic cultivators and be able to use mystic conscious to open the door to their own inner world. Otherwise, if a mystic cultivator couldn't even open their own inner world, they would be a laughingstock. At this moment, the instant Arbor's mystic conscious formed, the excess mystic energy all retreated back to the mystic domain in the center of her lower abdomen. The mystic domain that her eyes could see now was only the size of an olive pit, so the mystic energy it could store was naturally pitifully little. Arbor secretly estimated that her current cultivation was probably around level 3 Mystic Cultivator. However, with her current age, a level 3 Mystic Cultivator was definitely in existence that would make everyone's jaws drop. In her previous life, the importance of Mystic Conscious was only recognized in the later stages of battle. Many great Mystic Cultivators who had already stepped into level 10 had devoted themselves to researching how to strengthen Mystic Conscious and expand their inner world. Mystic Conscious was condensed from Mystic Energy. If a person had 100% Mystic Energy, the Mystic Conscious they could condense would definitely not exceed 10% in the initial stage, and their inner world would naturally be pitifully small. However, through research in the later stages, Mystic Conscious could slowly increase through continuous training and strengthening. If a level 3 Mystic Cultivator's Mystic Conscious could reach 30% of Mystic Energy, it would definitely be much more powerful than someone with 10%. In battle, regardless of whether it was the speed or strength of Mystic Energy exerted, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, Arbor could clearly see the thin Mystic Conscious condensed in her mind gradually transform into a pair of frail little hands that forcefully pushed open a large door filled with white mist. Then, that pair of little hands transformed into a barefooted little person that shuffled through the door with great familiarity. Arbor's eyes flickered as she carefully looked at that little person's back figure. F***CK, wasn't this her Mystic Conscious avatar? Wait, Mystic Conscious avatar, how could something like an apparition appear now? She remembered that in her previous life, she had cultivated for close to 10 years before she finally succeeded in condensing something as high and mighty as an apparition of consciousness. This was because after the profound sense was transformed into a physical form, it could cultivate on its own at all times within the pool of consciousness. Compared to ordinary people who spent a lot of effort and constantly used various training methods to condense profound energy to strengthen and shape the profound sense, it was much simpler. A person with an apparition was like sitting on a mountain of gold and a group of strong, free labor. They just had to wait for the gold to fall into their pockets piece by piece. They probably didn't even need to count. Wait a minute. She might not have woken up from her dream. Huh? Why did the enclosed space that looked like a small box that the apparition had swayed into look so familiar? Wasn't this the scene of the golden mountain in her dream? No wonder he looked so familiar. Wasn't this the inner world that she had obtained in her previous life? The purple crystal curtains that filled the front, back, left, right, and top were, to put it bluntly, the walls of the inner world that formed a world. This was her inner world. Arbor opened her eyes and sat on the bed in a daze for a long time, forgetting to make a sound. Why was there a pile of gold and jewels in her newly opened inner world? There was also a food box filled with so many spicy meat buns buried under the gold mountain. She remembered that when she first entered the inner world in her previous life, that place was twice as small as it was now. Moreover, once she entered, other than the walls, there was really nothing else. She couldn't figure it out. No matter what, she couldn't figure it out. How could her inner world, which was supposed to be empty, contain so many gold, silver, jade, and jewels? Arbor tried to move a gold brick out of her inner world. As a result, she felt a slight stabbing pain in her mind, causing her to subconsciously close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, that rare mystic sense had already retreated from her inner world, and the door to her inner world had naturally closed. The apparition of her mystic sense was most likely locked in her inner world, and she could only let it fend for itself. Arbor sighed softly. With such weak mystic energy, she naturally couldn't condense her mystic sense for too long. This meant that even if she had a mountain of treasures, she wouldn't be able to take anything out. She thought for a moment and tried to move a small square wooden table in the corner of the room into her inner world. Then, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What was the point of only storing it and not taking it out? If Crown Prince Lian saw her wooden expressionless face suddenly make such a cute expression, he would definitely exclaim that it was amusing. In reality, it wasn't that Xiaomu didn't understand this logic. Storing items in her inner world expended very little mystic conscious, unless she was storing them in large quantities, which was a different matter altogether. Just storing 1 or 2 items in small quantities would expend a negligible amount of mystic conscious. On the other hand, retrieving things from her inner world expended a lot of mystic sense. Regardless of its value, the larger and heavier the item, the more mystic sense expended. Without enough mystic sense, the door to her inner world would naturally close. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible to retrieve anything from it. Although that gold brick wasn't big, it wasn't light. With her current mystic sense, she wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Arbor didn't force her. She planned to rest for a while and see if she could retrieve something at night. "Big sister, table, table." Little Chow Lin called out in her childish voice, her chubby little finger pointing straight at a corner of the room. That small wooden table just disappeared in front of this baby's eyes just like that. Arbor ignored the little fellow and took her little hand. The two sisters casually washed up and left the room. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw second Uncle Xiao Zhongxing sitting at the dining table at the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and waved at the two sisters. "Jojo, Shaolin come and eat porridge." Arbor's face was expressionless, but he was secretly happy. He thought that he would find a way to talk to his second uncle alone later. However, the good times didn't last long. Just as the two sisters picked up their bowls and took 2 mouthfuls of porridge, the peaceful and serene morning light was completely broken by a bang. Wei Ziqin hastily dashed out of her room, and she immediately saw Su Jiao leading 2 brawny men into their courtyard. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Zhongbang stood up from the table with a slightly awkward expression. He looked at the 2 brawny men behind little Aunt Su Jiao and hesitated to speak. On the other hand, it was second Uncle Xiao Zhongxing who slammed his chopsticks on the table with a bang and bellowed, "Su Jiao, what are you doing? You came to Big Brother's house in broad daylight, and this is how you break in without being invited?" "Big Brother, second brother, I'm really sorry. It wasn't me who wanted to come. It was elderly lady who ordered me to escort Arbor to Long Gate Inn to apologize to Miss Liu." Su Jiao flattened her bright red lips and slanted her eyes at the 2 brawny men behind her. "What are you waiting for? Do it. Su Jiao, you're deliberately coming to provoke us." Second Uncle Xiao Zhongxing immediately stood up. Seeing the brawny men step forward to grab Arbor, Xiao Zhongxing didn't say another word and punched the brawny man's cheek. The brawny man covered his face in pain and took a step back. Wei Ziqin rushed forward with a pale face and pulled Arbor into her embrace. "What a clown!" Arbor swept a dismissive glance at Su Jiao, but Wei Ziqin hastily pushed her daughter behind her as if she was facing a great enemy. "Su Jiao, don't go overboard." Xiao Zhongxing angrily rebuked with a taut face. "Second brother, I won't be happy if you say that. I also received elderly lady's orders to come and handle this matter." Su Jiao pursed her lips impatiently. "If this matter isn't handled well and elderly lady blames us, will second brother take responsibility, or will eldest brother and sister-in-law take responsibility?" Just as Wei Ziqin was about to speak, a soft and small hand pressed down on the back of her hand. Arbor walked out from behind his mother and stood in front of Su Jiao. He said apathetically, "Wait for me." The adults looked at each other in dismay. Arbor's small figure circled around the woodshed before quickly appearing in front of Su Jiao again. "We can go now." Su Jiao was stunned. Wei Ziqin was even more anxious as she went up to grab her daughter. "Jojo, you can't go with them. They want to force you to apologize to Miss Liu." How could she allow her daughter to take risks by herself again? Why did such a young daughter have to bear such great pressure? There were so many people from the Heavenly Tao sect gathered at Long Gate Inn, yet her daughter was all alone at such a young age. How could this do? "Don't worry, mother." Arbor nodded slightly at Wei Ziqin before turning to Xiao Zhongxing. "Second uncle, I'll be back soon." Afterwards, she raised her leg and kicked the calf of a burly man on the left. She put her hands behind her back and raised her chin slightly as she coldly said, "What are you spacing out for? Lead the way." Xiao Zhongxing was instantly amused. His little niece was so small, but when she put on airs, she was really quite impressive. The burly man who was kicked was secretly shocked. He only felt that the little girl's seemingly light kick made his calf sore and painful. When he took the time to sneak a glance, he found that his calf was already bruised and purple. The shock in his heart grew even greater. Su Jiao followed him out the door and lightly coughed. She swept a rather uncomfortable glance at Arbor. "What did you do in the woodshed just now?" Arbor glanced at her casually. "Of course I can't leave empty-handed when I'm visiting someone else's house. What a disgrace to your Qiao family." Su Jiao was instantly a bit surprised. "So you're saying that you've even prepared a gift?" Arbor ignored her. This child probably wouldn't talk more than 3 sentences. If others asked too many questions, she would be too lazy to answer. There was only that one inn in the entire Kwoto village, and it was located at the entrance of the village. It couldn't be said to be very luxurious, but there were still quite a few people coming and going to stay there. Su Jiao had the 2 burly men stay outside Long Gate Inn while she led Arbor inside. After asking for the Heavenly Dao Sect's Miss Lu's room, she brought Arbor to the elegant room on the 2nd floor. There was no one in front of Lu Yexin's door. Presumably, the other disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect were resting in their own rooms. Su Jiao reached out to push Arbor. After going in, properly apologize to Miss Lu and repent for your previous rudeness. You must coax Miss Lu well, or else you'll suffer when you return. Arbor coldly glanced at Su Jiao. For some reason, Su Jiao felt that this child's dark eyes were a bit frightening. There wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in those contrasting black and white eyes, as if they were covered in a layer of 1,000-year-old ice and snow. They didn't resemble a child's eyes at all. After Arbor entered the room, he closed the door behind him and curled his lips at Lu Yexin, who was sitting up. What are you doing here? Lu Yexin's gaze landed on that little fiend, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm in her heart. Arbor's small hand loosened, and a moderately sized brick slid from her sleeve into her small hand. Then, without another word, Xiao Mu strode forward and viciously smashed the brick against Lu Yexin's head. Lu Yexin's squeal, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, came from inside the room, causing Su Jiao, who was standing at the door, to have a bad premonition. Just as she was about to push open the door and enter, she saw the door being pulled open from the inside. Xiao Mu turned her head back into her sleeve and calmly walked past Su Jiao. Question mark. Su Jiao's face was full of question marks. When she turned around to take a look, she instantly revealed a horrified expression. Could that disheveled and bloody woman who wandered down from the bed in the room be that Miss Lu of the Heavenly Dao Sect? Heavens, what kind of sin did she commit? Su Jiao was momentarily enraged, and she reflexively turned around to grab Arbor, who was about to leave. What did you do? Arbor. Look at the good deed you've done. Arbor's small hand trembled slightly, and she shook off Su Jiao's hand that was holding her. Su Jiao watched as she stomped down the stairs and left without looking back, and she was dumbstruck on the spot. She had seen naughty and mischievous people. She had never seen someone more mischievous and eccentric than this child. Tell me, if you were unhappy and came to apologize, you could have just said so. Yet you just had to come along with an amiable expression, and in the end, there was such a huge reversal. How could she endure this? Su Jiao thought that this was a rather naughty and mischievous behavior, but when she saw that extremely unlucky Miss Lu raise her head, she almost fainted on the spot from anger. Miss Lu's face was plastered with a piece of white paper, and on it was a long string of cursive handwriting. I came to deliver a gift on grandmother's orders. Now that the gift is complete, no thanks needed. If there is a gift in return, please bring your own brick and bring people to Kwoto Village's Chiao family courtyard at Gate 6 to have elderly Lady Chiao personally check. Su Jiao was so angry that she laughed. So it turned out that after beating her up, she still hoped that Miss Lu would bring people to elderly Lady Chiao to return the gift? By the time Senior Brother Ji and the others from the Heavenly Dao Sect heard the commotion and rushed out, Xiao Mu had already left the Long Gate Inn and disappeared without a trace. Even if Su Jiao had 10,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to stay here alone and bear the Heavenly Dao Sect's wrath. She was so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs hurt the entire way back, so she hurried back to inform the elderly lady. After Arbor came out of the inn, she hadn't taken 2 steps when she suddenly looked up. She saw a person jump down from the railing on the 2nd floor of a tea house across the street. The person's clothes fluttered as he appeared in front of her in an instant. Arbor didn't even lift his eyelids. He moved to the side, intending to go around the stall that the man was blocking and pass by. Unexpectedly, the man chuckled, turned around, and stood in front of her again. Little Jojo, why are you trying to run away as soon as you see me? What have you done this time? Not far away, 2 young men in black with short lapels couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their faces. They felt that their crown prince was becoming more and more shameless. His Highness, who looked gentle and elegant like a spring breeze on the outside but was dark and moody on the inside, was walking further and further down the path of shamelessness. Arbor looked up to glare at a certain person. What are you hiding in your sleeves? A certain person didn't mind this little wooden doll's harmless gaze in the slightest. Instead, he took a step forward and took the child into his arms, using his hands to pull out the brick in her hands. What are you holding this dirty thing for? A certain crown prince had a look of disdain as he directly threw the brick that was still stained with blood on the ground. Then, he took out a clean handkerchief for Xiaomu to wipe her hands. Xiaomu felt that if she had the brick in her hands right now, she would definitely hit him on the head. You really are a crazy person. Are you that familiar with me? How are we not familiar? Look. This is already our third chance encounter. Mo Lian blinked, and her hands paused. She suddenly recalled that in these 3 encounters, it seemed that she had coincidentally witnessed the child's violent acts each time. This is probably fate preordained by the heavens. Mo Lian said with a chuckle. With a light flick of her finger, a 5-finger-wide, 7 cun long black object inexplicably appeared in her hand. It was shaped like a ferrule. In the future, use this to hit people. It's nimble and handy. Mo Lian handed the ferrule to the child and cast a disdainful glance at the brick on the ground. Don't use such a dirty thing. It'll fall apart after 2 hits, so it's not easy to use. This is good, it's very sturdy. Don't worry about hitting it, it won't break. The 2 accompanying youths in black almost fell to the ground. Such a small seedling, yet you're courting disaster by leading it astray. Is this really good, Your Highness? That ferrule looked black and very cold, but it was very warm to the touch. There wasn't the slightest bit of bone-chilling coldness. Holding it in the palm of her hand for a while, she actually felt a trace of warmth. Although this crown prince was a bit neurotic, the things he took out were really good things. For example, the medicine from before, and also this ferrule. If she didn't guess wrongly, this ferrule should be a profound weapon, and its level was very high. At least, with her current level of a level 3 mystic cultivator, she simply couldn't discern the level of this profound weapon. Profound weapon masters had long been submerged in the torrent of Seacone Planet's history. In the past 100 years, a profound weapon master had never appeared on Seacone Planet, not even a level 1 profound weapon master. Many people said that Seacone Planet's soil and water weren't good, so it couldn't produce a profound weapon master. Some also said that it was because there weren't any forging materials. In short, although this whatever crown prince in front of her didn't seem very reliable, the things he took out were really, very likable. Xiao Mu's face was taut, and she didn't say anything as she silently stuffed the ferrule into her sleeve. Looking at this child with an awkward personality, Mo Lian almost laughed out loud. Do you know how to use it? Mo Lian carried a certain child as she walked forward with a grin, explaining to her how to use the profound armament in a soft voice. This is a 12th level profound armament. Originally, with your current profound energy, you shouldn't be able to use it. However, I have sealed a portion of its power and temporarily suppressed it to a 3rd grade profound armament. As your strength increases, so will it. Infusing it with profound energy, you will slowly discover some unexpected uses. You can give it a name. MOMO, yes. Are you sure you didn't just casually come up with a profound armament? Arbor was silent for 3 seconds before he casually explained, it's black. Mo Lian, after a while, the black ferrule in the child's sleeve emitted a fainting colored brilliance. Mo Lian lowered her head and glanced at him, a hint of emotion flashing through her eyes. This child was really smart. He silently released his own Xian energy into the Xian armament and easily obtained the Xian armament's approval. What's your name if you look white? Whitey. Huang. Huang Huang. Alright. MOMO, this name wasn't bad. At least it wasn't black. The corner of Mo Lian's mouth twitched slightly, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she glanced at the little fellow. Speaking casually along the way made this little wooden doll momentarily forget that she was currently in a certain someone's arms and was being carried forward. Actually, how could Arbor have forgotten? She was simply shocked to the point that she hadn't recovered her senses yet. A 12th level profound armament. This whatever crown prince used a 12th level profound armament right off the bat. She hadn't even seen a 12th level profound armament in her previous life until she died. Okay. Activating it with one's mystic energy might not make the mystic artifact obediently recognize its master, especially since this was a level 12 mystic artifact that surpassed Arbor's by many levels. It was already extremely close to a spiritual artifact. Mo Lian originally thought that he would need to assist the little lass in making the mystic artifact recognize her as its master, but he didn't expect the little fellow to quickly do it herself. This stoic-faced little blockhead was truly full of surprises. For the next few days, I'll be staying in your village, in the Long Gate Inn. If there's anything, you can find me anytime. Mo Lian walked a few steps with Xiao Xiao in his arms as he spoke with a grin. The two lackeys who were following him silently looked at each other and said in their hearts, this person? Was this really their family's crown prince? Why did it feel like he was switched with someone else? When did their lord become so gentle and affectionate? She could even find him any time to resolve matters. Xiao Xiao's face was taut as she solemnly looked at Mo Lian. She finally realized that this person had actually carried her all the way here. Her stoic face was instantly conflicted as she tried her best to maintain a cold expression and kicked his body with her legs. Arbor used his eyes to signal for him to put her down, but the latter looked at her with a confused expression for a long time. Xiao Xiao was so angry that she forcefully struggled. Unfortunately, her small arms and legs were useless. Mo Lian sent her all the way home before raising his hand to lightly pat her little head and said, Little Xiaoer, do you need me to explain to your parents what happened at Long Gate Inn today? Bam. Xiao Xiao directly slammed the door in front of a certain person. Mo Lian blinked and innocently turned to look at the two sneaky lackeys. Say, do you think little Xiaoer dislikes me a little? How is it a little? It's a lot of dislikes, alright, your highness. However, on the surface, the two lackeys were beaming like brilliant flowers as they said in unison, how could that be? Miss Xiao is innocent and adorable. It's just that she's still young and isn't good at socializing with others. Naive and unaffected, just that icy paralyzed face that never changes, and you call it cute. Infuriating, you don't even know how to tell lies. Mo Lian cast a glance at his two insincere subordinates. You two have been out for quite a while. Return to the hidden pavilion tomorrow and report in. Have Hidden Flower properly tighten your bones for you too. At the same time, I'll teach you how to make friends. The eyes of the lackeys almost fell out of their sockets. No, it's not your highness. The one who doesn't know how to make friends is that little girl Jojo, MMM. Another follower hurriedly rushed forward to block the big mouth. He looked at the crown prince who had turned around and put on a cold expression. Don't worry, your highness. We will immediately return to the secret pavilion to participate in the training. We must learn how to make friends. What a joke, can't you see that this great master is about to turn hostile? Compared to the blabbermouth bodyguard, this one was a smart person. He immediately understood what his master meant. Just saying that Miss Jojo didn't know how to socialize caused him to suffer 10,000 points of damage from a certain great master. He felt that life was so miserable. After Arbor closed the door and blocked Mo Lian outside, she ran off to find her second uncle, Xiao Zhongxing. Seeing that she had returned safe and sound, Wei Ziqin felt like a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. She happily went to the kitchen to work. Xiaomu had barely taken 2 steps with her small legs when she saw Xiao Zhongxing and her father walking over from the courtyard together. Second uncle, I have something to say to you. Jojo. Xiao Zhongbang was just about to ask his daughter about the situation at the Long Gate Inn, but unexpectedly, his daughter didn't even look at him. Instead, she pulled her second uncle and turned around to run. Okay, Jojo, slow down a bit. Xiao Zhongxing was pushed to the side by a pair of small hands onto a stone bench. He somewhat amusedly looked at his niece's serious and tight little face. Second uncle, can you help me buy a lot of supplies? Hating her small arms and legs, she was really too small. Some seemingly simple things were really difficult for her age. Xiao Zhongxing was slightly surprised. Jojo, you want to buy things? You want to buy? Arbor stretched out his hand and placed the box containing 300 taels of gold and 2 bags containing 100 taels of gold in front of Xiao Zhongxing. Second uncle, here are 400 taels of gold. I need you to help me buy a lot of food. It's best if the meat and poultry are raw. I want all kinds of grains, fruits, and the like. In addition, help me find a blacksmith uncle to make 3 of the most durable and comfortable carriages. Also, help me make a batch of pig iron arrows, 10 bows, and 50 swords. That's all for the time being. This is the blueprint for the carriage. Also, second uncle, help me buy 6 fast horses. At least 500 arrows? 800 arrows. If the blacksmith uncle at the village entrance doesn't have enough time, help me buy them from the blacksmith shop in the nearby village. Xiao Zhongxing stared blankly at this child. He subconsciously reached out to touch the child's forehead. It's not hot. It's not hot. Why is this child's mouth full of nonsense? Second uncle, I'm very clear-headed, and I also know what I'm talking about. Arbor pulled down Xiao Zhongxing's hand and firmly looked at Xiao Zhongxing. Second uncle, according to your calculations, 400 taels of gold, excluding the weapons and the cost of the 3 carriages, the remaining money to buy food and meat. How long can it support my family, you, and brother Xiao Hu? Xiao Zhongxing stared blankly for a long time, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Jojo, you want to build carriages, arrows, and swords, what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to rebel? You want to overthrow the Emo family's rule? Xiao Zhongxing was amused by his own stupid idea. Arbor turned a deaf ear to his question and continued to ask, Second uncle, can this food last for 3 months? 3 months, of course, is more than enough. Xiao Zhongxing inexplicably took over the little fellow's words. But the 800 arrows and swords you mentioned may not be completed in a few days. 10 days. Second uncle, I want all of these things in 10 days at the latest. Second uncle's bun shop will be temporarily closed for the next few days. Bring brother Xiao Hu to my house. I'll have to trouble second uncle to run around these days. Not at all. Xiao Zhongxing was stunned after saying that. Why did he follow the little fellow's rhythm and agree all the way? No, Jojo. Can you tell second uncle? What do you need these things for? Also, apart from those carriages, horses, sabers, and swords, the remaining gold is enough to buy all the grains in 2 to 3 nearby villages. Little guy, you need so much grains? Have you discussed this with your parents? Zhang Tai asked. When did this child become a foodie? Arbor pushed the 400 taels of gold into Xiao Zhongxing's hand. Second uncle, set off in the afternoon. When you buy everything back, I'll tell you the reason. This child. Xiao Zhongxing had a helpless expression. Jojo, we bought so many things. When the time comes, we won't even have a place to pile them up. Second uncle, you forgot that we mystic cultivators have our own inner worlds. Don't worry about buying. There'll definitely be a place to pile them up. That's right. Xiao Zhongxing slapped his thigh. At the mention of mystic cultivators, he danced with joy again. Alright, Jojo, let's not wait until the afternoon. Second uncle will go handle this matter now. Their little Xiao was the first 7-year-old mystic cultivator to appear in old Xiao's family in several hundred years. Every mystic cultivator had their own unique inner world storage item. There weren't many people in the entire Seekong planet who could possess such a high-end item. Xiao Zhongxing was duped by Arbor just like that, and he happily went out to purchase items with 400 taels of gold. Little did he know that he had long forgotten that a mystic cultivator's inner world was usually only 3 to 5 cubic meters. How could it possibly store so many things? Arbor heaved a sigh of relief. Entrusting this matter to second uncle was the most dependable. No matter what second uncle did, he was very serious and honest. Since she said she needed 800 arrows, he wouldn't give her 799. There were only 14 days until the zombie outbreak. As long as she finished preparing the supplies within 10 days, she would have enough time to bring her mother and younger sister to the nearest Shizhou city to temporarily settle down. Compared to Quoto village, which was the first to be affected and had no ability to resist, Shizhou city was second to none in the vicinity in terms of defensive forces and supplies. It could be said that it was the best refuge at the moment. Most importantly, Shizhou city wasn't far from Quoto village, so it would only take 2 days to get there. After assigning tasks to second uncle, Arbor felt much more at ease. She decided to make a trip to Auntie Wu's house tonight and have a good chat with her about life. So tired. I feel like I've finished talking to second uncle for an entire year. Arbor lazily slumped on the recliner in the courtyard. She propped up her chin with one hand and quietly let her mind wander. When Xiao Zhongbang entered, he saw his daughter slumped on the bench in a daze with a wooden expression. Jojo, time to eat. Xiao Zhongbang took 2 steps forward and was about to reach out to carry his daughter when he saw the little fellow jump off the bench and run toward the dining table without looking back. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but be stunned. He finally realized in hindsight that the little girl seemed to have started to dislike him, her father, since an unknown time. Her behavior couldn't be more obvious. She was quite cold and even ignored him as her father. Many times, if Wei Ziqin wasn't around, she wouldn't even bother to say half a word to him. Xiao Zhongbang came to the table and sat down. The family of 4 ate in silence. Wei Ziqin put food in Arbor Xiao Zhongbang's bowl from time to time. Xiao Zhongbang and Xiao Zhongbang ate by themselves, as if the head of the family was excluded. Ziqin. Xiao Zhongbang felt that his voice was a little hoarse. Wu Yanjun said that she has already contacted that family. Another day, she will be able to. Mother, I heard that Ergu's younger sister was sold to a family by her parents. Brother Ergu secretly went to town to visit his younger sister not long ago. He said that the madam and young miss of that family treated him like a cow and scolded and ordered him around all day. Sister Ergu has endless chores every day, but her body is riddled with scars and bruises. Wei Ziqin's pupils visibly contracted. She abruptly threw down the chopsticks in her hand and directly pulled Xiao Zhongbang's arm to turn and leave. Ziqin. Xiao Zhongbang abruptly stood up. Wei Ziqin turned around and roared at him, I can raise my own daughter. Don't make your elderly lady worry about other people's affairs. Don't think that I don't know that Wu Yanjun isn't a good person at all. She and your good sister-in-law Su Jiao are jackals of the same lair. If she wants to earn commission from my daughter, she can dream on. Xiao Zhongbang felt very depressed. In the past 2 days, he had been constantly arguing with his wife, making him feel physically and mentally exhausted. In addition, his daughter wasn't very close to him, so he couldn't help but secretly reflect in the depths of his heart, wondering if he had really done something wrong. The mother and daughters were too lazy to care about what Xiao Zhongbang was doing outside, so they washed up and went to sleep. When it was quiet at night, Arbor quietly opened her dark and deep eyes. She turned her head to look at her mother and sister who were sleeping soundly. Gently lifting a corner of the quilt, Arbor's nimble figure passed through the window. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees swayed, but the window didn't move at all. Only a faint ray of moonlight fell on the bed where the mother and daughter were sleeping. Wu Yanjun's mansion was located at the eastern end of the village. It was surrounded by a brick wall that was about the height of a person, and there were several very tall trees planted inside. Arbor's ghostly figure quietly stood at the corner of the wall for a long time. She slightly narrowed her eyes, and with a tap of her foot, she easily jumped up and steadily landed on the top of the wall. Wu Yanjun's courtyard was 4 or 5 times the size of her house. In the empty field, there were several stone tables and stone benches, and there were many sunflowers planted on both sides of the road. Arbor lightly landed on the ground and directly ran towards the backyard. She didn't come here today simply to find trouble with Auntie Wu. She wanted to borrow money from Auntie Wu and visit her while she was at it. She remembered that after the zombie outbreak in her previous life, Auntie Wu dug up a ground full of gold and sold it everywhere to find people to exchange for food. Unfortunately, at that time, the price of rice was already tens of millions of gold. If a family had some extra food on hand, they would guard it more closely than gold, silver, and jewels. Arbor softly sighed. So it was said that no matter how much gold and silver you had, it was useless if you couldn't find something to buy it. She thought of the pile of gold and jewels in her inner world, and her small face couldn't help but be filled with melancholy. If she couldn't take it out now, it wouldn't be of much use even if she took it out a few days later. Forget it, if it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. In this chaotic world, although gold, silver, and jade are useless, looking at such exquisite and gorgeous is also pleasing to the eye. Arbor nimbly jumped into the backyard of Auntie Wu's house. He circled around the yard, walked a few steps south from the corner of the wall, then turned back and walked a few steps before he stood still. He pointed his feet on the ground and drew a square rectangle. A cold smile appeared on his small face. Auntie Wu would never have dreamed that the gold in her backyard would disappear overnight. A total of 900 taels of gold. For a village woman, the speed at which she amassed wealth was quite astonishing. Arbor stuffed the 900 taels of gold into a bag and threw it over his shoulder. Carrying the heavy bag, he jumped onto the wall of Wu Yanjin's house. He turned around to take a look, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A few minutes later, Wu Yanjin and her husband were woken up by the fire outside and jumped out of bed in horror. When they opened the door, they were stunned by the scene before them. Jojo. The little fellow jumped over the wall of Wu Yanjin's house with a big bag on his back. He saw under an old tree not far away, a white-robed, black-haired youth with a smile in his eyes waving at him. Arbor almost slipped and fell to the ground. He secretly cursed in his heart and cursed God of Plague. Carrying the bag, he didn't blush and his heart didn't skip a beat. He looked straight ahead and walked past the youth. Xianxia was really speechless. If he hadn't followed His Highness the Crown Prince and witnessed the scene of this little fellow killing and robbing, perhaps he really would have thought that this child was carrying a bag for an outing. Such a small child, his heart is so black. Is it really good for him to be so calm after killing and robbing? Mo Lian had just reached out, but before she could touch the big bag on the little fellow's shoulder, she received a cold glare from her. Like a nervous reflex, the little fellow carried the bag defensively and jumped back. Her eyes were full of accusation, as if they were going to rob her a second time. Xianxia, ahem, ahem, ahem. Mo Lian coughed helplessly. Little Jojo, don't worry, these things are all yours. We won't take a single cent from you. Humph. A certain child made a disdainful sound, carried the bag, and turned to leave. Mo Lian hurriedly stopped her and took the opportunity to pick up her small body and the oversized bag. In a flash, she jumped onto a tree. At the same time, the entire Wu residence was filled with noise. Many of the villagers carried buckets and basins of water, spontaneously forming groups to put out the fire. Jojo, what grudge does the mistress of this house have with you? Mo Lian's slender fingertips lightly tapped the tip of the little girl's soft nose. Looking at the little girl's conflicted expression, her mood inexplicably improved. A certain child proudly turned her head away and stuck her head out to look at the people coming and going at the entrance of the residence to carry water. The displeasure in her heart was instantly shown on her little face. With so many people helping Mrs. Wu put out the fire, how could it burn down? At most, it burned down 2 wings of Mrs. Wu's house. It was far from her wish to burn down half of the Wu residence. How boring. If you don't say anything, then I'll guess. Look, the first time I saw you, you wanted to squash someone to death in a smelly ditch. It's not a smelly ditch. Arbor suddenly turned her head and looked at the youth in front of her with a pair of big black eyes. How is that a smelly ditch? It's at most a small quagmire. You don't even know how to speak properly. Humph, Mo Lian. The smelly ditch isn't the main point, okay? The main point is that you're killing someone. This is the second time you want to burn someone to death. If you say there's no hatred, I don't believe it. Since you hate this person so much, how about I help you kill her? Don't worry, as long as I make a move, I guarantee she won't live past tonight. Xianxia wept silently. His Highness style is not right. The little kid in front of him is already very cruel. Why is he still leading him astray? Your Highness, doesn't your conscience hurt by doing this? Arbor's little classmate had a serious expression on his face. No need. Xianxia touching heart, not bad, not bad. The little kid is still very pure and kind. Then, a certain child's next sentence immediately shattered his worldview. Isn't it too easy for her to die just like that? Arbor said coldly, then looked at the smiling Mo Lian. Do you have a way to keep her alive, but she'll live in hell forever? Xianxia widened his eyes slightly. Yes. Mo Lian nodded crisply and patted the child's head. Leave it to me. Arbor was silent for a while, then his little voice emerged in the night. Can you help me buy a crossbow that can shoot arrows continuously? Yes. It's best if it can shoot faster. Don't waste time and can't shoot 2 arrows. No problem. Can you buy enough clothes for my whole family to wear for the next 20 years? The little kid thought for a while and asked again. Yes. Can you make 1,000 iron arrows for me? He didn't feel like he was asking for a yard after getting an inch. No problem. Can you give it to me in 10 days? Okay. Arbor nodded in satisfaction and threw the big bag of gold hanging from his shoulder into Mo Lian's arms. I'll buy you something good to eat if there's leftovers. You show. His Highness isn't a foodie, thank you. Mo Lian suddenly picked up the little guy and laughed loudly as she walked away. He suddenly felt that ever since he met this interesting little guy, life seemed to have a bit more fun, as if a trace of vitality had been injected into his life. You Xiao, Your Highness, aren't you going to ask why this little girl wants clothes that her whole family can wear for the next 20 years? So, that strange little girl killed and set fire to tonight's house just to take out gold to buy clothes for their family for the next 20 years? Haha. After sending the crown prince away, Arbor returned home and climbed back into bed through the window as usual. Quietly lying beside her mother, Arbor tried to circulate the mystic energy in her body before closing her eyes. She condensed it into mystic consciousness and opened the door to her inner world. That pile of glittering jewels and gold almost blinded her eyes. Our dear Xiaomu sighed and tried to circulate her mystic consciousness to move a small piece of gold. However, her head hurt slightly again, and the door to her inner world closed with a bang without hesitation. Before it closed, she could see the apparition of her mystic consciousness lying steadily on top of the pile of jewels, not moving at all. It was as if she was completely paralyzed on top of a mountain of gold and silver. The corner of our dear Xiaomu's mouth faintly twitched. She remembered that the apparition of her mystic consciousness in her previous life wasn't like this. That year, she spent nearly 10 years and finally succeeded in condensing her apparition of mystic consciousness with great difficulty. This little person in her inner world was in a state of cultivation all day and night. How could it be so tired and lazy as to lie on top of a mountain of jewels and gold? The child sighed helplessly. It seemed that it was impossible for her to move some gold bricks to use in the near future. With a melancholy expression, the child fell asleep in a daze. The next day, she woke up near noon. She turned over and sat up. Looking at the bright sun outside, she was momentarily dazed. Eh? Why did she sleep for so long? Arbor reached out and knocked on her little head. She raised her head and looked at Wei Ziqing, who hurriedly walked in from the door. Jojo, hurry and get up. Your teacher Jiang is back. The school will resume classes tomorrow. Have you finished your homework? If you haven't, hurry and do it. School? For a moment, Arbor's expression was a bit sluggish. She felt as if she hadn't attended classes in 2 lifetimes. How would she know what homework was? To be honest, she didn't have much of an impression of what teacher Jiang looked like. Only when her mother mentioned him did she vaguely remember that she had attended the only school in the village, Tiny Herb Hall, when she was young. When Wei Ziqing turned around and saw her daughter's dazed look, she couldn't help but laugh. She went forward to make the bed and said, "Okay, hurry up and finish your homework." Previously, teacher Jiang's mother was sick and had been suspended for nearly 10 days. If you can't finish the homework assigned by teacher Jiang within 10 days. Oh no, what the hell is homework? She really couldn't remember. Speaking of which, did teacher Jiang assign homework 10 days ago? Isn't that right? She was planning to prepare everything today so that she could sneak into Hulun Mountain the next day and try to find the secret realm of Peach Blossom after exploring the area. This Master Jiang who had suddenly popped out of nowhere had completely disrupted her plans. Arbor's little face scrunched up bitterly. After eating, she hurried back to her room and rummaged for her so-called homework. After searching for nearly an hour to no avail, a certain child collapsed onto the bed. I'm not F***king looking anymore. At worst, I'll just go and be nagged by that teacher Jiang tomorrow. If she could see her current mischievous appearance, she would definitely be quite amazed. This was the appearance of the apparition of mystic consciousness that she had glimpsed in her inner world. There was no difference. Our dear Xiaomu sighed for a while. Should she sleep for an hour before getting up to continue searching? However, she didn't expect that once she slept, she would directly sleep until evening. Moreover, her sleep was very restless. In her dreams, there seemed to be a golden thing that kept spinning and swaying in front of her eyes. The golden light was even more intense than the sun's rays. The initial ray of light seemed to have split into 2, then 4, and continued to split. The light dazzled Arbor until she felt dizzy. She struggled to wake up several times, but it was as if she was being held down by a gust of qi. No matter how hard she tried, she could not open her eyes. She was about to vomit from the dazzling rays of light. Her head was muddled and throbbing with pain. After an unknown amount of time, the rays of light in front of her slowly merged together and gradually transformed into a golden book that was half the height of a person. Xiaomu was dumbfounded. She stared blankly for a while, practically unable to figure out if she was still dreaming or if she was actually experiencing it. At this moment, the golden light faintly dissipated. One by one, golden words slowly jumped onto the cover of the book. Golden Talisman Jade Tome. Arbor actually understood the 4 large, flamboyant words in an instant. Golden Talisman Jade Tome? Could it be that she was still dreaming about this strange situation? The golden book flipped to a page on its own. Lines of small words appeared behind it, floating and disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Arbor's eyesight was superior and she could read 10 lines at a glance. The small words read, "At the beginning of all things, it carried the 2 energies of yin and yang. Interconnected and integrated, it nourished heaven and earth. If it did not connect, it would produce evil spirits. At the beginning of the universe, heaven and earth contained a vast divine power. The Golden Talisman Jade Tome was born at the same time as heaven and earth. Guided by divine power, it recorded the all-powerful talisman technique. Its attack could slaughter all things, and it could trigger the 2 evils of yin and yang. In the blink of an eye, cities would be destroyed and all things would wither. Its defense could stabilize divine sense and automatically activate the power to protect the divine soul. It could soothe all things in heaven and earth, and bring spring to withered trees. Arbor, haha. What a good dream. This Golden Talisman Jade Tome or whatever, it sounded like it was real. It might as well just say that it was invincible in both offense and defense. What was the vast divine power? What the hell was divine sense? Divine soul? Was there such a strange thing in this world? This was the first time he had heard of such a strange string of words. This lousy book, it didn't even know how to make it up properly. She could still believe it a little if it said that it could activate mystic energy and protect mystic consciousness. She could be considered as someone who had lived 2 lives. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a powerful talisman grandmaster in her previous life. However, there were only a few talisman grandmasters in this world. They were all old men who were hundreds of years old. The only talisman patrician family on Seacone Planet was far away in Guanlon City. The talisman grandmaster in the family wouldn't easily appear in the world. Moreover, talisman techniques were passed down from generation to generation, so there were even fewer talisman masters than mystic masters. Although the art of talismans was rather mystical, there was no talisman master who could annihilate a talisman with a flick of his finger. If things went wrong, the talisman master might have only thrown out 2 talismans before the mystic cultivator rushed up and killed him in a matter of minutes. Where did the ability to destroy cities and wither all living things come from? Are you sure you're not joking? The child scoffed and forced himself to wake up from the swaying golden light again. But the result made him feel a little sad. The Golden Talisman Jade Tome was emitting a heavy pressure that made it impossible for her to move, let alone open her eyelids. What on earth was this damn book up to? Our dear Xiaomu was so angry that she was forced to focus all her attention on that book. After the lines of small characters on the Golden Talisman Jade Tome were quickly annihilated, another page flipped over. Beginner-level talisman techniques. Why was this dream so realistic? Did it really record the heart and finger techniques for talisman techniques? Arbor was a little dumbfounded. His head was full of fog and bafflement. When she wanted to take a closer look at it, she suddenly saw that large golden book suddenly fly up in front of her eyes. The golden book suddenly turned into powder. Layers upon layers of fragmented golden powder fluttered in the air and reformed into 12 jade slips. Like flowing light, they flew into her consciousness in an instant. Arbor immediately sat up from the bed with a whoosh. Her head felt as if it had been hammered by several large hammers for a while. It was so painful that her entire body was somewhat swaying. Arbor subconsciously reached out to hit her little head. Knitting her brows, she hurriedly sat cross-legged and pressed her hands down lightly. Her aura slightly sank as she condensed a strand of profound energy into profound consciousness. She carefully probed into her own consciousness, wanting to find out what was going on. With this look, the little fellow couldn't help but stare blankly. Other than the 12th grade feral that she had stored away earlier, her consciousness was originally empty. There were only a few strands of pitiful milky white profound consciousness that were about to die. They were like ghosts, drifting all over her consciousness. But now, what was going on with those 12 jade slips that had shrunk into a cylindrical shape? She remembered that this thing was definitely not something that she had stored into her consciousness on her own. So when she was unable to move and was paralyzed on the bed earlier, it wasn't a dream at all. Instead, there really was a foreign object that had brazenly barged into her consciousness. Strange, Arbor thought about it from beginning to end, but she still couldn't figure out where that golden talisman jade tome had come from. She had only been at home looking for homework and then lying on the bed to rest for a while. How could she have inexplicably obtained a talisman inheritance like this? Ever since she had been reborn, it seemed like everything had become a little off. First, her profound energy had awakened much earlier than in her previous life. Next, her inner world was greatly different from her previous life. There were even more inexplicable things in her inner world. Now, even her consciousness wasn't right. How could her consciousness have absorbed that golden talisman jade tome without any precaution? If by any chance this caused damage to her consciousness, she wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. No, shouldn't the main point be the origin of that golden talisman jade tome? How in the world did this thing suddenly run into her conscious? Xiaomu struggled to open her eyes, but she did not think for more than 3 minutes before her entire body once again fell backward, paralyzed on the bed. He didn't know if it was because this book had suddenly flown into his sea of consciousness, but his head was still hurting. I really want to sleep, Jojo, Jojo. Get up, get up. Arbor opened his eyes in a daze and saw his mother's enlarged face. Oh my God. Just how tired are you? You've been sleeping since yesterday evening until now. Get up quickly. If you don't go out now, you'll be late for school. Wei Ziqing gently shook her little ignorant daughter, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Arbor took a deep breath and slowly got off the bed. He punched the headboard with his small fist. Boom. What's wrong, Jojo? Wei Ziqing heard the sound when she stepped out of the door. She couldn't help but turn around to ask. Xiaomu stretched out a pair of small claws to scratch her slightly stiff cheeks. She was about to go crazy from anger on the inside. F***ckme, this apparition of the mystic conscious is really something else. Whose apparition of the mystic conscious doesn't properly cultivate in their conscious for the entire night and only makes a fuss in their inner world for you? That strange apparition of profound consciousness also found a pen inlaid with gold beads from God knows where and spent the entire night scribbling nonstop in their inner world. Her head still felt like it had been hammered back and forth by dozens of large hammers. It hurt like hell. Arbor condensed a strand of mystic consciousness and quickly checked her own conscious. She immediately threw her small hands and jumped off the bed. This abnormal apparition of mystic consciousness had now decisively returned to her conscious, but she was still diligently using that gold bead pen to continue her scribbling. One had to know that she was constantly moving around like she had ADHD, which also consumed student Arbor's mystic energy. Couldn't she just stay in her conscious peacefully and peacefully cultivate her mystic senses like she did in her previous life? Why was she scribbling over there? Arbor covered her small face. She would naturally learn how to draw talismans when she had free time. The main job of the apparition of mystic consciousness was to cultivate mystic consciousness. Was there something wrong with this apparition of mystic consciousness? Instead of cultivating mystic consciousness, she ran all day to draw talismans. She really wanted to beat her to death. Arbor stepped out of the door. With a flick of her finger, 3 strands of faint white light swept past. After the white light dissipated, 3 thin talisman papers lay quietly in her palm. Learning the golden talisman jade tome's talisman technique wasn't a dream. At least, the apparition of mystic consciousness was still scribbling like a little lunatic. These 3 talisman papers were also strange. They fell from the first jade slip and should be something like a demonstration talisman. The ancient golden talisman jade tome was a friendly gift. The first one was a speed talisman. For 5 minutes, it could increase one's speed by 3 times. It was essential for escaping. The second one was a strength talisman. It didn't increase mystic energy, but the strength of an ordinary person. For 5 minutes, it could increase one's strength by 5 times. It would be easy to move mountains and rivers and kill a cow with 1 punch. The last one was more funny. It was called a repetition talisman. As the name implied, it could continuously do the same thing for 5 minutes. This talisman? Arbor turned it over and over in her hand and looked at it. A faint smile flashed in her eyes. It seemed a little interesting. These 3 talismans were all beginner talismans. Beginner and intermediate talismans didn't require mystic energy to activate. They were also quite simple to use. Ordinary people could use them as well. If it was a high-level talisman, it could only be used by injecting mystic energy. The more powerful the talisman, the more mystic energy it would take to open it. Most ordinary people without mystic energy could only look at it and couldn't open a high-level talisman. High-level talisman masters were rare existences. In the talisman aristocratic family of Guanlan City, only 3 high-level talisman masters had appeared in the past 500 years. Of course, each one of them was a powerful figure. Arbor put the 3 talismans into her pocket and headed for Tiny Herb Hall with a bitter face. There were a total of 20 or so children in the village. The oldest was 15 years old and the youngest was 5 years old. They were all stuffed into Tiny Herb Hall. There were only 2 teachers in the hall. Those over 10 years old were taught by Master Tsin, while those under 10 years old were taught by Master Jiang. Tiny Herb Hall was on the west side of the village, and behind it was a small path overgrown with withered grass that led straight to Hulun Mountain. Xiaomu planned to see if she could sneak up the mountain to scout things out. The little guy carried a bundle. As soon as he arrived at Tiny Herb Hall's entrance, he saw 2 porters carrying a bamboo rattan chair over. Sitting on the rattan chair was a little fatty around 9 years old. His chubby leg was propped up and he was happily gnawing on a chicken drumstick in each hand. 2 lackeys around the same age carried a few bags as they walked along the rattan chair. They held umbrellas and fanned themselves along the way. They smiled obsequiously and said, "Young Master Tao, are you hot? Young Master Tao, do you want some water?" "Chow. Wood." The young master sitting on the rattan chair suddenly shouted. Arbor was stunned. She turned her head to look at the chubby boy who suddenly sat up straight on the rattan chair. The chubby boy's eyes were almost squeezed together. When he looked at Arbor, he tried his best to widen his eyes, but they only opened a small gap. Xiaomu narrowed her chilly eyes, and fragments of her memories seemed to flash by. 3 days ago, it seemed that this chubby boy was the one who caused her to roll down the hill in front of the school. Seeing the chubby boy Zhou Tao's face, Arbor remembered that in her previous life, she had been bullied by this little bastard in the village. Although they were all trivial matters, the old and new hatred added together was enough to make a basket of grudges. She originally planned to ignore this little tyrant, but she didn't expect to be stopped by this little brat. Zhou Tao urged the 2 sedan bearers to carry the rattan chair to Arbor and put him down. He threw away the chicken bone in his right hand and gnawed on the drumstick in his left hand as he shouted at Arbor, "Coward, you actually dare to come here. If you hadn't chickened out that day, we could have gone up the mountain to explore." Xiaomu coldly glared at him before circling around the little fatty and entering the school, heading straight for her classroom. Teacher Jiang hadn't arrived yet. 13 or 14 children under the age of 10 were playing around in the classroom. When they saw Arbor walk in, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at her in unison. Arbor stopped in her tracks. She looked back and forth and frowned slightly. She couldn't remember where she had sat before. That childhood memory was too distant for her to remember. Xiaomu walked forward and picked the last short table before sitting down on the floor. She tossed the small package she was carrying onto the table. Zhou Tao's rattan chair stopped in front of the classroom. He had a look of disbelief on his face as he angrily walked towards Arbor. "Arbor, you coward. Didn't you hear me talking to you? Was this damned girl crazy?" She dared to look at him with such a cold gaze before, and now she completely ignored him. "You're dead meat." Little Fatty glared at her fiercely, then turned to his classmates who were watching the show. He waved his meaty hands and said angrily, "Everyone, attack. Teach this brat a lesson for this young master who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let her know who has the final say in this village." Xiaomu unhurriedly and surreptitiously took out that repeat talisman from her sleeve and looked at the little fatty with a sneer. "Teacher is about to come. The headmaster is nothing." The fat boy grabbed the drumstick with his right hand and took a big bite. He raised his chin high and continued to talk nonsense. "In this village, our family is the richest. Even the village head, that old man, has to give my father some face. Whoever had the money had the final say. Do you think the headmaster can save you? You're just a little reptile. How dare you look at me with such an arrogant expression? Attack. Beat this cowardly brat to death. But he didn't know that before he said this, Arbor had already thrown a beginner talisman at his chubby belly and ripped it open with his finger strength. The repeat talisman was attached to Fatty's belly through his clothes. Little Fatty didn't know that he was in high spirits, commanding his classmates to go up and beat someone up. Unexpectedly, an angry rebuke came from outside the window. What are you doing? All of you, stop. Headmaster Jiang walked in angrily. Looking at the group of disappointing students, he weighed the rattan ruler in his hand. Go back to your seats. Fatty was dragged back to his seat with a face full of unwillingness. He turned around and glared at Arbor. Unexpectedly, the latter gave him a cold, wooden smile. In an instant, that smile was like a basin of cold water, directly splashing into the depths of his heart. Seeing that kind of demon-like gaze, the little Fatty shrank his neck in fear. When he turned back to look, he saw that the little girl was expressionless. There was no trace of that terrifying aura. For some reason, the little Fatty felt for the first time that the little girl quietly sat in the last row of the classroom, as if she didn't belong to this world. She was so ethereal that it was somewhat inconceivable. He rubbed his eyes and angrily turned his head. He looked up and saw Teacher Jiang's black face and didn't say anything. Teacher Jiang gradually became intoxicated by the poems and was in a wonderful mood. The students below were still quite well behaved. They shook their heads and recited the poems that Teacher Jiang was teaching. However, this harmonious atmosphere didn't last for more than 3 minutes. Arbor's lips curved into a faint sneer. He silently counted down in his heart. 5, 4, 1. Bang! Little Fatty slammed the table and stood up. This F***king loud sound made all of his classmates who were reciting pause in shock. Teacher Jiang, who was intoxicated by the poems, opened his eyes. He looked at the impudent fat child with a stunned expression. Dang 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 dang. The little Fatty aggressively rushed in front of Arbor. He grabbed a handful of air with his right hand and fiercely chewed. He raised his chin high and looked disdainfully at him. Teacher Jiang is nothing. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the impudent little Fatty. They all wondered if this little Fatty was stupid. If Teacher Jiang wasn't present, then it was fine for him to act arrogantly. But now that Teacher Jiang was sitting there, he actually repeated the disrespectful words that he had said before without missing a single word. The group of kids under the age of 10 all looked at the brave warrior little Fatty with eyes full of reverence. Before Teacher Jiang could fly into a rage, the 2 dumbfounded little lackeys hurriedly called out Young Master Tao, and brought Zhou Tao back to his seat. Teacher Jiang took a deep breath. Seeing that the little Fatty's father had paid for the renovation of Tiny Herb Hall, today, Teacher Jiang decided to swallow his anger. Go? Bang! The little Fatty slapped the table and stood up again. He walked valiantly to Arbor and said, The headmaster is nothing. Pfft! This time, the little kids really couldn't hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha, they all burst out laughing. Why did they feel that little Fatty Zhou was especially funny today? Ha 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 ha, no matter how slow the little Fatty was, he finally felt that something was wrong with his body. The feeling of not being able to control one's own body was truly terrifying. Looking at Teacher Jiang's darkened face, the little Fatty slapped the table and stood up for the 3rd time. Little Fatty, who had rushed to Arbor and cursed, had a twisted expression on his face. His eyes, which had been squeezed into a slit, contained a trace of fear, and shameful tears overflowed from his eyes. Who could stop all of this? It was so terrifying. Why were his words and actions no longer under his control? Teacher Jiang couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up from his seat, raised his rattan ruler, and smacked the little Fatty's buttocks. Who told you to slap the table and stand up for the 3rd time? Who told you to so brazenly insult Teacher Jiang? This good for nothing, you're really angering me to death. It was a good lesson, but in the end, it ended with the little Fatty fainting. As for the talisman that had originally been stuck to the little Fatty's clothes, it fell to the ground as the time limit ended. It turned into 2 ordinary pieces of paper and didn't attract anyone's attention. Arbor bent down to pick it up and crumpled it into a ball. He had a new plan in his mind. Tonight, when I get home, I'll draw 8 or 10 of them. The next day, our dear Xiao Mu went to school with 2 panda eyes, and on the way, she couldn't help but nag. Yesterday, when she went back, she spent quite a bit of time just asking her second uncle's brother Xiao Hu to buy talisman papers in town. After snatching the talisman brush from her apparition and chasing her away to cultivate her mystic sense, our dear Arbor didn't sleep for the entire night. She secretly drew talismans in the woodshed for the entire night, and out of a total of 30 talisman papers, 2/3 of them failed. In the end, Arbor drew 3 speed talismans, 3 strength talismans, and 4 repetition talismans. She felt that her life force for the entire day had already been exhausted in advance. Our dear Xiao Mu sat at the back of the classroom with one hand supporting her chin, and her entire being was a little drowsy. At this time, a commotion came from the door, and 2 little lackeys called out, "Young Master Tao." Only then did Arbor realize that the little tyrant, Zhou Tao, had arrived. After being tormented so miserably yesterday, he still dared to come today. His courage was commendable. Arbor moved her little hand to her forehead, slightly turned her head, and swept a glance at the little tyrant from the corner of her eyes. Then, she was slightly startled. The little tyrant's attire today, he wore a wide and plump sapphire blue silk robe, and a pair of black boots with wide soles. What was different from yesterday was that there was an extremely large coin-shaped jade tablet hanging in front of his chest, and the thick aura of a nouveau riche assaulted her senses. That round jade tablet hung heavily from his neck all the way to his abdomen, and the 3 large words, "Protective Talisman," were written on it. It seemed like his nouveau riche father had spent a large sum of money to purchase this protective talisman. Speaking of which, in order to engrave complicated talisman characters on jade, not only did one need the support of profound energy, one also had to reach the level of a high-grade talisman master. According to her knowledge, in her previous life, there was only one person in the entire Seekong planet who could engrave talismans on jade. That person was from a talisman aristocratic family far away in Guanlan City. This little fatty's nouveau riche father was actually quite capable. However, when Arbor took a closer look, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a faint smile. She didn't feel the slightest bit of talisman energy from this washbasin-sized talisman. The crooked and messy fake talisman characters engraved on it were just broken characters that had been deliberately distorted so that she couldn't read them clearly. In other words, little fatty's father might have spent a lot of money to buy a fake protective talisman. Since there was no talisman power attached to the jade, it was just an ornament. It couldn't even be compared to the lowest level of elementary talismans. TSK, he surprised her for no reason, but in the end, it was just a joke. Arbor curled his lips in boredom. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze suddenly paused and fell behind the fat boy. A Taoist priest held a peachwood sword that could ward off evil spirits and recited a string of words with conviction. Suddenly, the peachwood sword pointed in the direction of the black-faced teacher Jiang. He shouted loudly, "The 4 directions order demons and evil spirits to disperse. Evil spirits, submit quickly." Ha 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 ha. The children roared with laughter and rolled into a ball. Swish, 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 swish. The Taoist priest's sword dance fell into Arbor's eyes and she almost laughed her teeth out. This messy and disorderly sword dance was really hilarious. Zhou Tao's father had been tricked again. She didn't know where this fake Taoist priest had come from. "Little demon, quickly show yourself." The Taoist priest pinched a piece of talisman paper between his 2 fingers and it fell into a bowl of clear water. This method of self-igniting without any wind immediately stunned the group of village children who had never seen the world. The Taoist priest opened his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of talisman water and sprayed it all on the peachwood sword. As he pretended to take a step forward, he suddenly felt that he had stepped on something. He immediately slipped and fell to the ground with a plop. The Taoist priest's eyes bulged. He didn't have time to protect himself and fell head first. With a bang, his nose was almost crooked. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The entire classroom was filled with the sound of children's laughter. The Taoist priest stood up with a red face. He met the young master Zhou Tao's suspicious gaze and immediately shouted sternly. He pounced in teacher Zhang's direction. "Demon, where do you think you're going?" Swish, swish, swish. The Taoist priest rushed in front of Teacher Jiang and played with the peachwood sword. He waved the sword up and down, and his body moved along with it. He looked like he was using all his strength, as if he was really fighting with an invisible demon. Teacher Jiang was so angry that his face turned red. He dodged the Taoist priest's peachwood sword left and right. He was about to scold the Taoist priest. Who would have thought that the Taoist priest would not be able to act cool for more than 3 seconds? He fell to the ground head first. This time, he was really dizzy from the fall. 2 streaks of blood appeared from his nostrils. The Taoist priest was anxious and angry. He roared and jumped up. The peachwood sword fell to the ground with a clatter. He immediately felt that something was wrong. His big head seemed to be attracted by the earth's core and heavily knocked down. This cycle repeated. The group of children looked at the Taoist priest's miserable appearance of standing up and falling down again and again. They all felt a little frightened. There was a shocking similarity in history. The group of students began to realize that the same unlucky thing kept repeating over and over again. Didn't this happen to little Fatty Zhou yesterday? Pung. 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 After the Taoist priest fell again and again, his forehead was red. What was even more embarrassing was that his nose was bleeding, and it flowed all over his face. After a quarter of an hour, the miserable Taoist priest realized that his big head was finally no longer summoned by the earth's core. However, at that time, he had already been destroyed and lost his last bit of confidence. He stood up shakily. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were bulging. He looked quite scary. The Taoist priest suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream as he stumbled out of the school like a madman. The peachwood sword was thrown behind his butt and he didn't care about it anymore. The little fatty was so scared that his face was a little pale. He tightly held the washbasin-sized protective talisman on his chest and ran 2 steps after the Taoist priest. He panted and shouted, "Sorcerer, sorcerer, why are you running? Sorcerer, sorcerer, come back. Don't forget that you took 100 taels of silver from my father. Too fierce, too fierce. The ghosts here were too fierce. Little friend, you'd better run quickly. This poor Taoist will not earn that 100 taels of silver." The Taoist priest wailed and howled as he left, leaving behind a group of students looking at each other in dismay. Teacher Jiang was so angry that the veins on his forehead were popping out. For the past 2 days, little Fatty Zhou had turned the entire classroom upside down. How could he still be in the mood to teach? He waved his sleeves angrily and told the group of brats to scram. Arbor raised his hand and touched his nose. He had an idea. It was only 7 in the morning. Since the headmaster was not teaching, he might as well go up the mountain and look for the secret realm of Taoyuan. Arbor had already made plans beforehand, so when he went to school for the past 2 days, he brought with him a rope for climbing the mountain, a small shovel, a gourd to hold water, and other tools, so there was no need for him to go home. She dawdled until she was the last to leave the classroom. Seeing that there was no one around, she went around the back of the classroom to a small path overgrown with withered grass and ran up nimbly. This small path was more steep and desolate than the mountain path she had taken to bring the Tiandao sect. She had never walked this path in her previous life, so she really did not know where it led to Hulun Mountain. Arbor raised her head slightly and squinted at the withered forest that was gradually melting into the sunlight. This Hulun Mountain encompassed the entire Quoto village, so its range was relatively large. Arbor only vaguely remembered that the paradise that was discovered in her previous life was deep in the east of the mountain. However, she still needed to slowly explore the specific location. However, what she lacked the most now was time, not to mention that she was alone. If she wanted to search the mountain, it would be too unrealistic. Arbor sighed softly. The treasured secret realms could only be found by fate. It was up to the will of the heavens to find them. Half an hour later, a nimble little figure quickly flitted through the forest overgrown with withered trees, occasionally stopping to look back. Suddenly, Arbor paused, and her figure shrank back behind a withered tree. Holding her breath for a few seconds, Arbor gently poked her little head out, and her gaze fell on a small open space not far away. Looking from her direction, she could see 5 burly men in green sitting around the small open space that had turned into sand. Their physiques were very strong, and one of their arms was as thick as several of Xiaomu's thighs. Their breathing was very slow, and they didn't look like ordinary people at first glance. This Hulun mountain had been abandoned for so many years, and there were fewer and fewer living creatures in the mountain. Usually, no one would go up the mountain. Therefore, it was very strange for these people to inexplicably appear here. Arbor carefully hid behind a tree and observed for a while. Then, she saw one of the burly men stand up with a bamboo tube filled with water and take a few steps forward. Huh. The burly man let out a low command and handed the bamboo tube to the person tied to the tree. That person was thin and tall, and his purple robe was loosely wrapped around his body. A white jade satin belt was tied around his waist, and his head was tilted as he leaned against the tree trunk. His pitch-black silk-like hair was rippling with water as it softly draped over his shoulders, completely covering his face. The burly man's voice didn't arouse the slightest reaction from that person. He even moved his head to the side in disgust and didn't approach the bamboo tube at all. A pair of red silk peony shoes gently landed on the sand, accompanied by a strong fragrance. Arbor hurriedly reached out to cover her nose and mouth, almost sneezing from that fragrant and stinky smell. Duan Lang, Arbor's little body trembled slightly. God, why did this woman's voice sound like a chicken being strangled? It was so shrill that it almost pierced her eardrums. Duan Lang, you haven't drunk a mouthful of water for 2 days. If this goes on, how can your body hold on? Come, I'll feed you 2 sips. The woman continued to speak in a soft and delicate voice. She walked forward and was about to reach out and lift the man's chin. Pooh. The man tied to the tree suddenly raised his chin slightly and opened his mouth slightly as he avoided the woman's fingers. At the same time, the woman hurriedly pulled over a burly man beside her and placed him in front of her. Ugh. The brawny man let out a muffled groan. His sturdy body slid to the ground and fell to the ground with a thud. Arbor took a closer look and saw that there was a long and thin nail in the man's throat. It was completely dyed red by the blood on his neck. The woman hatefully stomped her feet and called out sweetly, Duan Lang, why are you so ruthless? The other 4 brawny men who were sitting and eating dry rations saw the death of their companion. Their fingers slightly tightened as they grabbed the dry rations bag in their hands. They constantly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't go forward just now. This dangerous person really couldn't get too close. Previously, they had more than a dozen brothers, and more than half of them had died in the hands of this hidden weapon. It could be seen how cruel this person was. If it wasn't for the special medicine that restrained him and made him only act up in a short distance, they would have all died by now. The person tied to the tree slowly raised her head, and the messy hair covering her face slid down to her waist. Xiaomu stealthily poked her head out and caught a glimpse of a pair of slightly upturned peach blossom eyes. Beneath the long eyelashes, the ends of the eyes were slightly upturned. At first glance, the eyes were rippling with water, and the pitch-black pupils were very good-looking when they were upturned. However, upon closer inspection, the depths of the eyes were clearly flickering with the cold gleam of a blade. Looking at his age, he was no more than 12 or 13 years old. His thin lips were lightly pursed, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be a little chapped from not drinking water for a long time. Arbor shrunk her body and felt a chill on her neck for no reason. Strangely, why did she feel that the young man's gaze seemed to be drifting towards her? Absolutely impossible. She hid so well, who could discover her? Xiaomu clung to the back of the tree like a small koala, her whole body curled up behind the wide withered tree. Duan Lang, the woman called out delicately. If this goes on, you'll die of thirst. You should listen to me and make do with a drink first. Scram. The young man's slightly deep and magnetic voice traveled far into Arbor's ears. The little fellow couldn't help but curiously poke her head out to take another look. In the end, abruptly shrinking her head back behind the tree, Arbor was dumbfounded and instinctively raised her hand to touch her chest. The moment she poked her head out, she felt that the young man's beautiful peach blossom eyes had directly caught her. It turned out that the feeling of being caught by someone's gaze wasn't her imagination. She clearly hid so well that even those burly men didn't discover her, so how did the young man discover her? He even used that pair of beautiful watery eyes that looked like they could cry at any time to accuse her of leaving him in the lurch. Haha, did she look like someone who would meddle in other people's business? What kind of joke was this? She wasn't in the mood to be a goody two-shoes anytime, anywhere. It seemed that there wasn't much to gain today. She should quickly wrap up and go home to eat, lest she got into trouble for no reason. Arbor was about to slip away when she suddenly heard the young man's gentle voice shouting in her direction, "Sister, why aren't you leaving? Run! Run, run, run! Don't fall into their hands." What the hell? Arbor's little feet slipped just as he was about to run away. A hint of anger flashed across his stoic little face. This brat was clearly plotting against her. As expected, when the young man called out, the 4 burly men and the woman with the coquettish voice all turned their heads to look at where she was hiding. Arbor immediately tore a speed talisman, and his speed suddenly increased by 3 times. Like an arrow leaving the bow, she suddenly fled in the opposite direction. Seeing Arbor's burst of speed, the youth's eyes suddenly flashed. The 4 burly men were only stunned for a second or two before they chased after him like wolves and tigers. Xiaomu pulled out another strength talisman and tore it apart. She then kicked over, directly snapping the 2 withered trees in half. The upper half of the withered ancient tree whooshed through the air, sweeping towards the 4 burly men pursuing her. When the burly man running at the front saw this, he swung a fist at the flying dead tree. He originally thought that the dead tree would definitely be swept away by the wind from his fist when the two collided. However, reality was so shocking. The burly man clearly heard the sound of his fist breaking, and he immediately groaned in pain. "A bunch of useless fellows." The woman's seductive voice abruptly turned cold. "Why aren't you chasing? You can't even deal with a child. What use do I have for a bunch of trash like you?" Apart from the burly man with a broken hand, the other 3 hurriedly increased their speed and outflanked Arbor. The 3 of them surrounded Arbor from 3 different directions and looked like they were about to catch her. Unexpectedly, the little girl exploded with an even more terrifying speed in an instant. That tiny figure practically transformed into an S-shaped bolt of lightning and escaped from the 3 people's eyes like a thunderbolt. The 3 burly men were truly stupefied. They never knew that a little girl from a remote village could actually surpass them in speed. It had to be known that although these people were not like mystic cultivators who could easily split mountains, break rivers, and destroy cities with their supreme mystic energy, they were people who had been immersed in special potions since they were young and had cultivated extraordinary external martial arts. Compared to those ordinary people who lacked the strength to truss a chicken, they also had considerable strength. Generally, with their speed, they could almost match that of a level 2 mystic cultivator. The speed of those low-level mystic cultivators might not be able to surpass that of external experts like them. But now, this little girl from a mountain village in front of them actually had such an abnormal speed? This was something none of them had expected. How could they know that Arbor had consecutively torn 2 speed talismans? Her current speed could be said to be exceeding her usual speed. Everything was for the sake of escaping. She didn't think that she would have a good ending if she was caught by that woman with a soft and pretentious voice. Whoosh! Arbor expressionlessly dodged a withered branch and then flipped a few times in the air to avoid 7 or 8 broken branches that shot at her. A trace of graveness gradually flitted across her small, stoic face. Ha ha ha. A familiar sharp laughter sounded behind her, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Arbor turned around and coldly met the woman's upside-down eyebrows. That woman was definitely not a beauty. Looking at her age, she should be more than 50 years old. She was wearing a bright pink dress, and her hair accessories and makeup were green and purple. She was dressed like a young girl, which was quite eye-catching. Arbor hadn't seen the woman's face before. Now that he saw her face, he almost threw up last night's dinner. How could such an auntie have the nerve to call a 13-year-old boy Duan Lang? Xiaomu's small face was stoic as she looked at that woman, her eyes full of disapproval. Not running anymore? Little sister. The woman swayed her hips and giggled as she walked towards her. Oh, let me see. You're really a pretty little girl. The woman stepped forward and extended the sandalwood fan in her hand towards Arbor's chin. Arbor immediately took a step back from the strong fragrance, and his hand that was rubbing his nose paused. Achoo! Arbor looked at the woman with disgust and stepped back again. Go away. You stink. Stay away from me. Also, I'm not your little sister. At your age, you can be my grandma. Don't pretend to be young. It's too fake. You're not young at all. The woman's face, which was full of fragrant powder, seemed to have split open in the middle. The charming smile on her face completely disappeared in an instant. She had such a stoic face, but her tongue was so vicious. She was simply sinister at such a young age. At this moment, the young boy tied to the tree let out an unkind laugh. This was tantamount to adding oil to the fire. The woman's expression cracked from anger, and a trace of gloomy killing intent appeared in her eyes. Little girl, you're so young, but you've got guts. The woman sneered, do you know that a lot of people end up dead because of their nonsense? Like you? Arbor crossed her arms and seemed to be standing casually in front of the woman, but in fact, she was on guard all over. The woman was furious and the sandalwood fan in her hand suddenly turned into a sharp weapon. With a whoosh, she swung it towards Arbor's mouth. From the looks of it, this woman was quite annoyed with Xiao Mu's small mouth that could not spit out anything nice, so she viciously attacked in order to shatter Xiao Mu's mouth and knock out her small white teeth in passing. However, Arbor was already prepared. Seeing the woman wave her hand, she very nimbly dodged to the side. Her body was very petite and she was also very agile. The direction she dodged to was exactly where a big man was standing. That big man looked at the sandalwood fan flying towards him in horror. Just as he was about to dodge to the side, he found that his body was somewhat uncontrollably stiff for a moment. It was in this moment of hesitation that his head was hit by the sandalwood fan. With a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. The corner of Arbor's mouth curled up. Just now, she had thrown out a repeat talisman to restrict that idiot's movements and bought her that tiny bit of time. That was enough. No sooner said than done, Arbor had already flashed to the side of the little boy who was tied to the dead tree. The little boy probably didn't expect the little girl's movements and reaction speed to be so fast. His hands that were secretly moving slightly paused. Hurry up and help me untie, bam. The little fist with the strength of 5 layers hammered his abdomen without hesitation. There was not the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Just like that, a young man with a face as beautiful as jade was hammered by the little fellow's fierce punch. Together with half of the withered tree, he fell heavily to the ground with a thud. If one had to use 2 words to describe the young man's mood at this moment, then it would probably be F***ck, heavens. The young boy was not in a good mood. Throughout the entire country, from the age of 80 to the age of 8, there was not a single female creature that could resist his smile. However, this young man was actually being cruelly destroyed by a stinky girl. If it wasn't for this ferocious punch that caused his internal organs to flip around, causing him to still be in pain, he would have thought that he was dreaming just now. This wretched lass, how could she be so ruthless and cruel? However, now was not the best time to seek revenge on this damned child. The young boy struggled to get up from the ground. His hands were still firmly tied to the dead wood, but there was a black bead the size of a pigeon egg between his fingers. He turned around and threw the black bead in the direction of the delicate woman. At the same time, he quickly ran forward. A piece of rotten wood was erected above his head. Looking at his back, it was extremely funny. It was as if he was carrying a flagpole, but his running speed was not weak. Boom! Half of Hulun Mountain was awakened by this tremendous tremor. Many villagers of Kwoto village ran out of their houses in fright. They looked up in the direction of Hulun Mountain, not knowing what had happened. What was that? Arbor couldn't help but ask. However, the young boy turned his head with a horrified expression, and coincidentally met her expressionless little face. You? F***ck, she was caught off guard and didn't faint from the huge commotion just now. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, his speed was already at the limit. How could this damned child keep up with him? Help me untie the rope. The youth with the flagpole on his back turned his head and said with a depressed expression. Arbor turned a deaf ear to him. Following his footsteps, she dashed left and right. The youth's expression once again became a little frightened and surprised. How could this strange child be so clever? His footsteps were so changeable, there was basically no pattern to his left, right, front, and back. The most frightening thing was that this child could actually catch up to him at such a young age. Right now, he simply didn't have time to think of a way to throw her off. The core-ravaging thunder just now had only slightly obstructed the footsteps of that witch from the Coitus sect. Right now, the only way to completely escape the coitus-sex encirclement was to quickly enter the secret land. Arbor followed the youth, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't have to follow this person, but the movement just now had attracted a lot of footsteps. They were being chased from all directions. Looking at the situation, there really were quite a few people chasing this youth. She could very well abandon this unreliable youth and escape on her own, but right now, everyone was surrounding them to catch them. If she wanted to escape at this time, she would be even more conspicuous. Most importantly, she had a feeling that these people might have come for the Peach Garden secret realm. Whoosh, whoosh, Arbor looked at the youth's back in surprise. He passed through 2 rows of intersecting dead trees and disappeared from her sight in an instant. Her eyes flashed and she hurriedly chased after him. When she passed through the dead trees, she felt as if her whole body had touched a layer of furry water membrane. In the blink of an eye, she passed through. What entered her eyes was a disorderly row of stones. Tall, short, big, and small, they were piled up everywhere without any pattern. It was as if she had entered a stone forest. At a glance, the sky was covered with stones, and there was no end in sight. Arbor's gaze fell on the youth in front of her. She saw him suddenly turn around, his long black hair slightly moving up and down. A pair of devilish peach blossom eyes stared at her. Hey! Xiaomu was currently inspecting her surroundings. When she heard his low voice, she merely turned her head to glance at him before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Hey, little demon! The young boy raised his voice slightly and strode to her side. He gently shook his hands that were tied to the withered tree trunk behind him. In any case, we are now considered allies. Help me untie this. Arbor slowly approached him. Suddenly, without any warning, he summoned the feral ink from his conscious. He stepped forward and gave him a ferocious slap without any explanation. Pa! A crisp sound rang out as the black feral fiercely slapped the latter's back, causing the youth who was caught off guard to stumble forward and almost fall headfirst onto the ground. The young man felt like vomiting blood at this moment. He had never seen a child as savage as Xiaomu. A soft and cute little girl with a heart as black as iron. This little rascal in front of him was probably the perfect description. Ouch, 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 ouch. The young boy was suddenly pressed down by Xiaomu, who had pounced on him. Her knees were pressed against his waist, and her left hand was tightly tugging at the rope that bound him. The black feral in her right hand was already touching the back of his head. Don't move. The young boy froze pitifully. Please, he didn't move at all right. What's your name? Xiaomu shouted. Their current posture was a bit strange. If it weren't for the current difficult situation, the young boy would really want to laugh. Your silly and cute voice doesn't have any deterrent power at all. Duan. Duan you. The young boy put on the appearance of a little white rabbit that would allow anyone to bully him. He pitifully twisted his neck with all his might and looked at her with a pitiful gaze. I am a good person. You don't look like one. The young boy almost broke down on the spot. Ma. Troublesome, could she not keep pressing against his waist bones in the same position? It really made people feel uncomfortable. Duanyu turned his head, his peach blossom eyes brimming with moisture. He really did look a bit pitiful. Unfortunately, the one facing him was little classmate Arbor. This little fellow didn't feel anything at all. Even if the other party's eyes kept shooting electricity at her as if they could talk, it was still useless. In her eyes, it was all the same whether one was good-looking or not. She stood up and tugged at the rope on the youth's hand. She pulled him up as well and walked 2 steps forward with a tug on the rope. Duanyu was frantic on the inside. His hands were tied to the wood, so he reluctantly walked 2 steps and tugged at the rope behind him. Hey, little miss, can't we negotiate? Arbor's eyes flashed with anger, and she abruptly raised the ferrule in her hand. Want to resist? Don't. Duanyu hurriedly blocked with his hands. His eyes hid behind his hands as he looked pitifully at the little girl. Don't hit. Let's talk nicely. Arbor tugged at the rope on his wrists. It looked like an ordinary brownish-yellow hemp rope, but it could bind his hands so that he couldn't break free no matter what. It could be seen that this wasn't an ordinary hemp rope. This is a mystic weapon? Arbor cast him a sidelong glance. Duan Yu's eyes flickered. He wondered who this little girl was. She was clearly a village girl, so how could she have heard of mystic weapons? Bam! Duan Yu fell forward and almost fell face first. It wasn't until he was sprawled on the ground that he realized he was kicked to the ground by that savage little girl. Can't you freaking have a bit of patience? It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but he needed to organize his words. Ow 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 ow, Duan Yu wanted to cry. He considered himself an arrogant and domineering person, but he didn't expect to meet an even more arrogant person today. A load of nonsense. Find Duan Yu. Mother, when did he speak nonsense? He hadn't spoken more than 5 sentences from beginning to end. Find? What? Duan Yu had just expressed a "I don't understand your words" expression when he was greeted with a round of punches. The little girl really didn't hold back. Her fist was aimed at his handsome face, which was enraged by the heavens. Duan Yu was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Stop, 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 stop. Ouch, ouch. Damn, are all kids these days so unreasonable? When Duan Yu's gaze met the child's, he was taken aback by the bone-chilling chill in her eyes. He immediately jumped up and walked forward with a grumble. He didn't know where this child came from, but his entire body was filled with violent genes. If there was a disagreement, he would go berserk on the spot and attack his handsome face. How terrifying. Cough, you know where this is. Duan Yu felt that if he continued to play the fool, the child might really beat him until he became an idiot. The child glared at him with a "you're talking nonsense" look. He waved his little paw and didn't even bother to say anything. Let me tell you, it's not good for you to feel like you've said a lot before you even finish half a sentence, and you're too lazy to continue. You have to treat it properly. You have to know, people can only express each other's intentions through constant contact and communication. Don't. I'll find. Don't hit me again. Cough, there are about 5 entrances to this mystic realm. Each entrance opens in a different way and at a different time. Duan Yu paused and specially turned back to look at the child. However, he saw that she was expressionless. There was no surprise or emotion in her eyes. It was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, as if she already knew about this. Arbor pointed at the pile of rocks in front of her, her slender brows raised. Her meaning couldn't be any more obvious. Stop blabbering and get to work. Duan Yu inwardly rolled his eyes. Not only did this little lass viciously order people around, but she also didn't allow them to talk too much. Where did this bad habit come from? Duan Yu sighed inwardly. I have a map in my inner world, but my hands are tied behind my back right now, so I can't look at it at all. The child glanced at his hands that were tied to the dead wood and took a step forward. Duan Yu inexplicably took a step back because he felt that the savage child definitely wouldn't be so kind as to untie him. Sure enough, this ferocious fellow actually flipped him over and forcibly twisted his arms, causing his bound hands to flip to the front. F***ck. It really freaking hurt. Duan Yu wanted to burst into tears and curse even more. However, in the next second, his forehead was hit by that dead wood that was erected in front of his eyes. Woo-woo. He felt that his life was so bitter. With a hopeless expression, Duan Yu resigned himself to his fate and took out a crumpled parchment map from his chest pocket. But that eyesore of a piece of wood. It kept swaying in front of his eyes, so he angrily turned to glare at her. Can you help me chop this eyesore of a piece of wood? How can I look at the map like this? Arbor glanced at his hand, but she didn't have any intention of snatching it over to take a look. She merely raised her eyelids slightly before quickly withdrawing her gaze and pinching it in passing. Crack! A section of the wood was cut short, and the remaining half was tied to his hand. However, it didn't obstruct his view of the map anymore. Duan Yu felt more and more hopeless. He felt that he couldn't communicate with this fellow at all. However, Arbor ignored him and continued to ponder her own matters. Although she didn't know why it was like this, it was very clear that the mystic paradise that didn't appear until 3 years later in her previous life had already been discovered by someone one step ahead of time. However, Arbor frowned slightly and speculated in her mind, perhaps a similar incident happened when she was 7 years old in her previous life, and someone had already come to the village to investigate the entrance to the mystic paradise. It was just that she was still muddle-headed at the time and didn't know anything. Since the young man had a map in his hands, it was natural that he had sent someone to investigate before. Arbor found that the rope was quite useful. She could hold the boy in her hand and prevent him from escaping midway and leaving her in this corner. Arbor was in a good mood, but the boy was extremely unhappy. He always felt that this little guy was holding his hand like a large dog. Ever since he encountered that old hag from the Coitus faction on the way, Duanyu felt that his days had been extremely unpleasant. When he stopped, Arbor naturally stopped as well and used his eyes to hint at Duanyu. Here? Duanyu felt aggrieved, and his anger was stifled in his chest. Did this imbecile have to be so lazy? Where did she learn this bad habit? Did she think that he would instantly understand her meaning just by hinting with her eyes? It's here. Duanyu took a deep breath. Oh. Duanyu had already completely accepted his fate. He stuffed the map back into his lapel, but in reality, he had thrown it back into his inner world. A black bead the size of a pigeon's egg appeared in his hands. Arbor recognized it at a glance. This bead had previously caused half of Hullen Mountain to tremble. She quickly tightened her grip on the rope with an expression that said, "If you dare to mess around, I'll kill you right now." Duanyu twitched his mouth and grumpily said, "The passageway entrance is just below. I'll blow it up right now. Don't worry, with me here, the core ravaging thunder won't harm us in the slightest." The core ravaging thunder was thrown down, and it exploded not far from their feet. The terrifying power did not spread to their bodies, as Duanyu controlled it to a small area. After the pervading smoke dissipated, Arbor held the rope around Duanyu's wrists and peered through a small head to take a look. The pile of rocks had been blasted into several puddles of stone powder by the core ravaging thunder's power. There was a pitch-black hole that was bottomless. "Let's go," Duanyu urged from behind. "This entrance can move, and it will automatically seal itself when the time is up." Arbor turned to look at him meaningfully. This guy was very capable. He could directly tear open one of the entrances to the mystic realm with the power of a concealed weapon. Only this entrance can be torn open with force. The other entrances can't be torn open so easily. Duanyu noticed Arbor's expression and explained. Arbor retracted her gaze and walked towards him. She shook the rope in her hand. "Go down and scout the way first." Duanyu secretly ground his teeth, who knew where she inherited her sinister and vicious personality from at such a young age. Duanyu resigned himself to fate and took a step forward. Suddenly, a glint flitted through his eyes, and he abruptly jumped down without warning. Arbor revealed an icy smile. She released the rope and allowed him to freely fall. She even took a step forward and reached out to suck several large round rocks to her feet. Then, she kicked them down one by one with her toes. Ow! Duanyu's desolate cry came from the deep pit. That brat suddenly felt as if he had dug a hole and buried himself in it. He originally wanted to suddenly jump down and pull that child down in passing to scare her so that he could completely grasp the initiative for the rest of the journey. Presumably, that child was still a little old and simply couldn't make a judgment and reaction in this kind of sudden situation. However, the child actually didn't hesitate to let go. Go. Arbor cast a sidelong glance at the pitch-black hole, and her lips curled up as she softly said, "Idiot." Then, he walked to the edge of the pit and slowly looked down. A straight and steep stone staircase was built along the side of the hole, completely hidden in the darkness. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see that there was such a staircase carved into the wall of the hole. Arbor slowly walked down the straight and steep stairs, counting the steps in his heart. When she counted to 100, a faint green halo slowly entered her eyes. The sound of flowing water drifted into her ears. It seemed that this was the end. When her feet touched the ground, she felt a warm and moist water flow into the soles of her shoes. The underground water has already flowed here? Arbor frowned slightly and walked a few steps forward. Then, he saw Duanyu sprawled on the ground, his face devoid of any meaning as he quietly gazed at him. Arbor pulled out the ferrule from his conscience with a wave of his hand. He walked to Duanyu's side and raised his right palm. Duanyu's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Wait. My left arm's shoulder bone is already broken. I can't attack you in the short term." If you let me stay, I can guide you on how to refine the existing energy in the mystic realm for your own use. Arbor raised a brow and withdrew the feral, agreeing to his suggestion. However, her following actions were filled with savagery, without the slightest hint of friendliness. When this youth leaped earlier, he had made up his mind to harm her. If she hadn't acted according to the situation and let go, she might have already been tricked by the youth. Even an adult wouldn't be able to withstand the gravitational drag at that speed, let alone a petite person like her. If her feet didn't touch the ground, she would be dangling in midair, and her entire body would be carried by that idiotic youth. What a joke! How could Arbor allow this kind of situation to happen? Behave yourself. Arbor gave the youth a fierce look, telling him to figure it out himself. She then reached out to grab the rope around Duanyu's hand and dragged him forward. Below their feet was a small, gurgling stream. The water wasn't wide, but it meandered for a long distance. Not long after Arbor walked with Duanyu, the scene before them started to brighten. Due to Duanyu being hit by several boulders in succession when he fell, his entire body was covered in fine wounds except for his left shoulder bone, which was slightly fractured and couldn't be lifted. It could be seen how ruthless this little girl was back then. She didn't give him any face at all. You. Duanyu had just opened his mouth to speak when he felt stars before his eyes. His mouth and tongue were so dry that he almost fainted. Arbor didn't notice his abnormality. At this moment, her eyes were almost completely fixed on the beautiful scenery before her. In her previous life, when she entered the paradise, this place had almost been completely reclaimed and excavated. Everything that should be looted was taken, and the entire mystic realm was nearly destroyed by those people. How could she see such a peaceful and beautiful scene now? The land of paradise looked like a secluded valley. The valley was surrounded by magnetite mines. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and the magnetite inside was innumerable. What entered her eyes was a small peach blossom forest. Beside the forest was a small, lush green lake with a relatively calm water surface. When they walked through the passageway, the stream beneath their feet also diverged from this small lake. The lake water looked rather clear and calm. Separated by the emerald lake surface, the nimble little fish swimming below could be seen clearly. This place was filled with a dense mystic energy aura. With such abundant profound energy, wanting to absorb it all within a few days was a fool's dream. Arbor frowned. She couldn't stay here for too long. If they didn't go home by nightfall, their mother, Wei Ziqin, would be worried to death. Therefore, Arbor shifted his gaze to the young man with his head tilted. He grabbed his wrist and pulled it hard. How do I refine it? Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man fell to the ground with a bang. Xiaomu finally realized that something was wrong with the youth. She frowned and kicked him lightly. What are you doing? Don't play dead, get up, he was such a weakling. How could he be so weak after being hit by a few stones? The young man tried his best to open his mouth. He really wanted to tell this guy that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a few days. Now, his hunger and thirst had completely broken out. He needed water and food to replenish his strength. The young man struggled to move his finger and wrote the word water on the green pine soil. Arbor frowned and looked down at him. Do you want to drink water? Men were so troublesome. Arbor pulled up the weak young man and directly dragged him to the side of the lake. Drink. What? The youth's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 10,000 giant beasts were roaring in his mind. D*MN girl actually made him drink this kind of dirty lake water. Was this kind of thing for him to drink? It was so dirty. If it wasn't specially treated, wouldn't he have diarrhea after drinking it? How could that do? How honorable was his status? He had to drink filtered water at the very least. Give me, water. Duanyu weakly spat out these words. Seeing that his arm was broken and he was already in such a miserable state, shouldn't the child be benevolent and extend a benevolent and friendly hand to support him? Reality proved that the child had long fed something like kindness to the dogs. Hearing Duanyu's words, the child instantly snorted, and impatience and viciousness surged out of her eyes. She directly reached out to grab Duanyu's long hair and heavily pushed his head down, burying his entire upper body in the lake water. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The miserable youth was caught off guard and was forced to drink a large mouthful of water. He instantly felt that the entire world was filled with eerie malice towards him. Ah, pfff, cough cough cough. The youth struggled but was pressed down by the child, so he gulped down another mouthful of water. Pfff, ugh cough cough cough. When Duan Yu's head could finally float to the surface, his upper body was drenched by the lake water. You. His handsome face was flushed red, and this was the first time he felt angry. Who the hell knew how many dirty floating things he had just swallowed? Who the hell knew if these things would overturn his stomach and cause him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead? Arbor indifferently glanced at him, unable to conceal the disdain in his eyes. You. Are the people from your village all so careless? Do you know that I've never drunk this kind of dirty lake water since I was young? You. He was simply infuriated to death. Arbor finally understood why this guy was suffering from dehydration. So it turned out that he had never drunk any water because he despised other people's drinking utensils for being dirty. Arbor sneered, unable to conceal the mockery and indifference in his eyes. Despise it for being dirty? That's because a pampered young master like you has never experienced a real shortage of food and water. When you're at the last moment of your life, even if it's a piece of dried tree bark in front of you, or a bit of dirty water, you'll still eat and drink it. How can you be so unreasonable, kid, for survival? Arbor interrupted the boy's words. Looking at the boy's slightly stunned eyes, he said coldly, when the only thing left in your mind is to survive, you don't care about anything else. Clean? Dirty? Arbor smirked. Soon, you won't be able to be picky. In the later stages of the zombie disaster in her previous life, the entire water source was destroyed, and it was difficult to find a clean water source on Seekong planet. No one could withstand this impending disaster. Pick? Arbor sneered. Before picking, one had to have the strength and life to pick. If the water at the bottom of such a clear lake was dirty, then what about those people who could even drink muddy water in the later stages? Duan Yu stared at the child in a daze. He felt that when the child said these words to him, the iciness hidden in the depths of her eyes was so sharp that it could freeze everything. She seemed to be looking at him, but it also seemed like she was looking at the near future through his face. Her indifferent eyes contained a trace of indifference and numbness. Duan Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was about to erupt in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, an arrow carrying a gust of wind pierced through the air and shot to his feet. Ha ha ha. Goosebump-inducing laughter once again reverberated through this valley. A woman in a gorgeous peach-pink dress slowly appeared in front of them with a grin while waving the sandalwood fan in her hand. Following behind her were 20 to 30 people of all ages, both men and women. Brother Duan, thankfully you were leading the way, so we were able to find the mystic realms so effortlessly. Your Duan clan is truly worthy of being a hidden weapon scout patrician family that has been passed down for generations. Your grasp of information is truly accurate, ha ha ha. The woman blew a kiss in Duan Yu's direction and winked cutely with a smile. Arbor's small face stiffened slightly, and she resisted the urge to vomit as she turned to look at Duan Yu, who had an unsightly expression. You were the only one dilly-dallying over there. Now that they've caught up, hurry and take out that whatever thunder and give them one. The little girl nodded at Duan Yu with her chin and used her threatening gaze to tell him to hurry up and do as she says. Duan Yu cried uncontrollably on the inside, Sister. Do you think that core-ravaging thunder is a cabbage that can be found on the street and can be found as many as you want? It was very difficult to manufacture this kind of hidden weapon with great lethality. He only had 2 on him, and he had already used them all up, so where would he get more? Xiaomu stared sharply at him, incessantly hinting at him with a ruthless gaze. The latter instantly understood in a flash, and he pretended to reach into his bosom to fumble around. But, the core-ravaging thunder's power is enormous. If I throw it here, it might cause the entire secret realm to collapse, right? At that time, it won't benefit either of us. Ha ha ha. Arbor suddenly chuckled. Duan Yu's fumbling motion froze as he stared dumbly at the little girl. He felt like he had never seen a second expression on her face other than apathy and indifference ever since he started interacting with her. But now, the little girl was actually smiling. However, this smile was worse than not smiling. Her smile was so fake. She only let out a small chuckle, and her expression remained stoic without any change. Have you ever seen such an uncoordinated and unsynchronized smile? Give it to me. Duanyu glared fiercely and reflexively took out something and handed it to Arbor. Arbor took it with his small hand and held it in his palm. He pretended to raise his right hand high and was about to throw it down. The crowd of Coitus sect disciples who were watching from the front almost had a heart attack. The woman screamed, "Stop, stop, stop, stop. Little girl, let's talk it over, let's talk it over." Arbor expressionlessly turned to the people from Acacia sect. "What's your name?" The woman was dumbfounded. She felt that there was something wrong with this commanding tone, but she didn't know if there was something wrong with her reflexes, but she actually replied reflexively, "Ha, ha, Yao Ji, my name is Yao Ji. It's the left protector of the Coitus faction." "Little girl, let's talk things over slowly, isn't that right?" What a joke. With the power of the core ravaging thunder, a single one of them could really destroy this secret realm. At that time, no one would be able to escape unscathed. What was the point of that? The Coitus sect was here to seek wealth. How could they just watch as so many magnetite mines in this mystic realm were about to be destroyed? How could one enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed? Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. If this treasure ground was destroyed like this, retreat. Arbor clenched his right hand. The people from Coitus sect subconsciously took 2 steps back. Suddenly, someone screamed from the crowd, "Io, there's something," whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if several bolts of lightning flashed before everyone's eyes. The people who were attacked all fell to the ground in pain and clutched their wounds. Their complexions instantly darkened. Arbor raised her eyebrows. From her angle, she just happened to see 4 of Coitus sect's disciples fall down in an instant. The unlucky person closest to her line of sight had not even been on the ground for a minute before his entire body turned into a dark green color. His eyes bulged and a dark green liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. His head was tilted to one side and he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed by a fatal poison in an instant. What a strong poison. It didn't even give people a chance to take the medicine and caused them to die on the spot. What's that? Yao Ji turned her head with a chill running down her spine. She caught a glimpse of a white light flitting past the corner of her eye. She immediately flung out the sandalwood fan in her hand without hesitation. A strand of mystic energy was attached to the fan and it suddenly collided with the white light. Chirp. The white light that was hit fell to the ground and the halo that surrounded it suddenly dispersed, revealing a palm-sized white furry squirrel. The little guy cleverly glanced at Yao Ji who was glaring angrily at it, then turned around and scampered away. Arbor couldn't help but snicker in her heart. When this little white mouse appeared, it was flashy and savage, biting 3 or 4 people to death in a matter of minutes. I didn't expect it to be such a coward, turning around and running away when it saw the situation wasn't right. It's just that the direction it ran in without a head or tail. Yao Ji gnashed her teeth. She grabbed the sandalwood fan that had flown back into her hand and chased after the white squirrel with 2 leaps. She once again attached mystic energy to the sandalwood fan in her hand and attacked the little white mouse's head with lightning speed. Arbor took a deep breath and suddenly raised the black ferrule that slid out of her sleeve, blocking Yao Ji's attack head-on at an extremely fast speed. The moment the 2 forces collided, the black ferrule in Arbor's hand emitted a strong black halo and blocked Yao Ji's attack with a bang. Arbor's small hand that was tightly holding the ferrule was covered with tiny beads of sweat. She lowered her head to look at Inky in her hand and happily stroked it. Inky seemed to feel the little girl's joyous mood and a layer of black mist floated on its surface. If it wasn't for Momo's strength, she would have definitely been sent flying by Yao Ji's charge. The moment the 2 of them came into contact, Arbor could clearly feel that the cultivation of the woman in front of her was not just a little bit higher than hers. Momo had blocked 80% of the power for her, and she had blocked the remaining 20%. However, her hand that was holding on to Momo still felt a faint pain. It was clear how strong that woman was. Arbor could feel the strength of the enemy. His heart was filled with fighting spirit, and his eyes shone brightly. Yao Ji's eyes widened in an instant as she stared at the little girl in front of her in shock. How could that be? Ah. She was well aware of her strength. She was a genuine peak level 7 mystic cultivator. With her cultivation, she could see through her opponent's cultivation with a glance. She was merely a level 3 mystic cultivator. He had not even reached rank 3 lower tier, but why? A level 3 mystic cultivator could actually block an all-out attack from a peak level 7 mystic cultivator? What kind of joke was this? Who would believe such a thing? Chirp. The little white mouse's eyes that were the size of croton beans revealed a human-like glint of tears. It stretched out its 2 short forelimbs and bounced toward Arbor with an expression of a savior asking for a hug. Arbor was momentarily speechless. The little white mouse reacted extremely quickly and swiftly climbed up Arbor's white skirt. After it reached Arbor's back, it buried its head in Arbor's hair and rubbed back and forth. Chirp chirp. The little white mouse grabbed a strand of Arbor's long hair and swayed its fluffy tail with an inexplicable expression of intoxication. Duan Yu, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, sneered. He dared to bet his 12 years of life that the little girl's motive for attacking definitely wasn't to save such an unimportant and adorable white mouse. In reality, because the little white mouse was fleeing in the direction of Arbor and Yao Ji's mystic energy was rushing toward her, Arbor didn't have time to consider too much. She could only meet the attack head-on in order to block it without suffering any injuries. She was merely saving the little white mouse in passing. At this time, Arbor's face was stoic as she pulled the little white squirrel from her back to her eyes in disdain and casually tossed it aside. With a whoosh, the pitiful little mouse was immediately tossed away by a certain child, and it was carried away by the wind. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to ridicule the savage child. Shouldn't a normal little girl be very happy to see such a furry and adorable creature? It was obvious that this black-hearted person wearing the skin of a little girl in front of him wasn't a little girl at all. Chirp, squeak, squeak. The little white mouse's bean-sized eyes were brimming with pitiful tears as it quickly hopped back. It followed the hem of Arbor's clothes and used its 2 short front paws to grab onto a corner of her clothes. Arbor looked down and saw that clever little white mouse using its small, black eyes to look at her like a human. It swung around while tugging on the corner of her clothes before jumping onto her waist and slipping back onto her shoulder with a swish. Arbor was baffled. Where did this lively little white mouse pop out from? From her knowledge in her previous life, there were generally 2 types of mystic realms. One type was a mystic realm of inheritance set up by an otherworldly expert, a grotto heaven or an immortal's abode. These types had ferocious beasts placed inside to guard the mystic realm and test visitors. The other type was the one in front of her. It was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth and formed naturally after hundreds of years of spiritual energy. Before an outsider opened the mystic realm, this was a small world that was completely isolated from the outside world. There were mostly ores and spirit wood, and living creatures were rare. Unless it was a mystic realm that formed after thousands or tens of thousands of years and formed its own natural laws, it could form a complete living world. At least, she had never heard of a poisonous squirrel appearing in this mystic realm in her previous life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little white mouse jumped excitedly on her shoulder. It blinked its small black eyes and a fawning expression appeared on its furry little face. Xiaomu's small hand grabbed the white mouse again. Just as she was about to fling it thousands of miles away so that it would not be able to get close again, mystic energy that suddenly condensed from all directions froze her in place. The dense profound energy congealed into a substantial cloud, completely pressing down on her body. What's more, the profound energy in the entire mystic realm from all directions was unceasingly gathering in her direction. This strange movement was quickly detected by Yao Ji and the others. Each and every one of them widened their eyes in fright as they looked left and right, watching as the flowing profound energy passed by them and went straight to the little girl's side without any reluctance. This? How could this be? Yao Ji was so shocked that her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What was this stinky girl doing all of a sudden, until a nearby coitus sect disciple asked in a trembling voice, "Little girl, are you refining all the profound energy in the mystic realm? How is that possible?" Yao Ji immediately let out a screech like a turkey. Her eyes stared straight at Arbor. What kind of joke is this? She's still so young, forcefully refining all the profound energy in this mystic realm won't give her any benefits. She'll only explode. While Arbor was in a daze, she immediately calmed herself down and sat cross-legged. With a grave expression, she slowly guided the profound energy that was surging from all directions into her profound veins. When the surging profound energy drilled into her body, Arbor suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe. She was very clear that her profound veins were currently very weak and couldn't absorb too much profound energy. What was called biting off more than one could chew? Being greedy might not necessarily have a good ending and might even backfire. Therefore, not to mention how piercing the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of Yao Ji and company were, Arbor didn't want to inexplicably absorb the profound energy from all directions at this time. The little fellow's face was heavy and solemn. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She couldn't be nervous. The more anxious the situation was, the calmer her heart was, and she couldn't lose her composure. She was suddenly stunned. Although her small face was paralyzed and the people around her couldn't see any clues, her heart was already in a perilous situation. What was going on? Her vision that was originally focused on inspecting the weak profound veins in her body was now stuck in her dantian. Only a level 10 mystic cultivator or above could see the dantian, but now, who could explain to her why her dantian looked so different from her previous life? In her previous life, when she reached level 10 mystic cultivation, she had once seen her dantian. It was a ball of white fluid. She could clearly see that the milky white fluid flowed to the profound veins in her body and circulated in her body before finally returning to her dantian. Cultivation in a normal sense was firstly to strive to condense a mystic consciousness avatar to strengthen the mystic consciousness. Secondly, it was to repeatedly guide the profound energy to circulate around the body and strengthen the body's profound veins over and over again in a dull and tedious manner. If one didn't have a fortuitous encounter or a pill to expand the profound veins, normal mystic cultivators would continue to cultivate their profound veins and increase their profound energy. This was called bitter cultivation. Since the heavens had already given you profound veins that were different from normal people's, it naturally wouldn't allow you to easily reach the heavens in one step. Cultivation was raised bit by bit through daily practice. Her normal profound veins in her previous life actually mutated in this life. Now, no one could tell her why her dantian felt like it was pitch black when she looked at it. It was as if there were stars twinkling in it. At first glance, it didn't look like a dantian at all. Instead, it looked like an inexplicable starry night. What was even stranger was that Arbor stared at his dantian in a daze. There seemed to be a thin and weak little tree growing inside. It looked weak and could fart at any time. But whose dantian could grow trees? What was the meaning of such a strange thing? Arbor felt that her little brain wasn't enough. She felt like she was about to explode on the spot. Was it okay for this tree to grow in her dantian? No wonder her profound veins were so much weaker compared to her previous life. Could it be that all the profound energy in her body had been absorbed as nutrients for this tree? Xiamu suppressed the urge to go berserk and took a deep breath to calm herself down. However, she didn't know that while she was able to calm down when she closed her eyes to study her dantian, the people from the coitus sect around her couldn't remain calm. Duanyu also widened his eyes and stared fixedly at Arbor as if he was looking at a monster. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaomu's petite figure had already been enveloped by large lumps of dense mystic energy, and her tiny figure could no longer be seen clearly. A certain disciple from the coitus sect was unwilling to give up and wanted to break through the profound energy barrier to stop Arbor from absorbing the profound energy. However, he was flung away by the eruption of profound energy when he reached the large masses of profound energy. He couldn't even get close to Arbor, let alone get close to her. That dantian, which resembled a galaxy, was currently endlessly absorbing the rich mystic energy that poured into it like a tide. Arbor could even see that unreliable sapling stretching out its thin branches in great comfort. How infuriating. The mystic energy that she painstakingly cultivated was all absorbed by that sickly tree? It ate meat in big mouthfuls and didn't even leave her a mouthful of soup? Where was the justice in this? Arbor was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. She simply forgot that the mystic energy that was pouring in from all directions wasn't the result of her painstaking cultivation. It was simply a freebie. Moreover, there was no data that indicated that the mystic energy that she painstakingly cultivated day and night was all absorbed by the sapling. The sapling expressed that it wouldn't take the blame for this. Duanyu opened his mouth, and his gaze met the old hag from the coitus sect before shifting away. Sitting down openly at this time and crazily absorbing the profound energy here in front of everyone from coitus sect, only this savage girl would be able to do such a deranged thing. Duanyu was completely unaware of Arbor's suffering. Arbor was still feeling bitter inside. She was forced to absorb the mystic energy purely to nourish the sapling. Who could she find to reason with? Yao Ji and the others were the most infuriated. They originally wanted Feng Er to take the mystic energy here for her own use, but now, no matter how little mosquito meat there should at least be some. Yao Ji promptly sat down cross-legged, looking like she was about to enter a cultivation state immediately. The Koida sect disciples looked at each other before glaring covetously at Duanyu across from them. 15 minutes later, Yao Ji angrily flung her sleeves and stood up because she discovered that she was purely wasting time. She sat there for half a day, yet she didn't even absorb a drop of mystic energy. This was simply inconceivable. She originally thought that the D*MN girl would explode and die in a few minutes, but in reality, it didn't happen. After such a long time, the little girl still sat there perfectly fine and continued to absorb mystic energy. Yao Ji's eyes were filled with fury, and she threw a glance at her subordinates. Several Koida sect disciples braced themselves and rushed toward Arbor's figure that was enveloped in mystic energy. Their sabers flashed as they shouted angrily. Then, after those few unlucky bastards were blasted out by the dense profound energy, there was no more after that. He simply couldn't injure the wretched lass who was wrapped in layers of profound energy, nor could he stop her from absorbing it. Yao Ji was so depressed that she was about to die. She could only shift her gaze to the surrounding magnetite mines. With a wave of her hand, she said, "Take all the magnetite away." The 20 or so Acacia sect disciples looked at each other with a bitter look on their faces. There were a lot of magnetite mines in the mountains here. Would the 20 of them be able to finish mining in a few months? Hurry up. If the people from the other 4 gates follow us, we'll have no chance. Yao Ji pointed forward with both hands, and the 20 or so disciples all stepped forward, preparing to run towards the mine. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The entire earth was shaking, and the 20 or so disciples immediately fell and rolled on the ground. Yao Ji barely managed to steady herself, and she turned to look at Duanyu with an unsightly expression. What happened? Duanyu was also astonished. The paradise is about to collapse? What? Yao Ji's face instantly turned green as if she had swallowed feces. What kind of joke was this? She hadn't even fished out a single strand of hair from the paradise, alright? How could this place collapse just like that? Then what about these magnetite mines? Why did her heart hurt so much? Her magnetite. Yao Ji madly charged toward the magnetite mine, and the 20 or so subordinates couldn't stop her. Halfway there, her subordinates pounced on Yao Ji one after another, hugging her waist and thighs as they held her down. They repeatedly exclaimed, "Lord Yao Ji, don't. My lord, hurry and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. Magnetite, my magnetite." Yao Ji crazily grabbed the hair of one of her subordinates who was hugging her waist. She pulled out a few strands of that unlucky fellow's black hair, causing him to cry out in pain. The front half of his head became barren in an instant. The subordinates' tears streamed down. Why were they, the loyal and devoted subordinates, always the ones suffering? At this time, the thick mystic energy surrounding Xiao Mu had dissipated at some point in time. When she stood up, she saw this chaotic scene, and the corner of her mouth twitched. They were all so old, yet they didn't have any sense of modesty. Arbor silently disdained the chaotic crowd and completely ignored the dumbfounded Duanyu beside her. You. Duanyu gulped. When he saw that Xiao Mu didn't look at him from beginning to end, he involuntarily swallowed his words. Such a devilish little monster actually appeared in such a small and lousy village. Could it be that she was some reclusive senior's final disciple? Lord Yao Ji. You can't go. The Koida sect subordinates hugging her thighs bitterly and silently shed tears. Lord Yao Ji had stomped countless times on their backs. Yao Ji held her head and held in heartache. Her neat and elegant hair was messed up by her hands, and her head of pearls and jade was also crooked. Let's go. Yao Ji recovered her clarity at the last moment and fiercely glared at Arbor. She turned around and led the Koida sect disciples toward the tunnel they came from. However, the tunnel actually disappeared. The group stood there dumbfounded as they watched the tunnel that connected the Mystic Realms Valley to the outside world warp and disappear before their eyes. The entire Mystic Realm was in the midst of collapse, so it was normal for the tunnel to disappear. Because at this time even the surroundings of the valley were being squeezed continuously. The magnetite mine that was originally very far away from them seemed to be pushing towards them step by step. Yao Ji's pupils shrank, her face filled with horror. The speed at which this secret realm was collapsing was too fast. In less than a few minutes, the magnetite mines around them had already pushed in front of them. The circle of 20 to 30 people was continuously shrinking, and the terror in their eyes was about to overflow. "Stupid girl, I'll kill you." It was all this wretched girl's fault. If she had not rashly absorbed all the profound energy in this place, how could such a strange change have occurred? Even if she died, she would drag this wretched girl down with her. As the outer ring shrank, they stood less than 100 feet from where they stood. Before they knew it, Arbor and Duanyu had arrived beside Yao Ji and the others. Yao Ji could reach out and pat Arbor's back, and Arbor was carefully looking at the peach blossom forest and lake that were evaporating bit by bit as the secret realm collapsed. Sigh, she let out a long sigh. In her previous life, the paradise that produced so many fresh and juicy peaches was destroyed just like that. Her heart also ached. Originally, she could have used it to temporarily avoid disaster, but now it was completely gone. While she was pondering, Yao Ji's sinister face and mystic energy-covered palm approached her from behind. Arbor was about to dodge when he suddenly heard Yao Ji and the others shriek. When he turned around, he saw more than 20 people falling down like dumplings. A large hole had opened up in the ground at some point in time. Arbor glanced at it and suddenly felt the air beneath his feet as he also fell down. Squeak, chirp chirp. The white squirrel panicked when it saw Xiaomu running away, and it pounced on her in a panic. The dozens of people's moods rose and fell like they were on a roller coaster. They thought they would be paralyzed from the fall, but they landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. They returned to the stone forest where they entered the mystic realm. A bunch of people rolled around defenselessly, their bodies bruised from all kinds of hard rocks. Xiaomu was quite lucky and plopped down on the back of Duanyu's head. She looked up at the sky in confusion. She reflexively extended a fair and tender hand and watched as a round, fist-sized pearl slowly fell into her hand. The youth's face turned green on the spot. He arched his head, and his handsome face flushed red. Arbor quickly patted his butt and stood up. Duanyu stood up as if there were springs under his feet and angrily glared at Xiaomu. The child ignored him and looked down at the pure white pearl in her hand. Her eyes gradually narrowed. So strange. Why did she feel like there was a peach blossom forest and lake water inside this transparent pearl? It looked quite familiar, like a miniature version of the paradise. Xiaomu shook her small paws and turned the pearl upside down. She felt very magical as she watched the dark green lake water slowly ripple inside the pearl. This is the paradise's refinement? Duanyu's eyeballs were about to fall out as he stared at Xiaomu in bewilderment. What are you doing? How did you do it? He thought this child was only refining and absorbing the mystic energy inside the paradise. He didn't expect her to be so deranged as to refine the entire paradise. This method of directly refining a mystic realm only existed in secret histories. Duanyu had once read about it in an ancient book, but it was completely different from seeing it with his own eyes. No wonder the paradise was collapsing. Think about it, the entire paradise was refined by the child, so how could it not collapse? What reason was there for it not to collapse? The child looked back at Duanyu with an "I don't know" and "I didn't do it" expression, leaving him speechless. This child couldn't be the incarnation of some old monster, right? The paradise has been refined. Yao Ji reacted in an instant, unable to conceal the greed in her eyes. She grabbed the bead in the child's hand with one hand and struck the child's chest with the other. Arbor took a step back. His face was tense as he raised his black ferrule to block the attack. Boom, white mystic light scattered in all directions. Arbor forcefully suppressed his surging chi and blood and looked coldly at the shocked Yao Ji. This time, Yao Ji used the full strength of a level 7 mystic cultivator, but she still couldn't harm the child in the slightest. Yao Ji was shocked, and a shadow was cast over her heart. What are you waiting for? Hurry and untie them. Duanyu extended his bound hands to the child. This rope was quite interesting. No matter how hard the person who was tied up struggled, it was useless. However, an outsider only needed to gently pull at the knob to smoothly untie the rope. Arbor glanced at the young man and did not make things difficult for him. He pulled the rope from his hand and stuffed it into his pocket for his own use. As soon as Duanyu regained his freedom, he took out a handful of nails and casually scattered them. Yao Ji spun around and retreated, her eyes furious. Just as she was about to regain her balance, a shadow suddenly swept past her like a black gale. Its 5 fingers formed a claw that was as pale as 5 chicken bones as it grabbed at Arbor's shoulder. Yao Ji's expression changed drastically, and she angrily shouted, "Ghost Saber, you dare to snatch in broad daylight." At the same time, Duanyu reflexively jumped forward. Perhaps he was also a bit dumbfounded. Why did he rush out at this critical moment to shield the D*MN child and meet the Ghost Saber's claw head-on? Crack. The poor youth's left shoulder bone was severely fractured by this black shadow's claw. Fine, adding insult to injury was his own doing. Duanyu was still dumbfounded. He truly could not understand why his blood rushed to his head and he used his body to shield this stoic child, especially when he turned around and saw the child's expressionless face. He chuckled, Xiao Mu's eyes flickered, and she took a step back. Only then did she clearly see the attacker. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black with a short beard. His small eyes emitted a vicious glint as he stared straight at the round bead in her hand. "Hand over the heart of paradise, and I'll spare your life, child," the middle-aged man in black coldly said with downcast eyes with one hand behind his back. Arbor's lips curled up, and she abruptly tightened her grip on the bead. She raised her small hand, and a pure white mystic energy light emitted from her palm and tightly wrapped around the bead. The child's stupefied expression, coupled with that pair of ferocious eyes, instantly made people's hearts tremble. Duanyu glanced at the man in black and scoffed. "You want to take back something that fell into the child's hands?" Duanyu had to hand it to her for being so naive despite her age. "You can give it a try. Will you snatch it faster or will I destroy it faster? At worst, we'll break up, and everyone can forget about it," the child said coldly as she stared at the man in black. Even though the large group of sect disciples brought by the man in black were glaring at her, the child's expression remained stoic. However, her clear eyes radiated a vicious aura, and her back was ramrod straight. Her entire body exuded an aura of sharpness. Good, 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 good. The middle-aged man in black glared venomously at the child. "Child, you're ruthless enough. You have some guts. Then tell me, what conditions do you want in exchange for giving the heart of paradise to me?" "You can't give it to him. Ghost Saber. You old bastard. I was the one who discovered the paradise first, and your ghost sect wants to interfere. Don't even think about it." "Humph. The treasure is here, so we'll rely on our own abilities. Yao Ji, although the treasure is good, don't put the cart before the horse and lose your life for some good stuff. You have to think carefully about whether it's worth it or not." "Ghost Blade." Yao Ji was so angry that her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. She was currently in a disadvantageous situation, and the number of subordinates she had was obviously less than half of Ghost Sect's. In addition, her own cultivation was not as high as Ghost Saber's, so she could only watch anxiously from the side. The child's bright eyes shone like pearls, 2 stars in the sky. Her gaze coldly fell on the group of greedy faces in front of her. Suddenly, she raised her small hand and directly threw the pearl into her mouth in front of everyone, swallowing it with a gulp. Duanyu was dumbstruck as he watched from the side. This child seemed to be even more savage than he had imagined. On the other hand, Gue Dao, Yao Ji, and the others were caught off guard as well. When they finally reacted, their faces had turned green and distorted. Gue Dao pulled out the ghost head blade from his waist. He was so angry that he laughed and was about to attack. Arbor covered his abdomen with one hand and said coldly, "Do it. Do it. Do you believe that I'll immediately self-detonate and leave you with nothing? Not only will you not obtain the treasure, but you'll also have to die here with me. All of you will die here with me." Everyone looked at her, flabbergasted. Duanyu felt that the child's actions really refreshed his normal worldview again and again. Was she still a child? Huh? Was this level of savagery normal? Ghost Saber released a murderous aura as he glared at the child in front of him. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. "Kill me. Kill me. Come." The child took a step forward with every word. Her soft and adorable voice sounded abnormally vicious in everyone's ears. Not to mention Duan Yu, even the surrounding people's worldviews were refreshed again and again. They felt that this child's viciousness was abnormal. You don't dare to attack? If you don't dare to attack, then die. Don't block the way. Trash. The child sneered with contempt in her eyes. You. Ghost Saber was so angry that he wished for nothing more than to slap this D*MN girl to death. Ever since he became an elder of the ghost sect, he could do whatever he wanted. He had never been as sullen as he was today. D*MN girl, you're too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ghost Saber shouted and grabbed at the child's slender arm with his left hand. Today, I'll let you know the difference in strength. Self-detonation? You don't have a chance. Huh. The distance between them was quite close, so Ghost Saber looked like he could easily capture her with this grab. Careful. Duan Yu hastily threw out a concealed weapon, but Ghost Saber did not even look at it and blocked it with his arm. He was focused on capturing the child. It would not be too late for him to cut open her stomach and take out the heart of paradise after he captured this brat and ruthlessly tortured her. Whoosh. To his surprise, the child flicked out a rope and quickly wrapped it around Ghost Saber's left arm. Before he could react, the child fiercely tightened the rope in his hand and kicked off with his left arm. The little one easily leaped over and sat on Ghost Blade's shoulder. The rope wrapped around Ghost Blade's left arm and quickly wrapped around his body. With a tight grip, the little one grabbed Ghost Blade's arm in his palm. Ghost Saber's current posture was strange. His left arm was draped over his right shoulder by the rope, and Duan Yu's nail had hit his arm. The child was facing him and happened to sit on the back of his hand. He was so angry that he raised his free right hand and was about to punch the back of the child's head. Bam! Child wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was one step ahead of him and slammed the ferrule on Ghost Blade's head. She quickly pressed the ferrule against his neck and said sternly, "Come on. Let's see who dies first." All around him were stiff figures and their eyes were wide open. Who could tell them, who was the one who taught this ghost-like child? Was he born cruel or something? Gui Dao felt the sticky blood dripping from his head. It dripped down his forehead and landed on the child's body. The child, however, completely turned a blind eye to it. She still had that wooden little face, but her eyes were abnormally bright. Old man. Tell your men to go and kill those people. Yao Ji's expression changed. Don't play tricks. You know that. Perhaps I might not have been able to kill you just now. But now, we're so close to each other. Even if I can't kill them, I'll definitely drag you down with me. The child's eyes were inches away from his face. Ghost Blade felt like he could bite the child's head off like a ball if he opened his mouth. However, he couldn't move. Only now did he realize that the child's seemingly suicidal approach to him was actually a preemptive strike. The D*MN girl's intelligence was simply not proportional to her appearance, especially when she was right in front of him. Her eyebrows were bewitchingly raised as she leaned close to his face and whispered, "Have you died before? Do you know what death feels like?" For some reason, Ghost Saber felt chills all over his body, and a chill slowly crept up from the bottom of his heart. How was this pair of eyes like a living person's? Heh heh. Ghost Blade's pupils dilated as he looked at the little girl in front of him. She made a sound that sounded like she was laughing, but her face didn't move at all, and there was no smile in her eyes. Her voice and expression were two completely different worlds. She was clearly a cute little girl, but she didn't have the slightest hint of softness and cuteness. Instead, he felt that she was filled with an eerie ghostly aura. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this child was more like a ghost than the members of the ghost sect. What are you waiting for? Do it. A hint of impatience appeared in Arbor's eyes. Yao Ji started to look nervous. Ghost Blade, think carefully. Even if you kill us now, with this girl's inhumane and rotten personality, she won't give you the heart of paradise. Why don't we work together? Kill them. Arbor suddenly exerted more force on the ferrule and pressed it down on Ghost Blade's neck. Otherwise, you'll accompany me to the hell of all evil. Don't be afraid. Hell isn't as scary as you think. It's just a bit empty, desolate, and silent, that's all. Ghost Blade's body trembled. He didn't want to admit that he was actually scared by this ghostly girl in front of him. Little Jojo, you're being naughty again. Suddenly, an ethereal and gentle voice came close and reached her side in a moment. Eh? It was the voice of that god of plague. Student Arbor was a bit confused. Why did it feel like she was running into that god of plague everywhere? While she was thinking, her little body broke free of Ghost Blade's grip and was pulled over by a strong suction force. She flopped twice and fell into a certain person's arms. Slap. The beautiful young man in white reached out his hand and slapped the child's buttocks heavily with a calm expression. His calm expression was completely inconsistent with his decisive action. Xiaomu even felt her butt hurt from the force of the slap, and her old face instantly flushed red. What the hell? Adding up her 2 lifetimes, she was already more than 30 years old. Yet, she was actually spanked by a demonic young man in broad daylight. This? The heavens clearly showed where the human heart was. A certain child who was about to throw a tantrum turned his head to glare at the youth and kicked him with his leg. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this young man's smiling, gentle and intelligent appearance was suppressing a violent heart. It was clearly a jade-like, handsome face that was like a spring breeze, but it actually made her feel the savagery and ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes, as well as the anger that surged along with it. The little kid was a little scared for no reason. Then, he became angry. How could he be scared? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his voice. What are you doing? Let them kill each other. How do you want to end it after you've dealt with them? The young man's voice was gentle, completely ignoring the dagger-like glint in the child's deliberately widened eyes. Xiaomu looked at his smiling eyes and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. She then angrily flung her sleeves. What was she feeling guilty about? A certain child reacted quickly and glared at him angrily. What does it have to do with you? Pa. Her little butt was hit again. The smelly brat's attack was even heavier than before. She was so angry that her old face turned ashen. Her little teeth rubbed against each other, and she wanted nothing more than to bite off the young man's slightly tanned neck. How dare he? Spanking her butt again and again? Actually, there was no third way, but Xiaomu was really furious. Life isn't easy. You have to cherish it. Mo Lian stared at her with a solemn and serious gaze and stopped smiling like a spring rain. He really couldn't understand how a child could be so ruthless and completely disregard her own life in such a desperate situation. Especially when he heard her soft voice murmur, "Hell isn't as scary as you think. It's just a bit empty, desolate, and silent." He didn't know how to feel. What kind of courage and willpower did one need to truly disregard life and death? She was still so young. What exactly had happened to her that made her so indifferent to life and death? As for Arbor, how are you going to deal with them after you deal with them? In fact, she also knew that today's situation was almost a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. Her chances of winning were very small. If she made a mistake, she would die without a burial ground. Of course, she didn't plan to self-destruct. What she did before could only buy her some time. She wasn't afraid of death at all. She was just a bit unwilling. Of course, she didn't reincarnate to seek death. She wanted to live well. However, in that situation just now, even if she obediently handed over the heart of paradise, would this group of greedy people really let a child like her go? She was prepared to die, but if she took a gamble, she might still have a chance to live. At this moment, hearing this kid whisper in her ear, "Life isn't easy. You have to cherish it." Her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although she knew this kid was worried about her, after being hit twice in a row where she shouldn't have been hit, the child's old face really couldn't swallow it. The child snorted and kicked him a few times. She looked down and saw that Crown Prince Lian's fine white robe had 7 or 8 black footprints printed on it. "Let go," the child said with a stoic face. Mo Lian shook his head and hugged her even tighter. He patted her back twice. "That won't do, it's dangerous right now. I'll put you down after we've dealt with these people, okay?" Although Crown Prince Lian asked okay, his movements didn't seem to relax at all. He clearly didn't intend to let go. That okay was just a casual question. The child was so angry, she had spoken so much to that whatever blade from the ghost sect. Now that she thought about it, she felt as if she had used up all her energy. She really didn't have any desire to speak, so she simply glared at Crown Prince Lien and shut her mouth. Didn't I say that you can look for me anytime if you need anything in the future? Remember to call me next time. For example, in such a dangerous situation. Isn't it just right to call me? Don't worry, we can get rid of these annoying fellows in minutes. Xiaomu really didn't want to ridicule him anymore. Do you think you're a Xian beast that can run out and fight as soon as you're summoned? Moreover, everyone knew that only mystic cultivators above level 10 had the chance to contract with mystic beasts, okay? With her current cultivation as a little level 3 mystic cultivator, she should see reality as soon as possible. Mo Lian smiled as she looked at the child's puffy cheeks. You don't believe me? Look. His slender finger slightly pointed upwards, and Arbor's eyes involuntarily looked up. His almond eyes, which were originally slightly squinted, suddenly widened. Fire? Bright red, scalding flames, each the size of a fist, descended from the sky like a celestial maiden scattering flowers and attacked the flabbergasted ghost saber, Yao Ji, and the others. Xiaomu reflexively reached out to cover her head, but she quickly discovered that the flames didn't come at her head at all. Instead, they directly bypassed her and Crown Prince Lien and chased after the others with whooshing sounds. Before long, half of the stone forest was engulfed in a sea of fire. What is this? Ghost Saber hurriedly channeled mystic energy to block the flames, but the mystic energy enveloping his body was instantly incinerated by the scorching flames. Ghost Saber and the others were suddenly exposed to the fire, and before they could recover from their fright, they smelled the burning smell of people being roasted alive. To their horror and despair, the burning smell did not come from anywhere else but from their own bodies being roasted. Ghost Saber instantly turned into a burning man. His entire body was covered in flames as he blankly ran around, flailing his arms and pouncing on several unlucky ghost sect disciples. The heavenly fire descending from the sky instantly swallowed everyone into the sea of fire. No matter how they struggled or screamed, it was to no avail. Arbor, who was watching from the side, was rather calm. He slightly raised his head to look at the smiling Crown Prince Lien. This brat was truly a hypocrite. He was an incomparably ferocious fellow, but he wore a handsome and elegant facade like a banished immortal. He really knew how to act. However, on account of him taking care of this group of idiots, Xiaomu felt that the Crown Prince seemed to be a bit more pleasing to the eye today than in the past. No matter what, this brat had saved her life, so she could consider the matter of him spanking her butt and humiliating her old face in front of everyone a foregone. Mo Lian tapped her finger and took out a coiled hemp rope from the fire. A faint smile appeared on her lips. It's actually the spirit binding rope. This little toy is quite useful. The child naturally reached out to take it and frankly confiscated the hemp rope, casually stuffing it into his clothes as his own. Mo Lian couldn't help but smile. This child was truly adept at silently collecting treasures. Every time he did something bad, his face would be stoic and serious. He was truly adorable. She couldn't resist pinching the child's fleshy cheeks, but she received an unhappy glare from a certain child in return. Slap. She forcefully slapped his hand away and suddenly recalled the miserable Duanyu. He couldn't have been swallowed by the sea of fire, right? This miserable fellow had saved her just now. Arbor twisted his small body and turned half a circle. His gaze swept back and forth in the sea of flames, searching for Duanyu's whereabouts. However, aside from where she and Crown Prince Lien were standing, fire was spreading everywhere in the stone forest, and visibility was extremely low. Arbor couldn't find any trace of Duanyu after searching for a long time, and her delicate brows involuntarily furrowed. Don't worry, the kid from the hidden weapons family has the ability to protect himself, so he would have run away long ago. Mo Lian turned her little face back. Let's go home. It was time to go home. With such a delay, it was estimated that it would take an entire night. Mother was probably going crazy with anxiety. Arbor lowered her eyes and subconsciously looked into her dantian. She saw that the heart of paradise that she had swallowed was being hugged by the two intertwining branches of the sapling. It was strangely tight as if it was hugging it. Arbor blinked and tried to squeeze the little tree with his profound energy, making it let go. Who would have thought that the sapling would throw out a few more soft branches, holding on tightly without letting go? It freaking became a spirit. Arbor angrily withdrew her mystic energy. She couldn't understand why there was a strange tree growing in her dantian. Was there really no problem with this dantian? Wouldn't it hinder her cultivation on the right path in the future? No, she had to try again. Xiaomu held her breath and drew out a large amount of mystic energy stored in her mystic meridians. She directly transferred it into her dantian and fought with the sapling for the heart of paradise. The two sides fought a tug-of-war for a while before the sapling finally let go unwillingly. However, the strange thing was that Arbor seemed to be able to sense the sapling's indignation. He could even see it wailing in her dantian, shaking its trunk, and shaking its branches to point at the heavens and curse the earth. Haha, how could a tree become a spirit? Was this dantian still her dantian? Did she still want to make the decision? Did they ask for her permission before becoming a spirit and causing mischief? This kind of abnormal behavior should be ruthlessly slapped to death before talking about it. Jojo? Xiaomu recovered her wits and pushed away Mo Lian, who was close to her face. She opened her mouth and spat out a round, jade-like bead. How do I use this? Those people wanted to snatch her heart of paradise with twisted expressions. They couldn't have some ulterior motive, right? Yu Xiao, who had just finished taking care of some lackeys, appeared with a person in his hand and stared at the round bead in the little fellow's palm in astonishment. Wow! That's a miniature version of the paradise? How did this savage little girl refine the entire paradise and take it for herself? A hint of surprise also flitted through Mo Lian's eyes, but it was more of a smile. He raised his hand and rubbed the little fellow's head. You're a child with good fortune. He didn't ask her the reason behind the paradise's refinement, which made the little fellow feel a bit better. To be honest, even if he asked, she wouldn't freaking know what had happened. However, she had a faint feeling that the paradise's direct refinement was most likely related to the tree that suddenly appeared in her dantian. However, she wouldn't tell anyone about such a strange thing like having a tree in her dantian. Moreover, with her current cultivation as a small level 3 mystic cultivator, being able to see her dantian was not a normal thing in the first place. Mo Lian didn't say anything else and directly instructed Xiaomu to permeate her mystic energy into the heart of paradise. The bead immediately released a dazzling light and instantly soared into the air. As if drawing a mirage in the air, the entire paradise was endlessly magnified in front of her eyes. Within minutes, a translucent valley appeared in the sky. The sound of a gurgling stream and the fragrance of a peach tree assaulted her senses. Most importantly, the undulating magnetite mines around the valley were now in this miniature version of the heart of paradise. She could use them at any time. Little Qiao had lived for 2 lifetimes, so there weren't many things that could excite her. However, at this moment, even if she was mature and calm, she couldn't help but feel excited. Yu Xiao was already dumbfounded, his eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Who would have thought that the peach blossom spring that so many noble clans had been searching in secret to no avail would actually be refined into the heart of peach blossom by an unknown little girl from a mountain village? With a thought, Arbor moved the unburned stones under her feet to the paradise. With another thought, the stones returned to their original position. Ha 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 ha. This was truly a treasure. Great, I can finally store and withdraw items as I please. It wasn't like that damned inner world where he couldn't take things out without enough mystic sense. This peach blossom spring only needed a little mystic energy to take out large items. It simply couldn't be any more convenient. The child immediately grinned happily. Her paralyzed expression showed signs of cracking for the first time, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Crown Prince Lian, who was staring at her, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow's smile was so strange, as if she had never smiled before. The corners of her mouth were stretched rather stiffly. If the Crown Prince knew that the reason why the little fellow was so happy was only because the heart of paradise could allow her to store and withdraw items as she wished, he probably wouldn't know what to say. Her expectations were too low. Furthermore, our dear student Arbor still didn't know that every time she wanted to retrieve the heart of paradise, she would have to fight with the strange tree for it. Would it really be easier than using her own inner world? Before retrieving the paradise, our dear student Xiao Mu had even secretly tested whether she could send herself into the paradise. In the end, it was obvious that she had thought too highly of herself. Her original body couldn't enter the miniature paradise. Our dear student Xiao Mu pursed her lips and looked worriedly at the undulating magnetite veins outside the paradise. These magnetite veins had to be truly mined. Since her original body couldn't enter, she probably wouldn't be able to extract large amounts of magnetite veins just by relying on a wisp of mystic energy. Sigh, Arbor felt a little regretful. She retrieved the round bead and swallowed it in one gulp. Using her inner sight, she indeed saw the sapling caressing the heart of paradise back and forth, looking as if it wouldn't give up even if it died. Arbor felt even more of a headache. If she couldn't figure out this demonic tree, she wouldn't be at ease with her dantian. If the thickness of one's mystic veins was not only related to the amount of mystic energy one possessed, but also directly affected one's cultivation speed in the later stages, then the dantian was even more important. It was the place where all the mystic energy in the body was stored. The mystic energy cultivated in the mystic veins would eventually return to the dantian. And such an important place was currently occupied by an inexplicable tree. This made her feel uneasy. Arbor looked back at Mo Lian and happened to see him clench his fingers. A fiery red object in the shape of a lamp wick floated into his palm. He lightly grasped it, and it disappeared into thin air. The child curiously grabbed his hand and flipped it open to take a look. There was nothing there. What was that just now? Although this crown prince looked gentle, Arbor felt that this brat's methods were very cruel. Crown Prince Lian said indifferently, "Oh, that's Ghost Saber's life lantern." For a second-rate sect like the Ghost Sect, the elders, protectors, or consecrators would usually light up an everlasting life lamp in the sect. The moment the life lamp is lit, these people's life spirits will have a connection with the life lamp. Arbor immediately understood and nodded. Ghost Blade is dead now. That's right, he's dead. The life lamp that he lit in the sect also went out. What about the wick just now? That is the miniature life lamp that is engraved in his life soul. When a person dies, this miniature life lamp will quickly capture the scene of the last moment. It can quickly transmit the cause of the incident to the sect. So just now, that grab had taken away Ghost Blade's last hope. This was the difference in strength. The suppression of cultivation made you so miserable that you didn't even have the chance to send a message. Xianxia waited for his master to finish explaining to the village girl before taking 2 steps forward with the person in his hand. Master, this woman has a mystic weapon that repels fire. This subordinate has already destroyed it. A tattered sandalwood fan that had withered into 2 halves was thrown to the ground by Xianxia like trash. Only now did Arbor see clearly that the woman he had thrown to the ground without any pity was Coitus Sect's left protector, Yao Ji. Yao Ji had long since lost her graceful and charming appearance. She sat on the ground like a beggar. Her hair was disheveled, her face dirty, and her eyes red. Her hair was like weeds from the fire, and locks drooped down from her head. Her lips were slightly cracked from the heat, and she sat there in a daze with a confused expression. Xianxia went up and kicked her, then turned to say to Mo Lian, "Master, this woman is pretending to be crazy and acting dumb." Yao Ji wasn't acting dumb like Xianxia said. She had indeed been scared silly. Coitus Sect was considered an upper-class sect, but even she, a left guardian with a rather lofty status in the sect, had never seen someone who could destroy so many people with a flip of his hand. It was as if they were ants in his eyes. Everyone, including the level 8 mystic cultivator Ghost Saber, couldn't survive for more than 3 seconds in this youth's hands. A trace of fear overflowed from the bottom of Yao Ji's heart. Mo Lian didn't even bother to look at her and merely said coldly, "Clean it up." This kind of trash dared to attack little Jojo. She was an eyesore and truly lived up to the saying that she valued money more than her life. Mo Lian's words seemed to have triggered a certain nerve in Yao Ji. She howled and pounced forward, repeatedly begging for mercy, but Mo Lian unceremoniously kicked her far away. After receiving the order, Xianxia didn't waste words and aggressively pulled out his sword and walked toward Yao Ji. Seeing that the sword was about to land on Yao Ji's head, the latter was so frightened that her face drained of color, and she shrieked. "Wait!" The little girl suddenly stretched out 5 fingers. Xiaoxia's chopping motion froze in midair. Mo Lian cast him a sidelong glance and waved her hand to dismiss him. She lowered her head to look at the little girl in her arms. "What is it? Do you dislike the smell of blood? I'll have someone throw her far away and dispose of her." Xianxia. Master is starting to be particular. But aren't you afraid of leading the little girl astray by saying this in front of such a savage and unrestrained little girl? Looking at the two people's relaxed expressions, those who didn't know would think that the two of them were chatting about the weather and the weather. Arbor tilted his small head. Is there any way to make her listen to me? I don't dare to have any thoughts of resistance. Why do you want such a trash? Emolienne pursed her lips in disdain. She patted her head and said, if you need help, I can get Xianxia to follow you. Xianxia wanted to cry. His Highness was sending him away without any reluctance. Xiaomu unceremoniously slapped the back of his hand. You're not allowed to touch my head. She was not a stuffed animal. We need to keep this woman. Arbor stared at Emolienne, who was right in front of him. Is there any way? Emolienne nodded. Arbor knew that this guy had a way, and this method was quite straightforward. Emolienne raised her hand and sucked Yao Ji's head into her hand, suppressing it and extracting a strand of her life spirit. Regardless of how tragic Yao Ji's cries were, Emolienne handed a thin, transparent strand of life spirit to Xiaomu in just a few seconds. If she doesn't listen, you can crush this strand of life spirit in your hand at any time. At that time, she naturally won't have a good ending, Emolienne said calmly. Arbor's eyes brightened. He nodded and threw the strand of life spirit into his inner world. It wouldn't take much mystic sense to extract a small life spirit. Actually, if he absorbed this strand of life spirit into his conscious, it would be more convenient to control it with mystic sense. However, her mystic sense body had just formed, and there was very little mystic sense in her conscious. To avoid any unexpected changes, it was better to lock up this life spirit in his inner world for now. Arbor had finally witnessed Emolienne's methods. Not only did she not find them cruel, she even found them to be very agreeable. The woman in front of her could even lay her hands on a 7-year-old child. It could be considered karma for her to end up like this. Yao Ji, who had a strand of her soul taken away, slumped to the ground listlessly. She shot a resentful gaze at Arbor, as if she wanted to bore a hole in her face. Arbor did not care about this gaze at all. However, Emolienne was displeased when she saw the old woman's gaze. She raised her hand and slapped her across the air. If you dare to look at people like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Yao Ji flipped over from the strike and fell limply to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lost a few teeth. Her eyes were filled with horror and fear, replacing her previous resentment. The child expressionlessly said, "Come here." Yao Ji subconsciously shrank back and struggled to crawl to the two. This time, she did not dare to raise her head to look at these two fiends. I know you're resentful. The child raised her small brows. Do you regret not killing me in the beginning? Yao Ji trembled, as if she could feel the white-cloaked youth's sword-like gaze landing on her. Yao Ji had suffered before, so how would she dare to act rashly? She lowered her head and crawled at their feet. Little master, please forgive me. Yao Ji does not dare. Arbor indifferently glanced at her. How will you talk about today's matter when you return to the sect? Yao Ji hastily replied, Little master, don't worry. Yao Ji will not say anything. Arbor unhappily cut her off. Why are you so stupid at your age? If you don't say anything, wouldn't it be even more suspicious? So infuriating. Why is it so troublesome to talk to idiots? Xiaomu's gaze shifted to Crown Prince Lian's face. She blinked and gave him a look. Emolienne almost laughed out loud. Beside her, Xianxia could not help but roll his eyes. Child, what do you think His Highness is in your stomach? One look from you and others will immediately understand. After you go back, tell them that a mysterious expert killed all of you. It wasn't easy for you to escape back to report the news, so you have to act more realistically. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and sent the unlucky Yao Ji flying several meters away. Yao Ji let out a miserable howl as she spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of her arms hung limply by her side, obviously broken. Her face was completely pale, and with her withered hair and beggar clothes, no one would believe that she wasn't a beggar. If you dare to come back and cause trouble, then there's no meaning for your sect to exist. Emolienne glanced at Yao Ji and waved her hand. You'll know what to say when you return. I understand, I understand. Yao Ji immediately let out a sigh of relief. She repeatedly kowtowed and fled. Arbor's eyes flashed. Speaking of which, she didn't care if this group of people rushed back to seek revenge. Counting the days, this peaceful world wouldn't last for more than 2 days. When the time came, it was hard to say if this village would still exist. What was there to be afraid of? She already planned to leave. However, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She also couldn't be sure if those 2 sects would send people to investigate. If they found out that she was the one who obtained the Heart of Paradise, it would be annoying if they bit her like rabid dogs and refused to let her go. Little Jojo, I'm leaving tomorrow to return to the capital. Don't do those dangerous things alone. When the moon is dark and the wind is strong, don't wander around too much, okay? I'll come back to see you after a while. The child harumphed. Emolian poked her stoic little face in amusement. Aside from being able to store items, the Heart of Paradise can also absorb and store mystic energy from the outside world. However, you must remember to take out the Heart of Paradise without being noticed. You must be extremely careful. Arbor nodded, thinking that this was indeed the case. She didn't want to provoke a large group of people from some sect to besiege and kill her, so she shouldn't be too pleased with herself. She still had to be careful when using it. The supplies you want should arrive tomorrow or the day after. Remember to receive them. As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, he could gather supplies so quickly in this kind of desolate little mountain village. Although our dear Xiao Mu's stoic little face didn't have any expression, Emolian felt that this little girl was very happy. Yu Shou silently followed behind his master. Seeing him nag endlessly, he looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. He had never seen his crown prince so carefully instruct others. This savage little girl was inexplicably to the crown prince's liking. Xiao Mu tilted her head and met his eyes. Her round, bright eyes blinked, and she suddenly asked, "That Auntie Wu, where did you send her?" This crown prince truly acted quickly. That Wu Yanjun had disappeared from the village the night of the fire. The next day, his husband had even called a bunch of people to search the village for her. Unfortunately, even if he brought people to dig 3 feet into the ground, his Madame Wu still wouldn't be able to come back. The crown prince chuckled and looked at little Jojo. Don't worry, I threw her into Black City to mine magnetite. There's no return from that kind of place. She won't be able to leave until she dies. Arbor's eyes flashed. She had indeed heard of Black City. It was close to the western wilderness and could be considered the source of heavenly Dao sects or mining. To the pampered Auntie Wu, that kind of bitter cold place where one had to mine rocks and toil all day long was probably a life akin to hell. Keep all of these well. The crown prince casually stuffed her with a cloth bag sewn with brocade thread. Then, he carried her and soared up. Stepping on the heavy fire, they passed through the smoke-shrouded stone forest. Classmate Arbor opened the bag and stretched his head out to take a look. Seeing that it was all kinds of high-grade ointments to stop bleeding, relieve pain, remove scars, disperse blood stasis, and so on, he hurriedly put them all in his pocket and happily accepted them all. Emolian flew towards Quoto village with the child in her arms. She walked in the air as if she was walking on flat ground. Little Qiao's gaze was slightly complicated as she stole a few glances at him. After weighing her options, she finally opened her mouth. You, It's a long journey back to the capital. Be careful. If you encounter a slow and rotting monster, it's best to stay away. However, with his inhuman strength, he shouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he encountered a corpse puppet in a completely clueless situation. Emolian raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she didn't quite understand what the little fellow meant, she still nodded and couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. Little thing, you're worried about me. Scram. Little Jojo stretched out her leg and angrily kicked his white robe, adding another black footprint to his robe. You're not allowed to pinch my face. Following behind the two, Yu Shou's mouth twitched as he looked at the 2 people in front of him. He felt that there was something wrong with this scene. What's wrong? Yu Shou thought for a long time, then slapped his thigh and had a flash of inspiration. Why was his handsome, charming, and lovable lord always suffering in the hands of this little girl and getting beaten up at the slightest provocation? After Emolian carried Xiao Mu away into the distance, a lump of earth and rock that had been scorched and loosened by the fire continued to writhe. Suddenly, a little white squirrel popped out. On its cute little furry face, a pair of intelligent big eyes were opened wide. Squeak! The little white squirrel made a pitiful cry. Where is the little master? Why is the little master missing? Little master, little master, little master. If someone was here, they would definitely see the little white squirrel's tearful face. It hopped on the spot for a while and sniffed around before pinpointing the direction that Mo Lian had left in with Xiao Mu in his arms. With a squeak, it dashed out of the stone forest entangled in flames with a few swishes. At this time, the raging flames had spread over the entire stone forest, but to the little white squirrel, it didn't seem to affect it at all. The billowing smoke caused the visibility to be extremely low, but the little white squirrel seemed to not notice the raging flames in its surroundings. Its speed increased again, and it passed through the stone forest that was surging with flames like a bolt of lightning. It squeaked as it chased after Xiao Mu with all its might. Little master, wait. The little master saved its life, so she was its second parent. It must follow. Arbor didn't know that a silly little white squirrel was running after her to the village, swearing to follow her. After she was carried out of the stone forest by Mo Lian, she kept poking his shoulder with her fingers and repeating, "Put me down." Mo Lian saw that the little girl's home was in front of him, so he put her down. Seeing that the little girl silently turned around and was about to run away, Mo Lian, who was already familiar with the little girl's tricks, picked her up and put her in front of him again. Arbor angrily stepped on his foot. What? Do you remember what I told you? Mo Lian looked at her with a smile. The little girl glanced at him. Although he was smiling, his eyes were very serious. Her little face couldn't help but become gloomy, and she nodded as a response. Mo Lian stretched out his finger and tapped her little nose, then let's see each other in a few days. Go home. I don't even know if we'll meet again. The little fellow muttered quietly. Behind her, Mo Lian raised his slender eyebrows as he watched the little one's receding figure with a grin. Sigh, this little fellow doesn't even know how to say goodbye. Looks like I'll have to teach him slowly in the future. As for whether or not they would meet again, they would know when they met. Mo Lian stopped at the end of the path and looked in the direction where the child had left. She slowly withdrew her gaze. I heard that third imperial brother went to the old man and complained tearfully. The effect was very obvious. Mo Lian said softly. She turned and walked towards the inn at the entrance of the village. Pack your things. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'll go back and see what else my good imperial brother can do other than crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang himself. Yu Xiao, who was accompanying them, let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly nodded and followed the crown prince's footsteps. His grandpa should have gone back a long time ago. This trip out had witnessed a miracle. In the end, no one had gained anything. The entire mystic realm had become a child's. No one would dare to believe this kind of thing. Arbor quickly ran to the entrance of her house. She was anxious to return home. Just as she stepped through the threshold, she heard a strange voice coming from her little courtyard. Yo, the main character is finally back. A scalding hot teacup was thrown at her little face. Arbor's eyes hardened. She dodged to the side and looked over. She saw the matriarch and a group of people sitting there as if they were being interrogated. Anyone who stepped into their own small courtyard and was met with the sudden attack of a hot teacup would not be able to hold back their anger. Arbor was no exception. Although her little face was still expressionless, the anger in her eyes could no longer be suppressed, and a cold aura emanated from her body. She looked up and saw old Madame sitting on a chair in the middle of the courtyard. Her youngest aunt Xiao Wenwan and youngest aunt Su Jiao were standing on either side of her. The two guards glared at Arbor, who had just entered the door, with disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Arbor was furious that her house was occupied by old Madame and her people. Her eyes were filled with irritation. Glancing at old Madame expressionlessly, Arbor walked toward her room without looking back. She was too lazy to talk to them. Whoever wanted to talk to them could talk to them. In any case, she didn't want to talk to this old woman. This condescending attitude infuriated elderly Lady Qiao so much that she shot up from her seat and angrily rebuked while pointing at Xiao Mu. Halt. Kneel. Old Madame Wang was so angry that her fingertips trembled. She had been in charge of the Qiao family for so many years, and her son and daughter-in-law had always respected her and obeyed her orders. She had never seen such a rude person who dared to ignore her imperial edict and despise her right to be in charge of the family. This was outrageous. Arbor had been tense for so long, and she finally got home to rest for a while. Who knew that old Madame Wang would be waiting for her here? It really made her angry. Two older women walked forward with their hands on their hips and blocked Arbor's door from both sides, trapping her in the small courtyard. Arbor's eyes were so cold that shards of ice could be seen. She looked at the two older women blocking her way as if she was looking at a corpse. "Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being rude. How dare you? How dare you go against the heavens?" Xianxia was so angry that the veins on her forehead were throbbing. "Whoever stops me from resting, I'll make her pay the price." Using a soft baby voice to say such murderous words, it really made people stare at her in shock. "I'll see if you dare. You." Bang bang. Arbor raised his leg and kicked the legs of the two older female servants. With two cracking sounds, the two older female servants screamed at the same time. They were in so much pain that their waists bent down. Su Jiao was dumbstruck for a moment before letting out an ear-piercing shriek. "You'd *gamen lass, you really dared to lay your hands on your grandmother's people. Are you deaf? I've already warned you to get out of the way. Is my words so hard to understand?" Arbor sneered and punched the belly of one of the women, sending her flying several meters away. She held and fell at the feet of the old lady. The other old maid was so scared that her face turned pale and she retreated. There was no need for Arbor to do anything. She rolled and crawled to the old lady's feet and cried, "Ancestor, help me. Ancestor, help me." Extremely boring. Arbor's eyes flashed with a cold light as he glanced at the old lady expressionlessly. Old Madame Wang jumped in fright from her emotionless gaze, and she staggered back 2 steps, almost falling down. Everyone scrambled to support this old lady. Old Madame Wang was so angry that her chest was trembling, and her lips trembled as she cursed, you little bastard, you actually dared to lay your hands on your elders. Hurry! Hurry and hold this little bastard down. Beat her ruthlessly, beat her to death." Elderly lady truly came prepared this time. Not only did she bring 4 to 5 crude midwives, she also brought 2 grandnephews from her maternal family who knew a bit of martial arts. Those 2 grandnephews were about 14 to 15 years old. Upon hearing elderly lady's command, they rushed forward like hotheads. One of them reached out to grab Arbor, while the other swept his leg to kick Arbor's legs. In Arbor's eyes, their slow speed was like a snail's crawl, yet they wanted to hit her? Simply laughable. Arbor immediately broke free of the two's encirclement with a flash of his body. In turn, he slapped the 2 grandnephews in the face. This little bastard was hitting them for her to see. Elderly lady almost vomited blood from anger when she saw this. She felt like these 2 slaps were landing on her own face, causing her to lose all face. Still not stopping? Arbor coldly looked at the 2 grandnephews of the Wang family. His gaze was so cold that the 2 youths couldn't help but shiver. "You aren't my match." Arbor very calmly stated this fact. He truly had no interest in bullying 2 normal martial artists without mystic energy. This kind of person indeed had an advantage in front of weak commoners, but in front of mystic cultivators, they were completely lacking. Elderly Lady Wang's 2 grandnephews weren't too stupid. They didn't dare to refute Arbor's words and returned to elderly lady's side dejectedly. When elderly lady saw that no one could restrain Arbor, she was so angry that she directly collapsed onto the ground and wailed like a shrew. She kept saying that her descendants were unfilial and that she couldn't live anymore. Su Jiao raised a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. She slanted her eyes and secretly made an expression of extreme disdain for elderly lady. Arbor coldly glanced at the old woman who was putting on a good show and directly walked around her to the door. He pushed open the door with one hand and turned to show elderly lady a disdainful gaze. He coldly said, "If you can't live, then just die. For an old B*tch like you, living is also a waste of food. If you really want to die, then please find a sturdier pillar to ram your head against. You've spent so much effort and time to put on such an act, yet you still won't die in the end. Who are you trying to impress? Your acting is so clumsy, and it's hard to get a bunch of people to cooperate with you. You guys are really too much." Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. Even the old lady stopped making noise and stared blankly at the cold-faced child. Was it possible for a child to say such vicious and cunning words? Arbor, how dare you speak to your grandmother like that? His father, Xiao Zhongbong, roared at the door. Xiaomu coldly glanced in his direction before slamming the door with a bang, directly flinging the door board shut in front of everyone's eyes. Son, I really can't live anymore. The old lady seemed to be stuck for 3 seconds. When she saw Xiao Zhongbong, she continued to slap her thigh, crying and wailing. She looked like she had suffered a great grievance, and tears streamed down her face. Jojo, it's Jojo who's back. As soon as Wei Ziqin heard that the child had come home, she hurried back. She didn't even have time to look at elderly lady before she ran straight to her daughter's room. Arbor had just wiped her face when she heard her mother's voice. She quickly opened the door and welcomed her mother's warm hands. Wei Ziqin immediately picked Arbor up and said anxiously and angrily, "Where did you run off to for a day and a night? Your father and I had a hard time looking for you." "Mother, I'm back now." Arbor was already an adult. How could she be used to being held in her mother's arms? She quickly wriggled and slid down to the ground. She reached out and tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes. "Mother, let's talk inside." How could Wei Ziqin let go of her hand? She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she said, "Child, I asked your teacher Jiang. Yesterday, school ended very early, and the other students also got home early. Where did you go?" Arbor had already thought of an excuse on the way back. She changed the story of Yao Ji and company and said that she was almost abducted after school. Fortunately, she was rescued by a young swordsman, and it took some twists and turns before she was able to return. Wei Ziqin only felt that this matter was abnormally dangerous when she heard it. She quickly hugged her child and prayed for the heavens to protect her with a ghastly pale face. Arbor comforted her with a few words before someone banged on the door. Wei Ziqin hesitated for a moment before holding Arbor's hand and saying, "Yesterday, your dad brought people to search for you in and out of the village for the entire night. Actually, it's not that he doesn't care about you." Arbor faintly hummed in acknowledgement. Wei Ziqin looked at her daughter's ice-cold face and couldn't help but sigh. She could also tell that Jojo was simply indifferent to her dad these past few days. He didn't even call him dad anymore. Ever since Su Jiao came knocking on their door and escorted Xiaoxiao to the inn to apologize to Miss Liu, Xiaoxiao practically didn't look her father in the eye. Although this child didn't say anything, her heart must have been hurt by her father. "Jojo, are you blaming your dad?" Knock 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 knock. The sound of the door shaking vigorously interrupted Wei Ziqin's words. Wei Ziqin glanced outside the door a bit nervously. "Jojo, don't say anything when we go out later. Mom will deal with it." Judging from elderly lady's attitude, it seemed that she wouldn't let them off if they didn't give an explanation today. "Mom." Arbor calmly looked at her mother. Her pitch-black eyes were very bright, and Wei Ziqin could see her own reflection in her daughter's clear eyes. "I've been having a strange dream every day for the past few days." Arbor's tone was quite gentle, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I dreamed that my sister was sent to a rich family, but no one really treated her as a human. They beat her, scolded her, humiliated her, and enslaved her every day. By the time she was 12, her sister had died. She was swept out of the house like a pile of trash. Her clothes didn't cover her body, and she lay in the pouring rain with her eyes open. Because in their eyes, she's just trash. If she dies, then so be it. There's nothing pitiful about it." Wei Ziqin's pupils constricted in horror. She rushed forward and covered her daughter's mouth. She shook her head vigorously and said, No, Jojo, how could you have such a terrible dream? This was a dream, just a dream. Mother has already decided that no one can take Shaolin away from us. Mother has decided that no one can take my child away from Mother's side. Even your grandmother can't make decisions for Mother." Arbor reached out and pulled her mother's hand away. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she tried to show a stiff smile. "I think so too, Mother. No one can make decisions for themselves and decide Shaolin's fate. I'll be responsible for her life until the end. Mother, this time, Jojo will be the one to protect you." Wei Ziqin's face was already covered in tears. She didn't know why she was crying, but she felt suffocated in her chest, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was a mother. She couldn't be weak. If she backed down, her daughter would have no way out. Wei Ziqin held Arbor's hand tightly. She stood up with a determined expression and pulled the door open. Arbor silently followed behind her mother and followed her into the courtyard. Elderly lady had stopped crying for the time being, and she pretended to wipe her tears as she furtively cast sidelong glances at the mother and daughter pair. Arbor! Xiao Zhongbang roared angrily. When he looked up to see his wife shielding his daughter behind her as though she was afraid that he would eat her up, he couldn't help but be angered to the point that his heart ached. What did his wife mean by this? Could it be that she would tear apart and eat her daughter? Elderly lady. Wei Ziqin poked the soft knife in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing as she dryly said, "May I ask why you brought so many people here in such a grand manner? The child is still young and can't take fright easily. If she's frightened to death, who can compensate me with a good daughter?" Elderly Lady Qiao's eyes instantly turned round, and she scrutinized Wei Ziqin again as though she didn't recognize her daughter-in-law. Wei Ziqin had been married into the family for so many years, but she had never called her elderly lady in a cold and sarcastic voice like today. "Eldest sister-in-law, what kind of attitude is this?" Su Jiao immediately interjected, "From the looks of it, you probably don't know that your child nearly angered mother to the point of fainting just now. Do you know what your child called mother just now?" I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud." Old B**tch, Arbor coldly replied. Everyone stared at her, dumbstruck, as though they didn't recognize this child. Xiao Zhongbang flared up on the spot and raised his hand to slap Arbor's face as he glowered at her. "Shut up." Arbor didn't dodge and merely stared at her father with a bone-chilling gaze. That serene and chilly gaze made Xiao Zhongbang's heart tremble slightly, and his hand involuntarily froze in midair, unable to swing down anymore. "It's good that all of you are here today." Arbor's gaze swept across everyone's faces. "Wait a moment. We'll talk when everyone is here." Everyone in the yard was silent. It took a long time for the old lady to find her voice again. She pointed at Arbor and said in a trembling voice, "Rebel, rebel, rebel." Xiao Zhongbang looked at his mother, who was trembling with anger, then turned to look at his daughter, whose face was as cold as ice. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Third great-grandfather and old village chief are here," the 10-year-old Xiao Hu called out and ran into the courtyard. "Thank you for your hard work, brother Hu." Arbor nodded slightly at Xiao Hu, then bowed to the Qiao family elders and the village chief who had just entered. "Third great-grandfather, grandpa village chief. Today, I invited the two of you here because I need the two of you to bear witness to something. Grandmother was not kind. She repeatedly targeted the two of us. She ignored my mother's wishes and insisted on selling my younger sister to a rich family. She tried in vain to break up our family and make us suffer so much that we wished we were dead. Secondly, he didn't care about my life and forced me to risk my life many times. This time, he actually brought people to our door to capture me. I'm so young and fearful. I don't know how I've become an eyesore to grandmother. I blocked grandmother's path and made her want to deal with me time and time again. If the family really can't tolerate my younger sister and me, then it would be better to expel us from the family. We don't ask for glory or riches, we just ask for peace and freedom. We don't need to live in fear under grandmother's pressure every day." The old lady looked at third great-grandfather's stern gaze and her lips trembled. She was so angry that she wanted to faint. Was this child possessed by a ghost? How could she say such a sentence with every word that hit his heart? Seeing the disdainful gazes from third great-grandfather and the village chief, the old lady's face burned. She wanted nothing more than to close her eyes immediately. Such a small child. How much had he suffered to be able to say something like expelling himself from the family? Elderly lady felt her face burning, and her lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. Originally, it was just a small family matter that could be resolved behind closed doors. Who would have thought that the D**MN girl would invite the two most powerful people in the village today? With this fuss and publicity, the good reputation she had accumulated for more than a decade was completely ruined. Where was she going to put her old face? Wouldn't she be laughed to death by the people in and out of the village? You. Elderly lady pointed at Xiao Mu. She was simply caught off guard by Qiao Mu's preemptive strike. Enough. Third great-grandfather said to Wang Nei with a straight face, old fifth daughter-in-law, I warned you 2 years ago that you shouldn't meddle too much in the children's family matters. Let them handle it themselves. Originally, our branch was separated from the main family and arranged to live in this small mountain village. It's fine as long as we can live our own lives. Our children and grandchildren are growing up day by day, and those who should be separated have also been separated out. Let them fly and live their own lives, and you can also have more leisure. Ever since old fifth passed away, I also know that old fifth daughter-in-law hasn't had it easy, but you have to meddle in the younger generation's matters for everything. Aren't you tired? I think Jojo, this child, is quite good and promising. He has already advanced to the ranks of mystic cultivators at such a young age. His future is limitless, the old village chief also interjected from the side. Look at how you've forced such a good child. Elderly lady's lips trembled in anger, and she couldn't help but shout, Third uncle, old village chief, you don't know anything. Do you know what this child did 2 days ago? She ran to Long Gate in alone and violently beat up Miss Lu from Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect came to make trouble for me, and I had to deal with them for several days. I didn't know how many things they gave me before I finally dealt with the matter. After sending away that great Buddha from Tiandao sect with great difficulty, I finally took the time to come over today. I didn't even have time to teach this child who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson before you two came over. Grandmother, you clearly came today for younger sister's matter, so why are you implicating me now? Although Wu Yanjun, that middleman, has gone missing, didn't you directly find that family and negotiate this transaction? You're talking nonsense, Wang Shi said guiltily. How could Arbor not know this expression? She was just trying to trick her, but she didn't expect the old lady to be so gullible and give herself away. Grandmother, Shaolin also calls you grandmother. How could you sell your sister for such a small amount of money? Could it be that when you dream in the middle of the night, there aren't any malicious ghosts crawling up from the ground to walk to your bed and drag you back to the 9 hells purgatory to be punished? Qiao Mu's chilly words were filled with boundless ghostly energy. Wang Shi was so scared that her body trembled. How could Wei Ziqi not understand? She rushed forward and picked up Qiao Lin, who was being held by Su Jiao. She looked at Madame Wang and the others with a guarded expression and said angrily, Mother, although our family is poor, we're far from selling our daughter. Mother, you'd better put away these thoughts and never talk about sending Lin away in front of me again. Okay. All of you are rebelling against me. Madame Wang was so angry that she beat her chest and stamped her feet. She had a bitter look on her face. I'm just being considerate. The child in your belly is about to come out. When the time comes, how are you going to raise 3 children at home? Now, the burden is so heavy with only 2, this. Shut up. Great-grandfather 3 shouted. Old fifth daughter-in-law, you. Third great-grandfather pointed at Madame Nei Wang and sighed. Muddle-headed. Many villagers were crowding outside the courtyard, and they were all pointing and whispering. Madame Nei Wang only felt that their gazes were filled with disdain, and she felt a stabbing pain in her heart that made it difficult for her to breathe. Third great-grandfather, mother-in-law is doing this for the good of eldest brother's family. Shut up. Third great-grandfather roared at Su Jiao. Do you think I'm an old fool? Zhongheng daughter-in-law, it's enough for you to manage your family's affairs. Aren't you ugly and shameful if you insist on sticking your hand into Zhongbang's family? Su Jiao instantly quieted down and didn't dare to make a sound. Old fifth daughter-in-law, you don't need to bother with Zhongbang's family's affairs in the future. Although our bloodline has fallen to Quoto village, it's not to the extent that we can't raise a child. It's just a matter of having more food. Zhongbang daughter-in-law, don't worry, as long as third granduncle is here, your family's children won't starve. Don't worry about giving birth, and don't be too burdened. Third uncle. Madame Nei Wang was so angry that she almost fainted. Old fifth daughter-in-law, I want to discuss something with you. From what I see, the 3 brothers Zhongbang, Zhongxing, and Zhongheng all have their own families and children. Your youngest daughter is also getting married in September. How about this, I'll make a decision for you. Let's split up the family here today. We can't split. Madame Nei Wang shrieked and collapsed onto the ground. Third uncle, although you're my elder, you can't bully us orphans and widows so brazenly. How can this family be split up just because you say so? If we don't split, look at what you've become. Third great-grandfather glanced indifferently at Madame Ne Wang, and a trace of disgust flashed through his sharp eyes. It's settled then. It's good that old village chief is here, so he can be a witness. Split now, split immediately. Third granduncle, old village chief, how about we wait for second brother to return to discuss this matter? We. Xiao Zhongbang saw his mother collapse on the ground, and his heart ached as he stepped forward, wanting to speak up for her. Zhongbang, I know you're filial and honest, but sometimes, you have to take care of your wife and children. Ziqin hasn't had it easy all these years. Great-grandfather 3 gave Xiao Zhongbang a meaningful glance, pulled him aside and whispered a few words. After Xiao Zhongbang came back with third granduncle, he didn't say anything. He just kept sneaking glances at Wei Ziqin, who had a cold expression on her face. The separation of the family went quite smoothly. The old lady's wails and howls were of no use. With the old village chief as a witness, great-grandfather 3 single-handedly facilitated the separation ceremony. He even took out the document and remembered it clearly. Arbor curled the corners of his mouth. His sharp gaze swept past the old village chief and third great-grandfather. When he turned around, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. She returned to her small room and closed the door. She sat at the table for a long time before pouring herself a cup of cold tea. She muttered to herself, power is really a good thing. When I have power in my hands, I can have everything. Less than an hour ago, great-grandfather 3 and the old village chief knelt in front of Crown Prince Lian, trembling with fear. They looked at the youth in front of them, who was holding a coarse teacup in one hand, as if he was holding a flawless moon. They held their breaths and didn't dare to make a sound. After a full 7 minutes, the youth's cold voice said faintly, by today, separate Jojo's family. In the future, if that old lady is blind enough to cause trouble for Jojo, I will cause trouble for you. Whoosh. An iron arrow swept past the 2 old men's hair and pierced into the pillar below the eaves. The pillar immediately tilted, almost unable to support half the eaves. I wonder if the 18 people in your 2 families are enough for me to cause trouble 3 times. The crown prince flicked his sleeves and stood up. The 2 old men immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. As your highness commands. Old Lady Qiao was furious this time. She had lost all face in front of the entire village. After she was carried back, she fell ill on her bed and groaned. Qiaomu flipped through the family division document beside her, a faint smile on her lips. After she hid the document, she took out the gold-beaded talisman pen she had snatched from her apparition. She spread out the 30 talisman papers that Brother Xiao had bought for her in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her mind and concentrated. Arbor silently recited the elementary talisman technique incantation. She then made a hand seal according to what she had learned from the golden talisman jade tome and concentrated on drawing talismans. She had used up all the strength talismans and speed talismans on Hulun Mountain, so she needed to replenish some. Fortunately, she was now very familiar with drawing strength and speed talismans. In less than an hour, she had finished drawing 10 strength and speed talismans. What surprised her was that when she finished drawing the last strength and speed talisman, she clearly saw a faint blue halo on the talisman paper. Unlike the other 18 talismans that emitted a faint yellow light, these 2 talismans were covered in a layer of blue light. Qiaomu naturally didn't know what was going on. She could only make a last-minute effort and release her mystic sense into her conscious to check the golden talisman jade tome. She watched as the second jade slip, which had originally shrunk into a ball, flew towards her and transformed into a thin golden book in front of her eyes. The book's pages were very wide, and every word in the book was the size of a fist. They jumped and floated in front of her eyes. Actually, when she opened the golden talisman jade tome for the first time, a large amount of information had already entered her mind. However, she felt that it would be faster to use her profound sense to flip through the golden talisman jade tome rather than blindly searching for information in her mind. After all, she didn't have a clue at the moment. It was very strenuous to search for information in her mind that she didn't know at all. At this moment, her apparition was squatting on the ground with the golden book in her arms. Arbor's mouth twitched as she glanced at her and used her mystic sense to quickly scan the contents of the second jade slip. According to the book, there were 4 types of talismans: ordinary yellow talismans, fine blue talismans, peerless purple talismans, and saint gold talismans. The strength talisman and speed talisman that she had just drawn with blue light were fine blue talismans. The quality of the blue talisman was much higher than the yellow talisman. The talisman power it contained was twice as much as the yellow talisman. The level of talisman power directly affected the duration of the talisman. As for the blue talisman, it was twice as long as the yellow talisman. In other words, a talisman that could only sustain one's combat strength for 5 minutes could now last at least 10 minutes. Beginner-level talismans may not have a requirement for quality. However, when it came to intermediate-level talismans, advanced-level talismans, and other high-quality talismans, the benefits of doubling the time enhancement could be seen in minutes. The funny thing was that the book also said that the path of a talisman master was filled with unimaginable hardships and dangers. Just to draw a high-quality blue talisman, one had to spend a lot of time, energy, and money. Talisman masters had to practice for at least 3 years before they could draw a few blue talismans. Therefore, for someone like her who had never drawn more than 100 talismans, to suddenly be able to draw a blue talisman was really a stroke of luck. What, 3 years? She hadn't drawn one in 3 days. The strange thing was, she always felt that when she held the brush in her hand, there was an indescribable feeling of smoothness when drawing talismans. Even if she was a bit unfamiliar at the beginning, she found that familiar feeling after drawing 10 talismans. It was as if she had drawn thousands of talismans before. Just as her mystic sense was about to withdraw, the golden book turned into a jade slip and flew back to its original place with a whoosh. A few more talisman papers floated down from the air. Arbor withdrew from her conscious and fished out the new talisman papers to take a look. There were a few new demonstration-level elementary talismans. Peace talisman: seek good fortune, avoid calamities, and resolve difficulties. Beginner-level yellow talisman can ensure 1 day's safety. Calming talisman: for 2 hours, one can quickly concentrate and calm down, achieving the goal of doubling the mystic energy from the outside world. Dizziness talisman: dizziness for 5 minutes. Opponents 1 level higher than the user are immune to the effect. Immobilization talisman: dizziness for 5 minutes. Opponents 1 level higher than the user are immune to the effect. Arbor squatted in front of the table and flipped through the talisman papers in his hand. When the descriptions of these talismans appeared in his conscious, a certain child rolled his eyes to express his disdain. Every single one of them was so *king useless. What was the use of a peace talisman to ensure 1 day's safety? Wouldn't it return to its original state after 1 day? Besides, the elementary talisman power on these peace talismans definitely wasn't high. It was hard to say whether some great misfortune could be turned into good fortune. The calming talisman was even more useless. What could it do in 2 hours? Some people might not have finished communicating with the outside world after 2 hours of meditation and hadn't even captured their mystic energy. What was the use of doubling it? As for those dizziness talismans and immobilization talismans, little Jojo really didn't want to ridicule them. With her current cultivation, she could only immobilize small fries below the 3rd level of mystic cultivator level. It was useless against people 1 level higher than her, so what was the use? As for those ordinary people, did they even need techniques like immobilization and dizziness? They could just crush them with 1 finger. Useless. Useless. Little Xiaomu threw away 1 talisman after another. She was so angry every time she threw one. In the end, the little person was paralyzed by the bed. Bored to death, she touched the last 2 yellow talismans and glanced at them without much hope. Wall traversing talisman: traversing walls within 3 feet for 5 minutes. Storage talisman: 1 cubic meter of storage space. Items can be stored and stored 100 times. Living things can't be stored. Little Xiaomu's eyes lit up. She finally saw 2 slightly better talismans. How could she not draw at least 2 of the wall-traversing talismans that were essential to every household? Storage talismans were even more surprising. In her previous life, she had once seen an intermediate-level storage talisman in the hands of a young elite disciple from her family. That intermediate-level storage talisman could only store about 3 cubic meters of items, but in everyone's eyes, it was already a very magical item. In her previous life, the popularity of storage talismans was reflected in the fact that they could be sold for an astonishingly high price in both the black market and the normal market. Once the storage talisman appeared in the marketplace, there would be an uproar and many parties would fight over it. Xiao looked at the remaining 10 blank talisman papers in her hand and excitedly spread them out to continue drawing wall-passing talismans and storage talismans. In the beginning, she was extremely unfamiliar with it, but after failing 2 or 3 times, she started to become proficient. It was as if she was born to draw talismans. The smoothness of her strokes would surely shock any talisman master present to the point their eyeballs would fall to the ground. Which talisman master could draw talismans so smoothly and quickly after 2 or 3 times? In the end, out of the 10 blank talisman papers, she failed 3 times. She drew 3 elementary yellow wall-passing talismans and 3 elementary yellow storage talismans. The last talisman she drew was a blue elementary storage talisman. The talisman power of a blue talisman was double that of a yellow talisman. Therefore, her last elementary blue talisman had a storage space of 2 cubic meters, which could be stored 200 times. It was a pity that she didn't have the money to buy more blank talisman papers. Otherwise, she might be able to draw a few more blue talismans. She always felt that high-quality blue talismans weren't as rare as the book said. The little fellow propped up her chin with one hand and happily put away all the talisman papers she had drawn. She stood up and looked at the dark sky outside the window. Her eyes rolled as a plan formed in her mind. There were over 100 households in Kwoto village. Excluding Tycoon Zhou's family, the Qiao family courtyard that elderly lady lived in could be considered one of the wealthiest families in the village. Meanwhile, younger uncle Qiao Zhongheng and Su Jiao's house was located next to the Qiao family courtyard, and there was even a side door in the middle that connected the 2 houses. Elderly Lady Qiao doted on her youngest son quite dearly, and among her grandchildren, the one she favored the most was Su Jiao's son, little Fatty Qiao. When Arbor snuck to younger uncle's house window, he saw the 4-year-old chubby boy making a big fuss in the house. Su Jiao coaxed the child until she was badly battered, and her husband, Qiao Zhongheng, even scolded her in dissatisfaction. Su Jiao angrily threw the chubby boy onto the bed and turned to point at Qiao Zhongheng as she scolded, "Coax him if you can." She was almost angered to death today. She made a trip to eldest brother's house, but she didn't reap any benefits and was even scolded by that old-fashioned third granduncle. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. "I say, seriously, doesn't our son just want a clay figurine toy? Just buy it for him. How are we going to coax him when he's making such a fuss?" Qiao Zhongheng became angrier as he spoke. Buy, it doesn't cost money. That lousy toy costs half a tael of silver. If you're so eloquent, why don't you buy it for your son yourself?" Su Jiao's temper flared up at the mention of money. "It's not like you don't know that Shaoliner's matter is a mess. The deposit we received from the Dou family has been refunded, and your mother even told me not to meddle in this matter in the future. Money, this requires money, that requires money. Why don't you give me 10 or 8 taels of silver to spend? Why are you being so loud?" Qiao Zhongheng's face flushed red from his wife's words. He had always been an idle, drunken fool. No matter how many taels his mother gave him, it wasn't enough for him to squander in a few days. How could he have known that their family was short on money? I didn't know that Shaoliner's matter was a mess. Didn't you say last time that we could earn 20 taels of silver after selling Shaoliner? He was still thinking of swindling a few taels of silver from his wife to buy 2 bottles of good wine. Sell. Su Jiao was so angry that her head hurt. She glared at her husband and said, "Your niece is very capable. Do you know that you've slapped your mother's face in front of so many people today? Let me tell you, that niece of yours is really a debt collector." She was already so good at scheming at such a young age. He really didn't know how she could think of so many things at such a young age. He actually invited the old village chief and third granduncle here to make the decision. With just a few words, they separated big brother and big sister-in-law's family. "What?" Qiao Zhongheng raised his voice. Eldest brother's family moved out. Drink. You only know how to drink all day. What else can you know? I think other than you, this news has spread throughout the entire family. Who doesn't know that big brother and sister-in-law's family moved out today? Su Jiao angrily pushed Xiao Zhongheng away and angrily pinched the handkerchief in her hand. Then 20 taels are gone just like that? Xiao Zhongheng exclaimed with a pained expression. 20 taels. Bah. 20 taels? We don't even have any money left. Su Jiao wished for nothing more than to spit at him. Why did she marry such a good-for-nothing? She was so angry that her heart ached, and she directly fell asleep on the bed after pulling the blankets over her. Xiao Zhongheng shouted at his son and blew out the lamp before going to bed as well. He hugged Su Jiao with a drooling face and asked, "Wife, are we just going to let our 20 taels go like this? I know that you have big ideas and are smarter than me. You should think of something." How could Su Jiao be resigned to this? She was also trying to think of an idea with her insides burning. Although Xiao Zhongheng was a good-for-nothing, as long as he wanted to, his ability to smear honey with his mouth was top-notch. He could soften Su Jiao with just a few words. After the two fooled around like this for a while, Xiao Zhongheng fell into a deep sleep, but Su Jiao tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep as she thought about those 20 taels of silver. Arbor, who had been hiding under the eaves and eavesdropping for a long time, had long been so angry that his fists were tightly clenched. Her guess was right. Su Jiao really did play tricks on Shaolin. No wonder she had been so enthusiastic and diligent in coming to their house to persuade their mother to send Shaolin away as soon as possible. It turned out that she could still fish out 20 taels of silver as a reward. 20 taels. Her pitiful younger sister's life was only worth 20 taels in Su Jiao's eyes. If she hadn't added fuel to the fire in her previous life, Shaolin wouldn't have been taken away by Wu Yanjun so smoothly. This D*MN woman, Arbor took out a wall-passing talisman from his pocket and tore it open, a cold glint flickering in the depths of his black eyes. Su Jiao rolled over on the bed again and lamented to the wall. She couldn't think of any good ideas after thinking for most of the night, so she was truly at her wit's end. But she really couldn't bear to give up those 20 taels of silver just like that. It was all that D*MN child Arbor's fault. If he hadn't interfered, eldest sister-in-law would have long handed Shaolin over and there wouldn't have been so much trouble in the aftermath. Su Jiao rolled over again and opened her eyes with a dry mouth. Just as she was about to pour a cup of water from the table, she suddenly saw a shadow float past her eyes. She instantly quivered in fright, and all her drowsiness disappeared without a trace. She sat upright like a spring and shouted in fright, "Who's there?" Xiao Zhongheng, who was sleeping soundly, groaned like a dead pig. Su Jiao saw nothing in front of her and calmed herself down before inwardly sighing in relief. She only knew that she was too nervous after sleeping in the middle of the night. She didn't want to drink any more water, so she lay down and turned over. Then, her eyes suddenly widened, as if they were about to split open. Looking at the half-drooping face in front of him, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Her brain was dead for 3 seconds before she finally realized what was happening in front of her. She let out a shrill scream, scaring Xiao Zhongheng into sitting up in his sleep. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xiao Zhongheng glared at Su Jiao and said angrily, "Why are you screaming in the middle of the night?" Su Jiao pointed at the back of Xiao Zhongheng's head. Her lips were trembling, and her eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. She stared fixedly at the ghastly pale face on the wall as it retracted back into the wall bit by bit before disappearing. Xiao Zhongheng looked back. There was nothing but a wall. Face. Su Jiao shuddered, her entire body trembling. What face? Xiao Zhongheng, who hadn't seen anything at all, was baffled. Ghost. Su Jiao's eyes rolled back, and she fell down stiffly. Arbor wiped away the dust smeared on her face and turned to look at the brightly lit Xiao Zhongheng's house. The corner of her mouth hooked up coldly. "You're scared already? The good days are still waiting for you guys." As the shadows of the trees swayed, the little girl's figure quickly disappeared from the dark house. There was only a faint breeze that blew by and scattered the leaves on the ground. Early the next morning, Arbor was woken up by the sound of goods being unloaded outside. Her spirits were roused, and she jumped up. She carelessly wiped her face and ran outside. She bumped into Wei Ziqin, who asked curiously, "Jojo, there's a group of people outside saying they're here to deliver goods to you." "Mother, I'll be right back." Arbor excitedly ran past Wei Ziqing. Wei Ziqing turned her head to look, a trace of a smile on her face. How long has it been since I've seen my daughter so happy? Now she looks like a lively child. As soon as Arbor ran out the door, she saw a dozen carriages parked in front of her yard. Many workers were moving boxes from the carriages and temporarily piling them up next to the yard door. A youth in tight-fitting black clothes walked up to Xiao Mu and respectfully bowed, asking, "Little master, can we move all the chests inside?" "Yes, move them to the woodshed." Arbor glanced at the youth and waved her hand vigorously. The villagers were all attracted by the commotion at Arbor's house, and they all surrounded the carriages to admire the tightly covered boxes. "Xiao, did you spend all the gold the Heavenly Tao sect gave you to buy so many things?" The neighbor's auntie curiously looked at the items in front of Xiao Mu's courtyard. If so many boxes were moved inside, wouldn't the Qiao family's yard be filled? Arbor nodded and pulled Xiao Hu out to help direct the movement of the boxes. She followed the youth in black into the house and had them move all the boxes to the woodshed. The number of boxes exceeded Arbor's expectations. She blinked and looked at the youth in black with some confusion. "There are 3,000 iron arrows here, each one made of fine iron. There are 30 boxes, and each box has 100 iron arrows." The black-clothed youth opened one of the chests next to Xiao Mu and showed her the shiny, jet-black iron arrows inside the chest. Afterwards, he took out a small silver gold-plated chest and handed it to Xiao Mu. "Little master, keep this well. There are 10 crow gold arrows inside. After you bind them with your blood, you can retrieve them every time you shoot them out. This item is hard to come by, so you must keep it well." Arbor looked at the youth with sparkling eyes. "Why?" The 900 taels of gold she gave couldn't even buy half a strand of hair, let alone a single arrow. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that black gold was a top-grade material specially used to make mystic weapons. It was very spiritual, and even an entire magnetite mine might not be able to dig out a small piece of black gold. This was a priceless item, and that nouveau riche crown prince gave her 10 black gold arrows in one go. Why did she feel like she was hugging a very thick thigh? The youth in black smiled. "Young master, don't worry, these are all free." Arbor rolled her eyes in annoyance. "If you dare to take money, I'll immediately kick you from one door to the other." The youth in black suddenly felt that his perception was very good. He actually saw a trace of viciousness in the little girl's eyes. Heh heh. He quickly closed the box and handed another one to Miss Arbor. "This is the crow repeating crossbow. It's also a level 12 mystic weapon made of black gold. His Highness said that it's the same as the ferrule he gave young master. Currently, its level has been suppressed to around level 3. Young master will be able to use it as soon as you start." Arbor flipped through the 30 normal repeating crossbows and put them away together with the crow repeating crossbow. Then she turned to look at the boxes of clothes that were carried in. According to their previous agreement, a certain crown prince would buy her 20 years' worth of clothes to wear. Arbor rubbed her little nose. Cough cough, 20 years seemed a bit long. At that time, she really did have the intention of making things difficult for him. Seeing that the crown prince had handled this matter so well, Xiao Mu looked at the youth in black with a rare amiable expression. "So you're called Yu Xiu. Go back and thank His Highness on my behalf. Alright, you can leave after putting the things down." Look. This heartless little thing said this. No wonder His Highness had warned him to be careful of this little fellow. She would turn her back on him as soon as the things were in her hands. The youth in black straightened his face and cupped his hands at Xiao Mu. "Little master, His Highness has instructed me to follow you from now on and work for you. Also, I'm not called Yu Xiu. I'm called Aoyi. Miss, Yu Xiu is the captain of the Dragon Saliva Guard. Just how blind are your eyes? Yu Xiu has always been by His Highness' side. Logically speaking, this isn't the first time you've seen him. How could you mistake him for someone else? Shouldn't you reflect on your actions? Aoyi?" Xiao Mu looked at the handsome youth in black curiously and asked in a small voice, "Is it because you often stay up late that your crown prince gave you such an unreliable name?" Aoyi, haha. "Miss, you guessed wrong. That's not the case. I'm a member of the Night Pavilion. Every member of the Night Pavilion has the word Yi in their name." "Oh. Xiaomu turned her face away with disinterest. She wasn't interested in asking him what the night pavilion was. It was probably the power of that nouveau riche crown prince. Do you know how to drive a carriage? Aoye. Why does it feel like I'm following Miss for the rest of my life? There was a commotion outside the courtyard. Arbor frowned. Stay here and look after the things. I'll go out and see what's going on. Yes. Aoye cupped his hands. Xiaomu walked out of the door with her small paws behind her back with a solemn expression. She saw a familiar-looking red-clothed young girl around 12 to 13 years old nimbly rummaging through several wooden chests while continuously clicking her tongue in amazement. Mother, look at this satin. It's so soft and comfortable to the touch. I've never seen such high-quality material. It's enough to make me 2 dresses and several handkerchiefs. Yes, yes. If our Chen were to wear this set of satin, she would definitely surpass Xianxia. Ha ha ha. A woman in her 30s or 40s popped out from the side and picked up the silver-threaded satin in Xiaoingquan's hands. She giggled and continuously gestured to her daughter's body. Heavens, did Xiao Zhongbang's family become rich? There were so many carriages of silk and satin that her eyes were dazzled. It would be even better if she could carry all these back. The woman's face was full of smiles. The workers who were moving the boxes looked at the mother and daughter who were talking to themselves helplessly. They muttered, "That's not it. Young miss, what's in this little box?" Xiaoingquan's sharp eyes saw a young maidservant about 10 years old dressed in a small turquoise robe alighting from the carriage. Her gaze then landed on the rosewood box in the young maidservant's arms. Eh? The little girl jumped in fright. Seeing that Xiaoingquan was about to snatch it away, she hastily shielded it against her chest as if she was protecting her food. She tightly clutched the box and refused to let go as she shouted, "Why quickly let go? This isn't for you. This belongs to our young master. Hurry and let go. Let go. Let me see what it is." Xiaoingquan's eyes were practically glued to the box. Taking advantage of the fact that she was taller than the maidservant, she went forward and snatched the box from the little girl's hands. The box full of jewelry was eye-catching, and Xiaoingquan's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. How could she be willing to let go of the box? She had never seen so many beautiful jewelry in her entire life. What gold-inlaid purple jade pendant, what glazed agate necklace. At first glance, there were more than a dozen types of bracelets and bracelets. Among them, the pure gold silk bracelet was already the most unremarkable. The various beautiful reds and emeralds dazzled her eyes. She hugged the box and pounced to her mother, Madame Nayli's side, acting coquettishly. Mom, look at these. They're so pretty. Oh my. The madam slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "These are all good stuff. Chunner, you have to put them away properly. Don't lose them." The madam spoke as if these were all her daughter's possessions, which made the tearful young maidservant widen her eyes in shock. Heavens. The young maidservant swore that she had never seen such a bandit and shameless person. Mom, I won't lose them. Xiaoingquan hugged the box tightly to her chest in glee, and her eyes kept darting left and right. She arrogantly pulled over a dozen boxes and said to the stupefied workers beside the carriage, these, and these. Load them all onto the carriage and move them away." As she spoke, she went up with a grin and continued to touch the satin that she had previously felt especially comfortable. She turned around to ask her mother, "Mom, don't you think it's strange that the Chow family's elderly lady and the third branch's youngest aunt didn't come over after such a big commotion?" This was a bit illogical. If that elderly lady and the third branch's youngest aunt came to snatch the goods first, how could the two of them have a share? Madame Nayli also found it strange. That old fart and the third branch's Su Jiao weren't easy to deal with. They were people who would curry favor wherever there were benefits, so how could they not come? If they had known beforehand that the eldest branch had bought so much good material home, how could they not come to snatch it? Madame Nayli hugged a roll of brightly colored material and couldn't close her mouth from smiling as she touched it. "Why do you care so much about them? We came first and picked first. Who told them to come so slowly? Who's to blame for being short-handed?" Xiaoingquan hugged the rosewood jewelry box, unable to put it down. She beamed with joy as she nodded repeatedly. She pointed at the dumbstruck workers on the side. Mom, then let's go quickly. All of you, and all of you, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and put your things in the car and follow us. Hee hee. Arbor didn't expect to see such a wonderful show as soon as he came out. This was really an eye-opener. With a sidestep, the petite figure arrived in front of Xianxia and ruthlessly kicked Xianxia's knee. As she cried out in pain, she jumped up and knelt on the ground. When the box flew out of her hands, Xiao caught the jewelry box with one hand and sat on one of the boxes. Bang! The lid of the box was pressed down, almost breaking Madame Li's fingers as she hastily retracted them. Damned girl! What are you doing? Madame Li cursed with her hands on her hips. These, and these are all mine. Where do you want to take it? Arbor looked at the two people with disdain and waited on them coldly. Not only is your face big enough, but your appetite is also incredibly big. There are so many carts of my things, and you want to take them away without even saying a word? I really want to ask the two of you, who gave you such big face and guts? Madame Li's face flushed red, and her chest heaved up and down in anger. She pointed at Arbor and angrily reprimanded, Why you little girl, do you know who you're talking to? What's your surname? Little Chow crossed her legs, and her gaze turned even colder as she stared at the woman. These people were truly interesting. They didn't look like fools, so how could they not know how to conduct themselves? There were so many boxes displayed in front of her house that it would make people green with envy, but wasn't it a little too unsightly to directly rob them? Even robbers didn't need to be so arrogant, right? Moreover, who told them that things in Arbor's hands could be so easily snatched? Previously, there were so many vicious people who wanted to snatch the heart of paradise from her, but not a single one of them managed to get away with it. Yet this pair of mother and daughter, who were so weak that they couldn't even truss up a chicken, wanted to learn from others and snatch things. They should take a pail of water and look in the mirror to see if they were so shameless. Madame Li looked at Arbor in embarrassment. She didn't expect that this child really didn't recognize her. You, child, your words are too unpleasant. According to seniority in the clan, I'm your second aunt. As she said this, she forced a smile on her face and pulled over Xianxia, who was groaning and standing up angrily. She coughed dryly and said, This is your older sister Xianxia. Haven't you seen each other since you were young? Perhaps you were too young back then and forgot. We're all relatives of your family. Where's your father and mother? Have them come out for a while. There were so many silks, fabrics, and jewelry. No matter what, a portion should be given to the mother and daughter, right? They were all relatives of the same family, and they were such close villagers. It wouldn't be right if they didn't share some with the mother and daughter, right? As Madame Li thought this, she put on a fake smile and retracted the anger on her face. She then gently pinched her daughter's palm, telling her to restrain her anger as well. But how could Xianxia restrain her anger? She had never suffered such grievances in her life. She was kicked to the ground by Arbor, and her posture was so ugly that she almost didn't want to recall it. With so many villagers watching her make a fool of herself, how could she calm down the anger in her heart? Mom. Xianxia tugged at her mother's elbow and glared at Arbor angrily. Why are you being so polite to her? Take the things away. There's no need to waste words with her. Arbor chuckled and glanced at the dumbstruck workers. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you carrying the box into the courtyard? Are you waiting to be robbed? Yes. The leading waiter waved his hand. Move it. A group of people came forward to unload the goods, moving the boxes of fine satin to Arbor's courtyard. Xianxia's eyes were about to shoot out a venomous glint. Who knew where she got the courage from, but she actually rushed up and hugged the chest in one of the shop assistant's hands, fighting back and forth with him. Let go, let go. Where are you taking my clothes? Let go of me. The clerk looked embarrassed and looked in the direction of Arbor for help. Young Mississippi, why are you being so polite to bandits? Arbor smirked and waved his hand. Just beat them out of here. Yes. With Arbor's words, the shop assistants no longer hesitated. When they saw Madame Li and her daughter rushing up to grab the chest in a frenzy, they didn't hold back anymore. Madame Li and her daughter were both ordinary people, so how could they win against the shop assistants with round waists and thick arms? Madame Nayli's head bumped into a tree, and she shrieked as she touched the blood dripping from her forehead. Xianxia fell to the ground in a sorry state. She clutched her leg and bawled loudly, "Want my life, want my life." Madame Nayli also responded by wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, "Miss Xiao killed someone, killed someone. What are you waiting for? Continue to move. Don't take these people's cries seriously." Arbor indifferently swept a glance at the workers, then his disdainful gaze swept past the crying mother and daughter pair sitting on the ground. When Madame Li saw the surrounding villagers pointing at them and laughing at them, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She got up from the ground and pounced toward Arbor's courtyard like a hungry tiger. "Stop her!" Arbor sternly shouted. The two workers guarding the courtyard's entrance raised their arms and blocked Madame Li's path. Madame Li pushed their arms and scratched and kicked them. "Xiao Zhongbang, Wei Ziqin, come out. I want the old madam to be the judge of this. We're all relatives, so is there a need to take things to such extremes?" Wei Ziqin ran out when she heard the commotion at the courtyard's entrance. No matter how much she wanted to ignore it, she couldn't completely pretend to be deaf and mute. Wei Ziqin couldn't help but nervously wipe her hands when she saw Madame Li acting like a lunatic. She looked up at her daughter. Xiaomu returned her a reassuring gaze before saying faintly, "Mom, don't mind them. Your daughter, bought these things with real gold and silver. I earned them by risking my life to guide you through Hulun Mountain." Wei Ziqin panicked at the mention of Hulun Mountain. She recalled how her daughter had led the Tiandao sect's people up the mountain that day and how she had been on tenterhooks waiting at the foot of the mountain. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. She nodded and said, "Mother knows." She turned to face the two workers blocking the way and said to Madame Li, "Second sister-in-law, our family's Jojo risked his life to buy these goods. As parents, we can't ask our daughter to take these things. In other words, outsiders shouldn't even think about it." Madame Li was so angry that her eyes turned red. She shouted, "How can you say that? What are you talking about? Look at how your courtyard can barely fit these boxes. What's wrong with sharing a few with us? We are all relatives of the clan. Do you really have to be so ridiculous as to disown your own family? Second sister-in-law, these are all things that Jojo exchanged for with his life. She has the right to use them." Wei Ziqin said with a serious face, "Second sister-in-law's family has always been well off. They don't have to worry about food and clothing. I don't think they would extend their hands so far to my daughter." This Madame Li usually flaunted her family's wealth and happiness in front of the villagers. Who would have thought that she would actually do such a shameless act of robbery today? Many of the villagers who saw this secretly laughed in their hearts. Madame Li's lips trembled as she watched the boxes being carried away in front of her eyes. Her heart felt like it was about to bleed. It was true that her family was wealthy, but she had never been so extravagant and wasteful. She bought hundreds of boxes of clothes and satin. As for those expensive jewelry, she didn't even want to think about it. It was already good enough that she could add a few silver jewelry every year. Madame Li was so angry that she felt dizzy. Xiaoyingchen stared at Arbor's back and screeched, "Jewelry box, my jewelry box." Arbor ignored the two of them and directly carried the rosewood box into the courtyard. Accompanying him was a little servant girl who followed suit. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath with these two idiots. She didn't really like the jewelry the nouveau riche crown prince gave her, and she didn't have the hobby of wearing it on her head like a peddler. However, this didn't mean that she, Arbor, would allow others to take advantage of her Arbor's things. Especially those idiots, it was even more impossible. Madame Nayli didn't have a good time in Arbor, so she angrily dragged her wailing daughter and rushed toward Su Jiao's house in a spurt of energy. She didn't believe that Su Jiao wouldn't be envious and covetous when she found out that there were so many good things in Arbor's house. At that time, with Su Jiao leading the way, the mother and daughter pair following behind, they would definitely be able to snatch some good things back. However, if that box of jewelry fell into Su Jiao's hands, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to get some back. The more Madame Nayli thought about it, the more pain she felt. However, she couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and went straight to Su Jiao's house. As soon as she entered the courtyard and called out, "Big sister Su Jiao," a basin of dog blood splashed onto her head. Madame Nayli was immediately dumbstruck. the delicate Miss Xianxuan's cheeks were also stained with 2 drops of dog blood, and she immediately shrieked as if she had been stained with some corrosive liquid. She covered her face with one hand and continuously smeared the blood, her eyes revealing a terrified expression. Madame Neely was also shocked. When she focused her eyes, she saw an incense burner table in the courtyard, and 3 fist-thick incense candles were lit in broad daylight. A middle-aged Taoist priest was waving his peach-wood sword in front of the table and jumping up and down while reciting with conviction, "Immortal venerables and heavenly monarchs command the world, demons and ghosts should quickly disperse." Roar. Huh. Madame Neely, what kind of situation was this? Su Jiao was curled up behind the incense burner table wrapped in a blanket on a hot day. She looked over with a pale face, her eyes unfocused. She then saw that there were several dozen yellow talismans pasted on her blanket. Her hands, feet, and even her forehead were covered in talismans. She looked extremely strange, as if she was possessed. When Madame Neely saw that the situation wasn't good, she immediately grabbed her daughter's hand and hastily escaped from the courtyard without even greeting Xiao Zhongheng. She then walked toward the elderly lady's house next door. Unlucky. Who knew if the demonic aura on Su Jiao's body would spread to them? For safety's sake, they should stay as far away as possible. No wonder Su Jiao didn't go to Arbor's house to snatch things today. It turned out she was possessed and couldn't go out. However, elderly lady was also strange today. Su Jiao's home was connected to elderly lady's home, so it was impossible for elderly lady not to hear any commotion when Su Jiao had already caused such a ruckus. Madame Li held her daughter's hand and, with a head full of dog blood, chatted with the gatekeeper for a long time before finally entering the matriarch's home. Madame Li inquired about the matriarch's condition and found out that the matriarch had been sick since last night. Madame Neely came to a sudden realization. She was wondering why elder Lady Qiao, with her mean and greedy personality, wouldn't not act upon hearing the news. So it turned out that she was as unlucky as Su Jiao. One was possessed while the other fell ill. Madame Li pulled her daughter to the matriarch's room. She didn't even wait for the old maidservant to finish announcing her arrival. Madame Li held, "Io, my old lady," and rushed into the room. Madame Li lay in front of the matriarch's bed and howled loudly, but she didn't shed a single tear. The old lady was so angry that she felt dizzy on the spot. "I'm not dead yet, so what are you howling for?" Madame Li's howling caused the originally sickly matriarch to feel uncomfortable all over. She angrily reprimanded, "Shut up. What exactly happened?" Madame Li embellished the story of how the Arbor family moved the chests and baskets. As she spoke, she paid attention to the matriarch's expression. However, she saw that the matriarch's expression was very calm, as if she didn't care about those goods at all. The sky was really going to rain red soon. Elder lady was actually so strange today. Shouldn't she have jumped up on the spot and gone to Arbor's house to snatch the goods? How could elder Lady Qiao be calm? She was so angry that she almost fainted. However, the Arbor family had separated last night, so no matter how much she wanted to extend her hand, she couldn't reach out to her granddaughter who had separated from them. After hearing Madame Li's instigation, elder Lady Qiao suppressed her belly full of anger. She frowned and persuaded Madame Li with a few words before impatiently sending Madame Li back to wash off the dog blood on her body. The smell of dog blood almost made her vomit. When Madame Li saw that the matriarch had actually given up on such a large amount of property, she immediately felt that it was a bit inconceivable. When she was sent out by the matriarch, Madame Li kept muttering about strange things. Thinking about how she had been running around for so long and hadn't received a single benefit, Madame Li's heart was filled with anger. She saw a hollow green stone vase standing by the matriarch's door and reached out to hold it in her arms. The matriarch, who was sending her off, was dumbstruck. Madame Li held the vase and muttered, "Old madam, then I'll be leaving first. Take care of yourself." She pulled her dissatisfied daughter and walked out of elder Lady Qiao's courtyard. The matriarch turned around and told elder Lady Qiao. The matriarch was so angry that she smashed a cup on the spot. This long-lived woman really didn't let go of any opportunity to pluck feathers from a goose. She didn't even let go of the vase at the door. Disregarding how Madame Neely was running around, Xiaomu happily ordered people to move the items into the courtyard, neatly piling them up one by one according to category. "There's nothing for you to do here. Arbor's eyes lit up as she scanned the hundreds of boxes. She turned and waved at Aoyi like she was shooing away flies. Go back. Little master, this subordinate has already reported to you. From today onwards, this subordinate will follow little master closely. Xiaomu grumpily rolled her eyes at him and waved her small hand in front of his face. Why would I want you to follow me closely? It's a waste of food and I have to get you a room to stay in. You can see for yourself that our yard is so small. We can't fit you. It would take a lot of effort, and she would have to waste her breath if there were people by her side at all times. Look, just like now. Originally, she had sent these people away and could already count the resources on her own. Now that they were here, how was she going to take out the heart of paradise to open the mystic realm? She was so angry. She didn't want to talk at all. The little fellow glared at Aoyi like a tiger eyeing its prey. She gestured with her chin toward the door, implying that he should get lost. Aoyi's mouth twitched. He quickly took out a purse embroidered with gold thread and presented it to her with both hands. This is my room and board for the next 3 years. Don't worry, little master. I don't need a room to stay in. I can stay anywhere in the yard. A bowl of rice is enough. Xiaomu naturally confiscated Aoyi's money pouch and opened it to take a look. There were many small gold pellets and round, shiny little gold beans. Other than that, there were also many colorful gemstones. Adding them all together, there were at least 10,000 taels of silver. Not to mention 3 years, it was probably enough to cover 30 years of expenses. Arbor glanced at Aoyi and sized him up. She nodded and waved her hand again. Aoyi immediately understood and cupped his hands. Don't worry, little master. I'll be nearby. If little master needs anything, just call me. After saying this, he leaped up the eaves with a whoosh, and soon disappeared. Xiaohu, who was standing at the entrance of the yard and blocked by the boxes, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Her eldest sister was too amazing. She actually had to pay for the food and lodging of a subordinate. This was too exaggerated. At this time, the servant girl, who had been following Arbor without making a sound, also ran forward. She took out a bag of golden pellets and golden beans from her bosom and presented it to Arbor with both hands. Young master, this servant's name is Xiaoyao. I know a thing or two about washing clothes, cooking, combing hair, and makeup. This servant can sleep in the front yard, the firewood shed, and the haystack. A bowl of white rice is enough for me. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He opened his money pouch and took out 2 small gold ingots, handing them to the little girl. Go buy groceries. Tycoon Crown Prince really put in a lot of effort. He even prepared food and accommodation for the 2 of them. Arbor was speechless for a moment. Her subordinate was so considerate. How could she, as the master, endure it? He was too embarrassed to push her out. Xiaoqiao walked to the box with her little paws behind her back. She turned around and shouted at the empty courtyard, Aoyi, do you know how to drive a carriage? Yes. Little master. Aoyi's face was full of tears. Little master wanted him to be a carriage driver for the rest of his life. Brother Xiaohu, help me guard the entrance. Don't let anyone in. I'll put all of these into my inner world. Arbor waved his little hand at Xiaohu, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard but couldn't enter. Xiaohu immediately responded and turned to stand outside the courtyard, closing the door behind him. Arbor immediately took a cursory look at the boxes and realized that the nouveau riche crown prince was indeed quite reliable. There were more than 10 boxes of ready-made clothes for all 4 seasons, shoes, and hats, enough for their family to wear for a while. Other than that, there were 70 to 80 boxes of high-quality materials, thick, thin, silk, and velvet. There was really everything that one could think of. Coupled with more than 10 boxes of silk threads of various colors, even if mother wanted to cut and make clothes herself, she wouldn't have to worry. It was indeed enough to wear for 20 years, she had only said it casually. She didn't expect that the crown prince would really take care of everything for her. Arbor sat on one of the boxes and used her mystic senses to sense the surroundings before taking the heart of paradise out of her mouth. She didn't want to say anything after fighting with the sapling. It was simply tiring. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many boxes here and they took up a lot of space, she would have hated that she couldn't use a storage talisman. That way, she wouldn't have to fight with that strange tree every time. After snatching the Heart of Paradise, Xiao Mu deliberately used her mystic conscience to sweep over the tree. However, she saw that it was drooping its branches and swaying pitifully, as if it was complaining about her tyrannical power. Heh. This Heart of Paradise was hers, all right. Damn it, it took so much effort to take it out every time. How could she endure it? How infuriating. Arbor injected a strand of mystic energy into the Heart of Paradise. The pearl leaped and released a strange light. A translucent valley instantly appeared in midair. With a thought, the dozens of boxes at her feet quickly entered the paradise and were neatly placed in the open space in front of the peach forest. Arbor tried to take out one of the boxes. She only needed a little mystic energy to quickly summon the box. This time, she was completely at ease. She quickly moved the remaining boxes into the paradise. The ready-made clothes, shoes, hats, and other materials were placed separately so that they could be used in the future. After that, Arbor threw 30 boxes of iron arrows, 10 crow-gold arrows, crow-repeating crossbows, and ordinary repeating crossbows into the paradise. She took out a few golden beans and placed them in her purse. The rest of the money, including the jewelry box, were all thrown into the paradise. Xiao Mu narrowed her eyes and looked at the translucent valley in midair. She saw that the empty space in front of the peach forest was almost completely filled with boxes. However, there was still a lot of empty space behind the lake and peach forest, so Arbor wasn't worried that there wouldn't be enough space. Now, she was just waiting for second uncle to bring back all the supplies. When that time came, everything that needed to be prepared. Xiao Mu's small face was expressionless, but she was clearly happy on the inside. With a wave of her small hand, she retrieved the Heart of Paradise. Just as she swallowed it, she felt a gust of cold air assault her from afar. A layer of goosebumps inexplicably appeared on our dear Xiao Mu's skin, causing her heart to clench and her entire body to rapidly tighten. Xiao Mu? You? What are you? Chow 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 ao chow chow. In less than a second, the courtyard door was kicked open. Brother who flew towards Arbor like a kite with a broken string. Startled, Arbor's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and rushed towards Xiao Hu, who was flying towards him. He reached out to catch him, but he couldn't withstand the force of the impact. Holding on to Xiao Hu, he staggered back a few steps. She touched Brother Hu's chest with her small hand and found that he had fainted. A ferocious old face suddenly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. He only had one eye and half a nose. Half of his face was charred black, as if he had been burned by something. The upper half of his face was completely glued together, making him look rather terrifying. Alarmed, Arbor immediately turned around and hastily took out ointment and smeared it on Xiao Hu's chest. That hemostatic ointment was extremely effective. The moment it was smeared, the blood immediately stopped flowing. Arbor's heart calmed down a bit. Just as she placed Xiao Hu against the wall of the courtyard, a sinister granny's face abruptly appeared in front of her, and a withered, twig-like hand reached for her neck. Xiao Mu dodged backwards, and a faint doubt flitted through the old woman's eyes. Her hand that was grabbing Xiao Mu also paused, and she examined Xiao Mu from head to toe before chuckling coldly. Little child, you're actually a mystic cultivator. Although your cultivation isn't high, it's commendable at your age. Old senior, may I ask why you suddenly barged into my home and injured my older brother? This granny carried dense mystic energy, and her cultivation was probably on par with that ghost saber that Prince Mo had crushed to death. Perhaps she was also a level 8 mystic cultivator. Although Arbor was alarmed, she didn't show it on the surface. This granny must have sensed the aura of the Heart of Paradise and followed it here. Arbor tightly clenched her fists, inwardly resentful. She was still too careless. Child, where are your parents? Father left early in the morning and still hasn't returned. Mother took the girl out to buy groceries. A trace of suspicion flashed through the granny's eyes. In reality, when she entered this courtyard, she had already used her mystic conscience to sense it. She knew that the little doll wasn't lying and that there was no one else's aura in this small residence. Little doll, tell Granny honestly, did anyone pass by your home just now? Or, did you see anything strange? Arbor honestly shook her head. The granny's gaze swept over her before she suddenly reached out and sucked the unconscious Xiao Hu into her palm. She was extremely fast, and Arbor couldn't stop her in time. Moreover, the difference in their cultivation was too great, so it was useless even if she wanted to stop her. Eh? The old woman's withered fingers picked up a bit of ointment from Xiao Hu's chest and brought it to her nose for a sniff. She then turned to Xiao Mu with a pensive smile. Little girl, how can a poor person afford to use such a high-quality ointment? I think you'd better confess honestly. When I passed by your house, I clearly smelled a trace of aura leaked out of the mystic domain after the mystic realm was refined. As expected, they're here for the heart of paradise. Arbor took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly behind his back. If you don't tell me the truth, give me an explanation. The old woman gave her an enigmatic smile. This old woman will refine you two into puppet ghosts, making the two of you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. Arbor suddenly opened his small fists behind his back, and two strength and speed talismans shot out into the distance. At the same time, a cold voice that sounded like it had been pulled out from hell said mechanically and monotonously, "Kill her." Stay Up Late, who was flying over, never knew that he could be so fast. He only felt something bounce onto his body in a flash, and then a trace of special power and speed entered his blood vessels at the same time. There was no need for Arbor to give another order. Stay Up Late's 1 meter of grace flew in front of the old woman, startling her. She unconsciously retreated and let go of Xiao Hu's hand. Arbor reached out to grab Xiao Hu's body and lightly leaped to the side. She turned back to stare at the old woman as if she was looking at a corpse. That gaze made even the old woman, whose hands were stained with blood, shiver. She felt a chill run up her spine. You're courting death. The old woman hated herself for being scared off by the little girl's gaze. She reached out and casually grabbed the sword with her withered fingers. He expected that under this grab, that unremarkable sword would definitely be shattered into pieces. But with a clang, the old woman's claws were knocked away. Before she could react, the young man's sword split into two. Under the old woman's shocked gaze, the sword in his left hand stabbed into the old woman's back. You! The old woman turned her head in shock. Her 10 withered fingers suddenly turned into sharp spikes and swiped them at the young man's arm. The 10 spikes were polished with a blue luster. It was obvious at a glance that they were highly toxic and could kill with just a touch. Arbor's pupils constricted as he watched from the side. A trace of doubt surfaced in his eyes. The spikes looked a bit like poisonous thorny vines. Could it be? So you're a demonic cultivator. A faint trace of disdain flitted through Aoye's eyes. It's just a pity that this poisonous thorny vines level is a bit low. Everyone knew that a mystic cultivator above level 10 could find a powerful mystic beast to contract. When the time came, their combat strength would increase tremendously. But in reality, most people couldn't become mystic cultivators. A portion of them turned into body cultivators, which were ordinary martial artists. Their strength naturally couldn't be compared to mystic cultivators, but they had a huge advantage over ordinary people. An even smaller portion of people turned into demonic cultivators in pursuit of supreme strength at all costs. In the eyes of the world, demonic cultivators were definitely a terrifying dark profession. Unlike mystic cultivators who were open and aboveboard, demonic cultivators were often labeled as evil and dark. They absorbed the power of evil beasts and plants and fused it for their own use to increase their own strength. Their most common manifestation was that they fused part of the power of evil beasts and plants into their bodies. For example, the old woman's fingers could already mutate into poisonous thorny vines. This meant that her fusion was considered successful. Don't look at how the demonic cultivators were looked down upon right now. Once the zombie apocalypse happened, the survival advantages of this kind of people would quickly become apparent. In the later stages, when missions were exchanged for supplies, many special operations teams were born. At that time, the status of demonic masters in the teams was almost comparable to that of apothecaries. They were all indispensable and important members of the teams. He was a rare demonic cultivator, but there was no longer any need for him to exist. Kill her. Arbor was too lazy to investigate the old woman's identity and ordered again. Yes, little master. Roar. Stay Up Late suddenly released a giant beast with shiny black fur. It bit the old woman's arm, chewed twice, and spat out a pile of minced meat on the ground. It was a black panther the size of a small elephant. Its glossy fur flickered with a black light under the sun. When Aoyu released this giant beast, Xiao Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time she had seen such an enormous mystic beast with such astonishing combat strength. A level 8 mystic cultivator tore off her arm in one bite, causing her to completely lose her ability to fight. This black panther was truly formidable. The nouveau riche crown prince was truly extravagant. He could casually send a subordinate over and instantly kill a level 8 mystic cultivator. With her cultivation, she couldn't see through Stay Up Late's level at all. However, she knew from the start that Stay Up Late's cultivation was definitely above the old woman's. She knew from the start that Aoya's cultivation was higher than the old woman's. So, the old woman was dead for sure. She wasn't using her power to bully others, but to protect herself. Every man for himself. She didn't want to die, so it was better for the old woman to die. The old woman had never thought that she would die in this small mountain village. Her single eye glared fiercely at the little girl who was walking towards her step by step. "Little girl, if you kill me, you will never have a day of peace. My sect won't let you go. Your whole family will pay with their lives. You better think it through." After he finished speaking, he saw the little girl reveal a trace of ghostly sneer at him. What a load of nonsense. The black ferrule suddenly landed in her hand, and she smacked the old woman's face with it. The old woman's head was covered in blood, and her breathing became sluggish. "Aoyi, don't you know that the first time we saw Little Master, she was killing people by the smelly ditch? Do you think such a savage little girl will listen to your threats?" "Haha. Crush her life lantern and kill her," Arbor said coldly. At this point, the old woman finally understood that the little child before her really wanted to take her life. How do you know about life lanterns?" The old woman's lips trembled, and her entire body and soul trembled. Arbor wasn't interested in answering her. Instead, she stared at her with her dark eyes for a while, then asked softly, "What is a puppet ghost?" The old woman's body couldn't help but tremble. Even she didn't realize that she was trembling like a quail in front of the 6 or 7-year-old girl. "I don't know what you're talking about. Little Master, this person should be an elder of the Ghoul sect. The Ghoul sect has an extremely secretive secret technique called the puppet technique. They can refine young boys and girls into puppets. From then on, they'll be slaves and have no thoughts or emotions. They'll completely listen to their master's orders, like puppets on strings." Xiaomu suddenly smiled at the old woman, but this smile only caused the old woman's entire body to tremble even more violently. She didn't know if it was a smile or not. The lines on the little girl's face didn't change, and her eyes were cold as if they contained ice shards. Only her little mouth moved as if it was opening, and her rigid little face was still paralyzed. Her smile was uncoordinated, and it gave people goosebumps. "You want to refine me into a puppet?" Xiaomu suddenly moved. She shattered the old woman's chin with a kick and abruptly dashed up like she had gone mad. She ruthlessly smashed the ferrule on her body, as if she wanted to use her entire life's strength on this old woman. "Trash like you who take other people's lives at the drop of a hat, what need do you have to live in this world? Dogs like you who don't care about other people's wishes and treat innocent people like kittens and puppies as puppets and slaves are the ones who should die first. Die." Arbor's emotions exploded. He fiercely wielded the black ferrule in his hand and smashed it on the old woman's face, body, and head. "You're the kittens and puppies. You're the puppet slaves. You're the one. I'll let you refine me into a puppet. I'll let you treat me like a kitten or a dog. Go to hell, die, die." The little girl's eyes flashed with a fierceness that didn't match her age. She viciously smashed the ferrule on the back of the old woman's head, smashing it like a watermelon. Stay Up Late immediately rushed forward and grabbed the old woman's life lantern and crushed it. He saw the little girl holding the ferrule tightly with both hands. Her dark eyes were like whirlpools, so dark that no light could be seen. Stay Up Late's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the little girl's demonic expression, he hurriedly bowed and called out, "Little Master." Xiaomu's chilly gaze landed on the old woman's mangled body on the ground. There was clearly not a single person in her pitch black and serene eyes. Little Master." Stay up late's expression changed slightly. He raised his voice slightly to pull Arbor out of her emotions. The little hand that was tightly holding the ferrule loosened in an instant. Her frosty little face relaxed a little. She turned her head to look at the anxious black-clothed youth and nodded. I'm fine. Dispose of the body. Don't leave any traces behind. Yes. Stay up late nodded. He skillfully picked up the old woman's body and sprinkled some white powder on the ground with his left hand. The puddle of blood quickly dried up and disappeared. The yard seemed to have returned to its usual calm. But Arbor's heart could not calm down. She lowered her head and looked at Brother who was lying in the corner with his eyes closed. She subconsciously clenched her fists tightly. She knew very well that stopping the bleeding on the chest would not be of much use. The old woman's attack had caused serious damage to Brother who's internal organs. No one in this small mountain village could heal him. Little master, this little brother's injuries are serious. He might not live. Stay up late knew that the little girl was upset and wanted to comfort her. Arbor nodded and interrupted him. Go take care of it. Yes. Stay up late took 2 steps forward with the old woman. He heard the little girl's soft voice behind him. I've troubled you. Next time. I'll be more careful. Stay up late paused for a moment. He did not know why, but his emotions were inexplicably complicated. She was so young, but her expression made it seem as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life for decades. Just looking at her made one's heart ache. Stay up late cupped his fists and said, I'm not afraid of trouble. He carried the old woman's body up the roof and disappeared in a few leaps. Arbor carried the unconscious Xiao Hu into the house. She sat by the child's bed in a daze for a long time. Her cold little hand held the boy's rough palm. Little tiger. Arbor's voice couldn't help but choke. She held the boy's hand tightly, her heart mixed with a touch of sadness. Could this be fate? In his previous life, little Tiger had been torn to shreds by a corpse hag. Second uncle had joined the operation team and accepted missions to kill corpse hags to avenge his son. In the end, he had lost his life in a level 5 mission. She had thought that in this life, she would do her best to change the fate of the father and son, but who would have thought it was her fault for being careless. She shouldn't have let the little tiger stay outside the door, and she shouldn't have taken out the heart of paradise so rashly. The crown prince had already warned her. It was her ignorance that had harmed others and herself. It was her fault. Xiaomu sat on the edge of the bed with her head lowered. She tightly grasped the boy's hands and pressed them against her forehead with her eyes closed. She continuously used her small hands to forcefully knock against her forehead, completely unaware that her small hands holding the boy's hands were emitting a faint green light. Master, don't torture yourself anymore. This is just a small wound. You used to be able to heal it with a single golden needle. Xiaomu raised her head in shock and looked around. Other than Xiao Hu, who was lying on the bed on the verge of death, she was the only one in the room. Who's talking? Master, it's Little Ball. Little Ball. Sob. The soft voice sounded pitiful as it sobbed. You really don't remember Little Ball. Sob. Arbor jumped up and looked around to confirm that she and Xiao Hu were alone. Then, this voice? Master, you're bad. The aggrieved voice sounded. This time, Arbor realized that the soft voice didn't seem to be coming from the outside world. Instead, it seemed to be coming directly from her brain. Who are you trying to trick? Come out. Arbor felt her nerves tense up. The soft voice suddenly disappeared. Arbor roared into the air, but the other party didn't respond for a long time. Why aren't you saying anything? Xiaomu was completely confused. Sob. The weak cry echoed in her mind, mixed with a few sobs. Arbor was at her wit's end. She couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't see the other party. Arbor could only ask tentatively, your little ball? Ah. The soft voice instantly rose in pitch, filled with unbelievable excitement. Master, you remember Little Ball. You remember Little Ball's name. Master, you remember Little Ball. Ah. Master remembers Little Ball. Are you crazy? Didn't you tell me the name Little Ball yourself? Arbor was really speechless. She didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. What did you say about golden needles? Arbor asked patiently. Master, you just have to open the star domain and take out the set of magical needles that your master gave you. You'll definitely be able to cure this kid on the bed. Arbor chuckled. Although she could understand every single word that this idiot said, why couldn't she understand the meaning when they were put together? What the hell was the star domain? When did she have a master? And what magical needles? Were you sure you weren't joking? You've got the wrong person. Arbor concluded with certainty and walked out the door. No matter what, she had to try to get someone to treat Little Ball. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, she had to try. Master, how could Chocho recognize the wrong person? You're Chocho's master. We've lived and died together for so long. I'm master's only Chocho. Arbor stepped out of the door, his delicate eyebrows furrowed. There was a nagging voice that kept echoing in his mind. Chocho, he really wanted to slap it to death. Master, why don't you use your inner vision? Chocho is in your Dantian's mystic domain. Chocho won't lie to Master. Master. What a noisy baby. Wait a minute, Arbor stopped and stared at the tree. You're that tree? F*CK, that tree really became a spirit. Not only would he fight with her for the heart of paradise, but he could even speak now. She hurriedly went to her Dantian to check on the strange tree, only to see a few thin and weak branches waving at her as if they were spasming. Master. How can you talk? Master, Chocho has always been able to speak. It's just that after most of Master's strength was sealed, Chocho and Master went through life and death together, so we were also sealed. Chocho has always been working hard to absorb energy from the outside world, until today. Stop. It's really you. You're secretly absorbing my mystic energy, right? Arbor angrily lashed out at the little tree. I was wondering why my Dantian was so strange. Back then, the mystic domain that stored mystic energy was the size of an olive pit, right? Now, it's gone because of you. The reason why my mystic veins are so thin and weak is also because you've always been secretly stealing my mystic energy. When she first broke open her mystic veins, the mystic domain was still very normal. Later on, it freaking mutated, so angry. Woo. Master, Chocho is very useful. Chocho's leaves can not only increase one's mystic energy, it can also strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. Woo. Also, Chocho can bloom and bear fruit in the future. If Master eats the holy fruit, your cultivation will at least increase by 2 levels. Feeling that its little master was disdainful of it, the sapling sobbed. Along with its sobs, the tree's body even trembled back and forth, looking very pitiful. Arbor was speechless for a moment. Looking at its bare sapling, then where are your leaves? My leaves have all been plucked by Master to feed those 2 foodies, woo. Speaking of this, Chocho felt very sad. This unscrupulous master, as long as she saw that it had grown leaves, she would take them all away. Arbor's mouth twitched. Seeing how pitiful it was crying, she couldn't help but say, I definitely didn't pluck them. And even if I did, I wouldn't have plucked all of them. In any case, I would have left you 2 to cover up your ugliness. Although you make it sound like I really did this unscrupulous thing, I'm very clear that I didn't do it. Arbor chuckled coldly, it's you. Master, don't be so stubborn. Whether you plucked them or not, who else could be clearer than it? And who's a foodie? Arbor glanced at the sapling in annoyance. Get lost, how am I a foodie? Arbor, who obviously didn't hear what the sapling said, thought that the sapling was dissing her. Although I buried a lot of meat buns in my inner world, I didn't eat a single one. How can I be a foodie? I definitely won't admit it. Alright, you stay here. I still have things to do. Arbor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the sapling. She would ask it about the mystic domain next time. Right now, she was rushing to find a doctor. Master. Why are you looking for a doctor? You can treat it yourself. Also, how can those country bumpkin doctors have the ability to treat this brat's internal injuries? Although the sapling spoke as if it was true, she was very clear that from her previous life to this life, she had never studied medicine. Cure my ass. Master, why don't I try and see if I can get a healing pill from the star field? That's a top-grade pill made by your godly doctor, master. It's guaranteed to cure all illnesses. Why bother looking for a village doctor? Crazy. Xiaomu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why couldn't she remember having a godly doctor as her master? He didn't want to talk to this weird tree anymore. Master, wait. Seeing that its little master clearly didn't believe it, the sapling became anxious. As if it was having a cramp, it shook its entire body chaotically. I'm shaking. The little tree trembled so much that its branches danced in the air. If it could transform into a human form, it would probably be in tears by now. How tiring. He had to expend so much effort just to retrieve a single healing pill. How pitiful. In the past, he wouldn't have needed to expend so much effort. Just as Xiaomu's patience was about to run out, she saw a glaring golden light appear at the top of the small tree and disappear in a flash. A round crimson pill suddenly popped out from under the tree root. Xiaomu was a bit dumbfounded, and she reflexively reached out to catch that pill. Little master, I'm so tired. The sapling's voice was clearly much weaker, and it was no longer as lively as before. I need to rest for a while. I can't see little master for the next 2 days. Also, don't snatch Paradise Planet. I needed to recover. The sapling's voice disappeared. Arbor was a little irritated as he looked inside himself. He saw that the sapling's bare branches were drooping in exhaustion, and the green light that covered the tree's body was much dimmer. The child retracted her gaze and lowered her head to look at the pill in her hand. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air. Arbor's eyes were filled with confusion. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and in less than 15 minutes, Xiaohu's pale little face gradually turned rosy. Xiaomu sat beside him on the bed, in a daze for a long time. In her previous life, her mystic meridians opened at the age of 16. In this life, she opened her mystic meridians at the age of 7. In her previous life, the apparition of her mystic meridians only appeared when she was about to die. In this life, the apparition of her mystic meridians had already appeared. In her previous life, when her inner world first opened, there was nothing in space and time. In this life, her inner world was filled with treasures that made people drool. In her previous life, her dantian was just a dantian, and her mystic domain had always been in the center of her dantian. In this life, her dantian was like a pitch-black starry night. Not only did a tree grow in it, it even destroyed her mystic domain. In her previous life, she had never seen the golden talisman jade tome, nor had she ever cultivated talisman techniques. In this life, it was as if she had won the lottery, inexplicably obtaining the golden talisman jade tome, and even learning how to draw talismans. With so many strange changes, no matter how insensitive she was, she realized that it seemed her life was missing an important part of her past. Was it possible? Why did she remember the events of her previous life so clearly, but had no impression of this strange tree? What the hell was the star domain? That tree must know something. Arbor couldn't help but use her inner sight to see if the tree was any better. Unfortunately, ever since she gave the pill, the tree seemed to have completely withered, its branches drooping motionlessly on the ground. Arbor thought that if it could transform into a human now, it would probably do the same paralyzed pose as her. Jojo. Mother's voice came from outside the courtyard. Xiaomu's figure moved, and when she looked up, she saw that Xiaohu had opened his eyes and was looking at her with a confused expression. Little sister. Xiaohu's memory was still stuck at the scene at the courtyard entrance. He was a bit nervous and wanted to sit up. That fierce granny, she? It's fine, brother Xiaohu. Arbor held Xiaohu's small hand. Rest a bit more. My mother is back. I'll go out and take a look. Xiaohu's awakening made Arbor feel a lot more relaxed. She jogged out the door and stood in the courtyard with a slightly stunned expression. Wei Ziqin walked up with a helpless expression and poked her daughter's nose. Who needs to buy so many vegetables? Xiao Yao, that girl, can't wait to move the entire market back home. The waiter happily took the few copper coins that Xiao Yao gave him and happily pushed the handcart away. Arbor stared blankly at the 40 to 50 baskets of vegetables and birds piled up in the small courtyard. He silently looked at the girl in green clothes. "Miss, this servant knows that the young master has a hobby of collecting supplies, so this servant bought all the vegetables that could be bought in the entire market. There are still 15 taels of silver and 300 copper coins left," Xiaoyao said as she handed over a small purse. The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and said, "Keep it. This lass is really smart. She can actually see through my intentions so accurately." The small gold ingots that she had given her previously were worth 1 tael each. The current price of 1 tael of gold was about 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. Little Xiaoyao had practically emptied the entire market and actually spent less than 5 taels of silver. Arbor's mood was slightly lifted. From the looks of it, the 400 taels of gold that she had given second uncle should be enough to buy a lot of food. Speaking of which, second uncle should be back in 2 days. On the other hand, Wei Ziqin looked at the 50-something baskets of vegetables in front of her with a slightly worried expression. It was true that mystic cultivators had inner worlds, but could her daughter's tiny inner world hold so many things? Although Wei Ziqin was a normal person, she still had common sense about the size of a mystic cultivator's inner world. "Jojo, where are the things from the dozen or so carts from before?" Wei Ziqin suddenly recalled that compared to the dozens of baskets of vegetables, the dozen or so carts of supplies that had been shipped over in the morning were even more troublesome. There were more than 100 boxes of clothes alone. How could her small inner world hold them all? Arbor tilted her head in thought before taking out 4 storage talismans and waving at her mother and Xiaoyao. "Mom, Xiaoyao, help me divide these vegetables first." 15 minutes later, Wei Ziqin and Xiaoyao helped Arbor divide the things in the baskets into categories according to vegetables, meat, and poultry, and spread them all over the ground. "Look, this is called a storage talisman." Arbor waved the yellow talismans in her hand at Wei Ziqin and Xiaoyao before swiping 2 fingers over one of the storage talismans. After a faint yellow halo flashed, all the vegetables on the ground were stored into the storage talisman by Arbor. She then put away the storage talisman that was full of vegetables and took out another one. Following the same pattern, she stored all the meat and eggs on the ground into the storage talisman. She then sighed in relief and said, "This type of storage talisman is only 1 cubic meter in size. The storage space is limited, and each item can only be stored 100 times. So there's no need to put these baskets that take up space inside." Our dear Qiao Hu, who had come in response, was like a country bumpkin. He gaped in shock and looked at his eldest sister like she was an immortal. Let alone Qiao Hu, even Wei Ziqin had never seen a storage talisman before. On the other hand, Xiaoyao knew a bit about the rarity of storage talismans, so she looked at her little master with sparkling eyes. Time and space inside a storage talisman are relatively still. Without special circumstances, the items stored inside won't change at all. After saying that, Arbor stuffed a yellow talisman and a blue talisman into her mother's hand. "Mom, drip 2 drops of blood on these 2 talismans, and you'll see how big the storage space is." Wei Ziqin's was like she had received a hot potato and hurriedly waved her hand. "Mom doesn't want it. Mom is just a normal person. What do I need these mystic cultivator artifacts for?" Xiaomu remained impassive. "Mother." She grabbed her mother's hand and walked to a wooden stool at the side to sit down. "Actually, when I was kidnapped by human traffickers after school, there were some things that I didn't tell you clearly." Wei Ziqin felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Looking at her daughter's expressionless face, she nervously held her hand and asked, "What is it?" "Actually, the people who caught me that day were from an evil sect. They saw that I became a mystic cultivator at such a young age and felt that I was very useful. They wanted to make me into a puppet ghost for the evil sect to use." Arbor made up a story without blushing or skipping a beat. Wei Ziqin's face immediately turned pale. Although she didn't know what the name puppet ghost was, she felt that it was very terrifying just from hearing it. So her Jojo had actually experienced such a dangerous incident. Wei Ziqin tightly grasped her daughter's hand and urged, "And then?" "Then that youth saved daughter and even gave daughter quite a few of these storage talismans." Xiaomu's face was stoic as she continued to make up the story without blinking. "The youth said that we shouldn't stay here for long. Daughter has already been targeted by those evil sect people, so we must leave Kwoto village. As she spoke, she tried her best to put on a worried expression and imitated the crown prince's tone as she sighed. If we don't leave this place soon, our lives will be in danger. Xiaoyao almost burst out laughing. Little Mrs. Face was really unsuited for this kind of strange expression. She was so worried that she didn't notice it. Instead, she looked paralyzed and her face scrunched up into a ball. It was inexplicably comical. Eldest aunt, we can't let those bad people take eldest sister away, Xiao Hu said hastily. Other than his face being a bit pale, his body looked fine. This child wasn't someone who could rest well. He wanted to get out of bed as soon as his body recovered. Thankfully, that life-saving medicine was really effective, so Arbor was relieved. Wei Ziqing couldn't tell at all that Xiao Hu had suffered serious internal injuries and was about to step into the gates of hell. At this moment, she heard Xiao Hu clamor, "Eldest aunt, why don't we pack up and leave immediately?" Wei Ziqing reflexively nodded in agreement, but Arbor couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. How could they be in such a hurry? Mom, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Besides, we can't just leave like that. We have to pack up our things and wait for second uncle to come back. Oh right. Dad's still outside. Xiao Hu only remembered his dad now, but what about those people from the heretical sect? They probably won't. Arbor continued to argue without blushing or skipping a beat. Those people were chased away by the crown prince, so they probably won't be back for a few days. We still have time. As he spoke, he stuffed 2 storage talismans into Wei Ziqing's hands. Mom, these 2 storage talismans are for you to pack up your things in the house. Pack up everything you can, including those household utensils and farm tools. You might need them in the future. Wei Ziqing nodded repeatedly and didn't refuse the storage talismans. Following her daughter's instructions, she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the talismans. Yellow and blue light flashed and disappeared. Arbor explained to his mother the difference between yellow and blue talismans and taught her how to store items. When Wei Ziqing heard that the storage talisman had a limit on the number of times she could store an item, she felt sorry for wasting one of the storage talismans. She hurriedly put away the 2 talismans as if they were treasures. Arbor's eyes twitched as he looked at her. Actually, as long as there was enough blank talisman paper, your daughter could just draw it casually. It really wasn't that precious. At night, Xiao Zhongbang dragged his tired feet home and sat at the dinner table without saying a word. Xiao Hu held his bowl of rice and ate it in big mouthfuls. His face was very rosy, and there were no signs of injury at all. Wei Ziqing picked up some food for her 2 daughters. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, ignoring the dark-faced man beside them. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't hold it in any longer. He placed his bowl on the table and looked at his eldest daughter with a complicated expression. Your grandmother is sick. Tomorrow, you 2 sisters will go back to visit your grandmother. Got it, Arbor replied indifferently. Xiao Zhongbang restrained himself and couldn't help but say, actually, our family has long moved out of the Qiao family mansion. We've always lived alone. In fact, we've long separated from the family. There's no need for us to go through the extra step of writing this separation document. We even angered your grandmother until she fell ill. Arbor glanced at the man indifferently and said indifferently, isn't it good to write a separation document? This is the clan's rule. It's clear and proper so that there won't be any complications in the future. As the saying goes, even blood-related brothers settle accounts clearly. Don't you think so? Those good-for-nothings from the Qiao family shouldn't even think about getting a single cent of her resources. Qiao Zhongbang was immediately speechless. The next day, Arbor carried the round little bun Jolin to the old madam's mansion. Arbor had fed her sister a lot of food these days, so the little bun in her hand had become much heavier. Little Jolin was carried by her sister as they ran. She clapped her hands from time to time and called out softly, "Sister, sister." Looking at her happy expression, she couldn't wait for her sister to run faster and fly for a while. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Arbor deliberately ran to the Qiao family's mansion early in the morning with her little sister and started banging on the door. The doorkeeper opened the door sleepily and looked at the 2 girls in front of him with a baffled expression. He naturally recognized these 2 girls from the First Branch family, but the old madam had never liked them. Now that they came to disturb her sleep so early in the morning, his attitude was not polite. "Father told us to come visit grandmother." Arbor's little face was cold as she carried the little bun in one hand and was about to step through the door. The doorkeeper hurriedly blocked the two of them at the door and said impatiently, "Wait, I have to go get someone to inform grandmother." Arbor shook the little bun in her hand. Jolene immediately remembered what her sister said to her on the way here. "Linner, when we reach grandmother's door, just cry. Don't say anything. We'll cry all the way back. When you're done crying, sister will give you meat buns when we get home." Jolene's mouth watered at the thought of meat buns. She blinked her eyes and burst into tears. Her voice was full of emotion as tears streamed down her face. "Grandmother! Grandmother!" The little child screamed at the top of her lungs, dragging out her sobs in a pitiful manner. Xiaomu suddenly felt that her little sister really did have a talent for acting. Look at her acting. Tears came out on a whim. That was pretty good. Although the sky was bright at this time, some of the villagers who were rushing to the fields had already woken up. When they passed by, their eyes curiously glanced at the Chow family's mansion. The doorkeeper was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect the little child to start crying just like that. His hand holding the two children froze in midair. "My granddaughter learned that my grandmother was ill and came to visit her. Since grandmother doesn't like it and won't let me in, then I'll come visit another day." Arbor coldly recited a line, picked up the crying Shaoliner, turned around, and ran. The gatekeeper was dumbfounded. "Hey, little ancestor, can't you let me send someone in to inform them?" After receiving her sister's order, Xiao Lin really cried all the way back. Xiaomu already knew that the little bun was small, but her voice wasn't small at all. As she cried all the way back, she truly caught everyone's attention. Her small face looked miserable and pitiful, and the villagers all asked each other about it. When they learned that the Arbor sisters had come to greet the old lady out of goodwill but were chased away, they looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that the rumors about the separation of the Chow family 2 days ago were true. This old madam of the Chow family was really unkind. Arbor carried the crying Chow Lin home and coincidentally bumped into Chow Zhongbang, who was about to leave. Wei Ziqin had just come out of the kitchen after washing the pots and pans. When she saw her little daughter crying, she hurried over to comfort her. When Chow Zhongbang asked for the reason, his entire face turned awkward. "I'm afraid I won't be able to enter grandmother's house in the future," Arbor said with a cold expression. "So, do you still need to visit grandmother every now and then to greet her?" Xiao Zhongbang knew that he was in the wrong and was extremely embarrassed. After a while, he said, Why did you let your sister cry all the way back?" Just like that, Shaoliner cried all the way back. Everyone in and out of the village knew that his old mother had blocked the two young daughters outside the Qiao residence and didn't allow them to enter. He was the one who called his two daughters back to pay respects to old madam, but who knew that they couldn't even enter the door. Xiao Zhongbang only felt his face burning. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. Once little sister cries, even mother can't coax her. What he meant was that he was just a baby and really didn't know how to coax little sister to stop her from crying. Xiao Zhongbang felt aggrieved when he saw Xiao Zhongbang's expression that said, "Go ahead if you can." He stammered and moved his lips, but couldn't force out a word. He could only sigh and sit to the side, not planning to go out and visit his mother. The village was only so big, so the rumor that old madam was unkind and refused to let her two young granddaughters in had reached old madam's ears. Old madam was really wrong this time. She didn't know that Arbor had come and left early in the morning. She was so angry that she fell back and fell sick again. After this incident, Xiao Zhongbang completely stopped and never said that he wanted to visit your grandmother again. Arbor was happy and relaxed. When he was free, he focused on cultivating mystic energy in the room. However, when it was time, he was interrupted by the little foodie knocking on the door. Ever since Arbor used his mystic sense to bring out a white and fat meat bun from the little foodie's inner world, the little foodie started thinking about it and begged to eat it again and again. She even learned how to hug someone's thigh and was like a burden that couldn't be shaken off. At this time, the little foodie was sick of it again. She hugged her sister's arm and refused to let go. She kept mumbling about meat buns, and it was simply demonic. Wei Ziqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She went forward to hug her younger daughter and coaxed, How about mother make meat buns for you? Sister has meat buns, sister has meat buns. Wei Ziqin was speechless. She didn't like her mother's buns. Wei Ziqin only thought that Xiao Mu had bought meat buns for this little glutton ancestor to eat when she wasn't home. Xiao Jiao, where did you buy these meat buns from? They look delicious. Look at how your sister is thinking about them every day. Why don't we go buy a few more? Arbor was speechless. To be honest, she had never eaten that meat bun before. How would he know if it tasted good? Sister has it, sister has it. Sister took it out with a whoosh, the little foodie clamored. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Mu looked at each other in bewilderment. Arbor wanted to cry. If she could take it, she would have taken it out to stuff the little foodie's long-winded mouth. However, the last time she had used her mystic sense to fish out a meat bun with great difficulty, the gate to the inner world had been tightly shut, not allowing her mystic sense to enter again. Who would have such an arrogant inner world? Only her family had it. Okay, the three of them were talking when they heard hearty laughter from outside the courtyard. Brother, sister-in-law, Jojo. Your second uncle is back. Second uncle. Arbor jumped off the chair. Seeing that the little foodie was hugging her arm and refusing to let go, she simply picked her up and ran out. She talked to the little foodie along the way. Sister has peaches. If you're good, I'll give them to you tonight. If you're not, you don't have any. When the little foodie heard that there were peaches, she immediately stopped making a fuss and nodded repeatedly. Sister, I'll be good. Then you're not allowed to talk. The little foodie immediately reached out two chubby little hands and covered her little mouth with them. Second uncle. Arbor finally got Xiao Zhongxing back, so how could she not be happy? The moment she walked out the door with the little bun, she saw a well-built man with a tanned face standing at the door and looking at her with a grin. Second uncle, it's been hard on you. Second uncle had been running around outside for a while, so it looked like he was quite busy. Fortunately, there was second uncle to help her purchase supplies. Otherwise, with her young age of 7, her hands and feet wouldn't be able to do anything. Second younger brother, you're back. Come in and take a seat. Your older brother is also in the room. Wei Ziqin went out to welcome him with a smile. No need, eldest sister-in-law. I'll rest after I'm done. Xiao Zhongxing shook his head with a smile and gestured to Arbor. Jojo, let's go. There are too many things, so we can't drag them into the village. Second uncle asked the convoy to gather at the foot of Hulun Mountain. Let's go over and take a look. Okay. Xiao Mu nodded and inwardly praised second uncle. It's good to drag her to Hulun Mountain. After sending the others away, I can focus on organizing the supplies and avoid attracting the envy of the villagers and greedy people like Madame Nali and Xiaoying Chen. When Xiao Lin saw that her older sister was about to abandon her and run off by herself, her big eyes sparkled and tears almost fell. Arbor poked her chubby cheeks. You're not allowed to cry. If you cry, I won't give you anything good to eat. When older sister comes back, I'll give you an incredibly delicious peach. You'll only get to eat if you're obedient. Xiao Lin's little face immediately brightened up, and her eyes curved into crescents as she nodded repeatedly with a grin. This made Wei Ziqin, who was carrying her and patting her, feel both amused and exasperated. After comforting his little sister, Arbor caught up with second uncle and quickened his pace toward the foot of Hulun Mountain. The area along Hulun Mountain was very barren, so Xiao Zhongxing wasn't worried that the villagers would run there and see this large batch of supplies. He walked briskly and said to Arbor with a smile, Jojo, second uncle didn't let you down this time. I bought almost everything you wanted. Now, can you tell me why Jojo is buying so many things? Arbor nodded and used the same excuse he used to fool his mother to fool his second uncle again. The latter had a solemn expression on his face when he heard that. In that case, we should move out of Quoto village as soon as possible. Why don't we go to Fong village? Arbor hurriedly shook his head. Second uncle, Fong village is too close to here. We can't guarantee that our enemies from the evil sects will find us. For the sake of safety, it's best that we immediately depart for Shijiao City. Shijiao City has city guards, so even if the evil sect chases after us, they have to consider the consequences before making a move. Naturally, they won't dare to openly attack us. Xiao Zhongxing nodded as he listened, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart at his niece's thoughtfulness. It was difficult for her to be so considerate at such a young age, and it truly made some adults feel inferior. Alright, then let's hurry up and set off after we finish collecting the supplies. As expected of father and son. Just like Xiaohu, second uncle was also a straightforward person. Arbor was somewhat helpless. He followed second uncle to the gathering point of the convoy. At a glance, there were at least 25 to 26 carriages. Arbor was in a good mood, thinking that second uncle must have spent all the money before returning. Spending money was great. This money would be worthless in a few days. At that time, even if you brought out a large amount of gold, silver, pearls, and jade, there might not be anyone who would exchange it for a bun in your hand. Come, Jojo, second uncle will tell you about these goods. Second uncle was immediately in high spirits when he mentioned the things he had bought. Since we're going to deal with people from the evil sex, then second uncle's purchase this time was correct. Didn't you say you wanted 800 arrows? Second uncle bought 3,000 arrows for you this time. There are also 30 bows and 100 swords. They're all in the front 3 carriages. These 3 carriages are also ours. Arbor's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Second uncle was indeed reliable. The little fellow was happy, but her face was expressionless. Xiao Zhongxing was also used to his niece's stoic face and didn't expect her to show any expression. He pulled her small hand and walked towards the 20 or so carriages behind them. Many workers were unloading the goods and were almost done. The goods were all piled up beside the carriages. The stacks of boxes and baskets dazzled the eyes. Arbor's gaze was fixed on the 100 wine jars and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Second uncle was really smart. He had even prepared enough wine for them. Jojo, let me tell you, this food and drink is enough for the 6 of us to eat for half a year, let alone 3 months. As he spoke, he proudly scooped up a wine jug and placed it in his hand. This is the highest quality bamboo leaf wine. The shopkeeper saw that I asked for a lot, so he gave me a discount. 100 coins per jug. 1 jar is enough for me and your father to drink for 4 to 5 days. Saying this, he laughed at Arbor. Jojo, this much wine cost 10 taels. You won't dislike second uncle for buying this, right? Arbor shook her head. Second uncle, you're treating me like an outsider. That's true. Xiao Zhongxing laughed heartily and continued to pull Arbor's small arm forward, excitedly introducing the items he bought. Second uncle's purchase could be considered to have a complete range of varieties. Just the variety of vegetables, meat, and poultry was enough to make people speechless. As Arbor looked, she silently understood second uncle's words. What did it mean to eat for half a year without a problem? The most valuable thing was that second uncle also bought 5 boxes of spices, nearly 20 boxes of medicine, and 2 carriages of various fruits. As Xiaomu looked at these unloaded goods, she felt her heart settle down a lot. With these basic supplies, their family would not need to be afraid no matter where they wandered. She was confident that even if they were in a chaotic world, they would still be able to live a decent life. Thank you, second uncle. Arbor held Xiao Zhongxing's big, rough hand tightly, and said in a weak voice. Xiao Zhongxing was stunned. He smiled and reached out to rub Arbor's little head. Silly child, why are you being so polite with second uncle? What's more, second uncle didn't make this trip in vain. Didn't we earn back these 100 jars of wine? Xiaomu curved her lips. Xiao Zhongxing pulled her to the last carriage, where hundreds of cloth bags of different sizes were placed. Xiao Zhongxing opened a bag and showed it to Arbor. These are seeds. Second uncle bought them at a stall. Some cost a few copper coins, some cost a few 100 copper coins. Second uncle bought them blindly. See if they're useful. Arbor took second uncle's opened bag, grabbed a few seeds, and looked at them in her palm. She leaned forward and sniffed them, then nodded naturally. These are the seeds of hemostasis grass. They can be used to make the most basic hemostasis ointment. Xiao Zhongxing immediately smiled. Then they're useful. That peddler didn't lie to me. But Jojo, second uncle didn't expect that you would know a thing or two about medicinal seeds at such a young age. Arbor couldn't help but be stunned. Her little hand holding the seed stiffened slightly, and a strange feeling surfaced in her heart. That's right. How did she know that these were the seeds of hemostasis grass? Second uncle, take these people and leave first. Arbor gave her uncle a look, and Xiao Zhongxing immediately understood. He nodded and gestured for those workers to pull the 20-odd carriages away. Jojo must have her reasons for sending these people away, so Xiao Zhongxing did not ask further. Aoyi, Arbor softly called out after seeing the carriages leave one after another. The black-cloaked youth appeared not far behind her like a shadow and cupped his hands in greeting. Little master. Arbor nodded. Use your mystic senses to sense if anyone is spying nearby. This time, she was more cautious. With her current level 3 mystic cultivator perception, she was definitely not as good as Aoyi's. Otherwise, she would not have attracted the ghost sex people last time. Aoyi nodded and silently released his mystic senses to sense. After a while, he replied, Little master, don't worry. There are no abnormal presences within a radius of 5 kilometers. Arbor nodded slightly before focusing on her dantian. She saw that the sapling was still sickly and drooping without any changes. However, a few of its branches were tightly hugging the heart of paradise and had not moved at all. Arbor sighed. If a storage talisman could store these things, she would be too lazy to take out the heart of paradise. A mystic energy coiled around the heart of paradise and pulled, but the sapling hugged it tightly and did not show any signs of letting go. After a few times, Arbor was very helpless and could only use a negotiating tone to say to the sapling, Cho-cho. For some reason, she clearly felt that the sapling in her dantian seemed to have been shaken by her call, and 2 bare branches trembled slightly. Cho-cho, I'll borrow your heart of paradise for a while. 15 minutes, no, I'll return it to you in 7 minutes, okay? Look, there are so many things here, I have to take them away. Agreed. Our dear Xiao Mu wanted nothing more than to shed tears of sympathy for herself. She had never seen such an aggrieved master. The heart of paradise was clearly a mystic domain that she had refined, okay? Why did she have to get the damn tree's permission every time she wanted to use it? The inner world was a pit, and so was the Peach Springs. Arbor silently mourned for a while. She thought to herself that it was true that when a tree fell, a person would run away. No matter what, she could only rely on herself to draw talismans. Next time, if she could buy blank talisman paper, she would draw 180 storage talismans and use them comfortably. In the center of her dantian, the sapling, which had originally drooped its branches, seemed to understand her words and really let go of the heart of paradise. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief. He hastily summoned the heart of paradise and put away the items on the ground in an orderly manner, temporarily placing them in a large open space behind the peach forest. The open space behind the peach forest was very large. After putting all these materials in, there was still more than half of the space left empty. Arbor pulled down the reins and put in the 2 carriages full of fruit. Only then did they fill up the space behind the peach forest. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief. Her small face was still expressionless, but she was secretly bursting with joy. The more she looked at the resources, the more delighted she became. Because living things couldn't be put in the Peach Springs, Arbor could only tie the horses to a tree at the side and wait for second uncle to come back and take them away. Recalling that he had promised the little foodie to bring her peaches to eat, Arbor focused her gaze on the translucent valley in the sky. She remembered that there was a luxuriant peach tree in the center of the peach forest. It seemed to have borne fruit. At that time, she had only taken a quick glance. Today, after looking carefully, she had indeed discovered it. There were 3 peaches on the peach tree. They hung stingily from the branches, but each of them was twice the size of an adult's fist. They looked fresh and fragrant, and Arbor wanted to eat them. After thinking it over, Xiaomu simply took out all 3 peaches and temporarily stored the peach she was going to give Shaolin into a yellow storage talisman, keeping it close to her body. This talisman was an exemplary talisman gifted by the Golden Talisman Jade Tome. Of the 4 storage talismans she drew, 2 of them were filled with things for her, and the other 2 were given to her mother to pack up the household utensils. It seemed that the top priority now was to hurry to Shijiao City. There was bound to be a place that sold blank talismans. When Xiao Zhongxing returned, he saw the little lass squatting under a tree at the side. She was holding a rather good-looking peach in both hands and munching on it happily. Xiao Zhongxing couldn't help but laugh. This was how a child should act. Normally, when Jojo acted like a little adult, she looked especially serious. She didn't look like a carefree child at all. Second uncle, eat a peach. Arbor handed him one and then continued to munch on her own peach. As expected of a paradise, it was truly delicious. The peach flesh melted in her mouth, and the peach juice was sweet but not greasy. After eating it, the fragrance lingered in her teeth and cheeks, and the aftertaste was endless. Xiaomu wiped her small hands and suddenly felt a stream of hot air rapidly circulating in her mystic meridians. The little fellow was stunned for a moment and then quickly sat down. This wandering stream of hot air quickly transformed into bits of mystic energy. It scattered in her mystic meridians and finally returned to her dantian. Arbor had been observing her dantian from the inside, so she could see it clearly now. A mystic domain the size of an olive pit suddenly appeared at the roots of that wilted sapling. It only flashed for a moment before it absorbed the bits of rich mystic energy. However, at least 2/3 of the mystic energy was absorbed by the sapling's roots. It turned out that the mystic domain didn't disappear. It was just absorbed by the sapling's roots. Arbor wished she could jump up and howl. This tree was indeed strange and abnormal. It really was absorbing her mystic energy. Mystic energy, just now, she had painstakingly accumulated a bit of mystic energy and finally managed to circulate it in her mystic meridians. In the end, more than half of it ended up in the sapling's stomach. Why? Why did it have to eat meat while she could only drink soup? Xiaomu was extremely depressed. Fortunately, after the slight impact of the hot air, the mystic meridians in her body seemed to be a little thicker than before. A level 4 mystic cultivator. Xiaomu's eyes lit up. She had unknowingly advanced. What was going on? Could it be related to that peach? Although the amount of profound energy earlier wasn't much, but the quality was extremely rich. Every drop of profound energy was comparable to the thin profound energy stored in her body. Could it be that cultivation advancement was closely related to the concentration of profound energy cultivated in the profound veins? Arbor supported her small chin with one hand and thought carefully. That spiritual tree seemed to be only interested in the rich Xian energy of the outside world. For example, just now, and also previously when she absorbed the Xian energy of the entire paradise in the secret realm, she probably didn't even drink the broth at that time, as it all went into the little tree's stomach. As for his daily training of his profound veins, the profound energy that he cultivated was extremely thin and most likely would not be able to enter the eyes of the enlightened tree, so it had no interest in coming over to snatch it. After figuring this out, Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. Then, there was no then. She couldn't snatch the tree, so crying was useless. When she turned around, she saw second uncle open his eyes and jump up in excitement. Jojo, second uncle discovered that after eating this peach, his body cultivation broke through to the 3rd level. Second uncle has been stuck at this level for a very long time. I didn't expect. Second uncle was so excited that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Only those who had truly become a body cultivator would know how painful the body forging stage was. In order to strengthen their bodies and obtain strength that was stronger than normal people, they had to put in much more effort than mystic cultivators. Mystic cultivators simply couldn't understand this kind of ordeal. Mystic cultivators could be said to be a race deeply favored by the heavens. Normally, as long as one became a mystic cultivator, their physique would improve greatly. While cultivating mystic energy, it would also gradually strengthen their physique, so there was simply no need to go through the extra step of body forging. On the other hand, body cultivators completely relied on external forces to continuously increase their resistance to pressure and improve their physique after undergoing hellish training. Body cultivators advanced very slowly. Every transformation of the physical body depended on one's constitution. Some people with poor constitutions would stay at the first level of body forging for their entire lives. But this time, after eating this peach, Xiao Zhongxing suddenly realized that he had painlessly transitioned to the 3rd level of body forging. It was truly a cultivation experience that he had never had before. Such a comfortable advancement caused him to be a bit stupefied even now, thinking that he was in a dream. One had to know that he had been stuck at the 2nd level of body forging for a full 3 years. It was quite inconceivable that he had advanced so quickly. On the other hand, Arbor didn't feel anything after suddenly advancing to a level 4 mystic cultivator. Her face was expressionless and calm as usual. Heh, what was there to be excited about? If she had taken all of the mystic energy in the paradise for her own use that day, let alone a level 4 mystic cultivator, she might have even become a level 6 or level 7 mystic cultivator. Thinking about how unkind the spirit tree was, Xiao Mu's heart felt stifled. Arbor's brows involuntarily twitched when she realized that her second uncle had happily picked her up. To be honest, she was already in her 30s, so she really didn't like other people picking her up for no reason. Xiao Zhongxing didn't carry her for too long and placed her on the carriage with a chuckle. He jumped onto the carriage and whipped the horse, causing the carriage to gallop back to the village. After sending Arbor home, Xiao Zhongxing immediately turned back and led the remaining 5 yellow-maned horses home. Wei Ziqin prepared a table of dishes and invited Xiao Zhongbang into the courtyard to drink with him. Arbor was not hungry for the time being, so he walked out with a horse in each hand. Xiao Zhongbang stared at his eldest daughter's back with a complicated gaze. Xiao Zhongxing took a sip of the bamboo wine and narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Zhongbang and asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "Jojo, that kid." Xiao Zhongbang heaved a long sigh. This child had changed too much. Sometimes, he was so unfamiliar that he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Xiao Zhongxing put down his chopsticks and shook his head at his older brother. "Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Jojo is such a sensible and good child. It's hard to find one even with a lantern. What are you dissatisfied with? Today, your sister-in-law told me that she will move out of the village in 2 days." Xiao Zhongbang's expression was complicated. When he first heard this, he thought that his wife was joking with him. They had lived in Quoto village for so many years and had always been living well. How could they move out just like that? Xiao Zhongxing rubbed his nose. "I heard about this too. So be it. This isn't a good place anyway. Big brother, let me tell you." When Arbor was far away, she threw the Qiao brothers' long-winded conversation to the back of her mind. She led the horse into the nearby courtyard of Qiao Lu's house. Qiao Lu's aunt heard the noise and quickly walked out. "Jojo is here." Sixth Aunt Qiao welcomed Arbor in and said with a bleak and bitter smile, "Jojo, you're so considerate, coming to visit your sister Xiaoya again. She's in her room, but she still doesn't want to see anyone." The incident that happened at the Quoto village market that day was still vivid in his mind. 12-year-old Xiaoya was publicly humiliated by hyenas. Her clothes were nearly torn to shreds, and too much of her skin was exposed in front of people. Although she was the victim, in the eyes of the closed-off Quoto village villagers, Xiaoya was already an impure woman. 2 days ago, there were even a few ignorant village women who clamored about burning Xiaoya to death to purify Quoto village. He really didn't know what those people's brains were made of. Xiaoya didn't dare to go out at all during this period. She couldn't face the villagers pointing and gossiping, and even more couldn't face that humiliating experience directly. Arbor sighed. If Xiaoya didn't dare to walk out herself, no one could help her. Although the current world was relatively tolerant of women, this was only because women were mystic cultivators, and Xiaoya was only a normal person. Old Xiao and Sixth Aunt Xiao were both good people. In the past, when their family lacked food and clothing, Sixth Aunt Xiao would often help their family. Now that the zombie outbreak was imminent, Arbor also wanted to help them as much as he could. As for the other villagers, at her age, she truly couldn't care too much. Even if she went door to door and earnestly persuaded the villagers to leave, they would only think that she was crazy. They might even think that she was possessed by a ghost and want to burn her again. Everyone had their own fate, so she hoped that they would be able to fend for themselves. "Jojo, come sit." Sixth Aunt Qiao wiped her hands on her apron and pulled Arbor to sit down. "Your sixth uncle went out to pick vegetables and hasn't returned yet." "Jojo, these 2 horses of yours are?" Sixth Aunt Qiao had already seen Arbor leading the 2 horses in, so she couldn't help but look puzzled. Arbor had already tied up the horses in the courtyard and said to Sixth Aunt Qiao, "Sixth Aunt, our family will be leaving Quoto village the day after tomorrow. How about you and Sixth Uncle bring Sister Xiaoya along? Maybe Sister Xiaoya's mood will improve after leaving Quoto village." "Why are you moving?" Jojo's sixth aunt couldn't help but be surprised. Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Jojo, sixth aunt and your sixth uncle have been rooted in this village for decades. Where else can we move to? Don't worry, your sister Xiaoya is just a little stubborn. I'll go and comfort her more, and she'll be fine soon. Arbor was not so optimistic. She clearly knew that ordinary people like Qiao Lu and Qiao Lu were vulnerable in front of a zombie. That thing would kill their family of 3, she couldn't help but advise her again, but sixth Aunt Qiao only comforted her not to think too much. She only said that after this critical juncture, the family would definitely get better. She didn't have any intention of leaving Kwoto village. Arbor sighed. He had no choice but to leave 2 horses for their family. Qiao Lu's wife was so scared that she repeatedly waved her hand and said no. Although sixth Aunt Qiao was ignorant, she also knew that the price of an ordinary horse was usually about 20 or 30 taels. How could she accept such a generous gift from Arbor? Unexpectedly, Arbor didn't wait for her to elaborate. She waved her hand and ran out of her house like a wisp of smoke. Even when she returned to the door of her house, Arbor's mood was still heavy. Her mood was indescribably grave. She looked up at the sky and saw that dusk was heavy. A jet-black cloud stretched across the horizon. It looked like it was going to rain later. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder was accompanied by bean-sized raindrops that pitter-pattered against the wooden window lattice. Arbor lowered the window partition. When she closed the window, she couldn't help but look at the pitch-black horizon that was like the night sea. Vaguely, she seemed to see a large bird flapping its huge wings gliding across the horizon. Arbor was stunned. Something flashed through her mind like lightning. Coo, coo. The cries of the nighthawks made one's heart tremble under the pitch-black night sky. 150 kilometers away from the capital, on a muddy path, there was a funeral procession of more than 10 people braving the drizzle. The procession slowly moved forward, paper money fluttering in the air like snowflakes. After walking for a while, the rain started to get heavier. Under the dark sky, a large bird spread its wings and flew past with an ear-piercing cry. The people at the front of the funeral procession suddenly stopped. A flock of black crows fluttered in their direction, causing them to hastily reach out to sweep them away. Suddenly, an ice-cold, pale hand reached out from under the coffin lid. Someone in the procession let out a shriek. The coffin fell to the ground with a thud, making a dull sound. Under the dim starlight, a pot-bellied, long-haired, white-clothed woman stood there. She slowly raised her head. When she saw the shocked expressions of the crowd, whose teeth were chattering, she didn't hesitate to charge forward with a roar. A horse procession braved the rain on the official road. Yu Xiu, wearing a straw raincoat, pulled on the reins. He frowned and listened for a while before patting his horse to follow Prince Mo. Master, did you hear any strange sounds? Prince Mo nodded. It wasn't just strange sounds. A faint smell of blood was transmitted over with the wind, allowing him to clearly know that there was an unforeseen event ahead. Everyone, be careful. Yu Xiu waved his hand and ordered the 20 or so black-clothed youths accompanying him. They were about to reach the capital. With those people's temperaments, if they didn't make a move now, they wouldn't have another chance. Prince Mo absent-mindedly swept his eyes over the front, an ice-cold smile on his lips. He didn't wear a straw raincoat on his thin, ethereal white clothes. However, when the drizzle drifted to his side, it evaporated into smoke and instantly disappeared without a trace. The journey was extremely boring. His few brothers only did assassinations and assassinations. They couldn't do anything new. They weren't as interesting as his little wooden baby. When he recalled that stoic face, the smile on Mo Lian's lips deepened slightly. TSK, I'm thinking of the little guy again. Annoying. A group of more than 20 riders galloped forward, covered in dust, on the official road. However, as the rain gradually increased, visibility became very low. Suddenly, a woman with a bowed head and a big belly jumped out from a muddy path and blocked the way. Yu Xiu hurriedly reined in his horse so that it would not collide with her. The group of youths were no longer hotheads. The road was vast at night, and a strange woman suddenly appeared on the dirt road. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. Everyone immediately tensed up and silently prepared for battle. The woman was wearing a white dress that was stained with mud. Her long hair was wet from the rain and covered her face. His walking posture was very strange. His feet and hands were very stiff. Step by step, he walked down the dirt road, making people feel a little scared. "Everyone, be careful." Yu Xiu unsheathed his sword and took a few steps forward, pointing his sword at the woman. "Halt! Who dares to play tricks here?" Prince Mo raised his eyebrows and glanced at the woman who was blocking his way. In the middle of the night, he didn't have the leisure to waste time with a woman of unknown origin. "She doesn't want to leave. Help her." The crown prince's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Yu Xiu immediately raised his sword. In the blink of an eye, the woman abruptly raised her head. Her pale face was stained with blood, and her eyes were strangely protruding. She opened her mouth and let out a ghostly howl. Without waiting for Yu Xiu to act, Prince Mo already waved his sleeves. After the sound of the wind, the pale figure in the middle of the road fell down heavily. Crown Prince Mo unhappily smoothed out a crease on his sleeve, a faint sneer on his face. The assassin this time's makeup looks like a ghost's. I wonder which idiot's handiwork came from. Do you think you're a ghost just because you turned into a ghost? Do I look like I'm afraid of ghosts? What a joke. Yu Xiu silently twitched the corner of his mouth, raised his hand with a cold face, and said to the others, "Let's continue." "Wait." Prince Mo's cold voice sounded again at this time. Everyone tightened their reins in unison, waiting for orders in a well-trained manner. In front of them, the woman who fell on the ground and was covered in mud was slowly crawling up with great difficulty. Her movements were very slow, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from time to time. "Haha, this is a bit interesting." Mo Lian nonchalantly raised her eyebrows, her phoenix eyes moving slightly, smiling as she stared at the woman in front of her. That woman's left hand was unnaturally twisted, and after struggling to crawl up from the ground, she seemed to have identified Prince Mo as her target. She grimaced and staggered forward. But before she could pounce forward again, she was swept away by Prince Mo like a fly. But very quickly, the woman crawled up again. But her right leg was crippled, and her movements were very slow. Her entire body was covered in mud, and the original color of her white clothes couldn't be distinguished. Mo Lian was very clear that although 2 consecutive sweeps seemed light, in reality, even if he only used a fraction of his strength, it wasn't something a normal person could withstand. So, this woman in front of her really wasn't a human. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Yu Xiu saw that woman crawl up from the ground again, and immediately felt a slight chill down his spine, and couldn't help but shout loudly. "What are you nervous about?" Mo Lian indifferently swept a glance at Yu Xiu, raised her wrist, and pointed in the direction of the woman. A solid ball of fire flew in front of the woman at the speed of light, and immediately pierced through her forehead, quickly burning inside her body. Although this was not the first time they had seen it, Yu Xiu and the others still could not help but watch the scene in front of them with fear and trepidation. The Crown Prince's methods were indeed cruel. Compared to his immortal-like appearance, his gentle and elegant face, it was poles apart. "He's really dead." A faint voice floated out from his lips. It was not hard to guess that there was a trace of disappointment in it. Yu Xiu's head was filled with black lines for a moment. "My lord. Your flame projectile is so smooth that it can directly burn a person from head to toe into ashes. Not even a trace of brain juice is left. What can you do if you don't die?" If Qiaomu were here, she would definitely curse him for being crazy. How many people had lost their lives to the corpse puppets without being able to put up any resistance? Yet, this man had taken care of them in a matter of minutes. As Mo Lian looked at the woman who had been burned into a pile of ashes, he subconsciously tapped his chin with his horsewhip as he muttered to himself, "Little fellow, could this be the monster that you reminded me to keep a respectful distance from, Your Highness?" Return to the capital. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking of her mother and younger brother, she wondered if they were in any danger. With a light flick of the horsewhip, the group quickly disappeared into the night. Near the official road, on the muddy dirt road, there were more than 10 corpses lying haphazardly. A gloomy wind blew miserably. Suddenly, the corpses opened their bulging eyes at the same time, letting out ghostly wails and wolf howls at the dark horizon. That night, it was raining cats and dogs in Kyoto village. Arbor closed the wooden window. He had been feeling uneasy, so he laid on the bed with his clothes on and listened to the sound of the rain hitting the window frame. Little Linner, who was beside him, was wearing a honey-colored jacket and holding a juicy peach in her arms. She was sprawled out in her sleep and was even snoring softly. Arbor tossed and turned, but he couldn't fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, he heard a roar that sounded like a human coming from the east of the village, followed by a scream that pierced through the night sky. Arbor's heart shrank as if a stone had been thrown into a lake in his heart. That sound seemed to have come from Wu Yanjin's house. Arbor cursed inwardly and rolled over to sit up. He pulled his little sister into his arms and hurriedly helped her get dressed in a flurry. Little Xiaolin had trouble getting dressed with a peach in her arms. Arbor reached out to take her peach, but the foodie hugged it tightly and even whimpered in her sleep, as if she was about to cry. The latter was speechless. Xiaomu was at her wit's end and could only hastily drape a jacket over her body. She also casually grabbed a small blanket, directly wrapping both her and Tao inside. Arbor picked up the little foodie and pushed open the door. He happened to come face to face with Second Uncle, who had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed over. Second Uncle must have been startled awake by the sound. Arbor hurriedly stuffed the little foodie into Second Uncle's arms. Second Uncle, hurry and wake Brother Xiaohu up. Don't pack anything. We have to leave the village immediately. We have to leave now. Take them to the carriage and wait for us. Jojo. Xiao Zhongxing vaguely felt that something had happened, but seeing Arbor leave in a hurry, he didn't have time to ask. A sense of oppression pressed down on him, causing him to involuntarily quicken his steps. He hurriedly woke his son up from the bed, hastily packed a few pieces of underwear, and braved the heavy rain to send the two children to the carriage first. Xiaohu, look after little sister. Father will go pick up your eldest sister. Xiao Zhongxing left the sentence and rushed into the rain again. Xiaohu had already woken up from his daze. Although he didn't know what had happened, seeing his father's nervous expression, he couldn't help but tense up as well. He reached out and hugged the sleeping Xiaolin tightly, clenching his fists as he waited in the carriage. Meanwhile, Xiaomu quickly rushed to her parents' room. Without caring about etiquette, she kicked open the door. The scene inside shocked her greatly, causing her heart to rise to her throat. He saw a rotten hand coming in through the window, desperately trying to grab something. If it weren't for his father's quick reflexes and throwing a teapot at the head of the bed, that hand would have grabbed his mother's arm. Xiao Qin, you go first. Xiao Zhongbang pushed his wife off the bed. Arbor rushed into the room and took a look at his father. His eyes flickered and he immediately released a burst of profound energy, cutting off the rotten hand that was about to grab his father. Don't touch. Although the level 1 zombie hadn't evolved yet, so nothing would happen even if it was caught, it was best not to take the risk. Arbor strode forward and helped his mother up from the ground. He said to his parents, who were only wearing underwear, let's go, let's leave this place first. Xiao Zhongbang put on his outer robe and quickly walked to the mother and daughter's side. Wei Ziqin was also hastily putting on her clothes. The three of them were running out the door when they heard Second Uncle call out from the door. Second Uncle, why are you here? Arbor was shocked. Thinking of the two defenseless children still in the carriage, he hurriedly said, let's go. The four of them ran all the way to the entrance of the courtyard and saw the carriage quietly parked there. The curtain of the carriage was half open, and Xiao Hu, with a cautious and serious expression, was holding Xiaolin and looking outside from time to time. When he saw them running over in the pouring rain, Xiao Hu's expression visibly relaxed, and he excitedly called out, Father, eldest uncle, eldest aunt, get down. Arbor suddenly let out an angry roar. Xiao Hu instinctively hugged Xiaolin and rolled into the carriage. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a stiff figure emitting a strange smell suddenly fell from the top of the carriage. The loud noise startled the horses in front, and they neighed uneasily. The monster used a lot of strength, and its foot actually pierced through the bottom of the carriage. One of its legs was stuck in the hole, and it stiffly pulled for a long time. Xiao Hu sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw the monster turn its head, and a pair of bulging eyes on its deathly pale face stared fixedly at him and Xiaolin. Xiao Hu was extremely flustered for a moment, and he only felt his whole body emitting a whoosh of cold air from inside out. Roar! The monster roared and reached out its claws to claw at the two of them. Xiao Hu hugged Xiaolin and scrambled backwards, grabbing the things in the carriage and throwing them at the monster. The bags were scattered, and some clothes fell out. The monster's sharp claws immediately tore them to pieces. Little who? Shaolin whoosh. An iron arrow with astonishing power shot through the monster's head in the nick of time. All of its movements immediately stopped, and the monster fell face down on the ground, unable to get up again. The adults' anxious hearts finally relaxed a little. They turned to look at the little girl holding the crossbow at the side. They only felt that under the cold rain, the little girl's face was as cold as the moon, even colder than the rain. For no reason, it made people shudder from the bottom of their hearts. Get in the carriage. Xiaomu did not wait for them to recover from their daze and directly jumped onto the carriage first. She effortlessly sent the level 1 zombie inside the carriage flying with a flying kick. The zombie fell heavily on the ground, its face facing the sky. Wei Ziqin looked at it in a panic and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the one from Hazy's family? Third uncle who was buried 2 days ago? What is he doing? Did it crawl out of the ground?" When Wei Ziqin thought of this, she immediately felt cold all over and couldn't help but tremble. "Sister-in-law, get in the car first," Xiao Zhongxing hurriedly urged. He watched as his sister-in-law got into the car before jumping into the driver's seat. With a flick of his wrist, he straightened the reins. Xiao Zhongbang didn't need him to say anything. He jumped onto another horse and followed the carriage in the rain. Under the pouring rain, a horse accompanied by a carriage quickly rushed out of the small courtyard. The village was in an uproar. Many villagers screamed and ran out of their houses. When they saw Arbor's carriage, they chased after it and shouted, "Second uncle, let's go." Arbor took Shaolin in his arms and ordered calmly. The condition of their 2 carriages wasn't very good either. Not only did the zombie destroy the roof of the carriage, but it also stepped through the bottom of the carriage. Now that it was raining heavily outside and drizzling inside, everything was wet and very uncomfortable. Xiao Zhongxing wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that they couldn't even take care of themselves right now. He quickly whipped the horse, causing it to gallop forward in pain and hurry towards the entrance of the village. The calmest was Shaolin. The commotion outside was so loud, but this girl was sleeping soundly with a peach in her arms. There were no signs of her waking up at all. She really was a big-hearted child. Xiao Zhongxing yelled and made the horse speed up, riding side by side with Xiao Zhongbang. The 2 of them glanced at each other and saw a monster pounce on a village woman who was madly running forward from behind. A pair of withered hands tightly strangled the village woman's neck. The woman let out an ear-piercing shriek and waved her fists and legs desperately. Before they could take a closer look, the carriage had already sped past them as fast as lightning. Behind them was a group of wailing and waving ants, who were continuously shouting, "Let us get on the carriage and please take us along." Xiao Zhongbang pursed his lips and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. He said in a hoarse voice, "Second brother. Eldest brother, we can't bring so many people." Xiao Zhongxing's face was cold and stiff as he suddenly whipped the horse, causing the pained horse to gallop forward madly. Arbor hugged Shaolin and sat in a corner of the carriage, avoiding the rainwater that poured in. His thin brows were tightly knitted together, and his small hands involuntarily clenched under his sleeves. For days, a full 4 days ahead of schedule, originally, she had planned to set off the day after tomorrow and reach Shizhou City within 2 days. At that time, the zombie disaster would have just erupted, and their family would have already settled down in Shizhou City. But now, her plan truly couldn't keep up with the changes. She didn't know what went wrong, but the zombie outbreak in this life had actually been abruptly brought forward by so many days. It simply caught her off guard. "Aya!" Mother Wei Ziqin suddenly cried out in alarm. "What's wrong, mother?" Arbor returned to his senses. "Is it that you haven't packed your things? Don't worry about that. We'll talk about the future in the future." No. Wei Ziqin was anxious and regretful. "I've already packed most of the things at home, and everything that can be brought has been placed in the talisman. It's that Xiaoyao girl. We ran in such a hurry that we left her at home." Xiaomu had thought that something big had happened, so she relaxed slightly upon hearing this. "It's fine, Mom. I already sent someone to inform her. I also left 2 horses at home. Don't worry, they will catch up very soon." With stay-up-late skills, these level 1 corpse puppets were nothing more than toys for him. As for Xiaoyao, Arbor had already noticed that although this girl was about the same age as Qiao Hu, she was not ordinary. She should have some skills in her hands. Otherwise, the Tycoon Crown Prince would not have placed her by her side. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziqin felt relieved. She nodded and said, "Child, thank goodness you're so considerate. Mother is really useless. Look at how flustered she is. She doesn't remember anything." Arbor smiled bitterly. A lifetime of suffering in exchange for thoughtfulness. "Sister, what exactly are those monsters? How can they be so scary?" Qiao Hu curled his small body up next to Wei Ziqin and picked up a dry cloth to wipe his face and body. Just now, when the monster stepped down from the roof of the car, his heart almost stopped beating. He was still in a state of shock. "Brother Xiao Hu, those things are called corpse puppets." Arbor did not hide it from them. "Mother, you're right. They're all corpses. They mutated from the corpses that were buried within half a month. These things move very slowly, but their strength is shocking. You can't kill them just by hitting their limbs, body, or even heart. You have to hit their heads first." "Oh, sister. I know. That's why you shot his head with the crossbow and killed him." Qiao Hu nodded in realization. "Yes. These zombies are still only level 1 zombies. As long as you don't get surrounded by a large number of them, you can quickly escape." Xiaomu explained calmly, "They have boundless strength and will strangle people to death when they catch them. People who are strangled to death by level 1 zombies have a high chance of mutating into zombies," Arbor explained softly. "But even if they only have 1 breath left, they won't mutate. These lowest level zombies don't actually have much killing power, but they can gather and attack in groups, so it's best to avoid them." Wei Ziqin and Qiao Hu nodded as they listened. At this time, the carriage had already reached the village entrance and left a large number of villagers far behind. Seeing that they were about to leave the village, 2 voices suddenly rushed out from the side, crying out in surprise and joy, "Eldest brother, second brother, hurry and save mother. Eldest brother, second brother." Xiao Wenwan shrieked, almost crying tears of joy. At this time, Xiao Wenwan looked abnormally disheveled. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale. Not only was there a deep red handprint on her neck, but her clothes were also completely soaked from the rain, as if she had rolled around in the rain a few times. Without waiting for Qiao Zhongxing to come back to his senses, Qiao Zhongbang immediately jumped off the horse, supported his mother and sister, and said anxiously, "Mother, little sister, hurry and get in the carriage. Let's go quickly." Okay. Old Madam nodded shakily, tears smearing her face. This was a calamity in her old age. If she hadn't been so angry at that damned girl Arbor that she couldn't sleep for half the night and hurriedly got up and dragged her daughter away as soon as she heard the commotion, she probably would have died in the hands of those monsters. Xiao Wenwan also felt that she was extremely unlucky. She had lived comfortably for more than 10 years and had never suffered like this. Now that the situation was urgent, she didn't need second brother's urging. She quickly helped her mother into the carriage with eldest brother and followed. As soon as she got into the carriage, Xiao Wenwan looked up at the hole in the roof and shrieked, "The roof of the carriage is broken. How can people still sit in it?" Arbor hugged Xiao while Qiao Hu snuggled up to Wei Ziqin. The 4 of them sat in the carriage and occupied the best seats. Once the mother and daughter boarded the carriage, the originally small carriage became even more crowded. Only one person could sit at the door of the carriage, so the other person had to sit in the middle and forcibly get caught in the rain. The rain outside did not lessen in the slightest, and the water in the carriage was also pouring in. Sitting in the middle of the carriage was like sitting in the open air, with the wind howling and the rain falling. Just thinking about it made one feel miserable. Qiao Zhongbang looked embarrassed and snuck a peek at his eldest daughter's icy expression. How would he dare to ask them to give up their seats? Thus, he urged, "Little sister, hurry and sit properly. We still have to hurry on our way." Xiao Wenwan was so angry that her face turned green. Seeing that her brother didn't let her sisters-in-law and the others move aside, she could only sit down angrily. The rain fell on her body, and she immediately felt the entire world's malice towards her. Arbor hugged Xiao and pulled the blanket tightly around her to block the wind. His gaze swept over this youngest aunt without any warmth, and he said faintly, "Please move your butt. Don't block the hole in the bottom of the carriage. After all, it's raining above, so the bottom has to leak as well. Otherwise, the carriage will soon have a river." When second Uncle Qiao Zhongxing, who was holding the reins, heard this, his old face twitched. He felt that it was inappropriate for him to laugh out loud in this dangerous situation. "But Jojo, you're teasing us with that stoic face of yours. Are you sure you're not here to be funny?" "Don't worry, my friends. I'll update twice for now and wait for the big announcement." The author likes to update at night and is considering whether to change the situation. "Good night." Wax Qiao Wenwan was so angry that her face was a little crooked. She pursed her lips and moved slightly to the side as she glared hatefully at Arbor. Compared to the mother and daughter's clean and refreshing appearances, she was so dirty and disheveled that she couldn't even bear to look straight at her. She had encountered a terrifying monster along the way that was strangling her neck and almost strangling her to death. Fortunately, her mother had held her breath and struck it from behind with a stick, allowing the mother and daughter to find an opportunity to escape hand in hand. Fortunately, although the monster was extremely strong, its movements were abnormally slow and stiff, allowing them to escape. Otherwise, they wouldn't be alive right now. Looking at Wei Ziqin and her daughters, other than their clothes being partially wet, their faces were clean and refreshed. They didn't appear to have stumbled at all. Especially that child, Xiao Lin who was still sleeping soundly. Qiao Wenwan didn't know what to say. The outside world was turned upside down and everyone was exhausted from running for their lives, yet this child could still sleep so soundly. There was really no one else like her. Qiao Zhongbang once again mounted the yellow-maned horse. Qiao Zhongxing also shook the reins and agilely urged the horse carriage forward. Arbor glanced back through the hollowed-out partition at the back of the carriage and saw Aoyi leading Xiaoyao over on horseback. She hadn't been able to close her eyes after being tossed and turned for the better part of the night. At this moment, she felt a little sleepy, so Arbor simply leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed her eyes to take a nap. Qiao Wenwan furtively peeked at Xiao Mu and instantly felt that this girl was quite careless. She could still sleep at a time like this. She was so nervous that she was about to die, and her palms were still sweating coldly. Elderly Lady Qiao was old and was already exhausted from being tossed around for half a day. She listlessly leaned against the carriage door after boarding and didn't have the energy to say anything. For a moment, the carriage was silent. Only a clatter could be heard occasionally as second uncle whipped the horse to urge it to gallop. Through the heavy rain, a carriage carrying 6 people of all ages safely left the village and rushed in the direction of Shijiao City. On the other side, the Crown Prince and the others were galloping. At dawn, Missouri Lian's group arrived at the north gate of Guanlan City. The commoners, who had come early in the morning to line up and quietly waited to enter the city to do business, hurriedly moved to the sides when they heard the sound of horse hooves. Many pairs of eyes curiously turned towards the direction from which the caravan had come, wanting to see which caravan was so early. They couldn't help but be stunned by what they saw. The handsome young man riding his horse was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind. His black hair was loosely tied up with a light golden ribbon that hung down to his waist. His phoenix-like eyes roamed about, like the radiance of the stars that filled the sky. It was as if a god had descended into the mortal world, noble and beautiful. What a charming and handsome young man. Yu Xiu followed closely behind, patting his horse to catch up. At the first moment, he raised the golden token in his hand, his tone solemn and high. His Highness the Crown Prince has returned to the capital. Quickly open the city gates to welcome him. The 2 lowly soldiers on the city gate tower had already seen the appearance of the person who had come and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that this great master would return to the city so early today? In their haste, they almost rolled down the city gate tower. In a panic, they called out in unison, "Welcome back to the capital, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Welcome, Your Highness." "Hurry, hurry. Quickly open the city gates. Hurry." Urgent voices were transmitted from the city gate tower to various parts of the city. Immediately, the city guards pulled the heavy iron chain capstan. With the combined strength of a dozen people, they pushed the city gates open inch by inch with great difficulty. Prince Mo turned his head and glanced indifferently at Yu Xiu. Then, he rode into the city without a word. Behind him, aside from Yu Xiu, The group of youths followed the crown prince into the imperial city noisily. Yu Xiao spurred his horse towards a nearby city guard. You, come here. The captain of the city guard was drenched in cold sweat as he fearfully stepped forward. This was the captain of the Dragon Saliva Guard, a true blue third-rank official and favored by His Highness the Crown Prince. How could he dare slight him? He immediately bowed respectfully and humbly lowered his head. What are your orders, my lord? Pass on His Highness' orders. From now on, everyone entering and leaving the city must be strictly interrogated. If anyone is found with a pale face, bulging eyes, stiff limbs, or slow movements, arrest them first. The captain hurriedly nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, yes, yes. Everything will be as my lord says. This lowly official will give the order to strictly investigate and guard the place to ensure that no slip-ups occur. Yu Xiao nodded and immediately turned to enter the city. He still needed to hurry back to the Dragon Saliva Guard and deploy more people to search the city to ensure the peace of the capital. The Crown Prince had said that this might not be a special case. They still didn't know what that mutated monster was and needed to investigate further. On the second floor of a jewelry store near the northern city gate, a brothel leaned against the window. A young man in embroidered robes leaned against the window and lightly pressed down on the folding fan in his hand. He suddenly laughed and said, "My sixth brother has made such a big move as soon as he returned to the capital. Go investigate what the captain of the Dragon Saliva Guard is busy with." Master, His Highness the Second Prince was on the second floor of Rui Pavilion just now. Mo Lian had rushed to the imperial palace as soon as she entered the city. Hearing this, she only tilted her head slightly and raised her brows nonchalantly. Let him be. It was just a clown. He didn't have the heart to care about anything else. The group quickly rushed to the central palace's bedchamber. At this time, Queen Zhao, who symbolized the center of power in Mo Kingdom's harem, was about 30 years old. Her appearance was dignified and elegant. She was only wearing a watery red floral undergarment and her hair was tied up in a loose bun. She was leaning against the couch listlessly. A shrewd old nanny dressed in a floral robe quickly walked in and curtsied towards Queen Zhao. Your Highness, news came from Sephora Flower Palace, saying, she took 2 steps forward and whispered to Queen Zhao, that person caused another ruckus this morning and secretly executed a little maid. Pfft, Queen Zhao sneered. What is it this time? There was a hint of a smile in the old nanny's eyes. It was said that when that girl was helping that person with her makeup, she picked out a strand of white hair. Queen Zhao immediately laughed, but her eyes were filled with coldness. What a pretentious woman. How did the others react? The old mama pursed her lips and smiled. Every palace has different reactions, but Imperial concubine Lin is the most interesting. She sent someone to deliver a box of hair oil to that person. She said, ahem, it was concocted by a famous doctor to treat white hair and baldness. Queen Zhao could already imagine the expression on that person's face when he received this gift. Your Highness, Your Highness. Her personal chief palace maid, Xianxia, quickly walked in with a joyful expression. She hurriedly bowed and said, Nyang Nyang, this servant just heard that His Highness the Crown Prince and his party have already returned to the capital. What? Queen Zhao immediately became spirited, her eyes filled with a gentle light. She cheerfully stood up. Quickly help this queen dress. My son has returned, so I want to personally welcome him. The accompanying palace maids and nannies came forward to serve her with smiles. Just as they were busying themselves, they heard a report from outside that Prince Mo had come to the central palace to pay his respects. This child had just returned, so he definitely hadn't rushed back to the Eastern Palace to change his clothes and wash off the dust on his body before hurrying over to her. Thinking of how filial her son was, Queen Zhao's eyes were filled with smiles. She had long tossed the vexing matters of the other palaces to the highest heavens. Mo Lian quickly entered and immediately saw that her smiling mother was safe and sound. Her heart relaxed slightly, and she took a few steps forward, lifting her robe to kneel. Mother Queen. My son, quickly get up. Queen Zhao hastily went forward to personally help her up. This child, look. You've been rushing about outside for so long, so you definitely haven't had a good rest. Your face has gotten thinner. Mo Lian helplessly glanced at her mother, then helped her sit down. Mother Queen, did anything happen in the palace these past 2 days? Everything is fine here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please be at ease. Queen Zhao's personal nanny handed over a cup of tea with a smile, then retreated a few steps to stand behind the queen. Amen. Mother is fine here. Queen Zhao smiled and said, Child, you must be very tired after coming back. You should return to the Eastern Palace to rest first. We can talk again tomorrow, so there's no rush. Look at you, you have dark circles under your eyes. You've been traveling day and night, right? As the mother and son were talking, a shrill cry came from outside the hall. Amidst hurried footsteps, a young eunuch with disheveled hair scrambled in from outside. As soon as he saw Queen Zhao, he repeatedly kowtowed and cried with snot and tears streaming down his face, Save me, Your Highness. Queen Zhao's graceful and elegant face instantly darkened, and she reprimanded in displeasure, Who are you? How dare you trespass into the central palace? Without needing Queen Zhao's order, the patrolling guards who had received the news had already rushed in with sabers and spears. They surrounded the young eunuch who had barged into Queen Zhao's bedchamber without permission, scaring that unlucky fellow into trembling all over. Spare me, Your Highness, spare me. The young eunuch repeatedly kowtowed. Your Highness, this is Consort Zhang's servant, Xianxia. The old nanny behind Queen Zhao moved to her master's side and whispered. Queen Zhao was even more displeased when she heard this. She was just talking to her son, so where did this mad dog come from and make a scene as soon as it came in? It really made her lose her appetite. Xianxia, why aren't you serving your master at Sephora Flower Palace? What are you yelling here for? Your Highness, Your Highness. Xianxia kowtowed like he was pounding garlic as he wept bitterly. A little palace made in Sephora Flower Palace suddenly mutated. She had boundless strength and strangled everyone she saw. She strangled 2 or 3 palace maids and eunuchs to death in succession. Furthermore, those who were strangled to death also mutated into her appearance and continued to harm others in Sephora Flower Palace. The guards passing by were almost unable to restrain them. This lowly one risked his life to rush out and beg Your Highness to save his life. Mo Lian was slightly shocked. She raised her eyebrows and asked straightforwardly, That little palace maid from before was a corpse mutation, right? In this palace, it was normal for a few eunuchs and palace maids to die every day. This was especially true for that person from Sephora Flower Palace. Relying on her father's favor, she was usually very arrogant. If the palace maids and eunuchs by her side did anything that didn't go her way, it was very common for her to beat or kill them. Xianxia was startled when he heard this. He kept his head down and didn't utter a word. Queen Zhao's gaze hardened. She slapped the sandalwood table hard and angrily said, Did you not understand the crown prince's question? Xianxia couldn't stand being frightened at all and confessed in a few words. The mutated little palace maid was the grooming maid who had been beaten to death by Consort Xing early this morning. She had originally planned to drag her out and bury her in a mass grave at noon, but she hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Huifeng, the crown prince called out softly. A black-clothed youth with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes immediately appeared beside the crown prince and bowed in greeting. Your Highness. Quickly bring 20 dragon saliva guards to Sephora Flower Palace to deal with this matter. You must not allow this matter to spread, the crown prince instructed coldly. He had a bad premonition that this unforeseen event would spread sooner or later. The situation was more serious than she had imagined, so Mo Lian didn't plan to hide it from her mother. She told her everything that had happened on the way back. Queen Zhao's face paled when she heard how dangerous it was for the crown prince to return to the city. She grabbed the crown prince's hand and asked, Are you hurt? Mother, don't worry. Your son isn't hurt. Prince Mo comforted, As for the source of this matter, I've already ordered Yu Xiu to investigate. However, from the looks of it now, it should be related to the mutation of the undead. As a result, the city will need to be under martial law for several days and carefully search. The focus will be on the houses that have recently conducted funerals. Queen Zhao nodded repeatedly. Mother, I'm afraid Guanlan City will be in chaos for a while. You and 12th brother should stay in the palace for the time being. Don't go out in the near future. Mother knows. Queen Zhao frowned and said softly, But you should be more careful when you leave the palace often. Mo Lian nodded and said a few more words to her mother. She then hurriedly bid farewell and headed in the direction of the imperial study. Since something like this had happened, she naturally had to report it to the great king. Otherwise, she would become the subject of ridicule. Mo Lian's pace was neither fast nor slow as he slowly walked on the quiet and secluded path filled with osmanthus flowers that were as white as snow. He had a premonition that this zombie transformation disaster had probably just begun. Asterisk 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 my Prince Sue's section break asterisk 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 the rain had stopped, but the ground was a bit wet. Da-da-da. Only one horse and one carriage passed by on the empty street. The bustling streets of Anshan town were now empty. The stalls that had been set up on both sides of the street had all disappeared. The doors of the grain and bun shops had been smashed and the inside had been turned into a mess. It was too horrible to look at. Xiao Zhongxing sighed softly and pulled on the reins to stop the carriage. He turned his head to look inside the carriage. Jojo, we've arrived at Anshan town. Arbor was in a daze from his sleep. When he heard his second uncle's call, he opened his tired eyes. He had only closed his eyes in the latter half of the night yesterday. He hadn't slept for more than 4 hours. The little foodie also woke up, but she had a full sleep. When she opened her eyes, she was full of energy and called out to her sister. Arbor was speechless. He simply put the little fellow in his mother's arms and put on his clothes. Then, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and jumped down. Second uncle, let's rest here for a while. Second uncle had been on the road all night, so she had to let him rest for a while. Mississippi Arbor turned his head and saw Xiaoya running over with a small package in her arms. There are steamed buns and water. Have some. All right. Arbor nodded and looked behind her. He didn't stay up late, so he knew he was hiding somewhere. Second uncle, have a steamed bun. They came just in time. Xiao Zhongxing happened to be starving. Hearing this, he hurriedly reached out to take the 2 steamed buns and a bag of water. After Xiaoyao gave the food to Xiao Zhongbang, who was looking at her eagerly, she went back to the car to distribute the food. But soon, a discordant voice broke the happy meal. You're going to let me eat this? An octave higher voice came from the carriage. Eldest Miss Xiao, Xiao Wenwan, who had been holding in her anger all the way, finally exploded. Pa. She reached out and slapped the steamed bun from the old lady's hand. The bag of water spilled onto the old lady's hand. Mother. How can I eat this kind of coarse and low-grade food? I might even get a stomachache. Xiao Wenwan didn't care how much blood was dripping from her mother's heart. She completely ignored her mother's longing gaze as she stared at the steamed bun on the ground. I won't. This was made by Xiaoyao last night. It's very clean. I won't get a stomachache. Do you think I won't eat just because you said so? Such coarse food looks disgusting just by looking at it. Xiao Wenwan said with a look of disgust. Xiao Zhongxing, who was eating the steamed bun in big bites, choked slightly and lowered his head to look at the half-eaten steamed bun in his hand. No, it's quite delicious. It's smooth and delicate. It's not bad. Second brother, you're always like this. You can't be a person without any goals. Xiao Wenwan rolled her eyes at the foolish Xiao Zhongxing, then reached out to support the trembling elderly lady Xiao. Mother, don't eat such coarse food. Let's get off the carriage. I remember that there's a restaurant in Anshan town with delicious food. Let's eat there. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but say, younger sister, we still have to hurry. Just make do with a few bites first. When we reach Shizhou City, we'll. How can that be? Mother, let's go over there. I remember that restaurant is just around the corner. Arbor looked at this naive aunt in disbelief. She used to think that this woman was a little stupid, but now it seemed that she wasn't stupid but mentally retarded. Everyone in Anshan town had scattered like birds and beasts, so where was she going to find a restaurant chef to cook for them? Arbor raised her hand to stop Xiaoyao's persuasion. Let her be. Xiaoyao, stay in the carriage and help me look after mother and younger sister. As for those 2 women, you don't have to worry about them. Yes, young Mississippi Xiaoyao nodded. Arbor turned around and said to Second uncle, you rest here for a while. I'll go take a look across the street. Xiao Zhongxing chuckled and nodded. When Arbor walked past Xiao Zhongbang, she heard her father whisper, "Jojo, be careful. Come back quickly." "Oh," Arbor replied indifferently and ran across the street. Xiao Zhongbang, on the other hand, was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he said excitedly, "Zhongxing, did you hear Jojo say oh just now? She's talking to me." Recently, Jojo had been treating him like he was invisible. He didn't even look at him, let alone acknowledge him. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Xiao Zhongxing glanced at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Boss, how can there be any overnight feud between father and daughter? Don't worry, Jojo is very sensible. She's extraordinarily intelligent and knows a lot of things." "Xiao Yao, do you still have steamed buns?" Xiao Zhongxing called out to the carriage. Yes, there's a lot." Xiao Yao stuffed another steamed bun into Qiao Hu's hand before jumping out of the car and running towards Xiao Zhongxing and Qiao Qiao. Arbor ran all the way to the door of the opposite shop. He used the tip of his foot to rub the signboard that had fallen to the ground. Sure enough, it was a talisman shop. He kicked open the half-broken door in front of him and crawled in like a cat. The inside of the shop had long been rummaged through. Occasionally, a few talismans would fall to the ground. Arbor picked them up and looked at them. They didn't have any talisman power attached to them. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Without talisman power, talismans couldn't be made. It seemed like this little shop was just hanging sheep's head to sell dog's meat, selling fake talismans to fool the world. What a waste of blank talisman paper. Arbor walked around the shop but didn't find anything. When he turned around, his gaze suddenly fixed on the bookshelf that had fallen to the ground. After the bookshelf fell, all the books fell to the ground in a mess. Only one book remained firmly on the shelf, not moving at all. No one would believe that it wasn't a trap. Arbor stepped forward and kicked the book. There was a soft sound behind him and the wall opened to one side. Accompanied by a suppressed roar, a zombie suddenly darted out from behind the wall and pounced towards Arbor. Arbor was standing not far from the bookshelf, so when the zombie scurried out, the two were only 3 steps away from each other. Roar! It opened its mouth to reveal fangs, and its entire face was distorted. Even though Qiao Tong was skilled and bold, she couldn't help but jump in fright when this zombie abruptly jumped out in front of her. Looking at this magnificent beauty up close truly made one's scalp tingle. Arbor reflexively summoned her ferrule, and with a thunderous strike, she directly smashed it on the zombie's head. Fangs had already grown out of this zombie's mouth, but its movements were still slow. Arbor's ferrule immediately smashed the zombie's head into mush. She pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "It's starting to mutate with fangs so soon." Fangs were the symbol of level 2 zombies. Not only did the zombie outbreak this time come early, but the mutation speed was also very shocking. In her previous life, some zombies only mutated to level 2 after at least 7 days of the outbreak. This time, the mutation truly caught people unprepared. Bypassing the completely dead zombie, Arbor walked into the secret room behind the moving wall. This was probably a storage room, and there were 2 zombies hiding in the corner. The 2 female zombies, whose original appearances couldn't be seen, pounced over. With bulging eyes, they charged at her from the front and back with malevolent expressions. Against a level 4 mystic cultivator, these 2 zombies were clearly not enough. After Arbor quickly dealt with them, she felt a bit disappointed and downcast. This should be the talisman shop owner's family of 3. After the zombie outbreak, the shop owner probably moved his wife and daughter into the secret room to take refuge. But one of the 3 must have been seriously injured and died not long after. After that, something heart-wrenching happened. The one who died lost her mind after the zombie transformation and personally killed the other 2 closest relatives. The originally happy family of 3 was completely broken up just like that. Arbor thought of her father, and the resentment and anger in her heart had already dissipated the moment she saw the zombie barge into her parents' dormitory to commit murder. Any resentment could vanish in the face of disaster and family. Compared to the miserable state of the talisman shop owner's family, Arbor truly felt that there was nothing better than having a whole family together. Speaking of which, her father was essentially kind. In the face of death, he would not hesitate to push her mother away. It was just that sometimes, he was too stupidly filial. He probably wouldn't be able to change it in this lifetime. Arbor walked around the storeroom and found 10 bags of rice and hundreds of fake talismans without talisman power. Naturally, she threw away the fake talismans and threw the rice into the paradise. Just as she was about to leave, the tip of her foot kicked a pitch-black wooden box. Arbor bent down to pick it up and opened it. His eyes lit up. Lying in the wooden box was an ordinary-looking jade tablet with the thickness of 3 fingers and about 300 blank talisman papers. She had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. With these 300 blank talisman papers, she wouldn't have to worry about drawing more storage talismans. Arbor flipped the jade tablet over and over in her hand. She couldn't see anything special about it, so she simply threw it back into the box and threw it into the paradise together with the rice. After putting away the heart of paradise, Arbor stepped out of the talisman shop. The rain had stopped, and there was a trace of moisture in the air. Arbor turned around and looked at the family of 3, who made her sigh endlessly. She thought to herself, I hope that in the next life, your family will be able to be together, safe and happy. Help, help. Xiao Wenchuan's panicked scream came from around the corner. Arbor looked over in annoyance. She saw Xiao Wenwan rushing at the front, while the old lady stumbled and ran behind her. Behind them, there were more than 10 ferocious-looking zombies in hot pursuit. Arbor's eyes twitched. She found it funny. The mother and daughter of the Xiao family are here. Looks like we didn't get to eat this meal. Arbor crossed his arms and slowly paced to his father's side, his tone carrying a hint of ridicule. Xiao Zhongbang didn't know what to say. He paced in a circle and casually grabbed a wooden stick from the side of the street, about to step forward alone to save the mother and daughter. Xiaomu rolled her eyes and sent a look to second uncle beside her. Second uncle hastily raised his arm to block Father Qiao's path. Eldest brother, stay here. I'll go save them. Xiao Zhongbang's hand that gripped the wooden stick stiffened and turned white for a moment. Only then did he recall that he was no longer the high-spirited genius mystic cultivator youth from back then. Right now, he was nothing more than a cripple. Charging into a zombie horde was courting death. Xiao Zhongxing had already reached the 3rd layer of body tempering, so dealing with these level 1 zombies was as easy as flipping his hand and finishing them off with one punch. Before long, he brought the disheveled mother and daughter back to the side of the carriage. At this time, elderly lady was already so frightened that her hands and feet were trembling, and she almost couldn't breathe properly. The mother and daughter's clothes, which had become wrinkled after a night of fleeing, were now even dirtier and more tattered. Their outer garments were clinging to their bodies by the zombies. Wei Ziqin walked down from the carriage and fetched some water for elderly lady to drink to calm her nerves. On the side, Xiao Wenwan rudely snatched the water sack from Wei Ziqin's hands and gulped down several large mouthfuls, unable to conceal the horror in her eyes. What exactly are those things? Why are there also these monsters in Anshan town? Xiao Wenwan drank a few mouthfuls of water to calm herself down before starting to shriek. These things are zombies that mutated from corpses. Who told you that there are no zombies in Anshan town? Xiao Zhongxing grumpily said, eldest brother already told you to stay behind, but you insisted on bringing mother to some restaurant. Oh. In other words, you all knew. Xiao Wenchuan's face contorted as she pointed at everyone and screamed at the top of her lungs, you knew there was danger, but you didn't tell us? You even watched as mother and I foolishly went to a restaurant. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have taken the risk. Xiao Zhongxing was so angry that he was amused. He wasn't good with words in the first place, so he was rendered speechless by Xiao Wenchuan's screams. Arbor stood to the side and glanced at his aunt who had flipped out. You were the one who wanted to go to the restaurant to eat, and you didn't listen to others. Instead, you hurriedly supported grandmother and left. Did you care about what others said? Shut up. Xiao Wenwan was exasperated. How dare you interrupt when adults are talking? There were no rules. That's what sister-in-law taught you. Wei Ziqin was so angry that her face turned pale. She grabbed Arbor's hand and said, let's get in the car. Steamed buns, where are the steamed buns from before? Hurry up and give them to us. Xiao Wenwan felt like she was about to starve to death. She turned her head and roared at the young maidservant who was standing at the side in a daze. Her arrogant attitude and matter-of-fact tone made it seem like she didn't realize how much trouble her foolish behavior had caused. Arbor's face instantly turned cold. He reached out to stop the young maidservant from subconsciously walking forward. His tone was bone-chilling. Do you think that this is still the peaceful era? That you're still the Chow family's eldest miss who lived like a princess and didn't know the daily necessities of life? If you want food, you have to exchange it with equal labor. From today onward, this is my Arbor's rule. If you don't want to follow it, that's fine too. Arbor calmly looked at Xiao Wenwan, whose mouth was agape and didn't know how to react. Just get out of here. What did you say? Xiao Wenwan's eyes widened. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and her face turned purple. After a while, Xiao Wenwan's lips trembled as she turned to look at Xiao Zhongbang, who was standing awkwardly on the side. Big brother, this is how your child treats me. I'm her aunt. She looked so wrong that she was about to cry. She was a completely different person from her earlier arrogant self. If you're so good at changing your face, why don't you just go to an opera troupe and sing? Xiao Mu beckoned at the little lass Xiaoyao, and the latter immediately followed after her eagerly. Son, mother can't live anymore. Old Lady Qiao was really crying this time. When those zombies chased after her, Old Lady Qiao felt that she would have been strangled to death if she had been one step slower. Not only had she not eaten anything since last night, but she had also been frightened and had been blown by the wind in the open carriage for an entire night. Ever since Old Lady Qiao became a widow, she had never suffered like this before. How could she not be sorrowful? Old Lady Qiao slapped her thigh and wailed, tears rolling down her cheeks. Her heart was filled with bitterness and resentment. She even secretly scolded her own daughter. If she had eaten a nice steamed bun, she would have been fine. Why did she have to smash the steamed bun on the ground and look for a restaurant, mother? Xiao Zhongbang looked at his mother's tired and hungry appearance and couldn't bear it. He secretly glanced at Arbor, who had a long face. Jojo, grandmother is old. She can't go hungry. Mother will help her into the carriage and let Xiaoyao give her 2 steamed buns to eat, okay? Wei Ziqin asked carefully. Okay. Arbor nodded and didn't object. To Qiao Mu, this was only a trivial matter, but the Qiao Zhongbang couple heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Arbor's eyes flashed and his heart warmed. He knew that his parents cared about him a lot. His parents were extremely filial people. It was absolutely impossible for them to abandon their mother and escape alone. As long as the old lady didn't make trouble for her, it wasn't like Xiao Mu couldn't afford to give her a mouthful of food. She also didn't want her parents to be caught between their daughter and mother over such a small matter. Although deep in his heart, Arbor still didn't have the slightest good impression of the old lady, he was willing to try to accept this harsh and ungrateful old lady for his parents. Good girl, Wei Ziqin said with a gentle smile. She stepped forward to support the old lady, who had stopped crying and looked embarrassed. Xiao Zhongbang also smiled and said, okay, let's get in the car. We have to get on the road quickly. We can't delay any longer. That's right. Let's hurry up and eat and get ready for the journey. Once we leave Anshan town and head south, it will probably take us a day and a night to reach the next town. Second Uncle Qiao jumped down from the carriage and said with a smile, all right, the carriage has been roughly repaired. Everyone, make do with it. Let's go. This time, no one had any objections, and they squeezed into the carriage one by one. Xiao Wenwan was the first to grab the most comfortable seat at the back of the carriage. She didn't even care about her mother. Wei Ziqin glanced at her but didn't say anything. After helping the old lady into her seat, she pulled her daughter to find a seat near the door. She then took out 2 steamed buns from the bag that Xiaoyao handed over and handed them to the old lady. Mother, eat some to fill your stomach first. We'll find a place to cook some hot soup pancakes for you at noon. The old lady nodded and reached out to take the steamed buns with a complicated expression. Xiao Wenwan hastily called out, Mother, I'm also hungry. Hurry and give me one. The old lady's lips trembled, and she gave her daughter a steamed bun without another word. Xiao Wenwan took it and started munching on it in large bites. Outside the carriage, Second Uncle Qiao raised his horsewhip and shouted as he drove the carriage toward the town exit. Xiao Zhongbang followed behind on horseback. 3 adults and 4 children were squeezed into the small carriage. Occasionally, they would be able to stretch their limbs, but most of the time, everyone consciously sat with their bodies curled up. Other than Xiao Wenwan, she occupied the back of the car and sat comfortably. From time to time, she would pull open the curtains and look out of the car window. She kept letting out joyful cries. Look, we haven't seen any of those monsters on the way here. The hillside is covered in green grass and fragrant. I'm sure that Xiangyang town is fine up ahead. Elderly lady had been tormented by the journey and was already drowsy. She was awakened by Qiao Wenchuan's startled cries, and a trace of annoyance appeared on her face. No one paid attention to her in the carriage. Arbor was already speechless towards this extremely naive youngest aunt. It turned out that she wasn't fleeing from disaster, but was on an outing. Looking at her simple-minded cheerful appearance, it simply made people speechless. Xiao Wenwan put down the curtain and looked at everyone. Her two curved eyebrows wrinkled, and she sniffed hard. What's that smell? Youngest aunt, your body. It stinks. Xiao Lin, who was curled up in Wei Ziqing's arms, scrunched up her little face and vigorously fanned her chubby little hand, answering Qiao Wenchuan's previous question very well. Arbor was secretly amused, but his expression didn't change as he looked at Qiao Wenwan, whose face had turned the color of pig liver. After all, it was already the 7th month, and the weather was a bit stuffy at noon. The previous rain didn't bring about a comfortable feeling, but it made people feel even hotter after the rain. The air in this carriage didn't circulate well, and there were so many people squeezed in. They didn't notice it before, but after sitting for a long time and feeling stuffy, the smell came out. Qiao Wenwan and elderly Lady Qiao had rolled in the rain before and were also visited by zombies, so the smell on their bodies definitely couldn't be any better. However, Xiao Lin's frank words were still quite funny. Qiao Mu secretly applauded her sister in her heart, and she sent Xiaoyao, who was beside her, a look. Xiaoyao immediately understood and nodded. It's not raining now. This servant will roll up the curtain to ventilate the air. Ventilate. Ventilate. Wind. Xiao Wenwan gritted her teeth. Was she that smelly? He even needed these people to open the curtains for ventilation. Xiao Wenwan angrily threw down the curtain in her hand and curled up in a corner to sulk by herself. At least her noisy voice was missing. The carriage stopped at the bottom of the hill. Second Uncle Qiao jumped off the carriage and shouted, "Let's rest for a bit and let the horses eat some grass before continuing." Second brother, you've worked hard. Wei Ziqing got off the carriage with a large cloth bag. You guys take a rest first. I'll cook some simple noodles for everyone. Okay, I'll go get some branches to start a fire. Qiao Hu carried the foodie out of the car, and the children sat by the side, waiting to eat. The little foodie's eyes followed her mother around. Wei Ziqing carried the package and went to work. She took out a pot and several bowls from the package. Xiao Wenwan followed her and looked at Wei Ziqing in confusion. Sister-in-law, why did you make so many preparations when you left in such a hurry? You even brought pots and pans? Oh, that's right. I'm used to it. Wei Ziqing's hand paused as she gave a perfunctory reply. Then, she turned and busied herself with making noodles. That's not it. Why didn't I see this package in the carriage earlier? Xiao Wenwan asked. Wei Ziqing didn't answer and reached out to push away the figure in front of her. Younger aunt, move over a bit. Don't get scalded by the hot soup. She had cut the noodles into slices and placed them in the storage talisman in small packets beforehand. Now, she just needed to use the package to take out a small packet from the talisman and directly cook it. Soon, several bowls of piping hot noodles were ready. Qiao Wenchuan's pupils constricted as she watched her sister-in-law freely finish cooking the noodles and sprinkle seasonings into each small bowl according to her personal taste. There was definitely something strange about this woman. Putting aside the fact that she still had the time to clean up pots and pans while fleeing in the middle of the night, she actually carried seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar with her. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. Xiao Wenwan hesitantly sized up Wei Ziqing, but even if she racked her brains, she would never have thought that Wei Ziqing had a storage talisman on her. No one paid any attention to her questions. Everyone held their bowls and slurped down the noodles. Even elderly Lady Qiao's eyes revealed a trace of joy and gratitude. After being tormented for an entire day and night, they were suddenly able to hold a bowl of hot soup pancakes and eat it. How blissful was that? Xiao Wenwan swallowed a bowl of noodles without tasting the food. She pestered Xiao Wenwan and asked, "Sister-in-law, just tell me. This package was clearly not in the carriage just now, you must be seeing things." "The package has always been there." Wei Ziqin pretended to be surprised and swept a glance at Xiao Wenwan before quickly turning around to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Wei Ziqin was very clear about what kind of person her younger sister-in-law was, so she naturally would not reveal the storage talisman to Xiao Wenwan. The storage talisman was a magic weapon that her daughter gave her. Every time she thought about it, Wei Ziqin felt sweet in her heart. Xiao Wenwan stomped her feet and walked unwillingly to elderly Lady Qiao's side. She grabbed her mother's sleeve and shook it. "Mother, look at sister-in-law. She must be hiding something from us. Calm down. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly find a safe place to rest." Only now did old Lady Qiao realize that she had spoiled her daughter too much. Xiao Wenwan pursed her lips. When she saw that her mother did not help her reprimand her sister-in-law, she could only give in. However, she was rather angry in her heart, thinking that her sister-in-law definitely had a secret. Everyone rested for less than an hour. Because they were in a hurry to settle down in Shizhou City, they decided to get on the carriage and continue their journey. Arbor waited for everyone to get on the bus before he was ready to jump in. However, he heard a familiar chirping sound. At first, she thought she was hearing things, so she retracted her small foot and stuck her small head out to look at the back of the carriage. However, Qiao Mu's eyes suddenly turned round, and she quickly jumped into the carriage without another word. She pulled the curtain and yelled, "Second uncle, let's go quickly." Second Uncle Qiao panicked. Our dear Qiao Mu's anxious tone truly made Second Uncle Qiao misunderstand that a large group of zombies had caught up to them. Without another word, he didn't even have time to look back before he whipped his horse and hurriedly drove the carriage away. Xiao Zhongbang hurriedly followed on horseback. "What's wrong? Another batch of zombies is coming?" "I don't know." Second Uncle Qiao drove the carriage with all his heart and did his best to whip the horse. He felt that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Jojo said to leave quickly, so the situation must be bad. Chirp. When the little white squirrel saw that the carriage was moving quickly and that the distance between it and its master seemed to be increasing, it hurriedly transformed into a ball of white light. Like a bolt of lightning, it scuttled across the hillside and dashed straight to the roof of the carriage. Arbor collapsed beside his mother and patted his small chest with one hand. "Holy sh*t, I think I saw that poisonous squirrel in the mystic realm just now." Chirp. A ball of white light fell from the roof of the carriage and directly pounced on Xiao Mu's face. Xiao Mu immediately gnawed on a mouthful of white fur. Her small nose was filled with the fur of a certain creature. She was so angry that her small face was suddenly covered in a layer of green paint. Friends, the author has successfully changed the update time to daytime. Mwah, mwah, carrot carrot, scram. Arbor angrily rebuked and unceremoniously pulled the little squirrel off his face. Then, without even looking at the tears in the little guy's beady eyes, he swung his hand and flung a certain squirrel out of the car roof that had another hole in it. The people in the carriage, old and young, were all silent as they stared dumbfoundedly at little Qiao. "Such a cute little fellow, you actually treat it like this?" Xiao Wenwan shrieked. Squeak. The little white squirrel persevered and suddenly broke through the wall of the carriage. However, half of its chubby body was stuck in the carriage, while the other half was stuck outside. Its little furry head rested on Arbor's shoulder as it looked at its little master with teary eyes. The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched involuntarily. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or be angry at its stupidity as it shook its round body and tried to pull itself out of the hole. Squeak. The little white squirrel revealed a human-like pitiful expression, begging for help. Arbor extended a thin finger and poked its chubby body. Squeak. Its little master didn't seem to like it very much. It was begging for comfort. "I'll help you." Xiao Wenwan squeezed over from the corner of the carriage and chuckled as she lifted her hand to pick up the little white squirrel. Squeak. The originally cute little furry face suddenly turned ruthless and revealed a fierce gaze. Before Xiao Wenwan could react, it bit down hard on her outstretched hand. Xiao Wenwan fell down with a gurgle, and a layer of turmeric quickly spread across her face. Wanner. Old Madam jumped in fright and rushed forward to check on her daughter. She turned her head and angrily shouted at Arbor, "What did you do to your little aunt?" Arbor pulled the little white squirrel out of the hole in the carriage wall and expressionlessly looked at Old Madam. "I bit her?" Old Madam Chow immediately choked. "How long will she lie down?" Arbor could tell that the white squirrel's bite this time was slightly different from before. Previously, in the mystic realm, those who were bitten by it had all died on the spot. This time, Xiao Wenwan just lay there motionless, but her eyes were still moving, but her face was full of fear, as if she would faint at any time. Creak? Arbor stretched out one finger after another. When he reached the third finger, he asked, 3 hours? The little white squirrel nodded repeatedly with an adorable expression. Arbor was satisfied. He nodded and said, "We can have peace until the night." Without Xiao Wenchuan's nagging, this was pretty good. "You can leave now." Knowing that the little white squirrel could understand its words, Arbor put its round body down and poked it with its little hand. Squeak. The little white squirrel hurriedly pounced onto Arbor's body, rolling on the ground and begging for shelter. "I can't protect too many people," Arbor said calmly. Squeak. The little white squirrel immediately jumped up and shook its short limbs, energetically performing a set of punches and kicks. It indicated that it was very strong and didn't need protection. Moreover, it could protect others. Its silly look made Wei Ziqin and the others want to laugh. "Big sister, it's so fun." Jolin suddenly stretched out her little paw to touch it, giving Wei Ziqin a fright. Arbor glanced at the little white squirrel, whose eyes were glowing fiercely again. "Don't bite." The little white squirrel shrunk its tail and pathetically stopped moving. Jolin hugged its round little body and exclaimed happily, "Sister, it's so fun." "It's fun." Arbor shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his brows twitched slightly. Old Madam suddenly shouted, "Arbor, why aren't you saving your little aunt? Whoever bites her will save her." Arbor's words rendered Old Madam speechless. At this time, Qiao Zhongxing also discovered that no zombies had chased after them. Second Uncle Qiao, who was covered in cold sweat, helplessly looked at the child who jumped out of the car. "This little scoundrel, can't he speak clearly? This problem of speaking lazily needs to be cured." "Second uncle, wait for me." Xiaomu walked a bit further away with the little white squirrel in her arms before squatting down and poking its chubby body. "Can you enter the paradise?" Seeing the white squirrel, she recalled that all living creatures, including herself, couldn't enter the paradise, but there were fish in the paradise's small lake. This meant that it wasn't true that the paradise didn't contain living creatures, but that it didn't accept living creatures from the outside. However, the little white squirrel truly belonged to the paradise, although it was a bit strange why it existed in the paradise in the first place. Squeak. Chirp. You're a squirrel, not a bird. Don't keep making nondescript bird sounds. Arbor poked it again. Can you mine magnetite? Can you extract magnetite from the mine? The little girl didn't feel guilty when she said this. One had to know that extracting magnetite from ores was a technical job. Many artificers worked day and night to extract the magnetite. Furthermore, the amount of magnetite extracted was pitifully small. It was unknown how much magnetite was lost in the process. This little guy was actually nagging at a white squirrel, and the strange thing was that the white squirrel even reacted by nodding furiously. Master, I'm useful." This was the meaning in the adorable black beady eyes. "Stay up late." "Little master, don't worry. No mystic cultivators are passing by, stay up late," said the moment he appeared. Arbor nodded in disgust with the wilted sapling. He sighed and took out the heart of paradise. A white light flashed. As expected, the little white squirrel entered the translucent valley without any hindrance. Arbor's eyes flickered as he watched the little white squirrel scurry into the magnetite mine at an extremely fast speed. The little white figure disappeared in a flash. Arbor thought that it would take some effort for this little thing to come out. After all, it was such a big mountain. It would take some time for her to go in and mine a piece of magnetite. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to put away the heart of paradise, the white figure suddenly appeared in a flash. The little white squirrel was holding a spherical oar in its two short claws. Chirp. 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 The little white squirrel sat in Arbor's arms and extended its two tiny claws to peel off the outer layer of the oar. He was really peeling it like peeling a banana. Arbor wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Stay Up Late, who was watching from the side, was speechless. When did the outer skin of the magnetite mine become as soft as a banana peel? Didn't they have to rely on the craftsman to slowly chisel it with tools? Soon, a pitch-black, almost transparent stone with a hint of emerald color faintly visible at its core appeared in Xiaomu's palm. Huh? This piece of black stone was actually so bright and black, and there was even a bit of jade floating in it. He had never seen it before. Arbor held it in his hands and looked at it over and over again. Stay Up Late, who was standing on the side, was so excited that he could barely speak properly. Yes, yes. It's a high-grade magnetite. Little Master. A high-grade magnetite? And it was such a big piece, about the size of 2.5 adults' palms. According to the size of magnetite sold in normal magnetite stores, this piece of magnetite could be cut into at least 10 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Of course, it was guaranteed that each piece would be sold at a sky-high price. Even Stay Up Late, who had seen a lot in Guanlan City, was so excited when he saw such a large piece of high-grade magnetite that he almost couldn't speak properly. It was obvious how rare this item was. It turned out to be a piece of high-quality magnetite. She didn't expect this little white squirrel to be so good at doing things despite its adorable appearance. Chirp. The adorable little white squirrel kept rolling around in Arbor's arms as it faced the sky, revealing its round belly. Not bad. Arbor praised it expressionlessly with a blank face. Beside her, Aoyi glanced at his little master speechlessly. He should be very happy, but his little master's face was still stoic. It made him feel like his heart was about to break down. Arbor reached out to scratch the little white squirrel's chubby belly. The white squirrel comfortably lay in her arms, chirping from time to time. Now, it could feel that its little master was in a very good mood. It seemed that it had done a good job of gaining her favor. I'll call you Chirp from now on. Arbor reached out and stroked the little white squirrel's smooth fur. Help me mine more low-grade magnetite ores in the next 2 days. Arbor shook the high-grade magnetite in her arms and poked the little fat squirrel's belly. Not this kind of high-grade magnetite. I want low-grade magnetite. Do you understand? The little white squirrel nodded cutely. Its pair of black beady eyes were bright and sparkling, filled with gratitude and surprise. Little Master had finally accepted it. It was so happy, Little Master would never kick it into the sky again. It was also a white squirrel that had contributed to Little Master's efforts. However, the little white squirrel frowned its furry face in distress. What was a low-grade magnetite? It nodded one moment, then shook its head the next. Arbor raised her brows slightly and thought for a moment before poking the little fat squirrel's head. Don't tell me, the paradise doesn't have low-grade magnetite ores at all? She didn't know much about magnetite ores and didn't know how to differentiate their grades, but she had a guess when she saw the little fat squirrel's troubled expression. The little white squirrel nodded vigorously. Master was the master that understood it the most in the world. It felt so blissful to be connected to its master's heart. Chirp chirp, Arbor poked its furry little face with her finger to prevent it from nibbling on its fur again. Then you, help me pick 3 to 5 mid-grade profound stones. I don't need too many. Although she could also use mid-grade magnetite, with her current level 4 cultivation, she probably wouldn't be able to absorb too much. In fact, with her current situation, it was best to use low-grade magnetite to cultivate. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a single low-grade profound stone in the paradise. Yes, 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 okay. The little white squirrel kept nodding its little head, indicating that it had completely understood its master's intentions. When Arbor saw a certain little fellow rolling around in his arms, he expressionlessly picked it up and casually tossed it into the paradise. Then, he quickly put away the heart of paradise. In fact, she didn't like cute things. In her previous life, she had been raised as a cute thing. Every time she thought about it, she felt extremely disgusted and even wanted to vomit. At that time, it was true that she could no longer use her limbs normally, but even so, she did not want to live the life of being treated like a cute pet. Stay up late was confused when he saw the little guy's expression turn even colder. He always felt that the child's emotions changed very quickly. If he didn't pay attention, he would be hurt by the cold wind around her. "This is for you." The child casually tossed the high-grade magnetite to Stay Up Late. The latter subconsciously reached out to catch it with a stunned expression. "Little master?" The child probably didn't know the value of this high-grade magnetite. Xiaomu swept him an indifferent glance before saying with a nod, "For you to use." "How can that be?" "This is a large piece of high-grade magnetite. If you put it up for auction, it's worth more than half a city. Keep it well and use it slowly." With that, Arbor walked back to the carriage without looking back. He didn't allow Stay Up Late to argue. Regardless of whether it was when he took the money and left without a word, or when he tossed the item away and left without a word of explanation, he was just as arrogant. Stay Up Late held the scalding high-grade magnetite in a daze. He looked at the child's back with gratitude before quickly disappearing. The child's heart was actually very soft. It was just that she had built a high wall of thorns and sharp stones around her heart. She wouldn't show it easily. Xiaomu cast a glance behind her before turning around and continuing to walk back to the carriage with a smile. "Jojo's back," Xiao Zhongxing shouted. "Get in the carriage." Arbor nimbly jumped into the carriage. As soon as he got in, he met old Madame Qiao's inquisitive gaze. "Where's that squirrel?" Old Madame Qiao asked with a dark expression. "Hurry and let it save your little aunt." Arbor walked around old Madame Qiao and sat next to Xiaoyao. He didn't say anything and closed his eyes to rest. The carriage started moving again. The atmosphere in the carriage was rather stifling. Old Madame Qiao hugged the stiff and immobile Qiao Wenwan. She suppressed her anger and stole glances at Arbor, who was resting against the wall of the carriage. "Ziqin, look at Wan. What should we do? That poisonous squirrel just now was clearly provoked by your family's Qiao Mu, yet it caused Wan to suffer so much. This old woman can't control this child. As her mother, why aren't you saying anything?" Old Madame Qiao's heart ached for her daughter. Seeing that Arbor was ignoring her, she could only direct her anger at Wei Ziqin. Unexpectedly, Wei Ziqin turned a deaf ear to her. She kept her head down and hugged Jolin, patting her back and coaxing her to sleep. The old lady was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger. Seeing that no one in the carriage was paying attention to her, she could only shut her mouth resentfully. Until nightfall, the carriage did not encounter any more danger. They rested for the night in a grove on the way to Xiangyang town. Xiaoya took Wei Ziqin's job of cooking noodles and drove her to the side to rest. This time, there was more time. Xiaoya specially took 4 eggs and stir-fried them. When they were slightly shaped, she poured in the prepared tomato slices and stir-fried them together. After putting the tomato and egg into a bowl, he made another pot of noodles. After everyone's bowls were filled with noodles, a bowl of steaming hot noodles was poured over them with the tomato and egg gravy. The group of people had been watching from the side for a long time. When the noodles were in their hands, they immediately ate without saying anything. "Good." The little foodie immediately gave the highest evaluation. Arbor held the bowl and said faintly, "The cooking is good." Xiaoyao's little face immediately broke into a smile. The most miserable one was Qiao Wenwan, who couldn't move her limbs. She could only sit by the side and let her mother feed her. She ate with a sullen face. After eating and drinking to their fill, when everyone was preparing to sleep for the night so that they could get up early tomorrow, Qiao Wenwan could move again. She suddenly sat up from the ground and angrily glared at Arbor. Seeing that the latter didn't respond, Qiao Wenwan got up and silently walked to the other side of the grove. "Wanner, where are you going so late?" Old Madam was a little panicked. "It's none of your business," Qiao Wenwan said angrily. "Wan." Xiao Zhongxing roared furiously. "Come back here." It was the middle of the night, and this wasn't a safe place. How dare she go into the woods alone? Xiao Zhongxing was truly enraged by this brainless younger sister of his. Qiao Wenwan ignored second Uncle Qiao and scowled angrily into the depths of the woods, forgetting her mother's repeated calls for her to Wanner to the back of her mind. Xiao Hu and Arbor looked at each other in dismay. Not only was their youngest aunt so naive that it gave them a headache, but she was also so willful that no medicine could save her. Frowning, Xiao Zhongbang told the children to go to sleep and said to Xiao Zhongxing, second brother, you go to sleep too. I'll keep watch tonight. Eldest brother, wake me up for the rest of the night. No need. You must be tired after such a long journey. I can handle it. Go to sleep. We'll have to trouble you tomorrow. Xiao Zhongbang shooed his second brother to sleep and spoke a few words with Wei Ziqing before shooing them all to rest. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard from the woods. From time to time, Xiao Zhongbang turned to look in the direction Xiao Wenwan had left. As time passed, Xiao Zhongbang began to feel anxious when Xiao Wenwan still hadn't returned. This little sister of his was too insensible. Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but curse inwardly. At the same time, he blamed his mother for spoiling his younger sister so much that she didn't know the ways of the world. In the dead of night, a thin crescent moon hung high in the dark sky. Wei Ziqing and her children were curled up on a simple mattress made of hay, fast asleep. This day and night was too torturous. Xiaomu was still a child after all, so her body would also feel tired after a long time. Thus, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Zhongbang sat alone in the dark. Using the little bit of moonlight, he looked at the women and children with a gentle gaze. He secretly rejoiced that the whole family was safe and well together. When Xiao Wenwan still hadn't returned in the latter half of the night, Xiao Zhongbang wondered if his unreliable younger sister had fallen asleep somewhere in the forest. When the morning light shone and the morning clouds revealed only a trace of red, a horrifying scream broke through the depths of the forest and broke the tranquility. Immediately, a flock of frightened birds rushed to the top of the forest. Arbor sat up reflexively. There was coldness in the depths of his eyes. There was not the slightest confusion that he had when he first woke up. Her movements were a little big, and it immediately alerted Wei Ziqing, Xiao Hu, and the others who were beside her. However, the little foodie was still sleeping soundly. What made him even more speechless was that Peach was still tightly held in her arms. Second Uncle Qiao also woke up. He quickly stood up and looked around warily. Eldest brother, second brother, that's your little sister's cry. Let's hurry over and take a look. Old Madam cried out in alarm. Get in the car. Arbor picked up Xiao and stuffed her into her mother's arms. Hurry, let's go immediately. Xiao Zhongxing quickly jumped into the car, but Old Madam lunged over and grabbed his arm tightly. Old Madam cried in a tearful voice, second brother. That's your biological little sister. How can you leave her in the lurch? Second uncle, let's go immediately. Xiaomu yanked elderly lady off of second uncle's body and tossed her into the carriage in a huff. Seeing that elderly lady Qiao was about to climb up and make a fuss again, Xiaomu's gaze hardened, and an ominous glint landed on her. She faintly said, Grandmother, I actually don't mind throwing you down as well so that you and your good daughter can depend on each other. Old Madam shuddered. Looking at those dark eyes that were as calm as an ancient well, she felt a ghostly aura emanating from her body. Everyone, get in. Arbor stopped staring at the old lady and jumped into the car. He quickly opened the seat and took out a bag. Wei Ziqing carried Jolin and quickly got into the car, followed by Xiao Hu and Xiaoyao. Arbor opened the cloth bag and took out 2 small daggers. He gave one each to his mother, Wei Ziqing, and one to Xiao Hu. Wei Ziqing was a woman who had never held a sword in her life. At this moment, she was holding the dagger with both hands. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly, but she still held the dagger tightly. Mom, don't be afraid. It's just for self-defense. You'll be fine. Arbor patted the back of her hand and took out a crossbow, throwing it to Xiaoyao. You know how to use it? Xiaoyao nodded immediately. Arbor took out a small bag of iron arrows and handed it to Xiaoyao. Stay in the car and protect them. Don't come out unless something happens. Yes, young master. Jojo, are there a lot of zombies coming? Wei Ziqing's voice trembled. Arbor nodded solemnly. About 100 or 200. If she was alone, she wouldn't care about 100 zombies. Even if she couldn't beat them, she could run away quickly. But now that she had a group of old, weak, women, and children with her, she had to be careful. Xiao Zhongxing knew the situation was urgent. He jumped into the car and whipped the horse to start running. Xiao Zhongbang mounted the horse and looked back. He saw smoke billowing in the forest not far away. Roars and Xiao Wenchuan's screams were getting closer. As the yellow mane horse galloped, Wei Ziqing looked out the back window with Jolin in her arms. She felt a chill run down her spine. Her Qiao Qiao's estimation was not wrong. With a glance, she indeed saw 100 to 200 corpses gathered in one place. Their bodies were stiff, and they were currently slowly chasing forward. Not far from the zombie horde, Xiao Wenwan was in a sorry state, rolling on the ground with her hands and feet. Perhaps it was because she was so scared that her legs were weak, she fell every 2 steps and rolled on the ground. Then, she got up again and stumbled forward while screaming. When the Qiao family's carriage appeared in her line of sight, her dazed eyes finally focused. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, she saw the carriage in her line of sight suddenly move. No! Xiao Wenwan let out a heart-wrenching scream. She stretched out a hand and looked in horror at the direction the carriage was leaving in. She suddenly staggered and fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, the 2 corpse puppets closest to her stiffened their bodies and pounced on her. While Qiao Wenchuan's mind was in a daze, a strange power suddenly erupted from her body, and she used all her strength to shake off the 2 corpse puppets on her body. Ah! Don't come over here, don't come over here! Qiao Wenwan madly chased after the carriage. For the first time in 17 years, she realized that her speed could reach such an extreme level. Wei Ziqing was a bit dazed. She quickly tugged at Arbor's small hand. Jojo, quickly look. How is Wenwan so fast? Arbor glanced over, and her gaze flickered. She knew that after the zombie outbreak, a group of people with special abilities appeared outside of mystic cultivators. Arbor didn't know if Qiao Wenwan had this ability in her previous life, but now, it was clear that Qiao Wenwan had comprehended special speed at the juncture of life and death. However, in Arbor's opinion, special speed was a rather useless ability because she could deal with speed with any talisman. When the zombie's speed caught up in the later stages, special people who only had speed without strength were not welcomed by operation teams. The carriage didn't stop. Xiao Wenchuan's current mood could only be described as exploding. The grievance, resentment, and hatred in her heart had almost reached its peak and was about to overflow. These people really didn't wait for her? They were really so heartless as to directly throw her to the zombie horde without caring about her life or death. Speaking of which, if Arbor hadn't allowed her to be bitten by the poisonous squirrel and watched her suffer without interfering, would she have left the crowd in a fit of anger and gone into the depths of the forest alone? Xiao Zhongbang's guess was completely correct. After Qiao Wenwan left in a huff, she wandered around the forest for half a day and was a little tired. She sat down to rest for a while, but who knew that she would fall asleep in a daze? She was awoken by suffocation. When she opened her eyes, she saw an enlarged rotting face right in front of her eyes. She was so frightened that she almost fainted. She didn't know where the strength came from at that time, but she pushed away the zombie choking her neck. Then, she focused her eyes and saw over 100 slow-moving zombies surrounding her. When she ran back to where the carriage was parked, she didn't expect that what awaited her was her family members coldly turning around and leaving. Xiao Wenwan chased after the carriage like a madwoman. She never knew that there would be a day when her instantaneous burst of speed would be faster than a carriage. In the carriage, Wei Ziqing anxiously grabbed Arbor's small hand. Jojo, she's catching up. Don't worry. Arbor coldly glanced at the madly chasing Xiao Wenwan. What little patience she had left had been completely worn out by this woman. Stay here. Arbor instructed and flipped out of the carriage. He squatted on the roof of the carriage and narrowed his eyes at the panting Xiao Wenwan. Xiao Wenwan tightly bit her cheeks, her face turning purple. When she was 3 or 4 steps away from the carriage, she suddenly threw herself forward without a care and hung on to Second Uncle Qiao's body. Caught off guard, Second Uncle Qiao was almost thrown off the carriage by the force of her charge. Fortunately, he held on to the reins and tried his best to control the horse while dealing with the crazy Xiao Wenwan. Wenwan, what are you doing? Get into the carriage. Xiao Zhongbang urged his horse to follow beside the carriage. Seeing this, he anxiously shouted. Xiaomu raised her wrist and released 2 arrows with a swish, shooting away the first 2 zombies who were stiffening their necks and running at the front. Wanner. The old lady's hands trembled as she tried to lift the curtain. Due to the bumpy ride of the carriage, the curtain was not lifted, but she was jolted backwards. Wei Ziqing reached out and nudged the old lady. "Mother, you'd better sit still and not move. Go away." The old lady cried out in exasperation, "You bunch of heartless people. You abandoned my Wan'er and ran off by yourself. Hurry up and help her in." Arbor suddenly jumped down from the roof and hit Xiao Wenchuan's back with his elbow. "Get out." "Ah." Xiao Wenwan hugged Xiao Zhongxing tightly and turned around to glare at Xiao Mu so fiercely that sparks were about to shoot out from her eyes. "You devoid of conscience, you wretched girl. You won't have a good death." Xiao Wenwan sternly screamed. Unexpectedly, when she looked back, the little girl's eyes were locked onto her like a reincarnation vortex. The ripples in her eyes were dark and eerie with an indescribable strangeness. "You're right. I've already had a bad death once. This time I won't give anyone the same chance." Arbor kicked Xiao Wenchuan's head. "Scram." Xiao Wenwan continued to scream. Seeing this, old lady Xiao panicked. She leaned half of her body out of the carriage and went forward to pull on Arbor's arm. How could Arbor let old lady Xiao grab him? With a flick of his wrist, he used a bit of strength and immediately flung old lady Xiao into the carriage. The shaft of the carriage wasn't wide to begin with, and Xiao Wenwan was hanging on to Xiao Zhongxing's body from the side, not letting go. Her shoes were even dragging on the ground. If Arbor kicked her out of the carriage, second Uncle Qiao would definitely be implicated. Because of Xiao Wenchuan's entanglement, it became very difficult for Xiao Zhongxing to drive the carriage. The carriage stumbled along the forest path, and its speed slowed down. Xiao Wenwan only felt a sharp pain in her head from Arbor's kick. She clung onto Xiao Zhongxing with both hands and screamed, "Second brother! Second brother, I'm your biological sister. Big brother, is this how you treat me? You abandoned me and ran away, and you think you're in the right? Stop screaming." Arbor grabbed the back of her neck and angrily said with a frosty expression, "You want to attract more and more zombies here? Big brother." Xiao Wenwan completely ignored Arbor. There was a sudden commotion in the carriage. Arbor turned around and saw a zombie fall out of the rear window after being shot by Xiaoyao. Damn it. After the carriage slowed down, some zombies had already caught up. Arbor was unable to restrain his anger as he grabbed the tattered clothes on the back of Xiao Wenchuan's neck. His voice seemed to spread out from ice and snow, carrying an endless chill. "If someone has to go down to feed the zombies, you're definitely the best choice." Xiao Wenwan shuddered. "Wan'er." Old lady Qiao lifted the curtain and pounced out. She grabbed Xiao Wenchuan's arms with both hands and dragged her into the inner wall of the carriage. Xiao Wenwan hugged her mother and curled up in her mother's embrace as she trembled. "My Wan'er, you've suffered." Old lady Qiao hugged her daughter and cried, unable to bear it. Her youngest daughter, who had been pampered since she was young, had never suffered like today's abuse. Without Xiao Wenchuan's entanglement, Xiao Zhongxing breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly shook the reins and sat upright, anxiously whipping the horse to hurry. At this moment, there were at least 30 to 40 zombies in front chasing after them. Arbor didn't have the time to waste with old lady Qiao and his daughter. She flipped onto the roof of the carriage and shot several arrows in succession, shooting the zombies clinging to the outer wall of the carriage. "Jojo, there's more in front." Xiao Zhongxing's pupils constricted as he looked at the hundreds of zombies that had appeared in front of the forest. Xiao Zhongxing's chowzazazaz. "Father, abandon the carriages. Xiao's chowzaz. He's and he's SSSB. Zhongxing SSS Xiaoyao hastily handed one over. "Master, this recoils isn't small. Be careful." Xiao Zhongbang nodded. After all, he was someone with a foundation, so it didn't take long for him to get used to the crossbow. Looking at the zombies peeking out of the side window, Xiao Zhongbang mustered his strength and shot an arrow. Then, he felt his wrist go slightly numb. Xiao Zhongbang gritted his teeth and endured it. He turned to frown at the sobbing mother and daughter. "Mother, little sister, stop wailing. You'll attract even more zombies." Arbor gripped the crossbow tightly and took a deep breath. "Second uncle, charge over." The road ahead was blocked by over 100 zombies, and the pursuers behind them couldn't do anything. Second Uncle Qiao gritted his teeth, shook the reins, and shouted, "Giddy up." The carriage charged toward the zombie horde like an arrow released from a bow. Friends, we'll update 2 more chapters later to celebrate breaking the 10,000 mark. Bam, 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 bam. Second Uncle Qiao couldn't help but secretly rejoice as he knocked over several zombies along the way. Fortunately, Jojo was considerate and made the carriage the most comfortable and durable type. Thus, this carriage was built to be sturdy and wouldn't immediately fall apart even if it was hit multiple times by more than 10 zombies at the same time. When the carriage charged into the zombie horde, several zombies immediately pounced on Second Uncle Qiao. Arbor shot several arrows in succession and directly blew up the zombies' heads. After entering close combat, Arbor tossed the crossbow in his hand back and lightly leaped onto the left axle of the carriage. A black ferrule appeared in the palm of his right hand and released the light of mystic energy. Without any explanation, he smashed the heads of several zombies that were clinging to the side of the carriage and kicked them down. From time to time, the screams of Old Lady Qiao and her daughter could be heard from the carriage. The little foodie finally woke up amidst these ear-piercing screams. She reached out to rub her eyes and looked at the window with a confused expression. Suddenly, a pair of stiff hands pierced through the window and a pair of deathly gray arms tightly wrapped around Qiao Wenchuan's neck. Old Lady Qiao let out a high-pitched scream. When Qiao Zhongbang saw this, he hurriedly smashed the zombie's arms with the crossbow in his hand. He smashed it several times, but the zombie didn't move an inch. On the other hand, Qiao Wenchuan's eyes were about to roll back from being strangled. Waner. Whoosh. Xiaoya protected Wei Ziqin and her daughter by her side and shot an arrow at the zombie's forehead from across the carriage, rescuing Qiao Wenwan from her predicament. Qiao Wenwan covered her neck with a sickly expression and coughed violently. Before she could recover from her shock, a loud explosion sounded. A zombie suddenly jumped down from the roof of the carriage and directly stared at Qiao Wenwan. Ah! Qiao Wenwan let out a blood-curdling scream and pushed her mother over without thinking. This push directly pushed her mother into the zombie's embrace. Crack! Old Lady Qiao's left leg was instantly broken by the zombie. She was trembling from the pain, but her eyes were filled with disbelief. At the critical moment of life and death, her own daughter actually pushed her out to die as a scapegoat. This was her youngest daughter whom she had doted on for more than 10 years, whom she had held in her hands and protected in her heart every day, whom she could not bear to let suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Mother! Qiao Zhongbang's pupils constricted. He threw the broken crossbow onto the zombie's head, raised his fist, and pounced. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Qiao Wenwan kicked her legs and screamed as she moved to Wei Ziqin's side. At this time, half of the carriage's walls had already collapsed. Only Wei Ziqin, her daughter, and little Tiger's side was still fine. Arbor had been guarding outside their carriage the entire time. No matter how many zombies rushed over, she would heavily sweep them down with her mystic energy. Stay Up Late had already released his mystical beasts to deal with the pursuers. Most of the corpse puppets were blocked by him and did not chase after them. This gave Arbor's group a chance to catch their breath. Xiaoyao stretched out her leg and kicked the zombie that was strangling the old lady. Xiaoyao reached out to grab Qiao Zhongbang. When she turned her head in a moment of distraction, she saw Qiao Wenwan pouncing over to snatch Xiao Lin from Wei Ziqin's arms as if she had lost her mind. Younger sister, you. She saw Qiao Wenwan fiercely tugging at Xiao Lin's arms and legs, trying to snatch the child away from her. She did not care if the child's arms and legs were about to be torn off. As the child cried out in pain, Wei Ziqin did not dare to snatch the child away from her. She loosened her grip slightly, and Xiao Wenwan seized the opportunity to snatch the child away. What are you doing? Xiaoyao angrily shouted, her eyes filled with anger. Wah! The slow foodie finally realized that she was scared. She kicked her short legs and tried her best to twist her body, repeatedly calling for her mother. Keep me safe. I want you to keep me safe. Qiao Wenwan fiercely ordered Xiaoyao. Her left hand hugged Xiao Lin while her right hand tightly gripped Xiao Lin's neck. Her face was distorted. Don't come over. Or I'll strangle her to death. Don't come over. Qiao Wenwan screamed at the top of her lungs, her entire body violently shaking along with the jolting carriage. It's all because you forced me, you forced me. You abandoned me and didn't care about me. You threw me into the zombie horde. This damned girl even said she wanted to feed me to the zombies. I'm telling you. Before I die, none of you should think about living. Xiao Wenwan, let go of me. Xiao Zhongbang was both shocked and furious, and his voice changed. Do you know what you're doing? I know better than anyone else. Xiao Wenwan gripped Xiao Liner's neck with a distorted face and sneered. I'm a trash that can be abandoned at any time. It's fine if Arbor doesn't respect me, his little aunt, but even you, big brother, treat me like this. I'm telling you. If I die, Xiao Liner definitely won't live either. I demand that you immediately send me to a safe area. You can't let any of the zombies harm me. Wei Ziqin was so angry that her face turned white, and she couldn't say a single word. Wah. Xiao Liner was uncomfortable from Qiao Wenchuan's strangling. She twisted her chubby body and tightly hugged her peach as she wailed loudly. Shut up. Xiao Zhongxing drove the carriage and finally rushed through the zombie horde blocking the road. He could only hear the whistling of the wind. At this time, his nerves had slightly calmed down and he also heard Xiao Lin's cries. At the same time, Arbor was standing on the axle and looking at the forest road. The slow-moving zombies still persistently followed their carriage without giving up. Arbor tightly gripped the ferrule in his hand and mobilized all the profound energy stored in his Dantian's mystic domain, including all the profound energy flowing in his profound veins. The originally listless sapling immediately discovered her abnormality and couldn't help but anxiously call out. Master, what are you doing? What you're doing will damage your profound veins. Arbor's sleeves fluttered in the wind, but there was no expression on his little face. His deep eyes coldly stared at the group of zombies behind him. Master. The little tree's call was thrown to the back of her mind. At this moment, the surging profound energy in his body exploded out with a loud bang, and all of it condensed on the ferrule in his hand. Inky emitted a bright black light. At the same time, a gorgeous flame suddenly gushed out from the ferrule. Arbor was stunned for a moment, but the flame was like a nimble snake. With a whoosh, it plunged into the group of zombies behind it. Bang! The corpse puppet that was touched by the flames immediately exploded into pieces by the raging flames. The entire carriage, because of Arbor's ferocious profound energy, split open the walls of the carriage. This time, the carriage had completely transformed into an open-top handcart. Arbor's cold gaze instantly landed on Xiao Wenwan, who was choking Xiao Liner's neck. Xiao Wenwan shuddered for no reason, only feeling that those serene eyes were as terrifying as ice. You're courting death. It was a nice soft voice, but it revealed a dense murderous aura, causing people to be endlessly terrified. The ferrule suddenly flew out of his hand and knocked away Qiao Wenchuan's arm, then flew back into Arbor's hand. Arbor leaped and reached out to grab the little foodie, stuffing her back into his mother's embrace. He kicked Xiao Wenwan off the handcart and onto the ground. The carriage stopped. Arbor's entire body charged towards Xiao Wenwan like a cannonball, and his fist fiercely smashed into Xiao Wenchuan's stomach. Xiao Wenwan rolled on the ground and cried out in pain. Arbor, you disrespectful little bastard. How dare you treat me like this? Arbor did not give her a chance to protest. He punched her in the stomach twice. Xiao Wenwan felt her organs burn and she spat out blood. Her face contorted even more, and she pointed shakily at Xiao Mu as she shrieked, You little beast, bang! Arbor raised his arm and punched Xiao Wenchuan's chin. Xiao Wenwan could even hear the sound of her jaw cracking. She was sent flying backwards by a huge force, landing heavily on the ground and rolling for a while. She was on the verge of death and almost couldn't get up. I was fighting the zombies outside, but you held my sister hostage and stabbed me in the back. No team would want trash like this. Arbor's voice was extremely cold. His eyes were so cold that they could shoot out ice blades. Xiao Wenchuan's actions reminded her of her so-called friend in her previous life. When they betrayed their teammates without hesitation, they did not have any psychological burden. Their hearts were already full of holes from greed, jealousy, and hatred. They did not have a conscience. Aoyi, Qiaomu coldly called out as she stiffly stood there with her two small fists clenched. A black figure appeared beside her. Little mistress, please give me your orders. Throw this woman away. Don't let me see her again. Yes. Stay Up Late stepped forward and grabbed the back of Xiao Wenchuan's collar. He lifted her up easily. Xiao Wenchuan's eyes widened in shock. Her body trembled as she roared, "How dare you? How dare you treat me like this? How dare you? Big brother! Big brother, second brother! Mother! Big brother, save me! Save me! Arbor wants to kill me! Mother! Mother!" It was not that the old lady did not hear her daughter's panicked cries, but she could not move because of her broken leg. She lay upright in the carriage, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Even now, she still hadn't recovered from the blow she had received. Xiao Wenwan screamed and kicked the ground. She glared at Arbor as if she wanted to stare a hole in her body. Stay up late knocked her on the back of her neck. Xiao Wenchuan's head drooped and she finally stopped screaming. Xiao Mu watched as Aoyi picked up Xiao Wenwan and disappeared into the distance in a few leaps. Only then did Xiao Mu retract her cold gaze and turn around just in time to meet her father's complicated gaze. "I can tolerate naivety, stupidity, and even coldness. It doesn't matter." She did not care about them and could completely ignore them. Xiao Mu spoke with a calm expression, but Xiao Zhongbang kept feeling that his daughter's gaze seemed to have pierced through time and landed elsewhere. "My bottom line is, at least when we are teammates, don't stab each other in the back. It's that simple." After saying this, Xiao Mu glanced at the convertible handcart. Second uncle said, "Xiangyang town is just up ahead. It shouldn't be a problem to find some materials to build a simple cart. Then let's go." Xiao Zhongbang also jumped into the car and sat beside Xiao Zhongxing without saying a word. Xiao Zhongbang patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Zhongbang smiled bitterly. "Second brother, I think little sister asked for it this time." He knew very well that if it wasn't for his daughter, Xiao Wenwan would have died on the spot. The open flatbed started moving, pulling a cart full of people into town. Xiangyang town and Anshan town were neighbors, and the two towns were about the same size. However, compared to Anshan town, which was completely empty, Xiangyang town could only be described as chaotic. As soon as the cart drove in, the entire street was filled with people looting and smashing. An elderly woman hugged a bag of rice to her chest and did her best to stop a burly man from snatching it, but she was slapped to the ground in the end. Several lost children were separated from adults and were wailing on the side of the street. How chaotic could the word chaotic be used to describe it? A middle-aged woman was pushed onto the flatbed cart. Her eyes fell on the pink, chubby peach in the little foodie's arms, and she immediately reached out to snatch it. The little foodie jumped in fright and cried out in her childish voice, "What are you doing? Robbery!" The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched with exasperation. He slapped the back of the woman's neck and kicked her crooked body off the flatbed cart. Second uncle drove a cart through the crowd. From time to time, someone bumped into the flatbed cart and was rudely pushed away by Arbor. After the flatbed cart passed the main street and turned a corner, the chaotic situation became slightly better. Second uncle jumped out of the cart and picked up wooden planks from the side of the street. After organizing them a little, he built a simple shed on the collapsed cart to protect them from the sun and rain. The cart kept moving forward, the wheels rolling. Arbor glanced at the elderly woman and saw her lying there in shock. She didn't react for a long time. The elderly woman's leg should be broken, but this town is in turmoil. There's probably no place to find a doctor. Wei Ziqin sighed. "How about we go to the clinic to try our luck?" Xiao Zhongbang muttered softly. Xiao Zhongxing shook his head. "There definitely won't be anyone in the clinic. I reckon it'll be a wasted trip. Sister, this time the peach." Perhaps the incident with the middle-aged woman just now had made the little foodie feel threatened, so she planned to eat the peach. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he patted her little head. "You eat it." He then took out a box of ointment from the bag and said to Wei Ziqin, "Mother, support her." "Jojo's medicine? Someone gave it to me." Arbor skillfully set the old lady's bones. His movements were as smooth as water, causing everyone to be stunned. In fact, Arbor also felt that it was very strange. It seemed that as soon as her hand touched the patient, her brain would automatically generate a treatment plan, and her hand would move freely. It was as if she had treated countless people's bones and applied medicine countless times. "Jojo?" Xiao Zhongbang never knew that his daughter's medical skills were so good, especially when the carriage was still moving. Jojo's gestures were so precise, it was simply incredible. Arbor lifted his stoic little face and chuckled at the dumbfounded people. You might not believe me when I say this, but I know a little about simple bone setting and bandaging. Xiao Zhongxing was a bit speechless. He glanced at his little stoic niece and really wanted to say, your proficient hand gestures are clearly not slightly exclamation point. Arbor furrowed her brows in vexation and chuckled again. For some reason, the three adults looked at each other in dismay and couldn't help but want to laugh. Actually, it would have been better if he hadn't chuckled. This child just had to let out a strange laugh, and his face was tense and motionless. It was completely out of place. After Arbor finished applying the ointment, she found a wooden board to hold the old lady's wound in place and couldn't help but glance at her again. She knew very well that the bone-setting process wasn't pleasant, but the old lady didn't even grunt the entire time. After Arbor finished treating her, the old lady lifted her head and nodded awkwardly at Arbor, either out of shame or shame. After the carriages left Xiangyang town, they sped forward. Everyone ate some dry rations in the carriages for lunch and casually made do with it. The closer they got to Shijiao City's official road, the more people gathered in a hurry. Presumably, people from the nearby villages and towns had all gathered in Shijiao City. When it was close to evening, Arbor's carriage arrived at Shijiao City's city gate. However, there was a long queue at the city gate, and Arbor's carriage followed behind the crowd. They were so far away that they could not see the end of the queue. Looks like we'll have to wait for a while. Xiao Zhongxing pulled on the reins and slowed the horse down. The people in the queue were chatting with each other to inquire about the situation. When they learned that other villages and towns were also attacked by monsters at almost the same time, they could not help but hiss. Why are they so slow? What's going on at the city gate? A burly man with an annoyed expression roared impatiently. One of the two city guards in charge of maintaining order glared at him rudely. If you don't want to wait, then scram. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The burly man flew into a rage and threw a black tiger steals the heart at the city guard's chest. Unexpectedly, the city guard looked at him with disdain and threw a punch, which directly collided with the burly man's iron fist. When the two fists collided, the burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. The bones in his arm made a crisp cracking sound, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. There was a commotion behind the crowd. The people nearby all looked at the young soldier with reverence. A body cultivator. This person's strength was different from ordinary people. No one expected that an ordinary city guard in Shijiao City would be a body cultivator. The other city guard raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, line up properly. You're not allowed to cause trouble. Those who cause trouble will be stripped of their right to enter the city." "Sir, can you inquire about what's going on in front?" Xiao Zhongxing asked with a smile. The first city guard who was beating the burly man glanced at Xiao Zhongxing indifferently. When his gaze landed on Arbor, he could not help but pause on her cold little face for a moment. He did not expect that there would be such a beautiful and elegant little girl in the nearby village. She was so cold that she did not seem like a living person. The little girl was half leaning and half sitting on the side of the carriage. She was aloof from worldly affairs and was as graceful as the wind. She was completely incompatible with the hustle and bustle around her. "Sir?" Second Uncle Qiao turned back to look at his stoic-faced little niece before cautiously calling out to the city guards. Perhaps seeing that Second Uncle Qiao's attitude wasn't bad, the city guard glanced at him and said, "He's testing, so his speed is a little slow." The city lord said that every person entering the city, regardless of gender or age, must undergo a test to screen out mystic cultivators or people with special abilities. Test? This time, it was as if a chatterbox had been opened. The surrounding women all asked at once, is it because the selected mystic cultivators receive better treatment after entering the city? Of course. Guarding the city requires people with special abilities, and mystic cultivators are even better. The city guards were more lenient towards the women. They nodded and explained, "You also need to hand over some supplies to enter the city. The more you hand over, the better your treatment." Ah? Hearing that they had to hand over their things, everyone wailed and subconsciously clutched their bags tightly. "A what?" The city guards looked at the old man who shouted the loudest with disdain. "Everyone needs to work together to defend the city. You normal people only need to hand over a portion of your resources. Mystic cultivators still need to scan their inner worlds, so they have to hand over more than you. Scan their inner worlds? Arbor raised a brow as an ominous feeling surfaced in her heart. May I know how to scan the inner world? Xiao Zhongxing glanced at Arbor, who was pulling a long face, and asked subconsciously. Our city lord has an ancient mystic mirror. You just need to scan it. The soldier waved his hand impatiently. You're not a mystic cultivator, so why are you asking so much? Line up properly and don't cause trouble. Arbor sat in the carriage, deep in thought. She had a lot on her mind. It could actually scan the inner world. She didn't enter Shijiao City in her previous life, so she didn't know about this. Thinking about her inner world that was filled with jewels and treasures, the little fellow felt faintly distressed. Would she be burned as a monster if she scanned her inner world like this? However, it was unrealistic to turn back now that they were already at Shijiao City's gates. Master, what are you worried about? The sapling sensed her emotional fluctuations and suddenly spoke in her mind. You've recovered? Arbor was slightly taken aback and secretly communicated with the sapling. No. Qiao sighed heavily. But I can feel Master's anxiety. In fact, Arbor wanted to ask the sapling about her medical skills. She had a layer of suspicion in her heart now. Perhaps she really did learn medicine from someone, however, seeing how weak it was when it spoke, she decided to forget about it. In any case, that matter wasn't urgent. What she was anxious about now was how to deal with the matter of scanning the inner world. She briefly explained the matter to the sapling, but the sapling remained silent. On the other hand, the troops kept moving forward and were clearly moving faster. She reckoned that there were more people at the city gates. This scammer. Say something. Seeing that the city gates were right in front of them, Arbor rolled her eyes at the sky. Just when she thought the little scammer had fallen asleep again, Qiao's voice finally sounded faintly. Master, what do you think the golden talisman jade tome is? Do you think it can only teach you talisman spells? Is your inner world something that can be scanned by any random cat or dog? Even a super mystic cultivator 18 levels higher than you can't forcefully scan your conscious, let alone that ancient mystic mirror. Why was little Master worried about this? So it's like that. I really don't know. Arbor rubbed her nose awkwardly. Master, you're actually really strong, Qiao said leisurely. Arbor chuckled. I'm very strong, even I almost believed it myself. The carriage followed the instructions of the city guards and stopped at the side. The soldier went forward to check and saw an old lady with a broken leg lying in the car. There were no other supplies, so he didn't make things difficult for her. The Arbor family lined up behind a young couple. The couple looked a little nervous, and the woman held the cloth bag tightly in her arms. There was a table on the left side of the city gate. A scribe was sitting there with a brush in his hand. He didn't even raise his head. What's your name? Does a mystic cultivator have any special abilities? The couple shook their heads repeatedly. Wang and Shishi Mei. The scribe raised his head and glanced at them. Is your family going to hand over supplies? Can I not? Shimei asked timidly. The scholar nodded. All right. However, once you enter the city, you will have to make a living on your own. The city lord's mansion will not distribute any resources to you. There are free tents for you to stay in, the scholar added. The couple nodded repeatedly. We won't hand them over. We'll just stay in the free tents. The scholar nodded and gave them a meaningful look. He handed them a bamboo tablet with their names written on it, and the words inferior were engraved on the back. The soldiers standing on both sides called out, next. Xiao Zhongbang stepped forward and reported his name, then said, the people behind are all my family members. The scholar nodded and glanced at him. Go over and take the test. Xiao Zhongbang looked in the direction the scholar pointed at. There was a transparent crystal ball quietly placed on the long table. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Sir, there's no need to waste time on the test. I'm just an ordinary person. The soldier beside him said impatiently, just take the test if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? Why don't the couple in front need to be tested? Arbor's soft childish voice contained a trace of coldness. The soldier glared over, scaring Wei Ziqin into subconsciously opening her arms and pulling Arbor into her embrace to protect him. The scholar reached out to block the soldier. He wasn't angry and looked at Arbor with a very gentle gaze. Little kid, the couple in front looks like ordinary people at a glance. They don't have a trace of mystic energy on them. His voice paused, and he suddenly fixed his gaze on Arbor. Little kid, come and take the test. Arbor shook his head expressionlessly. I'm just an ordinary child. Hey, little girl, do you not understand Sir Zhang's words? The soldier shouted in an unpleasant tone. What's wrong? What happened? A cyan figure walked over accompanied by several white-robed men. The scholar immediately stood up and saluted. Greetings, City Lord, and several young masters from Daybreak Sect. City Lord Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Testing? His gaze flitted over Qiao Zhongbang and the others. Hey, look, quickly look. Who am I looking at? Isn't this our fifth junior brother? A white-robed man suddenly spoke with a hearty laugh. This person was about the same age as Qiao Zhongbang. He looked to be around 30 years old, but he looked younger than Qiao Zhongbang. His appearance was very ordinary, and there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, making his entire appearance lean toward harshness. How come I've never heard of some fifth junior brother? Eldest senior brother, did you recognize the wrong person? Third senior brother, your memory is really bad. Wasn't this fifth senior brother praised by Master earlier for having comprehension comparable to eldest senior brothers? Such a pity. In less than 2 years, this fifth senior brother's cultivation was crippled and his Xian meridians were destroyed. After that, he was expelled from the mountain by Master. TSK, I really didn't expect to meet you in Shizhou City. What a coincidence. Yo, why is our once high-spirited fifth junior brother aging prematurely? It hasn't been more than 10 years. I'm so old that I almost can't recognize you. 3 young men in their 20s were dressed in the same style of white robes, with a circular symbol embroidered on their sleeves and chests. They surrounded their eldest senior brother, flattering him as much as they could while trampling Qiao Zhongbang to death. Qiao Zhongbang froze the moment eldest senior brother opened his mouth. When those people finished mocking him, Qiao Zhongbang walked back to his family's side without a word. Ha ha ha. The people from Daybreak Sect laughed impudently. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a soft child's voice. You're as long-winded as a group of ducks. Are you done with the registration? After registering, we're leaving. The laughter of the people from Daybreak Sect abruptly stopped. They all looked at Arbor in disbelief, as if they didn't understand where this child got the guts to speak to them with this kind of tone. The scholar hurriedly took out a bamboo tablet and wanted to hand it to Arbor. You guys go ahead. Arbor glanced at him and was about to reach out his hand. Unexpectedly, a burst of mystic energy shot out from the side and directly swept the bamboo tablet to the ground. One of the white-robed young men glanced at Arbor's family with a spurious smile and immediately lifted his robe to take a horse stance. Fifth senior brother, it's fine if you want to go, but you have to go through here. Ha 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 ha. The other people from Daybreak Sect laughed nastily. Jia Mingren, don't go too far. Qiao Zhongbang tightly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. Sixth junior brother, you're being naughty again, aren't you? That eldest senior brother said with a chuckle, not having the slightest intention of stopping him. Jiao Mingren smiled knowingly and pointed at his crotch even more brazenly. Fifth senior brother, are you going to pass or not? Arbor's gaze hardened, and he pushed away his mother's hand and directly walked toward Jiao Mingren. Everyone was startled. City Lord Gu Qingfeng stood to the side and glanced at the Daybreak Sect people with disapproval. Little girl, you want to take the blame for your father? Jiao Mingren looked at Arbor with a strange smile. That's not impossible, but, Arbor walked in front of Jiao Mingren without saying a word. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he suddenly threw out a rope and wrapped it around one of Jiao Mingren's legs. He withdrew his hand and tightened his grip on the rope. In his shock, Jiao Mingren's left leg was pulled by the rope and he took a big step forward, forcing him to do a split. F***ck, his crotch immediately hurt, Jiao Mingren screamed miserably. Arbor took out his ferrule and fiercely hit him on the head. He angrily rebuked, "What are you screaming for? Shut up." Not far away, the slender purple figure who had been standing at the city gates to watch the show shuddered slightly and thought, this little girl seems to be even scarier. Even he didn't dare to casually provoke this savage darling, so how could this group of cowards dare? What are you doing? Daybreak's eldest senior brother finally reacted and shouted on the spot. If you come over here, I'll slaughter him. Xiaomu coiled the rope in her hand around his neck and lifted him up by one leg. This time, it was tragic. Sixth junior brother's leg made a crisp cracking sound, and his entire body trembled in pain. Arbor switched to a dagger and pressed it against Jia Mingren's waist. He raised his eyebrows and said to the pale-faced eldest senior brother, step back 3 feet. Eldest senior brother, save me. Jia Mingren held. However, the other people from Daybreak sect felt their faces burning, especially when they saw City Lord Gu and the other's strange gazes. They inwardly cursed this useless sixth junior brother of theirs. He couldn't even deal with a child, yet he had the face to cry out in pain? Eldest senior brother? A lazy voice sounded in everyone's ears. As a tall purple figure slowly walked over, the youth's peerlessly handsome appearance gradually appeared in front of everyone. Why do I remember that I defeated you 2 days ago? Xianxia, do you have a bad memory? According to the rules, I'm senior brother now. The young man winked at the stiff-faced eldest senior brother, his pair of devilish peach blossom eyes revealing traces of a smile. Senior Arbor S's. Xiaomu's gaze landed on the young man's arm. As soon as he spoke, Xiaomu did not need to turn around to know that it was that youth, Duan Yu. T-dant-t, SSTTATTSS quickly kill this D***MN girl. With one leg tied to his body, Jia Mingren lost his balance and fell to the ground. Arbor brutally dragged him for a while, causing him to wail in pain and repeatedly beg for help. Arbor stepped on Jia Mingren's head and rolled his ankle. He looked up and coldly glanced at Duan Yu. Compensate. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Everyone, Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He just knew that this D***MN brat couldn't be judged with common sense. Kill him then. He's so stupid, so he deserves to die. Arbor raised his leg and kicked at Jia Mingren's throat. Duan Yu's eyelid twitched. Wait. Friends, moi tomorrow. What compensation? Duan Yu was a bit sullen. He felt like nothing good happened every time he met this imp. Fixed price. 100 low-grade magnetite for this wretched life, Arbor said dryly. The Daybreak sect disciples looked at Arbor as if they were looking at a monster. 100 low-grade magnetite? This child really dared to demand an exorbitant price. Her guts were outrageous. Second junior brother, what do you think we should do? Duan Yu directly threw the question to Xianxia. When Xianxia heard the words second junior brother, his brows involuntarily twitched. Eldest. Second senior brother. A Daybreak sect disciple hastily corrected himself. You can't give it to her. Alright then. He's with you guys anyway. Second junior brother, take junior brother Jia's corpse back to see the sect master. Remember to explain properly. Duan Yu turned to leave after saying this. Eldest senior brother, wait. Xianxia awkwardly stopped Duan Yu. How about we pool our money together and redeem junior brother Jia first, then think of a way to kill this child? Xianxia looked at Arbor with a cold glint in his eyes, and his voice deepened. He would take revenge for this humiliation. Duan Yu was alarmed and was about to berate this brainless guy when he saw a cold glint in Arbor's eyes. Kill him. Following this abrupt order, a black figure pounced down from the sky, and a vast mystic energy landed on Xianxia's chest. Xianxia felt pain in his chest, and he was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto a nearby table and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned pale with shock. The table was smashed in half, and the scholar hastily got up and retreated. Gu Qingfeng and the other Daybreak sect disciples revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. They were well aware of Xianxia's cultivation. He was a level 6 mystic cultivator and an outstanding figure among the younger generation. But now, he was no match for the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared. Aoyi dashed forward and was about to give Xianxia another stab when Duan Yu quickly stopped him. 500 low-grade magnetite for these 2 idiots' lives. Aoyi. The black-cloaked youth quickly retreated to Arbor's side. 600 yuan is too expensive. Those two idiots aren't worth this price. Duan Yu blinked his watery peach blossom eyes and grinned mischievously. 500 yuan plus a kiss. What do you think? Young man, who do you want to kiss? Stay Up Late's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Your Highness, you're in danger. 500 it is. It's indeed worthless, the little stoic said coldly. Of course she didn't want a kiss. Duan Yu summoned a bag and handed it over with a grin. You're Jojo, right? Speaking of which, we're really fated. Arbor took the items and turned to walk towards his parents, leaving the dumbfounded teenager behind. Bao Bao wasn't done yet. You really have to change your bad habit of talking for a long time when you haven't even spoken 3 sentences. Otherwise, you won't have any friends. Duan Yu was so angry that he directly turned around and angrily shouted at Xianxia, who had just crawled up from the ground, return 500 low-grade magnetite to me tomorrow. Xianxia abruptly fell to the ground again and bitterly said, eldest senior brother, I don't have that many magnetite. Duan Yu had nowhere to vent his anger and angrily rebuked Xianxia, I don't care if you have it or not. You steal it, you rob it. You must return it to me tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Little miss, why don't you also take the test? If your family has 2 mystic cultivators, the city lord's estate will provide you with a decent residence. You only need to complete 1 mission every month, and you can continue living there for free. Without compensation, the little stoic asked expressionlessly. The scholar's mouth twitched. He instantly understood her meaning and hastily replied, with compensation, with compensation. All the rewards from the missions will belong to you. It's the monthly residence rights for high-class residential areas. Every household has to complete a level 3 mission or above once a month to exchange for it. Right now, the better houses in the city are concentrated in the east and center of the city. Priority will be given to mystic cultivators or people with special abilities. As for other normal people, even if they have spare money, they can't buy a house in a better place. Got it. So be it. They were a big family, and Arbor also wanted everyone to live in a slightly better place. After all, she didn't know how long they would have to stay here. Walking to the table where the crystal ball was placed, Arbor naturally placed her small hand on it. She had tested this kind of mystic energy test before. She only needed to inject a wisp of mystic energy, and layers of white mist would quickly surface from the bottom of the transparent crystal ball. Normal people wouldn't have any reaction when touching this crystal ball. Only mystic cultivators could awaken the mystic energy inside this crystal ball. This crystal ball's interior just so happened to be divided into 15 layers, representing the highest level of mystic energy. At this moment, 4 layers had already lit up between Arbor's fingers. When she put down her small hand and turned around, she saw Gu Qingfeng and the others' astonished gazes. A level 4 mystic cultivator, the scholar murmured and reflexively wiped his eyes. She really was a mystic cultivator. It seemed that his eyesight was pretty good. No wonder he felt a bit strange when he first saw this child. The scholar couldn't resist chuckling. Little fellow, you are the youngest mystic cultivator I've seen in all these years. City Lord Gu also walked up with a hearty laugh. That's great. Our Shizhou city just happens to need all the mystic cultivators and body cultivators to join us and jointly build an indestructible city defense. My second uncle is a body cultivator. Arbor spoke indifferently and extended a hand toward the scholar. Just give us a small, quiet courtyard. Don't forget to make up for all the furniture. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the child in spite of himself with a smile. He nodded and said, Of course, of course. Mr. Zhang, arrange for them. Miss Chiao's family to live in the residence in Pear Blossom Alley. It's also closer to the city lord's mansion. If you don't have anything to do, Miss Chiao is welcome to visit the city lord's mansion. Such a young level 4 mystic cultivator was truly too rare. He was either a genius or a genius. Gu Qingfeng was very happy to befriend him. The people from Daybreak sect who were tossed aside all had very unsightly expressions. Especially Jia Mingren, whose leg was broken by Arbor, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He himself was only a level 4 mystic cultivator, so he knew how much effort he had put in to reach this height. But now, this little girl who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old, this kind of terrifying talent really made people want to break it. There was jealousy in Jiao Mingren's eyes. A Daybreak sect disciple suddenly said, "Why you child, why haven't you released junior martial brother Jia after taking the magnetite?" Arbor's small hand shook lightly as he pulled back the rope. At the same time, he suddenly flew up and kicked Jiao Mingren's crotch. In that instant, many of the men present abruptly tensed up and felt a bit unwell. Jiao Mingren maintained a strange sitting posture and was sent flying by the girl's kick. He didn't even have the chance to howl before he fainted from the pain, and so on and so forth. Duan Yu simply didn't know what to say. Compared to Jiao Mingren's infinite misery, he suddenly felt very touched. Little Miss was so friendly to him before. As expected, it all depended on one's looks. A certain youth, who felt good about himself, wasn't angry at all and even looked at the child with a grin. The stoic face was expressionless and only glanced at him strangely before retracting her gaze. She thought to herself, there might be something wrong with this youth's brain. She just kicked his junior brother Jia so hard that he fainted, yet he can still smile at her. This reaction wasn't normal, right? Shang Kuan's flustered and exasperated expression was normal. Arbor's gaze shifted to Shang Kuan and the others and asked good-naturedly, "Do you also want someone to crawl under you?" Shang Kuan and the others froze and shuddered for no reason before retreating a few steps. Arbor remained calm and unruffled. "If not, then we're leaving." "Wait." A youth next to Shang Kuan blocked the carriage with a sullen expression. "Did City Lord Gu forget something? As a mystic cultivator, don't you need to scan your inner world and hand over some supplies?" Gu Qingfeng was a bit embarrassed. Especially when he saw Arbor looking at them like they were beasts, Gu Qingfeng was truly speechless. Gu Qingfeng laughed awkwardly. "Young Masterly, the little girl is so young, so she shouldn't have many things in her inner world, so she doesn't need to scan it." "How can that be? Rules are rules." "City Lord Gu, you're wrong to say that. If everyone is like the little girl, shirking their age and not scanning their inner world, wouldn't the city lose a lot of supplies?" Li Xiang said sternly with a cold face. "Shameless." Arbor harumphed. "You even want to snatch a baby's things? You're an adult in vain. Gu Qingfeng, hurry up if you want to scan. A bunch of men, all of you are so wishy-washy, so boring. What should he do if he really wanted to beat this child to death?" Why was her speech so unpleasant to the ears? The people from Daybreak sect were so angry that their faces turned green. However, when their gazes landed on the youth in black next to the child, they didn't dare to move. After all, the strength that the black-clothed youth had just displayed was something that even their second senior brother, Shang Kuan, had to suffer. How would the others dare to go up and throw their lives away? Gu Qingfeng braced himself and ordered someone to bring over the ancient mystic mirror. He forced a smile at Qiao Mu. "Miss Qiao, there's no need to be nervous. The ancient mystic mirror scanning your inner world won't cause you any harm. It'll be over soon. You just have to stand there without moving. Let me." Daybreak Sect's Li Xiang directly snatched the ancient mystic mirror from Gu Qingfeng's hand and strode forward to Arbor, saying coldly, "I'll say the ugly things first. If you recklessly use your Xian consciousness to resist, don't blame me if your Xian consciousness is damaged by the ancient profound mirror. If even a single hair on my body is harmed, I will use your lowly life to compensate for it." Arbor spoke softly, his gaze fixed on Li Xiangshi. The latter felt as if all the blood in his body had been frozen, and he couldn't say a word. Clang. The black-clothed youth drew his sword in response, looking as if he was about to attack at any moment. Amidst the tension, Gu Qingfeng hastily stepped forward to smooth things over. This city lord should personally scan the little girl's inner world, he felt so bitter. The little girl didn't look easy to bully, so why did Daybreak Sect still have to go against her? No need. Li Xiang stubbornly pushed away Gu Qingfeng's arm, furious that he was intimidated by a little child's aura. Many people gathered at the city gate. Many commoners expressed great curiosity when they heard that a mystic cultivator who was only 7 years old was going to scan the inner world on the spot. She was clearly such a small child, but Li Xiang didn't dare to look into her eyes. He felt that those demonic pupils were like an icy abyss. If he wasn't careful, even his soul might be sucked in. He gripped the mirror tightly and took a deep breath. He couldn't help but secretly laugh at his nervousness. Wasn't she just a level 4 mystic cultivator? She was just a little younger and more talented than normal people. Could it be that she could cause trouble? D*MN girl, it's time to let you have a good taste. He raised the ancient mystic mirror and abruptly channeled a large amount of mystic energy into it. With a sneer on his lips, he aimed the mirror at the little girl's forehead. Wei Ziqin, Xiao Zhongbang, and the others' hearts were hanging high, and a trace of nervousness appeared in their eyes. Normal people couldn't see it, but mystic cultivators could. A thick milky white halo shot out from the mirror and directly transmitted into Arbor's conscious at lightning speed. Young Master Li! Gu Qingfeng cried out in shock. Li Xiang was going to destroy the little girl's conscious. Why would a normal scan of the inner world require so much mystic energy? This Li Xiang! Gu Qingfeng's pupils contracted, and he cursed inwardly, just as everyone thought that they would soon be able to admire a young mystic cultivator's inner world through the ancient mystic mirror. Li Xiang suddenly screamed. Li Xiang suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The ancient profound mirror in his hand suddenly exploded. The fragments were instantly crushed into powder by a terrifying force, wantonly flying everywhere. Wah! Li Xiang fell heavily to the ground with his limbs in the air and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with boundless terror as he looked at the child who stood silently in front of him without even moving an inch, as if he was looking at a ghost. You! Li Xiang raised his hand with great difficulty and pointed shakily in the child's direction. You're conscious, there's... Pfft! Li Xiang spat out another mouthful of blood, and the blood actually contained fragments of his internal organs. Junior Marshal Brother Li! Shang Kuan cried out in horror and raised his hand to help Li Xiang up. Li Xiang clutched Shang Kuan's sleeve tightly and said intermittently, Senior Marshal Brother, don't provoke this, little. He tilted his head and didn't make another sound. Shang Kuan's eyes were filled with horror as he checked his breathing. He was already dead. Junior Marshal Brother Li! Another Daybreak sect disciple pounced over and touched it with his hand. Astonishment appeared in his eyes. All the bones in Junior Brother Li's body shattered into pieces in an instant. Without the support of his bones, he collapsed like a deflated ball. No one knew what had happened, and even Xiaomu was dumbfounded. The mystic cultivators couldn't understand it, let alone the normal people watching. They saw Li Xiang inexplicably fly backward by himself, and then he died on his own. The only similarity was that everyone was looking at Arbor as if they were looking at a monster. Not only was the ancient mystic mirror unable to reflect the child's inner world, but it was also shattered into powder. That wasn't all, but the Daybreak sect disciple who wielded the ancient mystic mirror actually lost his life because of it. One had to admit that this was very terrifying, alright? Do you still want to sweep? When the soft voice drifted into everyone's ears, everyone shook their heads in unison like a rattledrum. Sweep your grandma? That person was already swept to death by you. Who would dare to sweep your inner world with such savagery? Only those who didn't want their lives would look. Then let's go. Arbor jumped onto the carriage and kicked out a pair of small shoes. He said in a soft and cute voice, Mom, my shoes are dirty. Okay. Mom will change a pair for you. Everyone watched as the carriage drove into the city and collectively lost their ability to speak. Why did Daybreak Sex Li Xiang die? No one knew. Thud, 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 the carriage drove into the city and headed toward Pear Blossom Alley. Xiao Zhongxing drove the carriage the entire way. Even now, he was still a bit confused and couldn't figure out what had just happened. Actually, even Arbor himself didn't understand what had happened, let alone the rest of the Qiao family. Daybreak Sex Li Xiang had died mysteriously and strangely. Arbor couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Xiao Zhongbang coughed twice and couldn't help but ask, Jojo, that youth just now was him? That youth fled and disappeared as soon as he entered the city, and everyone had seen his strength for themselves. Xiao Zhongbang was very clear about Shang Kuan's strength. When he left Daybreak Sect, Shang Kuan was a level 4 mystic cultivator. After that, Shang Kuan advanced 2 levels in 15 years. For most people, this was a normal advancement speed. But for those with outstanding talent, it was absolutely tortoise-like speed. However, the disciples that Daybreak sect had accepted in recent years all seemed to have very mediocre aptitudes. It could be said that Qiao Zhongbang back then was considered one of the more outstanding ones among Daybreak sect's younger generation. Unfortunately, he was expelled from the sect in less than 2 years. Arbor withdrew his gaze from his father's face and casually replied, "He will follow us. This youth's cultivation is extremely high and extraordinary." "Why did he follow us?" Qiao Zhongbang asked in puzzlement. Qiao Mu very naturally followed up, "He paid the fee." Qiao Zhongbang was a bit dumbfounded. Was he stupid? Why did it feel like he was speaking to his eldest daughter in a completely different world? Qiao Hu hastily interjected and added, that Big Brother and Xiaoyao both paid a large sum of food and lodging fees and volunteered to follow eldest sister as her subordinates. Eldest uncle, you don't know, but eldest sister is really too amazing. As Qiao Hu spoke, he revealed an expression of adoration. What do you mean? Qiao Zhongbang was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. If they didn't pay the food and lodging fees? Then eldest sister will definitely not take them in. Qiao Hu looked at his uncle as if he was looking at a fool. How could his uncle not understand such simple logic? He was even less sensible than a child. What a joke, Qiao Zhongbang's mouth twitched. His nephew's expression made him want to slap him on the head. A great mystic cultivator whose strength far surpassed Shang Kuan's actually had to pay a fee to follow his daughter. How could others endure this? At this very moment, His Excellency Great Mystic Cultivator Ao Yi, who Qiao Zhongbang was talking about, was hiding behind a roof and stealthily taking out a palm-wide pure white jade talisman from his pocket. If Arbor was here, he would be able to tell that this jade talisman was carved on jade using the most authentic talisman technique. This was a communication jade talisman, which was rare even in Guanlan City. Ao Yi took out a special jade brush and wrote a line of words on the jade talisman, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is bad. A youth from the Daybreak sect has appeared and seems to be trying to steal your woman." After that, he wrote a bunch of random words, something like the Daybreak sect youth insisted on giving Darling Qiao a kiss, but Darling Qiao sternly refused, and so on. He even deliberately described Darling Qiao's stoic face. If Arbor saw what Ao Yi wrote, he would definitely be so angry that he would send him flying with a kick. After writing over 1,000 words, Ao Yi put away his brush as if he hadn't had enough. He looked up at the sky not far away and sighed with a hint of sadness, "Your Highness, this subordinate can only help you up to this point. Where are you going to find a subordinate who is so conscientious in his duties?" Arbor didn't know that Ao Yi had secretly sent a message to the Crown Prince. She was currently trying to communicate with the sapling mentally. She felt that Li Xiang's death was very strange. It would be best if the sapling knew what happened. "Qiao. Do you know what happened just now?" The sapling didn't make a sound for a long time. Arbor waited for a while, but seeing that it didn't move, she could only sigh slightly. She knew she couldn't count on this unreliable tree. The carriage sped into the city and entered the most bustling area of Shizhou City. This place seemed to be almost the same as before the zombie mutation. The streets were bustling with activity, and the peddlers who had set up stalls were energetically shouting to buy and sell. Pedestrians came and went like shuttles, and there was an endless stream of carriages. Wei Ziqin looked over, and a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. It seemed that her daughter was right. Coming to Shizhou City was the right choice. Look at these Shizhou City citizens living and working in peace and contentment. They even had the leisure to stroll around the streets as if they weren't affected by the zombie at all. Arbor wasn't as optimistic as her mother. Just now, Mr. Zhang had said that the center and east of the city were relatively affluent. Then, what about the west, north, and south of the city? What kind of street scene was it, especially the shed area in the west of the city, where the lower-class commoners from various villages and towns gathered? Would they really live carefree and happy lives? Arbor retracted her gaze and looked ahead indifferently. However, these weren't things she needed to consider. After bypassing the main street and following the address Mr. Zhang gave, Qiao Zhongxing drove the carriage into the entrance of Pear Blossom Alley. Sure enough, he felt a leisurely air blow against his face. Although this place was only half a street away from the main street, it was much quieter. Locust trees were planted on both sides of the street. The carriage shuttled through the shade of the trees, and they could see the city lord's mansion at the end of the street. After turning a corner, they entered the depths of the alley, and a quiet courtyard appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Zhongxing stopped the carriage and said happily, "Get off, we're here." This residence looked really good. Although it wasn't very big, it looked very exquisite. It was more than enough for their family to live in. The main thing was that it was quiet. There was only one residence in the depths of Pear Blossom Alley, so they didn't have to worry about being disturbed. Perhaps this was originally the mansion of the city lord. Arbor pondered. "Father, I like it here," Xiaohu shouted happily. After running around for so long, Xiaohu was overjoyed at the thought of being able to lie on a comfortable bed and sleep at night. "Let's go in and take a look." Everyone got out of the car happily. Xiao Zhongbang also carried the old lady and followed the group. Wei Ziqin held Xiao Liner's hand and walked up a few steps. Arbor took the lead to knock on the door. Soon, the door opened, and a clean-cut old servant in cyan clothes walked out. He bowed toward Xiao Mu. "You are Miss Xiao's family, right? Please enter quickly. This old servant has been waiting for everyone for a long time." "You are? Miss, you're too polite. I'm Chang Shui, the housekeeper in charge of the courtyard." Arbor nodded. He had already confirmed in his heart that this courtyard seemed to have been the residence of the city lord. "Housekeeper Chang, is there anyone else in this courtyard other than you?" Arbor didn't like having too many people. Actually, according to her original intention, it was enough for her family to live comfortably. Chang Shui discreetly glanced at Arbor. "Other than this old servant, there's also an old wet nurse who sweeps and a gardener. If Miss needs to purchase maidservants, this old servant can go to the dentist to pick a few suitable ones for Miss." "No need." Arbor calmly interrupted him. "Remember to make a Qiao Estate signboard and hang it up as soon as possible. Wait, there will still be a fourth watch today." Steward Chang's heart skipped a beat as he nodded repeatedly. With just a few words, he could already tell that although the young lady in front of him was young, she seemed to be the most authoritative person in this group of people. "Young lady, master, madam, this old servant will show you around the courtyard." Steward Chang respectfully led them in. Once they entered, they saw a small flower bed. The entire garden was overflowing with greenery. It was really well taken care of, and a delicate fragrance assailed their nostrils. Wei Ziqin fell in love with this house at first glance. A middle-aged gardener stood by the flower bed, rubbing his hands uneasily as he stepped forward to greet them. "Masters, this is the gardener, Old Bai. He is clumsy with words and doesn't know how to speak, but when it comes to taking care of flowers and plants, his skills are top-notch." Chang Zai hurriedly put in a few good words for the gardener. He could tell just now that this young lady didn't seem to have any intention of keeping a servant. "It's really very good. Old Bai, do you take care of this courtyard alone?" Wei Ziqin smiled. "These flowers and plants are really well taken care of." Seeing that his mother was happy, Arbor turned to Chang Zai and said, "He can stay." Chang Zai was overjoyed and hurriedly gave Old Bai a look. The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, young lady." On the other hand, Xiao Zhongxing and the rest were slightly stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So their family's cold-faced baby originally wanted to chase these servants away. Needless to say, if you asked her, she would definitely answer, "It's not much use to waste food, so why keep it?" Darling Qiao was already being very kind by not making them pay for food and lodging. Xiaoyao secretly wiped her tears as she followed behind. Her heart was bitter. She thought back to how hard it was for her and Ao Yi to follow the young master back then. Chang Zai led everyone through the long corridor and introduced, "There are 6 rooms here. How do you plan to distribute them, master?" Xiao Zhongbang really wasn't used to the old servant calling him master. He smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. "Jojo, you distribute them. Other than these 6 rooms, is there anything else behind?" Arbor asked. "There's a small arched door at the back of the court, which leads to a small garden. There is a small 2-story attic inside, and there are 4 rooms for living." Arbor nodded and turned to Xiao Zhongxing. "Second uncle, you and the old lady can stay here. I'm going to stay in the attic with my parents." Xiaoyao automatically stood beside Arbor. "You live downstairs." Arbor glanced at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao only felt that Mrs. Voice was heavenly. She was actually prepared to sleep on the haystack or in the garden. I have my own room now. Xiao Hu happily ran towards one of the rooms. Arbor turned his head and looked at Xianxia. Where's that old wet nurse? She called her over. In the future, she would let her take care of the old lady after cleaning. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Just serve him 3 meals a day. Miss, you're really not particular about this. The corner of Xiangxia's mouth secretly twitched. Which rich family would call a rough old woman to take care of the old madam? Miss, you're the only one. Arbor glanced at Xianxia and vigorously waved her small hand. Our small family isn't particular about this. It's fine as long as things are done well. Soon, that old wet nurse named Sun Yang arrived in front of the Qiao family. Before she could say more than 3 sentences, Arbor waved her hand and had Sun Yang carry the old lady back to her room. Arbor's family settled down in Shijiao City for the time being. As for the crown prince, he had been very leisurely these past 2 days. The martial law in Guanlan City didn't have much to do with him. This lord had locked himself in a secret room in the Eastern Palace and disappeared for more than a day. His subordinates didn't care, but the old king of the Mo kingdom was so anxious that he had blisters on his mouth. A group of old officials accompanied the old king of Mo kingdom, frowning. His Highness the Crown Prince was slacking in his work. It was really worrying. This matter had to be traced back to the day the Crown Prince returned to the capital. Consort Zheng's palace had a palace-made corpse causing a ruckus. The Crown Prince sent people to suppress it. This matter was originally quite good, and it could be considered a successful solution to Consort Zheng's problem. However, this matter wasn't over. Noble Consort Zheng wept as she ran to old Wang to complain tearfully. She said that the people sent by the Crown Prince were very rude and unreasonable. After taking care of that monster, they even wantonly searched her entire palace from top to bottom and smashed many of her good things. Blah blah blah. She dragged old Wang to ask the Crown Prince for compensation. When the Crown Prince went to old Wang's study to report about the corpse puppet, old Wang coldly reprimanded the Crown Prince, saying that he didn't respect his concubine mother and had no respect for anyone. Great, this was like poking a hornet's nest. This Crown Prince, who appeared to be gentle and cultured on the surface, was actually a straightforward person. Not only did he rebuke old Wang, he even left in a huff and went into seclusion, never to see anyone again. That night, Consort Zheng's Sephora Flower Palace was met with a disaster of destruction and looting. Although there were no clues pointing to the Crown Prince's doing, everyone, including old Wang, was well aware of the truth. Old Wang was furious, but this was his son's fault, so he had to take the blame. He had such an outstanding son. Although he dissed him from time to time, he knew that among all his sons, only the Crown Prince could do great things and inherit the Mo kingdom's throne. Old Wang couldn't bear to touch the Crown Prince, so he could only pinch his nose and accept this matter. Later, he even complained to Consort Zheng about it, but could only appease her. Fortunately, before the Crown Prince went into seclusion, he had already given the order for the entire city to be under martial law. Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiu had led people to search the entire city. However, in the palace, it was a long story. The Crown Prince didn't say that he would be responsible for the safety of the entire palace, so the Dragon Saliva Guard only stayed near the east and central palaces. Just the 3,000 men under the Imperial Army commander was not enough. Wasn't it just a matter of time? There was trouble here in the morning, and there was trouble in the afternoon. Imperial Guard Commander Hui Feng felt very tired. He was running around the palace with a group of Imperial Guards. He really wanted to cry. During the morning court session, a minister of the Great King's faction jumped out to criticize the Crown Prince's inaction and joined several other ministers to impeach the Crown Prince. The officials of the Eastern Palace Party almost got into a fight with the Great King's party. Their faces and ears turned red as they argued with each other in the throne room. Lao Wang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After flinging his sleeves and ending court, Lao Wang hugged the beautiful Consort Zheng and wanted to take a walk in the imperial garden with the beauty to relieve his boredom. However, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the pond and hugged Consort Zheng tightly. It grabbed Consort Zheng's neck and roared, almost scaring Lao Wang to death. This was a very serious matter. After Lao Wang witnessed the viciousness of zombies, he finally understood the dangers of zombies. He wanted to discuss this matter with his son, but his son was in seclusion, so he anxiously gathered the other ministers to think of a solution. This is all Consort Jing's fault. If not for Consort Jing creating trouble out of nothing and angering the crown prince so much that he went into seclusion, how would things have ended up like this? Not many people dared to say this. The person who said this was Queen Zhao's younger brother, the Marquis of Stability, Zhao Sheng. Lao Wang wanted to retort, but when faced with his brother-in-law's righteous face, he couldn't say anything. Zhao Sheng said righteously, "In my humble opinion, we should drag Consort Jing out and flog her 30 times to bring justice to the crown prince." Everyone was silent. The Marquis of Stability really dared to say anything. Lao Wang's face turned green. The Marquis of Jiajing was one of old Wang's people and was usually there to smooth things over. When he saw old Wang's look, he quickly stepped forward to stop the Marquis of Stability. "Marquis Zhao, you can't say that. Consort Jing was also scared out of her wits today and is still sick. She deserves it." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but the moment he did, Zhao Sheng was furious. Everyone knows that zombies are everywhere now, and no place is safe. Yet she still wants to stroll around the garden with the Great King? Whenever she can't stroll, she has to stroll around during these chaotic days? If not for her, would His Majesty be scared? Would His Majesty's face be damaged? Her heart is simply terrible. Zhao Sheng cupped his hands towards the Great King as he spoke and signaled for everyone to look at the little blisters by the Great King's mouth. He didn't give Consort Jing any face. The Great King was furious. He was angered by his unfilial son. Everyone knew that the Marquis of Stability spoke without holding back. Back then, old Wang had even praised this official for being upright and outspoken and daring to admonish. He even wrote a plaque saying loyalty and righteousness for him. But now, he really wanted to slap him to death. The other officials were silent. How would they dare to interrupt when the queen's younger brother was angrily berating Consort Jing? They all lowered their heads and pretended to be dead, which made old Wang even angrier. "All of you, continue to invite the crown prince out of seclusion." Old Wang flung his sleeves and left angrily. "Until the crown prince comes out. If the crown prince doesn't come out, all of you can stay here. None of you can go back." The ministers looked at each other with bitter expressions on their faces. What the hell? What is this called? This is called when the king of hell fights, the little ghosts suffer. The king himself couldn't bring himself to do it, so he had to force this group of miserable officials to do it. How sullen was that? The most tiring thing was that the crown prince's black-hearted heart was unparalleled. They had been in the Eastern Palace for so long, but he didn't even provide them with a cup of tea. The little palace maids and eunuchs coming in and out of the palace all greeted the officials politely. Then, they went back to doing their own things and looked straight ahead, completely ignoring this group of miserable people. Marquis of Stability. An official looked bitterly at Zhao Sheng. The latter waved his hand and snorted coldly, "You reap what you sow. This marquis still has to go to the central palace to pay respects to Her Highness. You guys stay here and continue to invite the crown prince out of seclusion." Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left as well, leaving the group of bitter fellows looking at each other in dismay. All of them were actually speechless. "Marquis of Stability, your preemptive strike is too fake." While all the officials were sitting outside with bitter faces and frowning, the crown prince was hiding in a secret room in his bedchamber. He leaned against the window and leaned on the soft brocade couch, flipping through the book in his hand. A small bronze cauldron that was half the length of an arm was suspended in the air. The bottom of the cauldron was wrapped in a circle of red flames. The cauldron lid was pushed up by the airflow from time to time, making clattering sounds. The youth with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, Huifeng, was standing next to the crown prince, silently staring at the bronze cauldron. It wasn't until the door to the secret room was pushed open with a whoosh that Huifeng withdrew his gaze and glanced at the door. The person who entered was a vigorous youth in black. A reddish-brown nether spring flower was embroidered on his chest, and the flower's shape was a bit ostentatious. "Drink it." The crown prince didn't even look up as he flicked his finger over another page. The eyes of the youth who entered brightened slightly, and he quickly moved to the table and drained the tea in one gulp. Huifeng glanced at him and pursed his lips. "How is it?" The crown prince's question was a bit out of the blue, but the youth immediately understood and ran up with a grin. Don't worry, Your Highness. This subordinate has already secretly led people to search every nook and cranny inside and outside the palace. There won't be any more zombies hiding there. The Crown Prince responded indifferently. With a flick of his sleeve, a streak of fire immediately shot into the bronze cauldron, immediately suppressing something that was struggling to break free. The cauldron continued to emit thumping sounds, but the Crown Prince didn't even look at it. In reality, when the Crown Prince ordered Xianxia to search the city, he also ordered Hidden Flower to search the palace for hidden dangers. Even if it was for Queen Zhao's sake, the Crown Prince wouldn't truly stand by and do nothing. Has Hidden Current returned? The Crown Prince put down the book in his hand and looked up at the captain of the Hidden Pavilion, Hidden Flower, who had a nether spring flower embroidered on his chest. He's waiting outside. Hidden Flower's mouth twitched silently. Cough, how about having him wash up first before coming to see you? No need. Come in, the Crown Prince said indifferently, and the door to the secret room opened. A corpse puppet with long, dried-up hair suddenly bounced in. As it bounced, the rotten flesh hanging from its body fell to the ground with a pitter-patter, provoking Hu Weifeng's extremely disdainful gaze. My lord. The zombie youth reached out to brush away the dried-up hair draped over his face and revealed a mouthful of ghastly white teeth as he flashed a creepy smile at the Crown Prince. Even the Crown Prince, who was as calm as this, couldn't help but avert his gaze. Your makeup is so ugly. My lord, I've been running for an entire day. Those Imperial Palace guards chased after me, so it's very tragic. My makeup was actually pretty good before, but after being tossed around in water and fire, even the most perfect makeup would become unbearable to look at. Hidden Flower glared at the young corpse puppet as he tried to defend himself. He shrank back in fright when Hidden Flower glared at him. Go wash up before coming back, Hidden Flower shouted at his Hidden Pavilion member. Hidden Current pursed his lips and ran out dejectedly. The Crown Prince extended a clean and slender hand, and Weifeng immediately understood and handed him a cup of tea. Let Consort Jing lie in bed for a while longer. It will also allow Imperial Mother to have some peace and quiet. With a single sentence from this uncle, Consort Jing was doomed to be miserable for at least the next month. Consort Jing had been causing too much trouble recently. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with her. You're just a little favored concubine. You don't even have the appearance of a favored concubine. It's one thing for you to strut around in the imperial harem, but you still dare to make a fuss in front of him. It's simply inexplicable and unbearable. The Crown Prince knew very well what kind of character his father was. He was easily swayed and usually did not have much of an opinion. Not only was he fond of beauties, he was also muddle-headed and did not understand the situation all day long. With such a father, the Crown Prince expressed his helplessness. In order to make his father pay attention to the matter of zombies, the Crown Prince had found someone to arrange such a big show in the Imperial Garden. One could only imagine how amazing the drama would be when Undercurrent, who was disguised as a zombie, suddenly jumped out of the garden pool and grabbed Consort Jing, trying to strangle her to death. A son who worried himself to death for his father's side and put down the teacup in his hand. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's brows twitched, and he took out a jade communication talisman from his pocket. With a light swipe of his finger, lines of small characters quickly and clearly appeared. Hidden Flower and Weifeng stood next to the Crown Prince without batting an eyelid, and their gazes both drifted towards the jade talisman. Friends, from today onward, if there are no accidents, there will be 4 updates a day. 2 updates at around 12 noon. 2 updates at around 7 p.m. It's happily decided, Pop. There were many words written on the jade talisman, but the Crown Prince's gaze was fixed on the small line. A youth from Daybreak sect strongly requested to give Miss Xiao a kiss, but Miss Xiao sternly refused and rolled her eyes at him. These words sounded funny no matter how one looked at it, but the two couldn't laugh. Looking at the Crown Prince's expressionless face, Hidden Flower and Weifeng both felt that a storm was about to come. A youth from Daybreak sect? The Crown Prince indifferently read this line of words with an incomparably gentle voice and an unchanging expression. However, Hidden Flower and Weifeng, who were standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble. Bang! The cup in the Crown Prince's hand instantly turned into powder. Ugh, the Crown Prince is so scary. Please don't take out your anger on him. For his own safety, Hidden Flower hurriedly stepped forward and slandered, "Your Highness, according to this subordinate's knowledge, Daybreak Sect also has a stronghold in Guanlan City. How about this subordinate immediately bring people to flatten this stronghold? How about it?" Slandering a subject, Huifeng disdainfully swept him a glance and then nodded. "Your Highness, Hidden Flower's suggestion is quite good. How about we do it this way? Let this subordinate bring people and flatten Daybreak Sect's stronghold in the royal capital." Hidden Flower. "What the F***ck was with your disdainful gaze just now?" The Crown Prince glanced at the two of them in silence. After a while, he slowly said, "If this Crown Prince personally goes to Xianxia City to patrol, Your Highness, you mustn't." Hidden Flower's expression changed, and he wished for nothing more than to hug the Crown Prince's thigh. "You've only returned to the royal capital for less than 2 days. You absolutely can't go out now." Right. Her Majesty the Queen also won't agree to Your Highness leaving the capital to see the little girl at such a dangerous time." The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and raised his cold eyebrows. "Patrol?" Huifeng really wanted to cry. "Sir, didn't you just come back from your patrol? Your Highness, how about this subordinate leave the capital to patrol the various cities and see the extent of the zombie's transformation?" Hidden Flower volunteered. "I can also help Your Highness give the little girl a gift on the way." Huifeng sneered. "What kind of path did you follow that led you all the way to Xianxia City, then? All right." The Crown Prince nodded reluctantly and looked up at the bronze cauldron. "It'll take at least 2 days to form. Go prepare it. That child has a hobby of collecting. Do as you see fit." Hidden Flower. "So this subordinate still has to go shopping in the royal capital?" The Crown Prince put away the communication jade talisman, stood up, and walked out of the secret chamber. Xianxia City didn't seem to be very safe either. Just now, he had received the little girl's signal of danger and immediately sensed that the wisp of soul remembrance attached to the feral was acting strangely. No one knew that the Emo Kingdom's Crown Prince was a rarely seen profound artifact master. The feral, ink, had come from his hands. When the mystic weapon took shape, Emo Lien had used his essence blood to inject a soul remembrance clone into it. Hence, when Li Xiang, that guy, fantasized about using the ancient mystic mirror to tear apart Xiaomu's conscience, he was immediately sent flying by the terrifying soul energy emitted by Emo Lien's soul remembrance clone. Huifeng to Huifeng? Huifeng. Huifeng. Hun. Huifeng you. The Crown Prince sighed and stepped out of the secret chamber. In fact, the best way was to bring the little girl's family to the royal city to settle down. However, looking at the little girl's unapproachable appearance, he was afraid that she would hate him if he used any means. Therefore, he could only let nature take its course. When his personal eunuch saw the Crown Prince come out of the inner room, his eyes lit up. He immediately ran over and asked, "Your Highness, is it time to see the officials?" Those officials were so miserable, they had been waiting since the afternoon. Seeing that it was already past mealtime, His Highness the Crown Prince willfully left them hanging outside the door. The Crown Prince swept a glance at that eunuch. "Do you think this Crown Prince is such an easygoing person? You don't look like one at all." After that, without waiting for any further instructions from the Great Master, he rushed out of the door. The little eunuch put on a cold expression and said to the crowd of officials who surrounded him, "My lords, His Highness the Crown Prince has gone to bed." Clang! The hearts of all the ministers were broken to the ground. They had been waiting from dawn to dusk, thinking that the great Crown Prince would kindly come out to see them. However, he didn't, so their hopes that the Crown Prince's black heart would be a little wider were impossible. Marquis of Jiajing, what do you think we should do? Should we wait or not? If he had known, he would have followed the Marquis of Stability's example and left early. That way, he wouldn't have been a fool here for an entire day. The Marquis of Jiajing was furious. "What do you think? The great king wants us to wait here. Do you dare to not wait? Wait. As long as His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't see us, we will wait here for a day." Even if they had to wait for grass to grow and mushrooms to grow, they still had to wait. An official said with tears streaming down his face. If crying could soften the Crown Prince's heart, they really wanted to turn their tears into a long river. They didn't know if there was anyone in this world who could make His Highness the Crown Prince let go of all his arrogance and willfulness. they guessed that it was impossible. Achoo. Our dear Chow Mu rubbed her small nose and sat on the edge of the soft bed, swinging her short legs. Jojo, can you sleep alone? Arbor looked gloomily at his mother and nodded repeatedly to show that he could do it. All right then. Mother will come to see you later. Wei Ziqing pinched her daughter's little face and reached out to carry the noisy little Bun Jolin. She got up and walked out the door. Mother, please don't come. She wasn't a real baby who needed her mother to tuck in her blanket in the middle of the night. Arbor rolled onto the bed and buried himself in the quilt. Smelling the fragrance of the quilt, he took a deep breath. He could finally have a good night's sleep, at this moment. Shijiao City's city gates were already closed. A horse-drawn carriage quickly rushed to the tightly shut city gate. A person jumped down from the carriage, ignoring the surrounding commoners who were sleeping in the open. He directly rushed to the city gate and slammed the gate, shouting, "Open the gate! Open the door! Open the door! Didn't you see Second Elder Lu returning to the city? Open the door!" The two body cultivators guarding the city lowered their heads to take a look. Through the light from the torches, they said indifferently, "The city lord has ordered for the city gates to be closed before nightfall. The city gates can only be opened the next morning. You two blind dogs. Who is second young Master Lu?" One of the Lu family guards who slammed the gate scolded angrily, "This is the Lu estate's second young master. How dare you treat him like this? Quickly open the city gates." The two body cultivators coldly glanced at the guards and went down the city gate tower. They didn't care about the Lu estate guards' curses. "Second young master, we can't go in?" A soft voice came from the carriage. A young master in luxurious brocade clothes walked out of the carriage and waved a folding fan in his hand, looking like a dandy. After getting out of the carriage, he kicked the guard and cursed, "What's going on? What's going on? You can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of having people like you?" The Lu estate's guard said bitterly, "Young master, they said the city lord's estate gave a strict order to not open the city gates at night." Preposterous. The young master in luxurious brocade clothes pointed at the city gate tower with his fan and berated angrily, "Don't you know who this young master is? Hurry up and open the city gates. You bunch of trash. If they don't open the gates, can't you think of a way? Go. Smash the city gates. This young master wants to go in right now." A corner of the carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing a gentle and fair face that was as pure as a lotus flower. That woman softly called out, "Young Master Lu." The young man in luxurious clothes immediately changed into a drooling pig face and walked toward the carriage with a grin. "Little sister Xiaowan, don't worry. We'll be able to enter the city immediately." When Rowan nodded with a smile and lowered her head shyly from the young master's gaze. The young man in luxurious clothes' heart wavered, but he could not do anything else under everyone's gaze, so he helplessly gave up. He turned around and kicked the manservant again. "Why aren't you smashing the city gates? This bunch of daring dogs. When uncle comes, I'll teach them a lesson." They actually dared to humiliate him, second young Master Lu, in front of a beauty. This was simply preposterous, when Rowan put down the curtain in her hand, and a trace of mockery flitted through her eyes. What a brainless guy. If it were not for the fact that she was powerless and had a difficult journey, she would not have accompanied this dandy young master and hitched a ride in his carriage to Shijiao City. A few ferocious manservants took out a few sticks from the carriage and really followed this hedonistic young master to smash the city gate. There were many commoners gathered at the city gates. They had all lined up overnight and were waiting to enter the city early the next day. When they saw this noble young master's exaggerated actions, they were all dumbstruck and did not know what to say. Bang bang bang. The city gates were violently smashed by the clubs, producing loud bangs. The commoners subconsciously gathered to the sides and pointed at the young master while muttering softly. "Smash. Smash it. Use all your strength. Did you not eat?" The young master kicked a certain manservant's butt and shouted angrily, "If the city gate is destroyed, this young master will take responsibility until the end." At this time, a farmer drove a lazy donkey cart over, shouting all the way. The procession at the city gate had automatically dispersed to the two sides. The lazy donkey cart had a smooth journey and slowly followed behind the carriage. There were about a dozen people sitting on the donkey cart, men and women of all ages, young and old. They wished they could sit on top of each other. The donkey cart was slow to begin with, and with so many people in tow, one could imagine how difficult the journey was. That was how Xiao Wenwan had come all the way here. At this moment, she was sitting sideways on the lap of a dark-skinned and simple-looking young man. The young man looked honest, but his hands were not honest. They were casually placed on Xiao Wenchuan's small waist and stroked it from time to time. There was limited space on the donkey cart. Basically, all the men and women were squeezed together. Even if Xiao Wenwan had a belly full of anger, she had nowhere to vent it. Unless she jumped out of the car, she would have to endure it. The young man hugging Xiao Wenwan was none other than her husband, 3rd Junior Wei, who was going to be married in September. The Wei family village was not far from Quoto village, and there was only the Fong family village between them. The Wei family village was much more prosperous than Quoto village. Elderly Lady Wei was very satisfied when she arranged this marriage for Xiao Wenwan. However, Xiao Wenwan herself was not satisfied. She felt that the Wei family had 3 sons, and she was only marrying the youngest son. After marrying him, not only would she have to listen to her grandmother's nagging, but she might also be bullied by her 2 sisters-in-law. The Wei family's old lady, Madame Niu, was shrewd and difficult to get along with. She was always the one scheming against others, and no one could scheme against her. Ever since she married her 2 daughters-in-law, they had been obediently held in her hands. How could Xiao Wenwan be satisfied with such a family? She had always been a proud person. What she wanted the most was to marry into the city and become a wealthy and respectable young madam. Unfortunately, her fate was full of misfortune. After being heartlessly abandoned by her family, she encountered this outrageous family while fleeing. The Wei family's old lady, Madame Niu, made the decision the night she met Xiao Wenwan. She made the young couple bow to heaven and earth and get married. She bluntly said that she would only flee to Shizhou City with Xiao Wenwan if she became a member of the Wei family. That night, without any cover, the impatient 3rd Junior Wei and Xiao Wenwan entered the bridal chamber in advance. Xiao Wenwan mourned her tragic fate along the way. She combed her hair and followed the Wei family to Shizhou City with a numb expression. The Wei family jumped off the donkey cart and noisily ran toward the city gate. At this time, the ruckus caused by the young master of the Lu estate smashing the city gate became more and more intense. The city gate guards had already rushed to the city lord's estate to report. The 2 body cultivators appeared on the city gate tower again and looked down coldly. Don't blame us for being impolite if the people below continue to wantonly destroy the city gate. Young Master Lu. When Rowan lifted the curtain and called out softly. This young Master Lu was too reckless. When Rowan could not help but frown. She wanted to enter the city, not cause trouble. She did not know how to deal with the situation. Little sister Xiaowan, don't worry. The city gates will open soon, the well-dressed young man said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a row of city guards rushed up to the top of the gate tower. They were all holding bows and arrows and were ready for battle. They aimed at the guards of the Lu residence below. What are you doing? Young Master Lu's voice changed from fright. She really didn't expect that after going out for a few days for sightseeing, not only would she be stopped at the door when she returned home, she would also be shot at with arrows. Where did these people get the guts from? When Rowan. Xiao Wenwan walked up and immediately saw the slender woman sitting inside the carriage. When Rowan looked up and met her gaze, she sized up the woman in ragged clothes with a woman's hairstyle, and her lips involuntarily curled into a secret smile. Heh, it's cousin Wenwan. How come you've become like this after not seeing you for so long? When Rowan ignored Xiao Wenchuan's ashen face and covered her mouth with her small, fair hand. She pretended to cry out, Cousin Wenwan, why are you dressed as a woman? I remember you got married in September. At this time, Arbor woke up from his sleep and abruptly opened his eyes. His cold eyes looked straight at the muslin canopy above his head. He sat up and listened carefully. He saw a hubbub of voices coming from the city lord's estate, which was only half a street away. It seemed that the city lord had ordered people to leave the estate overnight. Arbor blinked her pitch-black eyes and sat alone in the darkness for a long while, until the bustling sounds of the city lord's mansion faded away. She lay down and closed her eyes for a while, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Arbor simply got up and lit the lamp. Facing the candle flame, she took out a blank talisman paper and started to draw talismans. She didn't have time to draw talismans when she received 300 blank talisman papers from the store. Now that she couldn't fall asleep, she got up to find something to do. With the talisman brush in hand, Arbor spread open the blank talisman paper and smoothly drew talismans on it. Her main goal was to draw some storage talismans so that she wouldn't have to worry about storing things in the future. Unexpectedly, the first storage talisman she drew was a fine blue talisman. Arbor was stunned. Her brush paused slightly, then she started to draw talismans one by one. However, the talismans she drew this time were all fine blue talismans. What did this mean? Arbor was astonished. She tried to draw a strength talisman or a speed talisman. In the end, she discovered that the elementary talismans she drew were all fine blue talismans. She then tried to draw a few useless safety talismans, calming talismans, dizziness talismans, and immobilization talismans. Afterwards, she confirmed that the elementary talismans she drew were all upgraded to fine blue talismans. Arbor stopped writing. Her mystic sense entered her conscious and flipped through a jade slip from the golden talisman jade tome. She read the sentence again: "The path of a talisman master is filled with unimaginable hardships and dangers." Talisman masters had to train for at least 3 years before they could draw a few blue talismans. The success rate of a blue talisman was only 1/10 of a yellow talisman. Therefore, wasn't her success rate of a fine blue talisman a bit strange? The total number of talismans she drew didn't exceed 100, right? Her success rate of a blue talisman was already 100%, she felt that her success rate was very interesting. If other talisman masters knew about it, she wondered what they would think. When she left her conscious, 2 demonstration talismans floated out of the golden talisman jade tome. Arbor silently reached out to take them and examined them. Elementary talisman, drowsy talisman, falls asleep for 15 minutes. Opponents 1 level higher than the user will be immune to the effect. Elementary talisman, summoning talisman, randomly summons a natural animal or plant. Effect, 1 day. The level of the summoning must not exceed the user's profound strength by more than 3 levels. Xiamu first set these 2 talismans to the side and continued to silently draw her storage talisman. One could never have too many storage talismans. In the future, when everyone went out to gather supplies, they would rely on these storage talismans. When the time came, she would equip everyone in the team with some storage talismans, so they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to collect things wherever they went. The little girl who was happily drawing the storage talisman didn't realize that the speed at which she drew the storage talisman was getting faster and faster. Originally, it took her 15 minutes to draw a storage talisman, but now, she could draw one in minutes. It wasn't until there was a pile of blue storage talismans in his hand that Arbor woke up. "Oh my god, I've already drawn over 200 blue storage talismans." Looking up at the sky, the east was already starting to brighten. Arbor exhaled and stored the 100 blank talismans into one of the blue storage talismans. Looking at the remaining 7 blank talismans on the table, Arbor carefully and slowly drew the last storage talisman. The moment she put the brush away, her mind slightly stirred. A strand of purple light suddenly appeared on the talisman, almost blinding her eyes in an instant. A peerless purple talisman, Arbor's pink and tender little face revealed a slight smile. This smile was much more natural than any of her previous fake smiles. This was a genuine smile that came from the bottom of her heart. There was no facial paralysis, no stupefaction. In this instant, this little wooden doll seemed to have been lit up, even her life came alive. She placed the 200 over blue storage talismans she had drawn into this supreme-grade purple talisman. Arbor stretched out 2 fingers and gently stroked the talisman. A purple light flashed, and 4 cubic meters of storage space appeared in front of her. The power of a supreme-grade purple talisman was 4 times that of a yellow talisman. This supreme-grade purple storage talisman had 4 cubic meters of storage space. It could be accessed 400 times each. It was definitely worth it. Arbor held it in her hands and looked at it for a long time. Only then did she put this supreme-grade purple talisman into her waist bag. There were only 6 blank talismans on the table. Arbor took the 2 newly drawn talismans and started to draw them. She first drew a sleeping talisman, but it ended in failure. The second time, a blue light flashed, and she drew an elementary blue sleeping talisman. The power of a blue talisman was twice that of a yellow talisman. When used on a talisman, it could double the time. This blue sleeping talisman could make people sleep for 30 minutes. Arbor held the talisman pen and thought about the remaining 4 blank talismans. She gave up on drawing the sleeping talisman and started to draw the summoning talisman. Looking at the description of this talisman, it seemed to be quite powerful. It could randomly summon all the animals and plants in the natural world. This range was huge. It could be ordinary animals and plants, or it could be mystic beasts and evil plants. Anything was possible. Arbor took a deep breath and drew the talisman. This summoning talisman was probably beyond the norm among elementary talismans. It was abnormally difficult to draw. One wrong stroke and the entire talisman would be scrapped. Even with Xiaomu's super smooth talisman drawing skills, she was somewhat at a loss after failing 3 times in a row. The sun rose outside the window, and the sound of her parents waking up and walking around could be heard. Arbor stared at the last blank talisman on the table. Holding the talisman pen, she calmed herself down and drew again. All the sounds outside the window were isolated by her 5 senses in an instant. There was no sound at all. Arbor was completely immersed in the world of talismans. She concentrated on drawing the elementary summoning talisman. At this very moment, Xiaomu was completely engrossed in it and did not notice that the door to her room had been pushed open. Wei Ziqin was holding her youngest daughter, Xiaolin, as she stood dazedly by the door, gazing at her eldest daughter, who was enveloped in a layer of multicolored light. "Is Jojo awake?" Xiao Zhongbang, who had a good night's sleep and was full of energy, walked to his wife with a smile. When his eyes fell on his daughter at the table, he was also stunned. His daughter, "What's on the table is a talisman paper, right?" Her daughter was holding a talisman brush and drawing talismans with a serious expression on her face. This situation was somewhat inconceivable. Xiao Zhongbang had never known that his daughter was actually a talisman master. The moment he put away the brush, the entire talisman paper emitted a faint blue light. Xiaomu heaved a long sigh of relief, and her taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. This time, the summoning talisman was finally drawn successfully. Her lips curled into a smile again, which fell into the eyes of the family of 3 standing by the door. Xiao Lin cried out happily, "Sister, you're beautiful. Sister, it's time to eat. Sister is awesome." Although she did not know what praiseworthy thing her sister had done, Xiao Lin cried out without any integrity when she saw her parents' shocked expressions. Arbor was stunned. She turned to look at the door. The warm morning sun shone on her family, making her feel a little warmer. "Father, Mother, good morning." Arbor smiled. Sister. It's time for dinner." Xiao Lin stretched out her little paws and giggled at her sister enthusiastically. Wei Ziqin stuffed the little foodie into Xiao Zhongbang's arms and walked quickly to Arbor's side. She looked at the talismans in Arbor's hands in shock. "Jojo, this is? The 2 storage talismans you gave me last time were? Was it you?" "I drew them." Arbor nodded. She didn't intend to keep it a secret from them. Since they happened to see it, she might as well tell them about the talismans. That way, her mother wouldn't treat the 2 storage talismans like treasures, counting the number of times she could use them and not daring to store them. Wei Ziqin's face was full of disbelief. The 2 storage talismans that Jojo had given her were a gift from the expert who had saved her. One had a large space and one had a small space. One could store 100 times, the other could store 200 times. It was filled with all kinds of utensils, food, clothes, and so on that she had tidied up the house. She couldn't bear to use them. But now, Jojo was saying that she had drawn the storage talismans. Arbor rubbed her little nose and looked at her mother a little embarrassedly. She had casually told a lie that the storage talismans were a gift from the Crown Prince. Now, she was exposed. "Ahem. Mom, these storage talismans are actually quite easy to draw. Look." She took out a purple talisman from her waist and took out 30 blue storage talismans. These can store 200 times and have 2 cubic meters of space. Arbor's mother was dumbfounded. Her father was also petrified. "Jojo, Did you draw these storage talismans the whole night? Xiao Zhongbang snapped out of his daze and immediately put on a solemn expression as he looked at his daughter. Although it's indeed very impressive that you can draw 30 storage talismans in one night, you're still young after all and still growing. Don't be so impatient in the future. You need to rest and sleep, okay? Arbor, actually, I drew more than 200 talismans in one night. She didn't dare to say this to her father. She just nodded her head in agreement. Xiao Zhongbang had seen storage talismans in his sect before, which was a treasure comparable to a mystic cultivator's inner world. Thus, his knowledge was much higher than Wei Ziqin's, and he knew that this type of storage talisman was very rare. Moreover, Xiao Zhongbang was extremely clearly aware that talisman techniques had been passed down from generation to generation since the ancient times until now, and many talisman techniques had been drowned in the torrent of history and had been lost for a long time. For example, not everyone knew how to draw storage talismans. It was unknown whether there were any talisman patrician families in Guanlan City who knew how to draw storage talismans. In any case, he only knew that a storage talisman was a highly sought-after item, whether it was placed in an auction or in the black market. However, at this moment, when his daughter acted like a nouveau riche and his wife, giving each of them 10 talismans, Xiao Zhongbang's hand holding the storage talisman trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with an expression that said, "Am I dreaming?" These 10 talismans are for second uncle. Arbor stuffed another 10 blue talismans into his father's hands. He then picked up the blue and yellow summoning talismans and looked at them. Finally, he put away the blue talisman and planned to open a yellow talisman. "Jojo, what's this?" Xiao Zhongbang's agitated emotions calmed down slightly. His gaze was fixed on the yellow summoning talisman in Arbor's hand. This beginner-level yellow summoning talisman was the demonstration talisman that had just fallen out of the golden talisman jade tome. Arbor thought for a moment before taking the yellow talisman and walking out of the building. He said as he walked, "This is a summoning talisman. She might summon a large animal like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard later." When Xiaomu walked downstairs, she bumped into the girl Xiaoyao, who approached her with a grin. "Master, madam, little master, breakfast is ready." The little foodie lay in her father's arms, and her eyes lit up when she heard that. "Big sister, breakfast." Arbor paused and turned back to say to Xiaoyao, "You guys go ahead first. I'll come to the parlor to eat later." "No, no." Xiao Zhongbang shook his head. "It's rare to see a legendary summoning talisman. How can father not stay and take a look?" Wei Ziqin also expressed her willingness to watch. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. She looked at her little master and asked in astonishment, "Summoning talisman?" Was there something wrong with her ears? Why did she hear master mention a summoning talisman? From what she knew, this talisman was a talisman patrician family in Guanlan City that had been treasured for generations and was on the verge of extinction. The entire patrician family only had one summoning talisman, and it was worshipped in the ancestral hall all day long like a divine object. "All right then." Arbor nodded. "Father, mother, don't be nervous. The summoned animals and plants should listen to orders." Actually, she didn't have any confidence when she said that. She had never summoned any animals or plants from beginning to end, so who knew what the hell she would summon? What if it was a ferocious beast? She didn't want to scare Shaolin into crying with her loud voice. Cough, "Father, mother, carry Shaolin and walk further away." Arbor held the yellow talisman and reminded them. Wei Ziqin thought that there might be danger, so she nodded and pulled Xiao Zhongbang back with her. She even exhorted, "Jojo, be careful. Run if you see something wrong." Arbor looked down at the yellow summoning talisman in her hand. These talismans were all made by her, and the talisman energy contained her aura. To her, opening the talisman was too easy. She didn't even need to drip her blood on the talisman. She just stretched out 2 fingers and wiped the talisman. After the talisman broke and the yellow light burst out, everyone tried their best to open their eyes and look at the garden. They were all very nervous. Qiao Mu, who was anticipating the appearance of a ferocious beast, was already in a fighting stance, waiting for the legendary ferocious beast to pounce on her and let her beat it into submission. However, a shrill cry rang in her ears, so shrill that her small body trembled. A few green feathers floated towards her, and the fluff drilled into her face. Arbor spat twice and wiped the fur on his face with his little hand. The shock in his eyes was still there. Suddenly, a creature with a neck and claws that were very slender and long, flapping a pair of incomparably short wings and squealing, hopped over, flapping its small wings as it chased after her while screaming. Holy sh*t, with this appearance, isn't it just a mutated chicken? This was a far cry from the ferocious beast she had in mind, all right? You. Don't come over. Wha? Arbor's eyes widened. Seeing the chicken pounce over, she suddenly turned around and ran out of the garden. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their daughter's behavior just now was too funny. This was how a little girl should be energetic. The husband and wife happily carried their daughter and chased after her. Jojo, don't run around. The small parlor for eating is over there. Who would be in the mood to eat at a time like this? Arbor sadly looked up at the clear sky, her heart filled with helplessness. Good morning, big brother, sister-in-law. Xiao Zhongxing had a good night's sleep and happily brought his son to the entrance of the small parlor. When he looked up and saw his eldest brother and his wife, he smiled and stopped. Who would have thought that when he turned around, he would see his niece, who was usually calm and composed and had the appearance of a little adult, being chased by a strange thing and running towards the reception pavilion behind him. She even let out an anxious voice from her mouth. Go back, go back. Xiao Zhongxing was dumbfounded. His son, Xiao Hu, exclaimed, Dad, it's a pheasant. Is it for us? Xiao Zhongbang and his wife, ahem, second brother, don't be nervous. Let's go and have breakfast first. Xiao Zhongbang smiled and patted his younger brother's shoulder. He thought of something and reached into his sleeve to take out a stack of 10 storage talismans, stuffing them into Xiao Zhongxing's hands. Big brother, what are these? Talisman papers? The talisman papers sold in the shop were very expensive, and most of them were fake. Where did his brother get these? Yes, these are storage talismans your niece drew. Let's go in and talk about it in detail. They sat at the round table. Xiao Zhongbang told his younger brother how to use the talismans. He patted his dazed younger brother and chuckled. Second brother, it's fine if we keep this between ourselves. Jojo said that it's not difficult to draw these talismans, you just have to use them. Xiao Zhongbang nodded at him. Xiao Zhongxing immediately understood. Don't worry, big brother, sister-in-law. I won't tell anyone about the talismans. It was too amazing. His niece was actually a rare talisman master. Wei Ziqin exhorted the children a few more times, then turned to look at her eldest daughter, who had been chased by the pheasant and ran around in circles downstairs before bouncing back. Jojo, you guys eat first. Arbor dashed out the door again and disappeared in an instant. The little foodie nibbled on a pastry and suddenly said in a childish voice, Big sister, you're so funny. Everyone burst into laughter. Arbor ran all the way out of the reception hall and rushed to the gate. That damn chicken, flapping its short wings as it chased after her, incessantly clucking. She was the one who summoned it, so she had to swallow this bitter fruit herself. Arbor ran to the door and suddenly stopped. He turned to Newbie and stretched out his hand. Stop right there. The pheasant took small steps and stopped. Suddenly, it flapped its small wings and spat out a column of water. Xiaomu was caught off guard. How could she have known that this weakling could spit saliva? She was immediately covered in water from head to toe, dripping down. The little guy's eyes immediately burned with anger. Suddenly, he grabbed the ferrule in his hand and chased after Newbie. Don't run, you weakling. Let's see if I can beat this brat to death. Coo coo coo. Even though this weak chicken didn't have much meat on its body, it was extremely nimble and clever. When it saw Xiaomu rushing over with an ominous glint in her eyes, it hurriedly flapped its little wings and ran towards the entrance of the alley. Don't run. Arbor was both angry and amused. After turning a corner, they arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Arbor paused slightly. She didn't expect to see a group of people kneeling in front of the city lord's mansion. That weak chicken rushed over and left claw marks on their heads, causing the people kneeling in front of the city lord's mansion to cry out in alarm. Arbor was so angry that the corners of her lips twitched. She suddenly took out the spirit binding rope and threw it out. Coo coo coo. The pheasant's legs were bound by a hemp rope. It still wanted to run, but the child's wrist tightened. It couldn't help but flap its short wings and scream as it fell into the child's hands. Arbor's small hand pinched the chicken's neck, causing the chicken to make pitiful cooing sounds. "Don't cry." Arbor hit the chicken's head in annoyance, grabbed the chicken's neck, and turned to leave. "Arbor!" A shout came from the gate of the mayor's mansion. Arbor turned to see Qiao Wenjuan's figure striding over, and raised her eyebrows slightly. It seemed that Qiao Wenjuan had the ability to escape after obtaining the special speed. After she was kicked out of the team, Qiao Mu already couldn't be bothered to speak with her, so she merely swept her a glance when she saw her before expressionlessly turning around to leave with the chicken in her hand. "Stop right there, Arbor." Qiao Wenjuan rushed behind Arbor, and just as her fingers were about to grab her slender arm, Arbor impolitely kicked her. Qiao Wenjuan cried out in surprise, and she took a few steps back and sat on the ground. "Wife." Third brother Wei ran over and helped Qiao Wenjuan up. Arbor then realized that Qiao Wenjuan had combed her hair. Qiao Wenjuan got married after not seeing her for 2 days. This seemed to be a bit fast. Nei Niao ran up, and her shrewd eyes scanned Xiao Mu from head to toe. When she saw that this child's cheeks were rosy and her clothes were bright and beautiful, a shrewd glint flitted across her eyes. "Isn't this old Qiao's family's, Arbor?" Madame Niao walked up with a smile, and tried to hold Arbor's little hand. "Do you still remember Granny Niao from the Wei family village?" Arbor took a step back with the chicken, and said with a wooden face, "I don't know you." Madame Niao's deliberate smile suddenly froze on her face. "This child, didn't the two families meet a while ago because of your aunt's marriage?" Madame Niao smiled awkwardly. "But you're still young, so it's normal that you don't remember. Where's your grandmother?" "Granny Niao is going to greet your grandmother." Seeing that this child was dressed in clean and beautiful clothes, she must be living a good life. It had been hard on the Wei clan to flee all the way here. They were exhausted and didn't even have a place to stay. If they didn't go now, when would they? "Miss Qiao, did the commotion caused by the city lord's mansion in the middle of the night disturb your rest?" The scholar Zhang Yan walked over and asked with a gentle expression. "Last night, concubine Lu's reckless second nephew caused a huge commotion. In his fury, the city lord almost chased concubine Lu's entire family out of Shijiao City. That night, Master Lu tied up his second son and knelt in front of the mayor's mansion to beg for forgiveness. Concubine Lu cried for the entire night, causing chaos in the mayor's mansion. With such a large commotion, the Qiao residence, which was only half an alley away, was definitely affected." Zhang Yan looked at the child apologetically. "No." Arbor shook his head. "Mr. Zhang, you worry too much. We had a good rest." "That's good." Zhang Yan nodded with a smile. Madame Niao's line of sight, back and forth on Zhang Yan Arbor's body, emitted bursts of sparks. Arbor, this brat, was actually so close to the city lord's personal scholar. It seemed like there was hope to fight for some benefits for their Wei clan. "That, Mr. Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Arbor didn't wait for Madame Niao to speak and nodded at Zhang Yan before turning to leave. "You." Madame Niao was so angry that her face turned green when she saw that the little fellow didn't give her any face. How would Qiao Mu pay attention to her? She carried the squawking chicken and walked straight home. "Isn't this big sister Zichin's Jojo?" A gentle voice entered Arbor's ears, causing his expression to instantly turn extremely cold. This voice sounded a bit younger than in her previous life, but it was still as familiar as a nightmare. She would never forget it. She appeared. Wenruan. This venomous woman. No matter how docile and pleasant she pretended to be, it could not erase her venomous nature. In her previous life, Wenruan only appeared by her grandmother's side a year after the zombie outbreak. Her mother's health deteriorated after giving birth to her younger brother. In this life, Wenruan actually appeared ahead of schedule. In reality, she could not understand why Wenruan targeted her father when she was so scheming and capable. She could have schemed against any powerful and influential family. In the beginning, her father did not agree to marry Wenruan no matter what. It was one thing for him to be intimidated by her grandmother, but Arbor felt that there was more to it than met the eye. At that time, Wenruan was dead set on marrying Qiao Zhongbang. Qiao Zhongbang was a person with crippled mystic veins. How could when Rowan take a liking to him? Don't talk about love. Arbor scoffed. She must have missed out on some benefits. At this moment, when Rowan's warm smile hung on her lips. However, when she met Xiao Mu's gaze, which was like a deep whirlpool that continuously tore at her soul, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This child's gaze? Why did it seem like it carried a chill from the abyss? There was bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Could it be that she was imagining things? When Rowan blinked. When she looked over again, she saw the child's wooden face without any expression. Phew. As expected, it was her imagination. Jojo, is Aunt doing well? When Rowan's voice was very soft and sweet. It was pleasant to the ear. Grandmother? She's doing quite well. Arbor looked meaningfully at When Rowan. Aunt Wen also wants to visit grandmother? In fact, When Rowan was her grandmother's distant niece. In her previous life, her grandmother doted on When Rowan dearly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she treated When Rowan as half a daughter. If it weren't for grandmother's support, father wouldn't have married When Rowan not long after mother passed away. When Rowan felt that there was a hint of mockery in the child's soft voice, but when she looked over, she could not discern anything from the expressionless face. When Rowan showed what she thought was her friendliest and most beautiful smile. She nodded at Arbor and said, as a junior, Rowan will naturally visit Aunt. Arbor glanced at her with an indifferent expression. Grandmother is sick. She's not in a good condition to meet guests. Aunt Wen is considerate. I will pass the message to grandmother. Aunt is sick. As a junior, I should go. When Rowan did not expect to be rejected, so she hurriedly said. Who do you think you are? I'll take care of my mother. Arbor, take me to my mother. I'm warning you, if anything happens to my mother, I won't let you off. Xiao Wenwan said with a stern expression. Mr. Zhang, I remember that not just anyone can enter the city center, right? Arbor said coldly. That's right. Zhang Yan hastily nodded and said, these people were brought here for questioning because of second young Master Lu. Don't worry, Miss Chiao. I'll take care of their whereabouts. Take care, Miss Chiao. Arbor nodded. He picked up the chicken that kept squawking and quickly left. Xiao Wenjuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She chased after Arbor and shouted a few times, but the guards of the city lord's estate mercilessly stopped her. The Chiao estate's private residence is ahead, Mr. Zhang said indifferently. Don't enter without the owner's permission. I'm the Chiao estate's daughter. I'm that little girl's aunt. Ah. Xiao Wenwan was rudely shoved by the guards and fell into the crowd of Wei family members. What are you doing? Xiao Wenwan shouted angrily, her pretty face flushing purple. Give them their identity tablets, Zhang Yan casually ordered. Zhang Yan ordered casually, then turned and walked towards the group of people from the Lu clan kneeling at the door. Come with me. Family head Lu felt as if he had been granted amnesty and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He kicked the groaning second Lu and said, unfilial son, get up. Later, kowtow to your uncle a few more times. Let's see what kind of trouble you've caused in the estate. If you don't beg for your uncle's forgiveness today, I'll kick you out of the Lu family and let you fend for yourself. Causing trouble in the middle of the night and angrily smashing the city gates, this unfilial son was the one who did all these shameful things. If it weren't for his old face, perhaps their Lu family would have already been kicked out of Shijiao City by the city lord. Second Lu pursed his lips and got up from the ground, feeling wronged. He did not forget to look back at Wen Rowan and smiled obsequiously. Little sister Xiaowan, wait for me. Dad, what are you doing? Second Lu, whose left ear was grabbed by family head Lu, was in so much pain that his head tilted to the side. He followed family head Lu to the city lord's estate and kept calling out little sister Xiaowan. Coward. What a useless guy, she even had to sacrifice her body and let this coward take advantage of her the entire way. She was really infuriated. When Rowan resentfully glared at second Lu's back before curtsying to a guard from the city lord's estate. She said softly, little brother, I'm a relative of that little girl from before. I really want to visit my aunt. Can you make things easy for me? The guards of the city lord's estate saw that she was beautiful and elegant, unlike Xiao Wenwan who shouted and made a ruckus like a village woman without any etiquette. Thus, they had a better impression of Wenwan and spoke to her more politely. "Miss, it's not that we want to stop you, but you heard what Miss Qiao said just now. The old madam of the Qiao family is not seeing guests recently, so please don't make things difficult for us." That young guard mysteriously said to Wenwan that Miss Xiao Qiao is an honored guest that our city lord ordered to treat well and not offend. Wenwan felt gloomy and displeased, but she still put on a gentle smile and nodded obediently. "Then we'll have to trouble you to send us away, little brother." Of course, of course." On the contrary, the guard liked the gentle and docile Wenwan very much. He deliberately rummaged through the pile of wooden tablets and handed one to her, saying with a smile, "Although we're all staying in the shanty district, there are also good and bad places to stay. The location of this wooden plaque was one of the better spots in the shed area. When you go to the west of the city, miss, you must be careful." Wenwan thanked him on the surface, but she felt disdainful on the inside. So what if he gave her a bamboo tile that corresponded to her location? And it wasn't even in that damned low-class shanty town. She really didn't expect that she, Wenwan, would have to live in the shed area. The city lord's estate guard threw a handful of bamboo tablets to Xiao Wenwan and the others. "These are your identity tablets. Take one from each family. Guards, immediately send them to the west of the city." Xiao Wenwan immediately kicked one of the tablets and shouted fiercely like a shrew, "What right do you have to make us leave? My mother lives here. I want to find my mother. You don't have the right to make me leave. Mother! Mother! Mother, make them leave immediately." As soon as the head of the bodyguards gave the order, two people immediately came forward and unceremoniously grabbed Xiao Wenwan who was struggling and shouting. They carried her all the way out of Pear Blossom Alley. Xiao Wenwan screamed until her throat was hoarse. She was so angry that sparks could fly out of her eyes. She kept cursing, "Arbor, you cursed little bastard, how dare you treat your aunt like this? You're utterly devoid of conscience and morals. I'll see how you'll die in the future." The city lord's estate's guards were experienced in dealing with this kind of shrew. They directly stuffed a dirty rag into Xiao Wenwan's mouth, and her screams abruptly stopped. The two of them worked together to drag Xiao Wenwan outside and threw her onto the donkey cart without the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex. The city lord's estate's guards pushed the Wei family members onto the donkey cart one after another and pulled the cart toward the west of the city. However, they were more courteous to Wenwan. They even specially gave her a gentle pony and let her ride it alone. The Wei family left with sullen faces while cursing at the heavens and earth. Arbor carried the chicken's neck back home and did not pay attention to the farce in front of the city lord's estate. "Caw caw caw caw. You're going to caw again? I'll turn you into a bald chicken and pluck out all your feathers." Arbor threatened coldly, not caring if the chicken understood him or not. Sure enough, the chicken did not dare to caw. It flapped its wings and cawed pitifully. "Heh. What are you dissatisfied with?" Arbor coldly glanced at the chicken. "I'm the one who's embarrassed. Have you ever seen anyone use a summoning talisman to summon a bald chicken? I'm truly the first person since ancient times." Arbor huffed angrily. He got a bit angry just talking about it. Caw caw caw. A certain chicken flapped its wings indignantly and spouted water all the way. The child unreservedly flicked its head. "If you keep spouting water, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." A certain person felt very miserable. "Child, did your parents know that you're so savage? Do you think you're so great just because you can spray water? I can find a street performer and he can even spit fire." Arbor angrily rebuked the chicken. Then, he felt that he was a little funny. This chicken. Perhaps when it was summoned by him, it also felt extremely helpless and had no choice. "I'm telling you, when it's time, go back immediately. The next time I use the summoning talisman, you have to be more careful. Don't come and join in the fun, okay? I'll let it go this time. I forgive you. Let's get along well and part on good terms. After one day, leave quickly and don't look back." She was a great talisman master who had to summon fierce beasts like lions, tigers, bears, leopards, and so on. How could she endure summoning a chicken? As soon as Steward Chongzai opened the door, He saw his stoic-faced little miss holding a chicken in one hand and muttering nonstop. That scene was indescribably beautiful. Xianxia's mouth twitched as he opened the door for Arbor and welcomed her in. Miss, Master, and Madam said that you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Do you need some now? Arbor shook his head. No need, Butler Chang. I'm going to old Madam's room. Is Sun Yang there? Speaking of Sun Yang, Xianxia wanted to shed a tear of sympathy for her. Sun Yang was in charge of chores like sweeping the courtyard and was also assigned by the little master to go out and buy things. When she had time, she still had to go to old Madam's room to wait on her. She was as busy as a spinning top every day. Old Madam doesn't need much service. Serve her 3 meals a day and make her a pot of tea to cool down. Arbor carried the chicken and walked as she said indifferently, at this time, it's already good enough to have 3 meals a day. What's there to be so particular about? The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He could tell that the young master did not like the old lady very much. Xianxia respectfully led Arbor to the door of the old lady's room. He gave Sun Yang a look, and the two of them left together. The old lady's leg had not recovered yet. When Arbor threw away the chicken and walked into the room, the old lady was half leaning on the bed. Seeing Arbor walk in, the old lady coughed awkwardly. Jojo is here. Grandmother. Arbor bowed indifferently. Although his expression was cold, old lady Chow could not find any fault with his etiquette. Sit, Jojo. Old lady Chow's face was full of kindness. She wanted to mend the relationship between her and her granddaughter. Old lady Chow saw everything that happened at the city gate of Shijiao City. She finally realized that her granddaughter was very different from before. Her granddaughter seemed to have a lot of power. Even the mayor and the others were polite to her. How could an old lady like her not know how to adapt to the situation? Arbor sat down on the small stool beside the old lady's bed. He took out a family separation document from his sleeve and spread it in front of the old lady. Old lady Chow's eyes twitched. She did not understand what the child was doing. Grandmother, I met a group of people at the street corner just now. They said it was Mrs. Niu from the Wei family village. Are you familiar with them? Wasn't the Wei family village? Old lady Chow was surprised. That's your aunt's future in-laws. My aunt has already married herself. She's with them now. What? Old lady Chow looked at Arbor in shock. Your aunt is really getting married? Arbor nodded. There's also a girl with the surname Wen. She and my aunt wanted to see you, but I stopped them. That Miss Wen said she's your distant niece. Are you familiar with her? Old lady Chow's forehead twitched. She raised her hand to rub her head and sighed. Child, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask grandmother. Do you want to live with your daughter, son-in-law, and your distant niece? Or do you plan to stay here and live with us? Arbor's face was indifferent as he caressed the separation document. After all, our Chow family has officially separated. I have no obligation to care about the private affairs of other families, let alone Chow Wenwan, who is married and stayed in the Wei family. Father and mother are kind-hearted. It's only right for them to support grandmother. Arbor looked at the old lady meaningfully. As for the others, our family is not a charity. Old Madam Chow couldn't help but smile bitterly. This child was beating around the bush to force her to make a statement and warn her to know her place. Jojo, don't worry. Grandmother isn't stupid. Why would she interfere with the Wei family's business? As for your little aunt, Sai. Old lady Chow was at a loss for words when she recalled how her daughter had pushed her out as a scapegoat. Arbor nodded in satisfaction, stood up, bowed, and left. Looking at her granddaughter's resolute figure, old lady Chow suddenly felt a little regretful. She didn't even want to say a single word to her. Was it so easy to mend a broken heart in the past? 2 days later, outside the royal palace's Xianxia gate, 3 large carriages of goods were parked. 2 rows of guards stood on the left and right, looking valiant and formidable. The captain of the guards standing at the front held a large red brocade box in his hands and looked straight ahead. Stop the carriage. A gorgeous carriage stopped outside the Xianxia gate. The carriage curtain lifted, and a graceful figure darted out of the carriage, snatching the large red brocade box from the captain's hands. What a dense mystic energy aura. End of chapter 158. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.